Why is it that protagonists who traverse realms can immediately inherit the memories of their predecessors and seamlessly embark upon a new existence? Why do they always awaken in bed, only to find a sister or an older sibling or a maid beside them, tearfully exclaiming, "Oh, how wonderful! You have finally awakened." What if upon the protagonist's arrival in this new world, they discover they have been abducted, confronted by a cadre of deranged witches wielding whips, eager to engage him in a twisted game of love? Will you confess or not? The protagonist, utterly bewildered, might respond, "Excuse me, who are you?" Still defiant. "I shall see whether your defiance is stronger than my whip." Thus begins the protagonist's delightful yet tumultuous journey to in essence. This tale narrates the ascent of a mage, intent on leading the oppressed masses to overthrow the tyranny of divine rule, striving to construct a democratic, prosperous, and harmonious society. Strike that. Rest assured, daily updates are guaranteed, so feel free to add this to your collection. Dear readers, should you find becoming a mage an inciting revolution to your liking, please do not forget to recommend it to your friends on QQ groups and Weibo. Chapter 1. The Most Unfortunate Crossing. Happy crossings share a commonality, while unfortunate ones bear their unique misfortunes. Yin's song, Tolstoy, by Gubei sensed that something was amiss. Awakening from a haze of confusion, he was beset by an excruciating headache, as if his mind had been pierced by needles, rendering coherent thought elusive. He was oblivious to the circumstances surrounding him and the location of his being, the disorienting sensation causing him considerable discomfort. However, his instinct, devoid of conscious thought, indicated that he was not nestled in the familiar confines of his own bed. What on earth is happening? The atmosphere around him felt stifling, the space even smaller than the cramped room he rented, with dim, yellow light teasing at his eyelids. In the distance, the faint sound of dripping water resonated, inducing a sense of suffocation, accompanied by hushed voices. "He seems truly deceased. Annie, you were too rough." A voice tinged with reproach belonged to a woman. "I didn't mean to. How was I to know his body was so frail? Moreover, I hardly did anything," replied the woman named Annie, her tone betraying a hint of panic. "Enough of that. We ought to consider how to explain this to Michelle." "Michelle? No. What shall we do? She will surely kill us." "Don't drag me into this. It's all your fault for killing him. This has nothing to do with me." Their conversation persisted, a chaotic mix that stirred within Gubei's aching head. After a brief period of adjustment, he gradually acclimated to the pain, regaining a modicum of observational and cognitive ability. He exerted effort to open his eyes. He found himself in a narrow room reminiscent of a basement from a suspense film. Darkness enveloped him, with the flickering torches on the walls being the sole source of illumination. Slimy moss clung to the corners and ceiling, exuding a dampness that was decidedly uncomfortable. Gubei attempted to move his body to then he realized he was bound to a chair, his hands cruelly tied behind him with coarse hemp rope, causing him considerable pain. Moreover, he discovered his body felt unnaturally weak. So weak, it felt foreign. What to do? "Michelle. Oh heavens, she is coming." The slow, deliberate sound of high heels interrupted their conversation and Gubei's feeble struggles. In the dim light, a hazy silhouette gradually took form. A woman enveloped in a voluminous robe, her hood obscuring her face, rendering her features indiscernible. The deep blue robe cloaked her entirely, leaving no trace of vulnerability. Even if she were merely a lifeless mannequin inside, it would be nearly impossible to discern. Gubei surmised her gender solely from the sound of her heels and the name Michelle. Despite still being in a dazed state, an instinct urged Gubei to feign death. Thus, while undetected, he relaxed his body, slumping in the chair, remaining utterly still. With tightly shut eyes, he strained to listen to the unfolding events. "Michelle, you have arrived." Annie's voice quivered with trepidation. "Wake him," came a hoarse, suppressed voice from within the robe. "Michelle, Annie hesitated, seemingly weighing her words, only to be abruptly cut off. "It is all Annie's fault," another woman suddenly exclaimed, her voice shrill, sending a jolt through Gubei's mind. "Michelle, it is all Annie's fault. She is the one who killed him. I had nothing to do with it." An awkward silence ensued. "Michelle, Annie attempted to defend herself. "He is not dead," Michelle interjected once more. Gubei's breath hitched involuntarily. "What? He is not dead?" Michelle seemed somewhat impatient. "Wake him." Yes. Why he is... Escube sat there with closed eyes. He suddenly felt a chill wash over him, causing him to shiver. His clothing became drenched in an instant, clinging to his skin, uncomfortably sticky. Gubei felt the urge to vomit. The woman named Annie had doused him with cold water. Realizing he could no longer maintain the ruse, he opened his eyes. He is not dead, one of the women exclaimed, and, at last, Gubei could discern the situation. There were 3 individuals in the room. The 2 women, garbed identically to Michelle, were enveloped in deep blue hooded robes, their faces obscured, exuding an aura reminiscent of a horror film. The 3 robed figures surrounded Gubei, as if partaking in some sinister ritual. A chill crept down Gubei's spine. "You two may take your leave," Michelle commanded. The 2 women nodded and departed, possibly to confer about the earlier incident. Michelle remained silent, and they stood in confrontation for a time. The brief interval felt interminable. Finally, Michelle broke the silence. "What is the method to open the treasury?" Gubei lifted his head. "I do not know. I am not Lord Wreath. You have mistaken your captive." "Lord Wreath, my patience is finite." Michelle spoke in a calm, yet imposing manner. "Or perhaps you are dissatisfied with the previous service and require me to summon Annie again." Gubei felt utterly despondent. "Dear lady, I truly know nothing." Having regained some clarity, he began to piece together the events. Previously, in the dead of night, he had been slumped over his desk, preparing a speech for his boss' impending use. He had been working tirelessly for a fortnight, utterly exhausted. Overcome with fatigue, he had succumbed to sleep at his computer. In his dreams, he encountered his middle-aged boss, clad in undergarments atop his head, pointing at him and bellowing, "Bala Bala energy, transform." His mind was engulfed in a buzzing sound. Then, his memories commenced from this underground chamber. It was plausible that these women had lost their minds and mistook him for Lord Wreath, abducting him to this place. It was equally feasible that the nightmare had been so harrowing that it inflicted significant trauma on his psyche, resulting in hallucinations. However, the moment he spoke, Gubei realized he was not communicating in Chinese, but in a language akin to English. It had been years since he had spoken English. Gubei was no fool. He was an ordinary individual leading a mundane life, harboring extraordinary dreams, and had perused numerous online novels. Thus, upon realizing the discrepancy, he swiftly connected the dots and arrived at the conclusion. He had traversed realms. For reasons unknown, he found himself inhabiting the body of a certain Lord Riser, having replaced its original occupant. Ironically, this Lord Riser had been rather unfortunate, having been kidnapped by a few rather eccentric women and subjected to various forms of torment that were far from pleasurable. Now, it was his turn to endure such afflictions. Gubei sighed, a silent lament for his wages, which had been withheld for half a month due to an unfortunate incident during a financial skiing trip that left him with a fissure. He must be the most unfortunate of all-time travelers. The Riser family. That treasure vault is but a grain of rice in a vast granary. You possess countless treasures. Why would you risk your precious life for such trifles? Michelle perhaps thought Gubei's sigh signified wavering resolve and began to adopt a more persuasive tone. Gubei lifted his gaze, peering into the darkness of her hood, and articulated each word with precision. "I do not know." He believed his eyes conveyed the sincerity of a fawn. Yet Michelle remained unconvinced. "I regret to inform you, Lord Riser, that you have made a grievous error in judgment." Michelle's voice remained icy throughout. Yet this time, Gubei detected a hint of murderous intent. "Perhaps you are beginning to miss Lady Annie." A shiver ran down Gubei's spine. He was oblivious to what these madwomen had done to the original owner of this body, and he had little desire to know. Why? Because the previous occupant had been killed by them. Just as Michelle turned to leave, Gubei called out to her, "I cannot disclose that to you." Yet he was left with no choice. Even with a hand full of rotten cards, he had to play the game. Regardless of his circumstances, he did not wish to meet his demise. "Why?" A light chuckle emanated from her hood. The atmosphere lightened considerably, and Gubei exhaled with slight relief. "You are quite astute." Michelle turned back to him. "I had no intention of letting you go. To avoid the wrath of the Riser family, I will kill you immediately after obtaining what I desire, turning you into mincemeat and disposing of you in the sewers without a trace. Then I shall remain silent. If you choose silence, We will torment you until you can no longer bear it and are forced to speak. Michelle's voice took on a disturbingly twisted tone. You may choose to die without pain. That would be far preferable to the alternative. What a stroke of bad luck that he was merely an insignificant passerby in this narrative. Foolish. Seeing his continued silence, Michelle shook her head and prepared to seek out others. In a moment of desperation, a thought flashed through Gubai's mind. Wait. Michelle seemed not to hear. Her pace unbroken. Gubei summoned all his strength and shouted. The Riser family's treasure vault can only be opened by blood descendants of the Riser clan. Should you kill me, you shall never gain access. The breath he had been holding finally escaped him. After a moment of silence, Michelle suddenly spoke. You are not of Riser blood. What? A shock coursed through Gubei, his bound hands clenching tightly. The Riser family. You are merely a distant relative. Michelle's tone dripped with disdain. Your aunt married into the Riser family, and you merely followed her in, adopting the Riser name. You possess not a shred of Riser lineage or so-called bloodline, cannot even open the vault yourself. Was this Lord Riser merely a pawn in a grand family? His headache intensified. There had been other avenues to pursue, yet now all seemed blocked. What now? His journey through time had only just begun half an hour ago, surely. He was not to be cut short so soon. Michelle sneered, continuing, Did you think I hadn't investigated before kidnapping you? Your probing is futile. Suddenly, Gubei interrupted her with fervor. I am of the Riser family, possessing the most legitimate bloodline. Were you truly doubting by weaving such tales to test me? You. Gubei pressed forward. If you fear I am stalling for time, it indicates you are merely bluffing. Kidnapping a noble must leave you quite unsettled. No? The family's agents will soon be upon us. The longer you delay, the more you risk your own life. Michelle fell silent, as if she were indeed a mere puppet in this game. Gubei chuckled coldly, having gambled correctly. If he were merely a distant relative, how could he know such secrets regarding the family vault? If he were truly inconsequential, there would be no reason for her to abduct him. Realization struck him she was attempting to draw him out. Michelle had likely sensed something amiss about Gubai's claim to Lord Riser and concocted a distant relative identity to test him. If he fell into her trap, it would spell certain doom. She would discover he was not the genuine Lord Riser, rendering him utterly worthless. Yet, Gubei remained composed, and Michelle's hastily fabricated identity was rife with inconsistencies. The body he had inhabited was indeed of authentic Riser lineage. He played along, effectively unsettling this enigmatic woman. Lady Michelle, if you truly wish to access the vault, I suggest you act swiftly. Gubei pressed his advantage, mockingly taunting her. The Riser family is not to be trifled with. Silence enveloped the room, a long and tense silence. You have won. Gubei raised an eyebrow, a mocking smile playing upon his lips. Michelle's words seemed to spill from her lips with reluctance. I will take you to the location of the vault. You will open the door for me. We will maintain our distance while you unlock it. Once the door opens, we shall not impede your escape. Upon hearing this, Gubei finally managed a smile. Agreed. Phew! The weight upon his chest lifted, and a glimmer of hope emerged. In his relief, he could not help but muse that he was indeed the most unfortunate of time travelers. While others relied on golden opportunities for salvation, he could depend only on himself. However, now was not the time for complacency. Having spun this web of deception, he must continue weaving it. This deranged woman still needed him to unlock the vault, and he had to find a chance to escape. Otherwise, should the truth come to light, he would still meet a dire fate. The game had only just begun. Seemingly dissatisfied with Gubei, Michelle strode a few steps forward, her high heels striking the ground with force. She called out to her minions in the dim corridor. Sally, Annie, it's time to move. She intended to lead Gubei and her subordinates away to the vault's location. However, it appeared that something had transpired, and Gubei suppressed a smile of schadenfreude. Sally? Annie, Michelle raised her voice, and her typically calm demeanor showed a rare hint of agitation. At last, a voice emerged. Michelle, there's been an incident. Despite the gravity of the statement, Michelle appeared considerably reassured. The figure in the hooded robe emerged hastily from the shadows. Riser family agents are closing in. Michelle, we're in serious trouble. At these words, Gubei felt a surge of joy, quickly followed by a wave of unease. How would he face relatives he had never met? On the other hand, if the Reiser family were to catch up, Gu Bei doubted Michelle would spare his life. His head throbbed, yet Michelle remained unperturbed, continuing to inquire. Annie, where is Sally? I don't know. Annie, tell me, where is Sally? Annie's voice trembled, revealing her evident anxiety. Sally is missing. I'm not quite sure. She mentioned that she would take a look around, and then she just disappeared. I think that I believe she must have encountered someone from the Leiser family and slipped away secretly. Or perhaps she has already been captured by them. Michelle remained silent. Annie stood opposite her, her hooded cloak doing little to conceal her distress. Michelle, we must leave now. If we delay any longer, we will surely be caught. Yet Michelle continued to hold her silence. The prolonged quiet became increasingly awkward for Annie. She felt like a comedian desperately trying to elicit laughter, only to be met with a stone-faced audience. 1 minute, 2 minutes. The atmosphere turned frigid, and her expression was on the verge of faltering. It was Gu Bei who shattered the tension, his voice elongated, laced with a feigned astonishment that felt infuriating. Annie, did you kill Sally? Chapter 2. The most unreliable cheat, Michelle. You must believe me. If it weren't for his hands being tightly bound, Gu Bei would have relished the opportunity to silence Annie. Throughout their journey, Gu Bei's ears had nearly become calloused from her incessant repetitions of this phrase as she sought to justify her actions since he had deduced that she was responsible for Sally's death. Unfortunately, Michelle remained unresponsive, merely pulling Gu Bei down from the chair in silence and escorting him away from the basement, as if Sally had never existed. They began their trek toward the location of the Reiser family's vault. At this late hour, they traversed a dimly lit forest. Michelle led the way, navigating the path, while Gu Bei, with his hands bound behind him, walked in the middle. Annie trailed behind, keeping a watchful eye on Gu Bei and ensuring that no pursuers were closing in. Their pace was sluggish, not due to the women's lack of stamina, but rather because of Gu Bei. On one hand, he wanted to delay their progress. On the other, his body was simply too weak to sustain any speed. No, it wasn't merely Gu Bei's body, but rather the frail form of Lord Reiser that he now inhabited, which was exceedingly fragile. Even for someone like Gu Bei, a quintessential homebody who never exercised, this body felt utterly inadequate. It appeared to belong to a mere teenager, yet it was as weak as a consumptive. After just a few hurried steps, his throat became parched, and he nearly lost consciousness. This debilitating weakness seemed to emanate from his very bones, suffusing every cell in his body with a sense of impending collapse, not to mention the intermittent headaches that plagued him. Gu Bei suspected that even if he successfully escaped from Michelle's grasp, he would likely succumb to unconsciousness in the woods, only to be devoured by some unknown beast. The prospect of escape was thus significantly diminished. He silently reassured himself that he would have to rely on the Reiser family's pursuers for salvation. Given the extent of this body's torment, he calculated that he had been kidnapped for 3 days. The fact that no one had caught up with them in that time indicated the Reiser family's poor tracking abilities. He concluded that relying on them for rescue offered a mere 10% chance of success. A cold, mechanical voice resonated in Gu Bei's mind, and he was not surprised. This voice had ascended to the top of his list of things he wished to extinguish alongside Annie. Throughout their escape from the basement, he had endured considerable torment from it. It had manifested approximately 3 hours prior, coinciding with an intense headache as they departed the basement. System initializing. Please wait. Hello, how may I assist you? In that moment, Gu Bei feared he had experienced another crossing. However, he soon realized that neither Michelle nor Annie could hear this voice, leading him to suspect he was suffering from auditory hallucinations. You can either choose to believe you've gone insane and take your own life, or you can opt to believe that a super sophisticated, invincible artificial intelligence has emerged in your mind to aid you in overcoming your plight and achieving greatness. The mechanical voice relayed this to Gu Bei. He found it rather compelling and could not dispute it. Having a dedicated system was a common trope in many transmigration novels. Since he had already crossed over, what was strange about such a phenomenon? Then, oh super sophisticated invincible artificial intelligence, please enlighten me on how I can escape from these 2 lunatic women and survive in this forest through my own efforts, Gu Bei inquired with hopeful anticipation. If you require human assistance, please press 0. A digital interface appeared before Gu Bei, startling him. He glanced around, relieved to find that Michelle and Annie remained oblivious to his reaction. With his hands bound, He discreetly employed his body's movement to press the 0 with his nose, ensuring no one noticed his unusual action. Beep, beep, beep. Hello, how may I assist you? Gubei repeated his question. How can I survive and escape from these two insane women? If you require human assistance, please press 0. The digital interface reappeared before him. Gubei resolved to accept that he was indeed experiencing a mental breakdown. This inexplicable mechanical voice, along with the vaguely familiar digital interface, was merely a figment of his imagination. Under the dual pressures of crossing over and the specter of death, his mind had evidently faltered. Yes, that's it. Gubei dismissed the hallucination. Yet the hallucination was unwilling to relinquish him. Beep, 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 beep. You have a new email. Please check. Recently, he had been playing a game called Legendary Dominance in 20 meters ahead. Please turn right, recalculating route throughout their journey. Gubei felt inundated with more nonsensical messages than he had encountered in his entire life. However, the fact that this voice was capable of broadcasting such content suggested it was not merely a hallucination. If he were to take a positive view, at least he had identified the source of the mechanical voice. Judging by the rubbish information, it likely stemmed from his original world and had somehow been lodged in his mind during the crossing. Though he found this notion rather unscientific, having already crossed over, what could he do about it? Now, he only felt regret for not appreciating the 90 seconds of advertisements on iQIYI. Instead, his mind was now plagued by 90 minutes of incessant ads, and attempting to subscribe for ad-free access was too late. Gubei had never felt so despondent. If this was to be his defining cheat, he would rather choose death. Can you stop? Or perhaps shut down for a moment? Thank you, he implored in his mind. Hello, this function is not available. Gubei could scarcely muster the energy to be angry. Fine, then tell me, what use do you actually have? Upon hearing his query, Gubei finally felt a flicker of interest. Data collection, though it did not seem a particularly powerful function, he realized he still had much to learn about this world. Perhaps it could prove quite useful. If he possessed a robust database, he might wield considerable power here. His journey of transmigration might not be as dire as he had initially thought. After pondering, he asked the system, what data do you currently possess? Searching hard drive files discovered. Opening files, please wait. The mechanical voice finally sounded a bit less irritating. File opened successfully under the sails of the era. We brave the winds and waves. Within the steel jungle, we strive valiantly. On this joyous day, we are exceedingly delighted to welcome everyone. The more Gubei listened, the more familiar it became, and the more he sensed something was amiss. This was none other than the speech he had written for his boss before crossing over. You may cease your recitation. At last, Gubei comprehended. This system was nothing more than his outdated notebook, which had gone 5 years without replacement, possibly even intertwined with his phone system. Before crossing over, he had been burning the midnight oil, typing away at his computer. Exhausted, he had succumbed to sleep at his desk. Consequently, during the crossing, his computer system had somehow fused with his consciousness. His phone had been on the desk, and it too had crossed over as his navigation was installed on it. The premise had grown increasingly absurd, yet what could he say? He had already crossed over. This contraption had lodged itself in his brain, seemingly evolved into something intelligent, and he could not turn it off nor escape the ceaseless barrage of rubbish information. Gubei resigned himself to this fate. Heartache. He ought to cleanse his computer of viruses. Your speech contains errors. The system recommends revising it too. Silence. The system paused momentarily before adding, your writing is truly lacking. Silence. The system suggested. After some contemplation, Gubei mentally inquired of the system, have you devised a method for my successful escape? At last, the world fell silent. Gubei exhaled deeply within his heart. His predicament was perilous enough. He had no time for this wretched system to interfere. A careless moment could lead Michel to uncover his deception, resulting in dire consequences. He felt as though he were ensnared in an escape game of hellish difficulty, with vigilant foes, scarce resources, and an unforgiving time limit. Once the clock struck, the game would culminate in a bloody finale. With the system finally quiet, he seized the fleeting moment of tranquility to ponder his next steps. Alas, fate had other plans. Michel, please believe me. The system's voice had scarcely vanished when Annie's sincere, yet pitiful tone pierced the silence once more. Gubei could barely contain his exasperation. Michel, As Annie began to speak, Gubei interrupted her. Is it merely a matter of killing someone? Can you not cease for a moment? Annie stood behind Gubei, leaving him unaware of her reaction. However, the instant his words fell, a formidable force struck him from behind. Gu Bei, weakened, lost his footing and fell to the ground, tasting the dirt. Annie had kicked him down. From the corner of his eye, Gu Bei caught a glimpse of Annie's furious expression, a stark contrast to her previous reverence towards Michelle. Moments later, 2 more lashes followed. A searing pain radiated from his back, causing him to grit his teeth and break into a cold sweat. Gu Bei understood all too well how the previous Lord Riser had met his demise. Even with a healthy and robust body, such savage beatings were unbearable. One could only imagine the fate of poor Lord Riser, who had been frail from birth. A surge of anger welled up within him. He had long suspected that although Annie appeared timid and meek, she was, in truth, formidable. Yet he never anticipated that she would dare to reveal such a fierce side in front of Michelle. And Michelle, astonishingly, showed no surprise. "Do not strike him anymore, Annie. He will perish," she merely advised calmly. "Michelle, he has slandered me. This cunning noble is sowing discord between us. You must not believe his words." Annie raised her head, her face earnest as she gazed at Michelle. "I swear, Sally's death has nothing to do with me." Gu Bei suppressed his anger, struggling to rise. Given the circumstances, he could only endure. Yet, he could not help but roll his eyes internally. Did she not just say that Sally was merely missing? Why had it now transformed into Sally being dead? The mechanical voice suddenly blared, startling Gu Bei. "Thus, I declare her a foolish woman." Gu Bei shook his head in response to the system, saying, "By the way, could you not appear so abruptly in the future? For assistance, please press 0. If discord arises between them, it might present an opportunity for his escape." However, Gu Bei was disappointed. Michelle was just as foolish as Annie. "It's all right, Annie. I believe in you." Michelle stepped towards Annie, grasping her hand. The atmosphere softened instantly. Together, we emerged from the darkest corners of Havenlight's outskirts, relying on one another in the shadow of the church. Michelle held Annie's hands tightly as he spoke. "Over the years, we have endured so much. What reason do I have not to trust you?" Gu Bei stood dumbfounded. The channel seemed misaligned. "Michelle, Annie looked at Michelle, tears suddenly streaming down her face. "Annie, do you remember our dream?" Michelle's voice turned exceedingly gentle. "Yes." Annie threw herself into Michelle's embrace, choking out, "One day, we shall build a kingdom. Every inch of land shall be free from the church's grasp, and every maid shall walk freely beneath the sun, unafraid of being hung upon the pyre." She wept loudly in Michelle's arms. Gu Bei stood by, speechless. This information was quite useful. He should have felt elated. Yet, internally, he could not resist uttering a silent exclamation of confusion. 2 eccentric, mad women. One moment the atmosphere was tense and silent, with Annie trembling before Michelle, and the next, they were hand in hand, sisters bound by affection. What on earth was unfolding? This absurd bewilderment was akin to witnessing an ocean creature being devoured alive. The plot shifted too abruptly for Gu Bei to comprehend. Yet the bond between the two appeared so genuine. Gu Bei shook his head, while Michelle and Annie embraced, oblivious to his reaction. Even the system chimed in, its cold, mechanical voice declaring, "Truly a pair of enchanting lilies." Chapter 3. The Spell of Waterball Technique. Michelle. "Once this is over, let us depart for Frieden," one sister said. After their heartfelt moment, they set off once more. However, the atmosphere within the group had shifted entirely. They communicated frequently, akin to biological sisters, shedding the prior tension that had enveloped them. Of course, this newfound ease did not extend to Gu Bei. His treatment remained unchanged. His hands bound so tightly that they felt numb, and his legs trembled with exhaustion, deprived of the right to speak. Should he dare to utter a word, the ever-jovial Annie would swiftly turn and deliver 2 lashes. What saddened him most was that he seemed reduced to conversing solely with the system. "Taste my homemade candied fried noodles. They are exceedingly sweet." Gu Bei interjected, "Have you devised an escape plan yet?" The system fell silent instantly. Gu Bei understood well that he could not place his hopes in this unreliable system. His query was merely a ploy to silence it. He continued to mutter to himself, "We must devise a way to lure the pursuers here without Michelle noticing. That way, when they arrive, she will be too late to eliminate me." The system interjected, "The success rate is too low. You might as well try seducing Michelle. The success rate is at least 25%. Gu Bei contemplated this suggestion seriously before retorting, "Get lost." The trio continued on their path. Gu Bei trailed behind Michelle, feigning weakness to keep Annie's guard down, while his mind remained sharp, secretly pondering an escape. Suddenly, he glanced up at Michelle, a spark of inspiration igniting within him. "Let us proceed this way. It's the only option we have. As Annie urged him forward, he feigned compliance, stumbling along. However, he soon halted abruptly, pretending to succumb to fatigue. Collapsing to the ground, eyes closed, motionless. Michelle stopped, turning around. Annie approached, inspecting Gu Bei for a moment before shaking her head. He has fainted. Michelle remained silent, seemingly lost in thought, her intentions unclear. These nobles are utterly useless, Annie muttered, kicking Gu Bei with force. He stifled his pain, maintaining his facade. Meanwhile, his hand, concealed beneath his abdomen, discreetly inscribed a word, treasure. This was Gu Bei's plan, to feign unconsciousness and leave a mark for the pursuers to discover Michelle's destination. This way, the family could lie in wait at the treasure's location. His movements were sufficiently discreet. Neither Annie nor Michelle noticed. Do you truly believe this will be effective? Even if these marks are discovered, the pursuers will have ample time for Michelle to eliminate you. The system chimed in his mind. Better than doing nothing at all. Gu Bei countered internally. Furthermore, if the pursuers lay in ambush, they might catch Michelle off guard, significantly increasing his chances of survival. The system's pessimism seemed unfounded. Given Michelle's serious demeanor, the Reiser family must possess some competence. Thus, he nurtured considerable hope in this idea. Just as Gu Bei was sketching the mark on the ground, an unfamiliar string of incomprehensible phrases suddenly resonated within him. He felt a tremor from his very soul. Before he could react, a torrent of water appeared out of nowhere, drenching him to the core. The shock rendered him incapable of maintaining his charade. Tremors coursed through his body as he awakened. What a nuisance, wasting my magic. Annie's voice returned to its usual tone. Yet Gu Bei remained enveloped in astonishment. What was that? A spell? Magic? Despite having gathered some understanding of this world's mechanics from prior conversations, he had never witnessed it firsthand. The moment the spell was uttered, he felt as though the entire world had inverted. Time seemed to halt, and the nearby trees and earth became hazy and distant. A mingling of fear and exhilaration rose from the depths of his being, transforming everything into something more profound. Gu Bei struggled to articulate the experience. More essential, the system suddenly interjected. Yes, more essential. Gu Bei's heart raced with excitement. At the spell's inception, he felt a connection with his very essence. A sensation both wondrous and deeper than any previous experience, akin to an ethereal reverie, yet intertwined with the abyss's boundless torment, rendering him unable to withdraw. His body trembled uncontrollably. Is this magic? He exclaimed. I crave more. Indeed, magic. As if something within her stirred, Annie suddenly lifted her gaze. A tide of hatred surging in her voice. What is so remarkable about it? You have confined any understanding of magic to the depths of a grave, never having grasped even the slightest knowledge of it. How could you possibly comprehend? Annie appeared emotionally stirred, her grievances spilling forth. You are merely cowards, fearing anyone different from yourselves. Only when everyone conforms to your mediocrity will you find satisfaction. Yet you shamelessly brandish the label of evil upon the genius and use your so-called normalcy as a passport for your ineptitude. As she spoke, her fervor intensified. Annie, enough. Michelle interrupted. What purpose does this serve? Annie paused, realizing her lapse in composure. She glanced at Michelle, somewhat anxious. I apologize, I became too emotional. Michelle nodded, seemingly unfazed. We have already wasted enough time. Let us not forget, we are still fugitives from the church. She shot a glance at Gu Bei, urging, let us move quickly. Annie nodded in agreement. She turned, kicking Gu Bei to prompt him to rise. Useless fellow, hurry up. Gu Bei felt no anger. He even reacted to Annie's lengthy diatribe with indifference. He merely appeared somewhat feeble, meekly following in Michelle's footsteps. No one could fathom the elation swelling within him at that moment. Once more. He roared at the system within his mind. Half an hour earlier, he had never anticipated that the cold, mechanical voice could incite such exhilaration. He never imagined he would want the system to speak more, rather than remain silent. The once incessant system now seemed bashful, hesitating before finally uttering a phrase. A phrase Gu Bei could not comprehend even a single word of. Yet it mattered not, for it was the spell of Annie's waterball magic. The system had flawlessly mimicked it. This meant he could listen to the incantation at any moment. When the system recited the spell, it sounded like the ramblings of a madman, devoid of the previous mystique and potency. Yet Gu Bei was unconcerned. He knew that this phrase required certain elements to transform into a true spell, unleashing extraordinary power. He would uncover those elements. Indeed, From the moment he heard the incantation, Gubei resolved to become a mage, not merely for the sake of wielding power, nor to become someone extraordinary. Since the moment he crossed into this realm, he had pondered a singular question: what is the meaning of my crossing? Why have I come here? Perhaps it is all mere coincidence, but coincidence signifies inevitability. At this moment, he believes he has discovered the answer. It is magic that calls to him. He has escaped the mundane trivialities of life, traversing an unfathomable expanse of time and space to arrive here, not to continue drowning in the countless gears of society's machinery as an ordinary individual. The butterfly flutters its wings, and he feels compelled to make this world profoundly different because of his presence. For now, the only thing he can do is focus on this incantation. You may repeat this phrase throughout the day. I shall never ask you to cease. Thus, with fervent excitement, Gubei addressed the system. Sir, I suspect you are afflicted with Stockholm Syndrome. The cold, mechanical voice now bore an air of resignation, as Gubei pondered the incantation. On the other side of the celestial expanse, in the inner city of Heavenlight, the night was tranquil and solemn. St. Peter's Cathedral stood majestically. The hurried footsteps echoed through the white marble columns, halting in the corridor of the assembly hall. The hall was desolate in the late hours, yet it inexplicably conveyed an illusion of being filled with worshippers. Your Grace, it has stirred again, a young priest exclaimed, his voice tinged with anxiety. So many years have passed. In which year has it not caused a ruckus? There is no need for such alarm, the bishop replied nonchalantly. He stood with his back to the door, at the pulpit. His head bowed as he sifted through the text before him, his crimson robes impeccably pressed. To his left and right, the starkly black seats and the creamy white walls formed a meticulously symmetrical tableau, complemented by the solemn deep red at the center, creating a striking visual impact. Moonlight cascaded over the stained glass windows, delicately tracing the intricate patterns above. Your Grace, this time it is different, the young priest insisted, unable to compose himself. Not only has it stirred, but even the sacred relics are in motion. Moreover, we have received a divine revelation. Sweat trickled down his forehead. The bishop finally turned, his hawk-like nose and piercing gaze emerging from the depths of his eye sockets. Has the revelation been translated? The young priest nodded, his eyes betraying a profound fear amidst his agitation. The translation is complete. The bishop's voice bore no trace of anger. Speak, what does it say? The priest swallowed hard, his Adam's apple bobbing. He recited the message. God has declared that the tolling of the seventh day has come to an end. Chapter 4. Opening the space of consciousness in the deep of night, amidst the dense forest, Michelle and Annie continued to advance with Gubei, one following the other. It was during this moment that Annie uttered the incantation while wielding her magic. If you truly wish to learn the arcane arts, it would be far more prudent to seek their guidance directly rather than having me endlessly repeat this incantation. After countless recitations, even the system seemed to be nearing its limits, complaining to Gubei, that requires their willingness to teach me, rather than inflicting upon me excessive harm. Gubei had yet to grasp the situation, yet he refused to yield. Do not cease. Continue. Michelle had already led them for half an hour. According to her, they were quite near the treasure's location. Perhaps after another hour's journey, they would arrive safely. Gubei felt a surge of elation. Indeed, he was genuinely pleased. Yet, he was simultaneously burdened by the looming threat of death, fearing that Michelle might uncover something and then dispose of him. Under this dual torment, he found himself wishing for their arrival to be swift. You see how feeble you are now. Surely you cannot master magic in this state. So spare me. After several hundred repetitions, the system began to falter. No, I shall treat it as a song on repeat. Gubei had no intention of allowing it to escape unscathed. Previously, the incessant barrage of trivial messages was quite enjoyable. Now, how could he let it off the hook? This was called the cycle of cause and effect, a fitting retribution. Regarding magic, he currently found no avenues for learning, with the sole piece of information being this singular incantation, which he certainly would not underestimate. As the saying goes, reading a book 100 times reveals its meaning, and incantations are likely no exception. If 1 or 2 repetitions yielded no results, then let it be 1,000 or 10,000. He knew that the most rudimentary method could often prove the most effective. To be frank, rather than obsessing over the incantation, he ought to contemplate how to save his own life. The system began to counsel him earnestly, suggesting that magic could be learned gradually. But if one were to lose their life, mastering the incantation would be of no consequence. Gubei pondered this and nodded. You make a valid point. Upon hearing this, the system felt as though it might weep, its mechanical voice imbued with a quiver, akin to a lost traveler in the desert discovering a source of water. At last, it seemed he would no longer have to repeat that incantation. Yet, he then heard Gu Bei's voice. In that case, have you devised a means of escape? The system faltered once more. Gu Bei fancied he could hear the sound of a circuit board shattering. No matter how reluctant, the system resumed the incantation's relentless loop. 1 repetition, 2, 3. Gu Bei cast aside his distractions and gradually focused his mind upon it. In this process, the external world began to blur and fade away. His entire existence was reduced to that singular incantation, mysterious, complex, and wondrous. Slowly, he retracted all sensation, as if his soul had transcended its corporeal form. He entered a peculiar state. The color of his irises lightened, no longer shifting, resembling that of the blind. His breathing and the flow of his blood subtly slowed. And though sharp stones pierced his soles, he felt nothing. Annie remained oblivious to any anomaly. To her, Gu Bei's body was already frail. Now it simply appeared even more so. His body continued to move forward, yet he was utterly unaware. However, within the depths of his consciousness, Gu Bei suddenly awakened to find himself in an odd space. Where was this? Boundless darkness, absolute silence. A void where he could not see his own hand before him. Everything here felt like solidified ice, freezing his soul and external existence, rendering thought itself a challenge. He sensed no fluctuations, no warmth, nor the rhythm of his heartbeat or the flow of his blood. He could not even perceive the passage of time. An overwhelming sense of crisis enveloped him. He felt as if he had plunged into a swiftly sinking mire, some viscous darkness slowly submerging him. This was not a favorable situation. The swamp consumed even the last remnants of his fingernails. His thoughts ceased, and he lost all consciousness. Time passed, perhaps long or merely a fleeting moment. It felt as if the thawing waters of early spring were seeping into this space. Gu Bei gradually regained awareness. What was it that entered? He began to ponder. Instinctively, he yearned to discern the nature of this presence, yet he realized his senses had been stripped away, leaving him utterly oblivious. He felt like a minuscule particle on an infinite plane, powerless to act. Nevertheless, he did not surrender. Rather, he struggled with greater fervor against the constraints binding him. In the depths of his being, he sensed that whatever was entering was drawing closer, closer still. The more he exerted himself, the clearer it became. As it approached, a sense of familiarity washed over him. What could it be? He felt as if he were a spring, incessantly compressed by some external force. As time progressed, that force intensified, becoming ever stronger. He was on the brink of snapping. A profound threat of death surged within him. Yet, he continued to contemplate the name of that entity. He felt that uttering it would unravel all difficulties. Its name was lodged in his throat like phlegm, and he opened his mouth, summoning every ounce of strength to expel it. Veins bulged from his neck, and his skin flushed crimson. An invisible barrier was gradually breached. He sensed he was nearing the answer, yet death seemed to encroach ever closer. Suddenly, it was as if a balloon had been punctured, and vitality began to escape him at a frantic pace. A chill emanated from the depths of his soul, gripping his heart and gradually freezing his will. Was he to perish? Yet he was so close to the answer, just a fraction away. He could not articulate it. The unwillingness to accept this fate was overwhelming. How could he possibly resign himself? He could not articulate it. If he could not speak it, then he would remain silent. Gu Bei felt a fire gathering in his throat. He resembled a volcano, accumulating strength in that moment to find calm, then erupting violently. I curse your mother. As if a point extended into infinite lines, a blinding light suddenly erupted, cleaving the dark realm in twain. The pressure that had enveloped Gu Bei vanished without a trace. He felt he could breathe once more. His silent heart resumed its rhythm, and the frozen blood surged through his veins. It felt as though an abundance of elements from the universe rushed to him, filling his being, enriching his spirit, granting him an unprecedented vigor. Ha ha ha! In that instant, he finally recognized that familiar yet elusive entity. It was that very incantation. After plunging into the depths of the realm of consciousness, the system had tirelessly repeated that incantation, once, twice, 100 times, 1,000 times. From the moment Annie had pronounced it to now, over half an hour's worth of time had folded upon itself, and the convergence of each moment's incantation suddenly became immensely powerful. It was the incantation that shattered the darkness, seeping in, drawing near to the gradually lost Gu Bei. ultimately awakening him. With this realization, Gu Bei raised his head to face the radiant light. He opened his mouth and uttered that incantation. A transformation erupted. Like a stone cast into still water, the light began to ripple violently. Under Gu Bei's gaze, the radiance collapsed inward, condensing into an even more dazzling brilliance, even forming solidified liquid. With a resounding boom, the light coalesced into a sphere the size of a fist. Finally, the orb transformed, solidifying into a pale blue triangular character. It resembled a triangular iron, an equilateral triangle formed of delicate blue beams of light. It was an unusually structured geometric figure, yet at the last angle. It left a narrow gap the width of a finger, preventing the entire shape from closing. The moment the triangle appeared, a ripple swept through the stillness of the space, brushing against Gu Bei and causing a momentary tremor in his spirit. Subsequently, he sensed a faint, moist aura permeating the area. He could not articulate why, but he realized that the entire environment had transformed. Not only the surroundings, but Gu Bei could distinctly feel a renewal within himself. It was as if the heavy shackles binding him had been abruptly released, allowing him to enter a new realm where every cell in his body brimmed with ease and liberation. All of this emanated from the triangular character shimmering with a pale blue light in the darkness. Unbelievable. Just then, a mechanical voice unexpectedly emerged. Gu Bei, slightly taken aback, remarked, "So you were here all along?" The system seemed somewhat displeased. "Of course I am. How do you think you awakened? If I hadn't been continuously replaying the incantation for you, you would have long lost yourself in your own consciousness, becoming a mere shell of a being." Gu Bei suddenly understood. "I see. Thank you." The triangle was the most fundamental shape in geometry, and this character was not overly complex, with the only peculiarity being that one angle remained open. Yet, this simple form exuded an incredible power in Gu Bei's perception. If he was not mistaken, this character derived from Annie's incantation. That magic could summon water orbs, so this character must also relate to water. Water. Gu Bei felt somewhat bewildered. Despite having just undergone such a marvelous experience and possessing this glowing triangular character, he still lacked clarity about the current situation. Where was this place? How did he arrive here? What purpose did this character serve? A multitude of questions clouded his mind, demanding answers. "Where's this?" he first inquired. "This is the inner space of your consciousness." The system seemed to grasp Gu Bei's thoughts and explained. The consciousness space of an ordinary person is entirely closed off. They cannot perceive themselves. If one inadvertently falls into it, they may never escape. Gu Bei recalled his earlier experience and felt a shiver of fear. He had nearly been trapped here indefinitely. However, due to the effect of that incantation, you are no longer an ordinary person. The system continued. Through your recent experience, you have liberated your consciousness space and opened up greater possibilities. In other words, you have now crossed the threshold into becoming a mage. So that was it. Instead of the anticipated excitement and exhilaration, Gu Bei felt a serene joy. Becoming a mage in such a muddled manner filled him with more curiosity than surprise. Is this what it means to be a mage? And what does the triangular character signify? Questions arose one after another, and he was eager to uncover the answers. He knew too little about mages. Don't celebrate too prematurely. The system timely doused his enthusiasm. Becoming a mage does not alter your circumstances. You are still a hostage hanging by a thread. Gu Bei was taken aback. He snapped back to reality, immediately thinking of Michelle and Annie, of the threats of kidnapping and death. He wanted to continue exploring the mysteries of the consciousness space and the triangular character, but at that moment, he needed to understand what was happening in the real world. He had lingered here for so long. What about the outside? He had no choice but to set aside thoughts of magic for now. In the pitch-black night, amidst the deep woods, he felt sharp pains emanating from various parts of his body. Michelle was ahead of him, and Annie was behind. Everything seemed unchanged. Gu Bei was somewhat astonished. He felt as though he had spent a considerable amount of time in the consciousness space, yet in reality, only a brief moment had passed. Incredible. However, changes had indeed occurred. As you liberated your consciousness space, certain events transpired. The system suddenly reminded him. What happened? Gu Bei scanned his surroundings, noticing that the three others had halted their movements. Michelle and Annie were now facing each other, the atmosphere tense, as if they were deliberating something important. "This is not working. He has slowed us down too much. We must give up," Annie urged anxiously. "We cannot abandon this. There is something crucial within the treasure that I must acquire." Michelle remained unmoved. "But we don't have enough time." The argument continued, and Gu Bei, unsure of the circumstances, felt lost. Thus, he turned to the system in his mind. What exactly is happening? The system replied, clearly, the pursuers are closing in. Your presence has significantly slowed them down. They cannot shake off the pursuers, which is why they are debating whether to abandon the mission. Gubei felt a surge of anxiety. Were the riser's pursuers finally approaching? This was a critical moment. His fate rested on the next few minutes. Seize the opportunity. This is your chance, the system encouraged. As the pursuers draw near, they will certainly be preoccupied. Now that they are arguing, their focus is divided, greatly increasing your chances of escape. This was indeed true. Gubei nodded and inquired of the system, have you devised any good plans? Having experienced the previous events, he asked casually, holding little hope. However, the system responded unusually, please hold on. The sound of a computer operating swiftly echoed in Gubei's mind, accompanied by the whir of a cooling fan, followed by a series of melodious mechanical sounds. It seemed the system was loading some vast program, every component whirring into action. Could it be? Gubei felt a flicker of anticipation. Was the system truly formulating a plan? Just then, a colossal interface suddenly materialized before his eyes. A blue border framed a white panel. The entire semi-transparent display hovered in midair, exuding a high-tech aura that imparted a subtle sci-fi sensation to Gubei. On the panel, 3 digits were clearly visible, 404. Chapter 5. The Binding Spell. Annie, we cannot let this opportunity slip away. The sisters continued their heated debate, with Michelle seemingly gaining the upper hand. However, Annie shook her head, expressing her despair. After a brief silence, Michelle stepped closer to Annie and spoke softly. No, we do have a way. The only solution relies on you. At these words, Gubei's attention was piqued. He too was curious about any potential strategy to evade the relentless pursuit of the Riser family. The Riser family is utterly oblivious to our intentions and unaware of our numbers, Michelle asserted persuasively. You can easily mislead them. They will assume the hostage is in your possession, and all you need to do is head south. They won't be able to catch up with you. Annie hesitated. Me. Lead them away? Michelle nodded and gestured towards Gubei, continuing, I will hide with this guy here. Once you divert the pursuers, I will take him to unlock the treasury. After acquiring what I need, we will regroup at our usual spot. After a moment, she emphasized, rest assured. I will be waiting for you. Upon hearing Michelle's plan, Annie fell silent. Not only Annie, but Gubei could also discern that Michelle's scheme was a tactical sacrifice. To divert the pursuers' attention, Annie would have to get dangerously close to them, and once she did, escaping would be a formidable challenge. What a ruthless strategy. The system's mechanical voice suddenly echoed, commenting on the situation. The torturous tasks were thrust upon your dear sister, and now, after exhausting her strength, she is being sent out as bait. Even if Annie wields magic, it is unlikely she would be able to outpace her pursuers. Gubei felt a chill run down his spine. Are you suggesting she has long considered Annie expendable? The system replied with certainty, clearly. She does not wish for anyone else to share in her treasure. Consider this. Annie killed Sally. She is fully aware of it, yet feigns ignorance for this very moment. Lost in thought, Gubei realized he needed to buy time for his own escape. Meanwhile, Michelle required a visible success, as she had pursuers at her heels. She couldn't merely sit idle and interrogate him. Allowing Gubei a small victory was likely a calculated move on her part. With this revelation, Gubei could not help but feel deceived. He should never have spoken. If he had held his ground, though he might have suffered some physical hardship, Michelle, desperate to obtain the treasure, would surely not kill him. To evade the Riser family, Michelle would likely shift her focus while questioning him. In her tug-of-war with the pursuers, he could buy more time, revealing more of her vulnerabilities. Ultimately, he might even drive Michelle to desperation. After all, it was Michelle who had the most at stake, not him. As for the physical hardships, Gubei felt he had endured enough on this journey. Truly, he mused, it felt like a loss of epic proportions. Yet, it was not a foregone conclusion. Annie had not inadvertently killed anyone. If he refused to cooperate, she might very well kill him instead, which would be a monumental loss. The system kindly reassured Gubei, regardless, you've managed to avoid significant torment. With a sigh, Gubei found some solace. A trap was a trap. Lamenting the past was futile. Rather than wallow in regret, he needed to devise a plan, for time was of the essence. Annie would undoubtedly resist becoming cannon fodder. What if I take advantage of their argument to slip away? What are my chances of success? Gubei pondered aloud, almost to himself. Very slim, the system retorted harshly. Even if they argue, They aren't so foolish as to miss a living being slipping away right beneath their noses. Gu Bei could not refute this. The truth was undeniable. He nodded, conceding, "You make a valid point. So, do you have a better plan?" "None." "Then we shall proceed as I suggested," Gu Bei stated resolutely. The system fell silent. However, his plan fell short. Annie remained quiet, seemingly still in doubt. Aware of the time constraints, Michelle stepped forward, grasping Annie's hands, reactivating their sisterly bond. "Annie, I have always believed in you. This time, shouldn't you believe in me too?" Those words elicited soft sobs from beneath Annie's hood. "Yes, I believe in you," she finally replied. Gu Bei was left in utter disbelief, feeling disoriented. They were not arguing at all. "Michelle, beneath the third tree in our usual spot, I buried all my precious belongings there. Remember to dig them up," Annie stammered, sounding as if she were preparing for her final farewell. "You must live well and fulfill our dreams. I will always be with you." They embraced once more, tears flowing freely. Gu Bei watched in bewilderment. Annie was no fool. She recognized that Michelle intended to use her as bait. Yet, knowing her fate, why did she voice no objections? Gu Bei found this hard to comprehend. The system, in its usual manner, chimed in with a mockingly sentimental tone. What a touching pair of lilies. Time was pressing, and their emotional exchange was brief. After a few hurried tears, they parted. After holding hands and sharing a lingering gaze, Annie nodded resolutely and turned away, her cloaked figure fading into the distance. She was off to divert the pursuers. Gu Bei stared at Annie's receding silhouette, still processing the whirlwind of events. His plan had been to escape amidst their quarrel, yet reality had proven unpredictable. He had never anticipated that they would forego conflict, with Annie willingly marching towards her demise. Clearly, there was much he had yet to learn about this new world he had entered. Just as Gu Bei remained uncertain about his next steps, Michelle abruptly moved. She extended her hand towards him, the night breeze billowing her flowing robe. A complex and obscure incantation reached Gu Bei's ears. Before he could react, an immense force enveloped him, binding him immovably. Michelle approached, grasping Gu Bei by the collar, dragging him towards the nearest tree. Gu Bei was taken aback. What was she intending? Unable to resist the binding magic, he could only watch helplessly as he was secured atop the highest branch. Having secured Gu Bei, Michelle settled nearby, adjusting the surrounding leaves to ensure they were perfectly concealed. She would wait in the tree for the Riser family's pursuers to be led astray, while Gu Bei remained bound beside her, unable to make a single move. This woman possessed incredible strength. In the midst of the silence, the system suddenly remarked, startling Gu Bei, "Could it be she is actually a man? I was mistaken. You should not have attempted to seduce her." It is no wonder that the system is astounded. At this moment, Michelle indeed exhibits an extraordinary strength. Although Gu Bei's current physique is frail, he still weighs around 40 to 50 kilograms. Yet, Michelle effortlessly lifts him as if he were a mere bag, scaling the tree with remarkable agility that leaves one in awe. Gu Bei can only stare in disbelief. In this new world, there is an abundance of knowledge to acquire. "Do not panic. The magic will dissipate shortly," Michelle remarked, casting a glance at Gu Bei. "Sir, I merely hope for a pleasant collaboration, and I trust you will not cause me unnecessary trouble." Just as Gu Bei was about to retort, he realized that the magic rendered him immobile, silencing him completely. Consequently, he could only glare fiercely at her. "You are finished." The system re-emerged, its cold, mechanical voice dripping with disdain, bound tightly to this tree. "You have no chance of escape. The pursuers will be diverted by Annie. Relying on them for salvation is futile. This time, you are truly doomed." Indeed, Gu Bei sighed inwardly. Michelle's maneuver was ruthless. Not only did she eliminate Annie, but she also severed all of his escape routes. Whether fleeing or seeking assistance, Gu Bei found himself utterly bereft of options. "Alas, my impeccable and invincible super-artificial intelligence, destined to accomplish great feats, must perish alongside you in this wretched place." The system began lamenting its unrecognized talents, sending shivers down Gu Bei's spine. Enough with the pointless lamentations, Gu Bei interjected hastily. "Who said we are destined to die here?" The system ceased its tirade. Although Gu Bei could not see it, he could distinctly sense a feeling of contempt. "Poor child, since you are doomed. Clinging to hope is commendable." Yet, Gu Bei remained unfazed. Even the wisest sage may err. "Although Michelle has sealed all my paths to survival, inadvertently, she has opened a window for me." The system remained skeptical. "Oh really? Where's this window? I fail to see it." You recorded the spell she just recited, did you not? The system fell silent. While the water sphere spell may hold little significance, what about the binding spell? She is unaware that we possess this trump card. With that thought, Gubei gazed contentedly at the sky. The night was descending, clouds obscuring the moon. A perfect time for a hunt. Who would be the prey? And who the hunter? Perhaps it was time for a shift in roles. Accompanied by the gentle evening breeze, the phrase that would shatter the system's heart was uttered. Let the incantation of the binding spell commence its endless loop. Chapter 6. The Purifier life is fraught with three grand illusions. The vibration of a mobile phone, the belief that she harbors affection for me, and the notion that I can turn the tables. Gubei found himself ensnared in the third illusion, placing his faith in the system's repetition feature. He focused intently on the incantation, hoping to master the binding spell just as he had before, intending to use it to counterattack Michelle. The system, however, did not betray his trust, tirelessly reiterating the contents of the spell. The true betrayal came from within himself. No matter how often the system replayed the incantation, no matter how concentrated Gubei became, he was unable to learn the spell. Nothing transpired. Gubei felt as if he were casting stones into a lake, yearning for a magnificent splash, yet the surface was already frozen. All his efforts were in vain. This metaphor is rather inappropriate. The system interjected suddenly, halting its replay. The absence of splashes does not imply that the lake is frozen. In your case, it signifies that the water has completely evaporated. Gubei had not intended to engage in a wordplay with the system, but upon reflection, he sensed a deeper meaning in its words. What do you mean by that? The system, as if finally feeling a sense of accomplishment, cleared its throat theatrically and began to explain. The lake's surface represents your consciousness space, while the incantation is akin to a stone. Previously, you liberated your consciousness space by breaking through the frozen surface with a stone. However, the liberation of your consciousness space can only occur once. Attempting to learn a second spell using the same method is utterly impossible. What then should I do to learn it? Gubei inquired. The system paused for a few seconds, shamelessly continuing. You ask me, but who should I ask? Indeed, it was foolish to harbor any expectations of this entity. Gubei shook his head. Without this method, what could he do? The drawbacks of self-taught learning became apparent. Though he had become a mage, he possessed no theoretical foundation whatsoever. As Chairman Mao once stated, theory guides practice. At this moment, he was completely in the dark on the path of a mage, forced to follow Deng Xiaoping's example of feeling his way across the river. The frustration coursed through Gubei. He wished he could simply approach Michelle and beseech, Sister, could you teach me some magic? It is truly unfortunate that you cannot learn this spell. The system's voice was filled with delight, finally free from the monotony of repetition. If I fail to master this binding spell and ultimately fall to Michelle, you shall perish alongside me, Gubei reminded it. The system fell silent. With the method of replaying the incantation having failed, Gubei chose to disregard the system and redirected his focus to the entirety of his consciousness space. This liberated consciousness space was the source of all his magical abilities. If anything could alter Gubei's current predicament and elucidate his myriad questions regarding spells, the answer surely lay within this darkness. Staring aimlessly proved futile, so Gubei contemplated and approached the triangular glyph. He extended his hand towards the character and recited the incantation for the water ball spell. The glyph seemed to transform into a genuine triangular iron, gently struck by an invisible force, vibrating and producing a clear sound. That crisp tone resonated through the entire consciousness space like a soothing wave of water, evoking an extraordinary sensation within Gubei. He felt a resonance within himself, a tingling sensation enveloping his entire being. How impressive! You can now conjure a water ball. The mechanical voice erupted in a mockingly exaggerated manner. Quickly tell me, how do you intend to use this water ball to uphold justice and vanquish the malevolent Michelle? Gubei paid no heed to the system's taunts. At that very moment, when the water ball formed, the space around him suddenly became much clearer. It was as if a blind man had just received the gift of sight, filled with astonishment and joy at a newfound sensory perception. Though it lasted only an instant, he managed to discern a multitude of things. This space was imbued with a wondrous energy. Typically, this energy floated about like air in a tranquil state. But when he uttered the incantation, the triangular glyph emitted a wave of energy. Under the influence of this wave, the leisurely energies converged like tadpoles scrambling for food, ultimately coalescing into the water ball he held. Utilizing the glyph as a conduit, He harnessed the surrounding dispersed energies for his own purposes. Gu Bei felt he had uncovered the essence of magic. However, his elation quickly dissipated as he realized this revelation offered no assistance in his current plight. Extinguishing the flicker of hope he had left, he perceived that these energies possessed distinct attributes. The moist and vibrant sensation represented water. When he attempted to recite the binding spell, he sensed an opposing force emanating from those energies. Clearly, the energy required for the binding spell was not water. Gu Bei endeavored to sense energies of other attributes, but regrettably, the only energy present in his consciousness space was water. Upon exiting the consciousness space and striving to feel the energies of the real world, he could only perceive water as well. Who would have thought that my intelligence would lead me to be shackled to this watery entity? The system appeared to have recognized this predicament, lamenting loudly. How could you only manage to produce water? What use is that? It's not even sufficient for washing feet. Despite his reluctance, Gu Bei could only concur with the system's assessment. This water ball spell was utterly useless. His plan to counterattack with magic had crumbled. The shift in roles from hunter to prey had occurred far too swiftly. As if the slap to his face had come just 10 minutes after he had donned the guise of a hunter. Gu Bei felt the malice of this world pressing down upon him. Despair had set in. The evening breeze rustled the treetops, as Michelle perched motionless on a branch. Like a statue, her hood obscuring her face. Gu Bei had no inkling of her current expression. In truth, since his arrival in this world, he had never seen Michelle's face clearly. She resembled the most sinister and enigmatic witch from a film, harboring nefarious intentions and seemingly perpetually concocting even more dreadful plans. Gu Bei scrutinized her, hoping to discern some flaw in her mysterious robe. At last, are you prepared to sacrifice your allure? He mused, though he ignored the system's comment. He resolved to find a glimmer of hope for himself and Michelle, though not through the system's pernicious suggestion. Even if he could manage it, she might not regard him favorably. From his experiences since arriving in this world, it was evident that he lacked the protagonist's aura that would elicit affection. He intended to engage Michelle in conversation, or rather, he sought to negotiate with her. Just as he had upon his arrival, he aimed to utilize the scant bargaining chips he possessed to persuade Michelle and broker a deal for his survival. It certainly sounded like a faint hope, yet he was willing to explore any avenue. After all, could the situation become any worse than it already was? He refused to give up easily. Thus, he adjusted his demeanor and spoke. Lady Michelle, your current situation is perilous. The first principle of negotiation: adopt a high posture, feign authority, and employ alarming rhetoric. This was akin to a fortune teller declaring that one's brow was dark and foreboding, predicting imminent calamity. The goal was simply to intimidate. Naturally, he understood that a single statement would not suffice to frighten Michelle. He had further tactics in mind. In his imagination, the dialogue unfolded thus. Lady Michelle, your current situation is perilous. Michelle scoffed dismissively. What nonsense are you spouting? Gu Bei offered a cold smile. You believe sacrificing Annie will delay your pursuers, yet alas. Your family is already aware that your target is the treasury and is waiting for you to walk into their trap. Michelle was taken aback, exclaiming, impossible. How could they know? Gu Bei laughed heartily. Ha ha ha. I had already set a signal on the way here to inform my family's pursuers. Surprised, aren't you? Ha ha ha. Surrender, Michelle. Your cleverness pales in comparison to mine. Struck as if by lightning, Michelle's face turned ashen. What should I do? Am I going to die? You must know how to save me. Please tell me. I will do anything you say. Thus, while ensuring his own escape, Michelle was left with nothing but despair. It was simply perfect. Gu Bei, stroking his chin, couldn't help but feel a twinge of narcissism. However, as anyone with a sound mind would think, matters would not unfold so smoothly. Michelle ignored him. Gu Bei remained unperturbed. He understood that things would certainly not go as imagined. The path was fraught with twists and turns, yet the future gleamed with promise. Such minor setbacks could hardly deter him. He continued, I am not exaggerating. Your current situation is indeed perilous, Michelle. Do you not believe me? At last, Michelle spoke. I believe you. You are correct. Gu Bei found himself momentarily speechless. Sensing that something was amiss, Michelle remained composed, akin to a eunuch in a brothel. You set a signal on your way here to inform the Reiser family's pursuers. Unfortunately, they are already aware that my target is the treasury and are waiting for me to walk into their trap. Gu Bei was utterly dumbfounded. The system within his mind lamented in a tone of despair. I detest such individuals who deviate from the script and steal others' lines. How can one perform in a scene with a partner under such circumstances? Though this metaphor was rather cliché, Gubei still felt an intense desire to find a hole to hide in. Even without seeing Michelle's face, he could feel a wave of mockery and intellectual superiority emanating from beneath her hood. Initially, he had harbored a glimmer of hope, believing that she had overlooked the signals he left behind. However, there was no turning back now. Gubei had to press on. Although you noticed the signals I left, it doesn't necessarily mean you cleared them away. Michelle replied, No, I did not clear your signals. They are still there. Upon hearing this, Gubei was somewhat astonished. Not clearing them meant that the Riser family's pursuers could see those signals. They would be waiting at the Treasury's entrance, and Michelle would not obtain what she desired. Thus, Gubei found himself with leverage for negotiation, which was not far removed from his original plan. Why? Why would Michelle shoot herself in the foot? Gubei began to wonder. Why? You know full well that this does not benefit you. A cold laugh emanated from her robes. Just as Gubei thought she might explain, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Michelle suddenly produced a dagger from somewhere and swiftly pressed it against Gubei's throat. If you wish to avoid death, do not utter a sound. The blade pressed tightly against his skin, its icy touch sending a shiver down his spine. What on earth was she doing? If the dagger advanced even a millimeter further, this forest would surely witness a gruesome spectacle. In that fleeting moment, Gubei found himself drenched in cold sweat. Despite the shock and the looming specter of death, he forced himself to remain calm. No matter how deranged Michelle became, she still needed him. She wouldn't kill him without cause, since she instructed him to remain silent. Something must have transpired, so he decided to observe for a while and truly remain quiet. At that moment, a stir echoed from the distant woods. Gubei instinctively held his breath. He saw a formidable squadron of knights gradually emerging from the shadows. The squad consisted of about 10 individuals, despite riding horses. Their formation was as orderly as a geometric model in a mathematics problem. All were clad in armor, intricately engraved with elaborate patterns, splendid yet solemn. Even more astonishingly, in the darkness of the woods, the armor emitted a faint golden glow. Under the aura of divine light, these knights appeared as celestial beings, invoking an involuntary sense of reverence. Though there were only a handful of them, they exuded the presence of an army. At the moment these knights appeared, Gubei distinctly sensed Michelle's tension escalating. Curiosity piqued within him. Who were these knights? What connection did they have with Michelle? Why was she so anxious? Could it be they were the pursuers sent by the Riser family? Of course, Gubei was not foolish enough to call out for help. With the dagger still at his throat, seeking assistance would only hasten his demise. The knights seemed oblivious to Michelle and Gubei hiding among the trees. They appeared to be merely passing through, moving swiftly and soon vanishing from Gubei's sight. Once the knights departed, he noticed Michelle visibly relaxing. Gubei rubbed his neck. The coldness of the metal lingered, and he felt a lingering trepidation. What exactly was Michelle planning? Who were those knights? And why? Had she not eliminated the signals he left behind? At that moment, his mind was rife with questions. Before he could voice his inquiries, Michelle spoke. She wiped the dagger with her sleeve and tucked it away. Then, gazing in the direction the knights had departed, she continued, Regarding your signals, unfortunately, I have no need to eliminate them. Gubei, perplexed, asked, What do you mean? After a brief silence, as if recalling something, she spoke with a hint of sarcasm, tinged with self-mockery. Did you truly believe there would be pursuers coming to save you? Regrettably, both you and Annie have been deceived. There are no pursuers from the Riser family. The only ones trailing us have been them. No pursuers? Gubei found it hard to process. How could this be? Had he been abandoned by his family? All along, Michelle had insisted there were pursuers from the Riser family, a belief even Annie held steadfastly. It was nothing but a ruse. This was infuriating. This woman had been scheming against everyone from the very beginning, even betraying her own subordinates. As a novice in this new world, Gubei had naturally fallen for it, engaging in a futile strategy based on the so-called pursuers, wasting an entire night's worth of effort. Infuriating scarcely encapsulated his current feelings. No pursuers? Did this not mean he was trapped in a dead end? Wait, then who were they? Gubei forcibly calmed himself from the shock and fear of death. After contemplating, he pointed in the direction the knights had gone and asked, Who were those knights? They had left a profound impression on him. Instinct told him that these knights might be his last hope. They were the church's purifiers. Gubei pressed on, Purifiers? Purifying what? Upon hearing this, Michelle fell silent for a moment, then suddenly let out a few disjointed laughs. her voice raspy like rusty blades scraping against each other. She looked toward the direction the knights had taken and spoke, laced with disdain, yet tinged with self-mockery. Purifying Annie. Chapter 7. The death of Annie. Annie often pondered the nature of her own demise. It is rather peculiar, for she did not harbor a preference for a pristine death. She had once dreamt of being dismembered, her end gruesome, yet she felt neither terror nor unease. In another dream, she envisioned herself passing away peacefully on a sickbed, with a beautiful funeral arranged in her honor, where Michelle stood silently before her gravestone, presenting her with a bouquet of lilies. She awoke from that dream in a cold sweat, tossing and turning, unable to return to slumber. Since meeting Michelle, it seemed as though all her dreams had become entwined with him. She dreamed of being mutilated by Michelle, of being burned at the stake alongside him, of strangling him with a rope. There was even a time when she found herself in a sordid little inn, entangled in passionate embrace with Michelle, a thought that had never crossed her mind in waking life, until the moment she resolved to betray him. The notion of betrayal began when Michelle ceased to trust her. Yet that was not the initial rift between them. Before Sally's arrival, Michelle had been her faith, her steadfast pillar. He was a deity in her eyes. Michelle could extinguish any life, seize any desire. It was reminiscent of their first encounter. In the dead of night at the inn, Michelle descended like a divine being, severing the head of a guest with a single stroke. The scene lingered vividly in her memory, the headless body still pressed against hers, convulsing like a plucked chicken, while the head rolled about on the floor, wearing a guise that was almost ludicrous. Blood sprayed everywhere, staining the yellowed bedding and sheets, even washing away the most stubborn scent of mildew. God knows how she despised that odor. Each time a guest arrived, she could only focus her mind on the ceiling, striving to forget the repulsive stench. No matter how wretched the guests were, she could numb herself, ignoring the grotesque flesh and greasy noses. Yet that musty scent was unbearable. It was reminiscent of childhood bed linens, sticky, damp, constantly reminding her of her own wretchedness. To escape that odor, she would breathe through her mouth. Sometimes, guests would misconstrue her behavior as a compliment, redoubling their efforts, though she paid little heed. Reflecting on her 5-year career, the only indelible impressions were the ceiling she would gaze at in a daze and the loathsome scent of the sheets. Thus, when Michelle dispatched a guest, Annie felt no fear. Rather, the blood seemed to dilute the mildew's miasma, granting her a fleeting sense of relief and pleasure. Then, Michelle sheathed his sword, regarding her with an impassive expression, uttering the words, "Follow me, and you shall become a sorceress." At that time, Annie was oblivious to the meaning of the word sorceress. Michelle was an extraordinary existence. Perhaps it was this very reason that when Annie realized Michelle no longer believed in her, her fury ignited. The turning point arrived in the 3rd month of her apprenticeship in magic under Michelle. It was a dinner she prepared for him. Annie stared blankly at the woman before her, taking in her prominent cheekbones and scornful brows. Annie felt a jolt of shock. She did not recognize this woman, nor could she discern whether she should be angry. The woman locked eyes with her and grinned. "Hello, I am Sally." Sally, a foolish name indeed. Only the most dim-witted peasant woman, after downing 3 barrels of ale and stumbling into a dung pit, would bestow such a name upon her daughter. Yet Annie refrained from lashing out at the shameless woman. Instead, she cautiously glanced at Michelle. But Michelle did nothing, merely tossing her a remark, or perhaps a command. "From this day forth, she is our companion." Annie felt as though she had plunged into the icy depths of Lake Pearl, cold, stinging, and aching to her bones. This sensation was all too familiar. At 5 years of age, her mother had done the same, presenting her with a wrinkled infant and stating, "From this day forth, he is your brother." How similar it felt. After that moment, her mother appeared to resign herself, ceasing the search for her father, instead succumbing to a passion for ale. The inebriated state of her mother instilled fear within Annie. Sometimes, she would awaken in the night to find her mother gazing at her, not as a daughter, but as if she were an adversary. Yet her mother's gaze towards her brother was a stark contrast. Even inebriated, her mother would tenderly cradle him, sing lullabies, and sneak off to the neighboring village to pilfer milk. There were times Annie felt her mother looked at her brother not as a son, but as a lover. Moreover, he was not even her mother's child. Annie harbored a hatred for her brother, yet felt powerless. She foraged for wild vegetables in the mountains, performed all household chores, and assisted the neighbors with their farming. The meager earnings she accumulated were spent on her mother's drink and her brother's needs. Only the finest clothes, the best food, all to appease her mother. Each time she repaired her brother's clothing, She sensed her mother's gaze soften towards her, leading her to believe that her mother still loved her. As time passed, her mother grew increasingly despondent, her demeanor towards Annie more abrasive, while Annie's servitude to her mother and brother deepened. Ultimately, everything culminated in a breaking point, akin to maggots emerging from a decayed carcass. At 12 years old, she found herself led to an inn by a balding middle-aged man for her first experience, an encounter that marked a turning point in her life. For the first time, she fell in love with the inn's filthy, moldy ceiling. Gazing upwards, she thought of the money she would earn and how much food it could buy for her brother, how happy it would make her mother. This thought brought her joy. In truth, her mother had never expressed any sentiment regarding her brother's death. She sat as usual on the bed, half covered by a tattered quilt, clutching a half-empty bottle of ale, coldly observing Annie. Annie discerned the unspoken words in her mother's eyes. "I wish it were you who had died." Thus, Annie remained silent. She approached the bedside, producing the small amount of money she had just earned and placing it beside her mother's hand. Her mother glanced at her once more and finally spoke, "Wretched." The following day, Annie discovered her mother's corpse in Lake Pearl. Like her brother, her mother's features had contorted, her face swollen like a loaf of fermented bread. In that moment, upon seeing the body, Annie thought her mother would surely be pleased. Now her brother and mother bore such a resemblance, no one would ever again say they were not of the same blood. During the funerals of her mother and brother, she wept copiously. It was her first experience of tears, and she felt a sense of relief. After the funerals, she departed the village. Until her encounter with Sally, Annie had failed to comprehend her feelings toward her mother and brother. She believed she loved them, that she had sacrificed so much for them. Their deaths had saddened her, prompting her to leave her homeland and wander aimlessly. Yet, the moment she laid eyes on Sally, she awakened to the truth of her hatred for her brother. Mirroring the disdain she felt towards Sally, she wished to slap Sally just as she had wished to strangle that infant in the beginning. But she refrained. She maintained a blank expression, watching as Sally devoured a sausage, timidly uttering, "Hello. I am Annie." She stepped into a new deadlock. Sally proved to be more astute, more gifted in magic, and more eloquent than she had ever anticipated. Everything unfolded precisely as Annie had foreseen. The scales of Michelle's favor gradually tilted towards Sally. No matter how hard she strove or how obediently she followed, Michelle's attention would forever remain fixed upon Sally, eclipsing her own. Every midnight, she yearned to quietly rise, to slice that woman's throat with a dagger, letting the blood obscure that loathsome false smile. Yet, she dared not. Just as she could not bring herself to kill her brother, she could not even disturb a single hair on Sally's head. This deepened her self-loathing. She recognized herself as this kind of person. The worse others treated her, the kinder she felt compelled to be in return. It became a driving force, a desperate attempt to escape her own degradation. She longed to transform herself completely. However, before Michelle and Sally, she dared not even breathe. Sally was not the one she had slain. The fact that Michelle could not see this left and in disbelief. How could she possibly kill Sally? How could she even dare to? The memories of her deceased mother and brother had long since become heavy chains, binding her in place, forever preventing her from taking that step. After Sally's complaint, and did not even argue with her, she understood that Sally was that kind of reckless person. And this was not the first time Sally had spoken ill of her. It had happened several times in her presence, and surely more in private. Yet, she never resisted, not even uttering a complaint. It was Sally who sought her out. "And, don't be angry. I wasn't trying to harm you by complaining just now," Sally explained. "Don't you think Michelle is strange? She knows so much, yet she never tells us anything. We still don't know what treasures are in the vault. Why does she insist on keeping us in the dark? I really don't think she is superior to us in any way," Sally lamented. "And I heard Michelle possesses a treasure that can amplify one's magical abilities in an instant. Let us seize it. Don't be afraid. Michelle isn't as formidable as she appears. As long as we catch her while she is resting," Sally incited. "And don't do this. Don't tell Michelle, please. She will kill me. I beg you, don't let Michelle know I wish to betray her," Sally pleaded. When and defeated Sally, binding her with magic, she realized just how much stronger she had become than Sally. The bravado Sally displayed was merely a facade. Still, she had no intention of killing Sally. She wanted to inform Michelle and let her handle the situation. Michelle despised traitors above all, once she recognized Sally as true nature. Surely she would eliminate her, accomplishing what and wished to do, but dared not. As long as Sally was dead, Michelle would surely regard her with renewed favor. But she underestimated Sally's resolve. With no way out, Sally made an even more harrowing decision. Though bound and unable to escape, she could still control her own life. Thus, before and could react, she detonated her magic from within, taking her own life. And, "I will never trust you again," was her final statement before death, and was plunged into an abyss of despair. Sally had ensnared her with her suicide, and she was at a loss on how to explain it all to Michelle. Compared to the convoluted reasons behind Sally's suicide, it was evidently more plausible and believable that she had killed Sally. In Michelle's eyes, the long-standing animosity between her and Sally was clear, not to mention the traces of their struggle scattered about. "Sally, and it's time to depart," Michelle called out, her presence still lingering. In her panic, and realized she had committed yet another foolish act, she hastily disposed of the body and fabricated a lie, attempting to convince Michelle that Sally had gone missing. However, "And did you kill Sally?" This was the noble's accusation, crashing into her mind like thunder. Sally had spoken the truth. Michelle preferred to believe the inept noble over her. After many years, and once again understood that look in Michelle's eyes. Michelle intended to kill her. In the depths of despair, a powerful thought surged within her heart, and resolved to betray Michelle. She would surrender to the pursuers of the Reiser family and disclose Michelle's plans to them. Although the church imposed strict prohibitions on sorcerers, many nobles secretly maintained connections with them, seeking the power of magic. She was willing to serve the Reiser family, who would grant her a means of escape and eliminate Michelle. To kill Michelle, the mere thought sent shivers through her, and convinced herself that her trembling was due to excitement. "I harbor no ill intentions, your family." What awaited her was a radiant light. Within the church, there existed various forms of holy light. Some were gentle and sacred, meant to bless knights. Others tormented heretics, inflicting unbearable agony. And then there was the holy light used to vanquish foes, immensely powerful, capable of purifying one in an instant, leaving no trace behind. The third form was what Anne faced. The terrifying heat evaporated her robes and skin in the blink of an eye, the intense burning sensation preventing her from casting even the simplest protective spell. She could see nothing, only blinding light that was impossible to behold. Before she could betray Michelle, she was purified by the cleanser. Fine ashes drifted through the midnight woods, swirling like butterflies, only to be trampled into mud by the iron hooves of the purifier. And was dead. In her final moments, she suddenly realized she had merely died. Chapter 8, Unmasked. Half an hour after Anne's disappearance, Gubei found himself in a predicament not much better than hers on the other side of the night. To design against me, you would even betray your own companions? It wasn't that Gubei had suddenly developed a sense of justice to defend, and, rather, he was at a loss for words to express anything beyond a moral rebuke of Michelle. Yet, he felt compelled to continue speaking. Silence would lead to his demise. After all, negotiations with Michelle were ongoing, though the course had deviated significantly from his initial expectations. This was his sole glimmer of hope. What could possibly stop me? Michelle's demeanor had begun to sour. "My dear lord, in the interest of our fruitful collaboration, I fear I may have been overly cordial, leading you to believe we could converse freely." How charming, Gubei thought, feeling the pressure mount. Clearly, Michelle was discarding her facade of civility, preparing to terminate the negotiations. For Gubei, this was dire news. Whether seeking survival or merely buying time, he needed Michelle to keep talking. Thus, he attempted to adopt a firmer tone. "Ms. Michelle, you can only rely on me to unlock the vault, and I may change my mind at any moment. Do not forget, I can ensure you never attain your desires." However, Michelle's retort came more swiftly than he anticipated. "My lord, it seems you are anxious. I shall soon provide you with the finest whip. You will soon discern what decisions you must make." Gubei had to concede that her softly spoken threat bore more weight than a harsh tone. The subtext was clear. "I see through your little schemes. No matter how many tricks you employ, you cannot escape my grasp." Contempt. Utter contempt. "Do you like what you see?" she inquired. "You vex me," Gubei muttered inwardly. As Michelle flicked the whip, he managed to muster a smile. "To a prosperous collaboration." "Indeed, to a prosperous collaboration," Michelle nodded, leisurely retracting the whip. Gubei felt a surge of frustration. This disorienting journey had left him bereft of any inherited memories. Unlike protagonists in other novels. Why was he so deprived? Everything would surely be different. The cleansers, the church's specialized knights against heretics. Suddenly, the system interjected earnestly, stating, "The selection process for cleansers is exceedingly rigorous. Each year, 2,000 knights participate, yet only 2 succeed. It is said that every cleanser receives the Pope's baptism, endowing them with extraordinary combat capabilities. When gathered together, they become even more formidable. What nonsense! Must you appear and frighten me at such a critical moment? Gu Bei seethed internally at the system. This is the information on the cleansers. The system seemed oblivious to his ire, its tone still infuriatingly nonchalant. Is there anything else? Provide me with useful information about mages. How do mages in this world learn new spells? Gu Bei's hope reignited. Information. Data. Though he could not ascertain whether the system was upgrading or malfunctioning, he desperately needed this information. The wretched journey had left him woefully ignorant of this world. I have nothing else, apart from your poorly written speech. It is the only data in the database. Gu Bei was increasingly agitated. I have no time for jokes. Give me something useful. We are inextricably linked. If I perish, so do you. If I cannot master binding magic, we will both meet our end. Nothing else exists. The system replied, never one to jest. Gu Bei was at a loss as to whether to press for further clarification or to lament his situation. Really? There is nothing more? He persisted, unwilling to relent. Truly, nothing more. Really nothing more? A burst of static emanated from the system, and a translucent digital interface materialized before Gu Bei. For human assistance, please press 0. At that moment, Gu Bei resigned himself to self-reliance. Indeed, he had not given up. The situation was dire. In other novels, miracles would have intervened at such a juncture. Yet life was not a narrative, and when faced with despair, the greater likelihood was not a miraculous resurgence but rather a grim conclusion. Moreover, if he truly were a character in a novel, the author must harbor a deep-seated animosity towards him, given his plight. Yet, as Michelle's demeanor shifted to one of hostility, Gu Bei felt an odd sense of dissonance. He could not pinpoint its origin, but his intuition suggested that something was amiss. Michelle was deliberately concealing information from him. What could it be? Amidst the intense pressure of impending doom, Gu Bei sensed a faint glimmer of hope, akin to a breath of wind in a sealed cavern. He must seize that breath. The cleansers. Michelle seemed wary of them, and the system had provided ample information about them. Perhaps he could use this as a point of leverage. He contemplated and then spoke again. They are not here for and the true targets of the cleansers are you. Michelle's face remained impassive as she retorted. A verbose noble does not live long. Whether verbosity ensures longevity remains uncertain, but one thing was clear. Silence would lead to certain death. Gu Bei did not wish to be a chatterbox, but the circumstances compelled him. The cleansers are the church's knights specifically designed to combat people like you. The church's existing cleansers are few, each a battle-hardened knight. The fact that multiple cleansers are mobilizing suggests you have drawn the church's attention. Gu Bei spoke deliberately, hoping to gauge Michelle's reaction with the intel he had just gleaned from the system. Yet, Michelle remained unresponsive. Do you genuinely believe you can access the vault under the church's watchful eye? Each family's vault is guarded. Even if you could discreetly eliminate them, there would be no way to avoid drawing attention. With the cleansers so close, they will undoubtedly notice. His tone was calm, but inside, he was a tempest of urgency. Please show some reaction. It felt as though he were sitting for a political exam, spewing forth a mlang of phrases in hopes that some random remark might reveal a crack in this seemingly impenetrable deadlock. He had nearly exhausted his mental resources. Fortunately, Michelle finally turned to face him. For the first time, Gu Bei beheld Michelle's countenance, shrouded in shadow, her hood drawn tightly, her features obscured. Yet her pale golden eyes shone like an owl's, piercing and unsettling. What are you? What? Gu Bei momentarily faltered, unable to process her words. You are not Grant Reiser. Who are you? When did you replace him? Where is he? Michelle suddenly drew a dagger, pressing it against Gu Bei's neck, her tone aggressive. A sense of foreboding surged within Gu Bei. I do not comprehend what you are saying. Michelle's gaze was predatory, cold, and merciless. Do not feign ignorance. The cleaners have always deployed a team of 14, yet you seem oblivious to this fact. Nevertheless, I shall let it pass. The Reiser family has always taken great pride in the secrecy of their treasury and its unique method of access. They would never station guards. Yet you assert that there will be someone watching over it. As a member of the Reiser family, you cannot possibly be unaware of these details. After a brief pause, she emphasized her words. Who are you? Gu Bei felt a cold sweat trickle down his palm. He had completely botched this, utterly and irrevocably. Political examinations were far more preferable. At least one would not lose points for misspeaking. He had never been Grant Reiser. He was merely Gu Bei, an unfortunate traveler from another world. He had no understanding of what the Reiser family truly represented, nor did he possess any knowledge of how to access the so-called treasury. He was utterly in the dark. Once Michelle discovered this truth, he would be rendered entirely useless. She would surely kill him. "Oh, mighty and impeccable intelligence system, save me." Gu Bei cried out silently. Just as he was about to shut down, he was jolted back to reality. Michelle's sudden movements had startled him into complete immobility. Thus, he managed to conceal any signs of weakness. With a stoic poker face, he feigned composure. "I am Grant Reiser." Michelle's gaze pierced through him like a scalpel, as if she intended to dissect his very being cell by cell. In this dire moment, Gu Bei forced himself to remain calm, meeting Michelle's piercing stare with indifference. Fortunately, his lack of academic diligence had afforded him some practice in maintaining this expression, allowing him to endure under her formidable scrutiny. Time stretched on, feeling as though it had lasted an eternity. Gu Bei even began to feel a twinge of hunger. What is happening? Still lost in his facade of having forgotten his homework, he remained oblivious to the situation. He felt somewhat dazed. "Give it up. I will not be deceived," Michelle declared to him. He was at a loss for how to respond. Naturally, he would not reveal his confusion. After careful consideration, he devised a method to probe the situation without exposing any weaknesses. He would repeat what he had just claimed and observe Michelle's reaction. "I am Grant Reiser." Michelle appeared somewhat impatient. "You are rambling. Silence yourself." Suddenly, a spark of realization ignited in his mind. "I am not Grant Reiser." Chapter 9. The counterattack from water polo. "Hey, what are you talking about? Are you out of your mind?" The system suddenly appeared, terrified, and yelled at Gu Bei. "Weren't you shut down?" Gu Bei replied calmly. "Your computer boot time is 0.1 seconds, defeating 99 of computers nationwide." The system boasted proudly, but its tone shifted quickly. "This is not the time to discuss that. Do you want to die? Why admit you're not yourself?" "That's not important," the system retorted. "What is important, then?" Michelle's reaction, Gu Bei said, staring at Michelle while conversing with the system in his mind. As he had anticipated, Michelle showed little reaction. She merely scoffed dismissively, too lazy to even move, seemingly unimpressed by Gu Bei's confession. The system fell silent, eventually murmuring, "I must be hallucinating. You must have forgotten to virus scan me." Gu Bei felt somewhat helpless. It was understandable that the system struggled to react. Michelle's thoughts were too convoluted, making it difficult to keep up. He had pondered for quite a while. However, it was precisely due to the numerous flaws in his words that saved Gu Bei's life. Because the loopholes were so glaring, after doubting Gu Bei's identity, Michelle quickly developed another suspicion. Is this a trap? Is Gu Bei deliberately saying the wrong thing to make me think he is an imposter? Michelle ensnared herself in her own thoughts. Here are Gu Bei's deductions about Michelle's convoluted reasoning. "You are not Grant Reiser. Who are you?" Suddenly, Gu Bei's expression changed, and he burst into laughter. "You're absolutely right. I am not Grant Reiser. The true noble heir has long been swapped out by me." Michelle gritted her teeth. "Where have you hidden him? Tell me. Otherwise, I will kill you." Michelle expressed her disdain. "You despicable wretch." Gu Bei laughed heartily. Suddenly, Michelle gasped, realizing, "No, you're lying. You are Grant Reiser. You were trying to deceive me, so I would let you go. Dream on." Gu Bei's laughter ceased abruptly. "How did you know?" Michelle coldly laughed. "You think you can fool me? Give up on that idea." Thus, no matter what tricks Gu Bei employed, Michelle was determined. This is Grant Reiser. Even if he talks nonsense, he is still Grant Reiser. And so it was that now, regardless of what he said, she would believe he was deceiving her. Gu Bei explained his reasoning to the system, finally concluding, "Therefore, I can say anything, and she will think I'm lying." The system remained silent for a long time before saying, "What a poor deduction. Thank you for the compliment," Gu Bei replied, feeling quite at ease. Although his description was somewhat exaggerated, he was still confident that he had accurately guessed Michelle's thought process. If not, he could not fathom any other rationale for her bizarre behavior. At that moment of clarity, Gu Bei really wanted to tell Michelle, "Overthinking is a disease. It needs treatment." He had narrowly escaped this life-threatening predicament, aided by the facade of his unperturbed demeanor. However, upon further reflection, the underlying reason was profound. Michelle had invested so much effort for that treasure trove, transforming from being surrounded by allies to standing alone. In such circumstances, the news of Gu Bei being an imposter would undoubtedly be a crushing blow to her. It meant all her efforts were in vain. Thus, She preferred to believe that Gu Bei was indeed Grant Riser. Only then did she have hope of obtaining the treasure. People only believe in what they wish to believe. Upon this realization, Gu Bei suddenly found Michelle less intimidating. The relentless pursuit from the church shadowed her. She, like him, bore immense pressure, teetering on the brink of death. However, she was more accustomed to such a state, thus appearing more composed and adept in her demeanor. In the end, Gu Bei was not Grant Riser, and all of Michelle's efforts would inevitably be in vain. How tragic. Of course, if Gu Bei were to meet his demise at the hands of the enraged Michelle first, he had no right to pity her. No matter how pitiful Michelle was, she still held his life in her grasp. Unless, Gu Bei grasped that fleeting breeze. Michelle, what is it in that treasure trove that drives you to pursue it at all costs? Suddenly, Gu Bei posed the question. None of your business. Don't be so fierce. I'm merely curious. You've already harmed your companions one after another. There can't be many things that would make a mage go this insane. I am genuinely intrigued. Gu Bei could feel his tone becoming somewhat insufferable. Even he felt a bit disgusted with himself. However, there was no alternative. His life depended on it, and he had to be as insistent as necessary. Without this approach, he could not confirm his other deduction, one that could potentially alter the entire situation. There's nothing to be curious about. Michelle seemed to be losing her patience. How could that be? There are so many intriguing aspects. Just look. Gu Bei added fuel to the fire. Michelle could no longer contain herself. Shut up. Finally, Gu Bei felt as though he had unearthed a sealed cavern, the light of hope illuminating his face. Do you want me to be quiet? He suppressed his taunting tone, suddenly growing serious. Yes, you talk too much. Michelle had yet to realize anything. Then why don't you just make me quiet yourself? Use the magic you employed earlier to silence me. I hope you won't cause me any trouble. Wasn't that what you said before? Gu Bei's speech slowed as he felt the rhythmic beating of his heart accompanying his words. Or is it that you dare not use your magic? Michelle suddenly stiffened. Although her expression was unseen, Gu Bei could sense that her previous sharpness had dulled. From the moment Michelle's attitude towards him became hostile, Gu Bei had sensed something amiss. But he had previously failed to identify what was peculiar. In that moment of clarity, he finally understood everything. And his previous feigned prattle was merely to validate his hypothesis. If Michelle wished for him to be silent so fervently, why not simply use the binding spell once more to restrain him? When he had been bound by the spell before, he could not utter a word. The binding spell possessed the function of silencing. Through repeated probing and verification, the answer became glaringly obvious. She could not use it. Moreover, combining this with the existence of the purifiers, it should be said that she dared not use it. She feared being discovered by the church's members. Thus, it could be inferred that the purifiers could sense magic within a certain radius. Earlier, when she had used the binding spell, Annie had just left and had not yet been killed by the purifiers. Consequently, when the purifiers sensed the magic and saw Annie dressed as a witch, intending to surrender to the pursuers of the Riser family, they naturally mistook her for Michelle, the mage who had used the binding spell. Without hesitation, they purified Annie. Then, these purifiers assumed the mage had been completely eradicated and prepared to patrol a bit longer before departing. Meanwhile, Michelle had naturally escaped from under the church's watchful eyes. Regardless of her past misdeeds that had led to her being hunted, all would now be attributed to the deceased Annie. It was indeed a commendable plan, achieving 3 objectives with one stroke: eliminating Annie, evading the church's pursuit, and cutting off Gu Bei's chance of escape. Hence, she had grown impatient with Gu Bei's incessant chatter and dared not use the binding spell again. You are correct. I cannot wield magic, as the purifiers would detect it. In truth, even without the use of magic, the church's hounds would still catch our scent, for their noses are exceptionally keen. Finally, Michelle spoke, her tone laced with an unprecedented caution. But even so, what does it matter? Without magic, do you truly believe you can escape my grasp? At her words, Gu Bei could not suppress a smile, shaking his head. I do not intend to escape from you. Rather, it is you who shall flee from my side. Confused, Michelle inquired, what do you mean? In silence, Gu Bei closed his eyes and took a deep breath, accompanied by a subtle fluctuation. An incantation slipped from his lips. It was the spell for the water sphere. In an instant, a delicate sphere of water materialized before him, no larger than an infant's fist, frail and seemingly fragile, as if a mere touch would shatter it. Yet, it appeared to freeze time itself, causing all to tremble in its presence. Within the sphere, Gu Bei's victorious smile was reflected. This time, no one can serve as your scapegoat, he remarked. glancing towards the direction the knights had departed, adding with a hint of mockery, "The purifiers are coming. You ought to flee." Michelle gazed at the diminutive sphere, engulfed in shock. Of course, it was possible that in her fury, she could eliminate Gu Bei, but she sensed that such an outcome was unlikely. Bearing the blame of murdering a noble would only intensify her burdens. The purifiers were not to be trifled with. By keeping Gu Bei here, she could delay their pursuit, granting herself a chance to escape. Thus, Gu Bei successfully eluded danger, while Michelle found herself with nothing to show for her efforts. It was, in every sense, perfect. In the face of overwhelming power, Gu Bei had cleverly navigated the situation into a battle of wits, ultimately tipping the scales with an unassuming yet potent leverage. What more could he say? Cheese is power. Ha! Do you see? Who is the fool here? Even with merely the water sphere spell, I can turn the tables. I am truly brilliant. He internally cheered at the system. The system remained silent, then suddenly sent a sweating emoji before him. You can express emotions? That's unfair. Gu Bei exclaimed, momentarily taken aback and irate. The system, having seemingly rebooted, finally spoke. I advise you not to celebrate too soon. In my opinion, she will not give up so easily. Indeed, as the system had predicted, Michelle appeared to have regained her composure. She glared at Gu Bei, her words deliberate and somewhat venomous. Who says I lack a scapegoat? Simply drape my robe over you, and the purifiers will not distinguish whether you are a noble's heir. They shall cleanse you thoroughly. Gu Bei was not surprised. Yes, you could certainly do that. However, as the system suggested, Michelle was not one to relinquish her ambitions easily. She would not abandon the treasure. And he, as Grant Riser, represented her greatest hope of obtaining it. To acquire what she desired, she could not eliminate Gu Bei, otherwise she would have to plan another kidnapping. Clearly, after such chaos the first time, attempting it again would be futile. Where would she find 2 more pawns to utilize? She could not continue to evade the purifiers while bringing Gu Bei along. Just as before, he would slow her down, and the purifiers were far too swift. If she took Gu Bei with her, it would not be long before the knights caught up with them. She had no choice but to grant Gu Bei a chance at freedom and hope for cooperation, though such hope appeared exceedingly unreliable. Regardless, the initiative was now firmly in Gu Bei's hands. Madame Michelle, perhaps we should discuss a new method of collaboration. He mimicked her previously leisurely tone, stating, you release me, and in return, I shall procure items from the treasure for you. Consider it a far more efficient arrangement than hiding here in fear. Michelle fell into silence for a moment before finally sighing. You have won. After more than 5 hours, Gu Bei heard those words once again. However, this time he knew he would not be met with a slap in the face. Finally, he had survived. It felt as though he had been climbing through an endless night, enduring countless despair and hardship, stifling every suffocating impulse until his limbs grew numb and every muscle trembled on the verge of rupture. At last, he beheld the first light of dawn. That feeling was akin to a student who had just submitted their final exam paper. He was the genius heir of a noble family. Once he passed this trial, a lifetime of opulence and indulgence awaited him, contrasting sharply with the drudgery of his previous life as a commoner. He considered himself incredibly fortunate. Just as he was lost in thought, watch out, the system suddenly warned. Before Gu Bei could react, a fist struck him like lightning, landing squarely on his left cheek. What the hell? In a surprising turn of events, Michelle unleashed her astonishing strength with a ferocious punch to Gu Bei's face. It was worth noting that she could effortlessly lift him like a bag and hoist him into a tree. Her strength was formidable. This punch, fueled by her crafted fury, was utterly devastating. Consequently, Gu Bei felt a darkness envelop him before losing consciousness. In his final moment of awareness, he vaguely heard the system remark, "This is the true, literal meaning of slapping the face." Chapter 10. The dreaming filth. In a state of drowsiness, Gu Bei found himself once again ensnared by a dream. His head spun with dizziness, and as he stared blankly, he felt an itch on his neck and cheek. At that moment, the English teacher turned around, revealing the face of a man in his 40s, adorned with glasses and lipstick, his boss. The boss pointed at Gu Bei and shouted, "Balalala energy, transform." Gu Bei was jolted awake once more. After being startled from yet another bizarre dream, he felt as though he had been squeezed into a subway for 2 hours and was on the verge of vomiting. Fortunately, this time, he was not bound in some strange place, nor did he feel any pain throughout his body. Only the left side of his face throbbed faintly, as if it had swollen slightly. His left cheek. He recalled being struck hard by Michelle, and then, the details blurred from his memory. He must have been knocked unconscious and plunged into such an odd dream, only to awaken here. What transpired? He opened his eyes, only to be met by impenetrable darkness, rendering him nearly convinced that he had gone blind. He moved his limbs cautiously. Everything seemed intact, and the surface beneath him felt soft, reminiscent of his own little bed. Upon further examination, he realized, no, this was not his home. A faint ticking sound echoed in his ears. His home did not possess such an antique mechanical clock. Moreover, the texture of the bed bore a closer resemblance to the high-end samples from IKEA, which he could never afford, indicating that he was undoubtedly in a different place. Hello? Is anyone there? Gubei pondered for a moment before deciding to proceed with caution. He called out in his mind, hoping the system might possess knowledge beyond his own. Yet strangely, the system appeared to have vanished into thin air. Were it not for the blue triangular symbol in his consciousness still gleaming, he might have believed he was haunted. Since he remained in this world, only one question lingered. What had Michelle done after knocking him out? After 5 minutes of deep contemplation, he recognized that lying idle would resolve nothing. Regardless of the circumstances, he had survived. Michelle had neither killed him nor conspired to have him eliminated by the cleaners, which was a positive outcome. He had realized that while using the water ball technique, despite understanding Michelle's reliance on him, a sense of uncertainty had lingered in his heart. What if she had truly decided to be ruthless? However, the fact that he was still alive spoke volumes. With this thought, Gubei felt a wave of relief wash over him. His life had been spared. So why should he remain timid? After all, Michelle still needed him. Even if he had done something outrageous, what could she possibly do to him? With that in mind, Gubei rose from the bed. Shoes lay beside him, and he fumbled to put them on. Simultaneously, he discovered a metal object beside the bed, firm and heavy in his grasp, resembling a canister or something of the sort. A thought crossed his mind, and he decided to wield it as a means of self-defense. Taking 2 steps forward, he unexpectedly encountered a door. It had a doorknob, reminiscent of modern times. Gubei turned the knob cautiously, and the door creaked open, allowing a dim light to filter through. A sense of calm enveloped him. Anyone would feel unsettled after being unable to see for so long. Although the light was faint, it provided some reassurance. Peering beyond the threshold, Gubei discerned that he was in a spacious house resembling a villa. The corridor extended before him, filled with a faint fragrance. At the end of the corridor stood a window, through which moonlight streamed, alleviating the gloominess of the surroundings. It was another night, and the silence was thick, as if the inhabitants had long retired for the evening. Where was this? It bore a resemblance to the opulent residences of nobility in 16th or 17th century European films. Contemplating this, Gubei took a few more steps outside. Suddenly a low, mournful sound echoed from behind him. Ugh, ugh, ugh. A chill ran down Gubei's spine as he spun around, only to see a humanoid figure slowly approaching him from the end of the corridor. Why refer to it as a thing? The dim lighting obscured its features, and its gait appeared peculiar, swaying side to side like a zombie. Certainly not the manner of a normal human being. The sound it emitted would not seem out of place in a game like Plants vs. Zombies. Goodness, am I seeing things? Gubei felt a surge of panic. The world's setting seemed off. Wasn't it supposed to be about mages and churches? How could a zombie possibly emerge now? Was the title of this story something akin to the apocalypse virus and the great mage? He felt utterly bewildered by the situation. Observing the sluggish movements of the figure, he concluded that it couldn't be too formidable. Thus, Gubei steadied himself, raising the object in his hand and awaiting its approach. After about half a minute, he judged the distance to be sufficient and hurled the canister forcefully at the creature's head. Clang! The resounding noise echoed painfully in Gubei's ears. The figure's movements abruptly ceased, and he watched with trepidation, fearing that the impact might prove ineffective, for the object, while solid, was not particularly heavy by any means. Given the physical condition of his current body, he could hardly lift anything substantial. What if it were unfazed by the blow? Surely, he couldn't resort to the water ball technique to vanquish it. He had never heard of zombies being afraid of water. As Gubei anxiously observed, a piercing scream erupted from the figure. The sound was heart-wrenching, akin to a cat being stepped on by a 200-pound individual, resonating throughout the house. Suddenly, all the lights flicked on, doors swung open one after another, and footsteps echoed from all directions. The once tranquil night erupted into chaos. What is happening? What is the commotion at this hour? Who is making such a racket? The voice sounded oddly familiar. As the darkness lifted, Gubei was granted a clearer view of his surroundings. Standing not far from him was the strange figure, a blond man clad in a silk nightgown. His face adorned with an expression of shock. Brownish substance dripped from his beautifully curled hair, leaving winding stains on his pristine night attire. Oh no! Gubei's expression turned sour. It appeared that the world's setting was not as peculiar as he had imagined. This was indeed a person, not a zombie. His makeshift weapon was anything but ordinary. Let us just call it a chamber pot of this world. As more inhabitants gathered, most clad in coarse linen garments, along with a few in silk robes, they appeared drowsy at first. However, upon arriving at the scene, their bleary eyes widened in astonishment. As the crowd amassed, the noise gradually subsided, and all eyes fixated on the blond man, who seemed to be holding his breath, afraid to utter a sound. Gubei struggled to suppress a laugh, though he quickly stifled it, realizing the inappropriateness of the situation. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. He fought to contain his laughter, his face contorting in a grimace of sorrow. Why you? I, oh my. Gubei endeavored to restrain his laughter, donning a pained expression as he observed the blond man's face redden, his chest heaving as he struggled to speak. Anguish and fury seemed to choke him, trapping his words in his throat, rendering him unable to finish his thought. Are you trying to say something? Gubei inquired kindly. The golden-haired man appeared even more agitated, his gestures resembling those of a conductor, wildly pointing at Gubei while an array of unidentified substances scattered from his hair and clothing. Please, do not be overly excited. Take a deep breath and proceed slowly. Gubei felt quite empathetic. The golden-haired man seemed to find solace in his words and inhaled deeply. Yet, before he could exhale, his eyes rolled back, and with a thud, he collapsed. Silence enveloped the scene, an oppressive stillness so profound that one could hear a pin drop. The onlookers' gazes flitted between Gubei and the golden-haired man, who lay unconscious in a pool of excrement, occasionally exchanging bewildered glances as if the events had surpassed their comprehension. They stood frozen, as if ensnared by an invisible force, rendered voiceless in the face of this awkward silence and the equally uncomfortable odor. At that moment, an incongruous mechanical voice echoed in Gubei's mind. Wow, this person has ingested feces. The system's intrusion was unexpected, and Gubei couldn't help but chuckle. Instantly, all eyes turned towards him, akin to the fascination reserved for a rare creature in a zoo. Gubei felt as though he were under the glare of 10 heat lamps, the pressure intensifying. The most perplexing aspect was their silence. Not a single soul uttered a word, heightening Gubei's anxiety. He sensed the necessity to break the tension. It's quite late. Why is everyone still awake? Chapter 11. The long night of restlessness at long last. Following an interminable silence, a middle-aged man resembling a butler stepped forward to alleviate the awkward atmosphere. Young master? Gubei felt a flicker of interest. Well, I shall entrust this matter to you. While the inexplicable man frolicked amidst a sea of excrement, which was undeniably a spectacle that would captivate the attention of most, Gubei, as the instigator, found it prudent to distance himself from the scene. To be honest, he harbored little concern for the man's predicament. After all, emerging in the dead of night only to be drenched in filth was a consequence of his own folly. Yet, this was not the crux of the matter. Rather, it was Gubei's own circumstances that weighed heavily on his mind. Observing the expressions of those around him and taking note of the house's lavish decor, he had begun to form a hypothesis about his situation. There was an abundance of information he needed to process. Supremely advanced artificial intelligence, could you elucidate what has transpired? He inquired of the system within his mind. And where, pray tell, did you vanish when I called for you just now? The system remained silent. Do not feign ignorance. I know you are listening attentively. Initializing. Please hold on, came the familiar response, accompanied by a well-known tune. The system sounded innocently exasperating. Greetings. It is a pleasure to meet you. How may I assist you today? Veins began to throb on Gubei's forehead. Are you playing dumb? He felt as though he were a character from an anime, with veins pulsating like a cross, radiating exaggerated emotions. My apologies. The system's tone shifted dramatically. I became engrossed in processing data and failed to provide timely feedback. I sincerely apologize. Gubei's ire began to cool slightly. Reflecting on the situation, he queried, what is amiss with the database? What new information has emerged? He realized that this question carried considerable weight. The purger has extracted its own memories? What on earth does that mean? And what about the 3 full days? The system's voice suddenly turned coy. You have so many questions. It seems the system is on the verge of collapse. Gu Bei's irritation flared once more. After you knocked me out, Michelle fled. The system's tone reverted to normal. The purger arrived shortly thereafter and took you away. They subjected you to 2 full days of adjustments, seemingly employing some method to intrude upon your memories. Gu Bei felt a chill creep over him. Intruded upon my memories? Did they uncover my mastery of magic? If the instructors were to discover this, it would spell disaster. Upon hearing this, Gu Bei let out a sigh of relief. As long as I wasn't discovered, his actions had been born of desperation, a refusal to let Michelle triumph over him. The moment he summoned the water sphere, anxiety gnawed at him, fearing for his very existence. Fortunately, everything unfolded even more smoothly than he had anticipated. However, Gu Bei remained perplexed as to why Michelle had so readily allowed him to escape. Yet, given that Michelle had acted in such a manner, what purpose did further contemplation serve? Perhaps he should simply count himself fortunate. Do not rejoice too prematurely. You have stirred a significant calamity today, the system interjected, seemingly intent on dousing his spirits. The man you doused with filth appears to be rather noteworthy. Who is he? Dick Furl, the eldest son of the Furl family, the system replied. The Furl family is a highly esteemed noble clan in the capital, with ancestors who were renowned court performers, having inadvertently incinerated an assassin while showcasing a fire-breathing act. The king, pleased with this turn of events, granted them nobility. To this day, the Furl family dominates the entertainment industry in the capital, wielding immense influence. Gu Bei pondered for a moment before asking, how do they compare to the Riser family? Marginally inferior. What does that even matter? The system fell silent. Gu Bei's current predicament was exceedingly delicate. He truly had no time to concern himself with whether he had offended some wealthy scion. At this juncture, his paramount concern was how to convincingly portray Grant Riser. He was not the young master himself. Should he inadvertently expose his true identity, the consequences would be dire. Who could predict how the inhabitants of this world would perceive a transmigrant? Would they view him as a demonic apostle, bound to a cross and burned alive? Such a fate was not entirely implausible. His misfortune stemmed from his inability to inherit the entirety of the original body's memories, resulting in this dilemma. Moreover, after Michelle's prior suspicions, his confidence in his acting skills had waned. Thus, he needed to assimilate into this world and the Riser family as swiftly as possible. This was of utmost importance for his survival. You mentioned earlier that the original owner's memories have surfaced in the database, correct? Gu Bei proposed to the system. Please impart to me everything regarding myself. The system hesitated before responding. That would be an overwhelming amount of information. Even recounting a month's worth would be a challenge. Very well. Please proceed, and I shall await your organization of the data. Reflecting on the inexplicable lag of his modest device and the possible inheritance of its sluggish CPU by the system, Gu Bei felt a deep sense of sorrow. He should have upgraded his computer before his transmigration. Given the late hour, it was unwise to venture out again. What if he encountered another sleepwalker? He certainly could not douse anyone else in filth. In this situation, delaying his confrontation with the Riser family to allow for more preparation time was preferable. He had even planned to linger in bed a little longer in the morning. Sleep. It felt as though he had just slumbered for 3 days and nights. Alas, boredom enveloped him, and sleep eluded him. He suddenly yearned for his smartphone. In the past, before sleep, he would lie in bed, turn off the lights, and scroll through social media or read novels until he drifted off. Yet now, as he instinctively reached for his bedside, he realized that such days were long gone. He was no longer in that world. Under the witch's duress, he had scarcely had time to contemplate these matters. Now that the pressures had temporarily lifted from his shoulders, a torrent of complex emotions surged forth from seemingly nowhere. He had crossed over. He had departed from the world he had inhabited for over 2 decades, arriving in this entirely foreign realm. Once, he had felt wearied by his previous existence, always dreaming of one day venturing to another place to lead a more meaningful life. Yet now that this dream had materialized, he felt as though he had a pebble lodged in his shoe, causing discomfort. Everything had transpired too swiftly. One moment he was seated in his rented room, and the next, upon opening his eyes, the world had been irrevocably transformed. Ultimately, he was merely an ordinary person. A resigned sigh escaped Gu Bei's lips as he lay by his bedside. He turned over, staring blankly at the void of darkness above, the ceiling shrouded in obscurity. Just as he lay there, attempting to sleep, but finding no reprieve, a faint sound of a door lock turning suddenly reached his ears. In moments of insomnia, Even the slightest noise is magnified into a thunderclap. What is happening? Gubei momentarily dazed, but quickly became alert. Someone was tampering with his door lock. A burglar? What mischief was afoot? Returning to his senses and realizing the absurdity of his situation, Gubei found himself at a loss. He had scarcely been here for half a day. How could so much chaos ensue? Would he never be allowed to live a peaceful life? In a moment of resignation, he chose to observe for a while, to discern the intentions of the intruder. Thus, he tightly closed his eyes, regulated his breathing, and feigned a deep slumber. He concentrated all his attention on his auditory senses, and soon, he heard the faint creak of the door opening, followed by a cautious tread. Instantly, his nerves tensed. It was evident that the individual's stealthy approach indicated malevolent intent. Surely, a person of good character would have knocked before entering, wouldn't they? If this intruder harbored ill intentions, what course of action should he take? Gubei refrained from crying out for help. Something about the situation felt peculiar, and his instinct urged him to remain patient. Before long, the furtive footsteps halted beside his bed. Unable to open his eyes, he relied on an elusive sensation to gauge the presence of the person. Was it malice or benevolence? Strength or frailty? Time seemed to suspend in that moment, and a peculiar feeling enveloped him. With his attention increasingly focused, suddenly, akin to a needle pricking a bubble, a soft chime resonated from the depths of his consciousness, and a ripple swept across the world, rejuvenating everything around him. He abruptly realized that he could sense the moisture suspended in the air. The previously distant water now felt intimately close, allowing him to converse with it and receive its responses, as if each minuscule water molecule danced vibrantly within his mind. This sensation was extraordinary. Gubei felt as though he had been endowed with a pair of entirely new eyes. Without the need to open them, he could perceive the surroundings through his attunement to the water elements. Though still somewhat hazy, akin to a person with severe myopia removing their glasses, this experience was ineffably enchanting. He felt akin to an infant witnessing the world for the first time, exhilarated by this newfound reality. He sensed the presence of someone standing at the foot of his bed, patiently awaiting something. As the initial novelty waned, Gubei grew perplexed. He could not fathom the intent of this individual. A faint sense of danger emanated from them, tinged with a subtle murderous intent. Yet, he refrained from alarming them, as he sensed that this person was not particularly formidable, and the emergence of the water element sensing technique provided him a measure of reassurance. Thus, he resolved to wait it out. After all, this was the residence of the Riser family. How had this person gained entry, and why were they approaching him? Gubei caught a whiff of a sinister plot. In any case, the intruder's sudden appearance compelled him to ascertain their true intentions. Wake up. This person intends to kill you. The system's interjection was not the crux of the matter. What mattered was that, startled by this exclamation, Gubei instinctively opened his eyes, only to find himself utterly bewildered. Through the eyes that had snapped open in fear, he beheld, amidst the darkness, a pair of reflective eyes staring blankly back at him. Simultaneously, a glimmering dagger pointed ominously in his direction. The pair of eyes blinked at him a few times, and he reciprocated the gesture. Goodness, this is a disaster. Cursed be the system, which lacked seasoning for instant noodles, and the absurdity of childbirth without a navel. Gubei gazed intently at those eyes, inhaled deeply, and with a benevolent expression, declared, "The night is long, and sleep eludes me. Dear comrade, are you also out for a stroll?" As he spoke, he cast a terrified glance at the gleaming dagger, hastily adding, "My friend, your fruit knife is truly exquisite." Chapter 12. Benjamin and Grant in a fleeting moment. Gubei envisioned countless scenarios that could unfold. The stranger could be startled and flee. He might lunge at Gubei with a dagger, leading to a fierce struggle. Or perhaps, fortune would favor him, and other family members would rush in to subdue the intruder. Gazing at the glinting blade, Gubei understood the intruder's intentions all too clearly. Malevolent, to say the least, more akin to murder and arson. In that frozen instant, Gubei's mind began to race. What should he do? Fight back? That seemed futile. With his frail physique, confronting the assailant head-on would be tantamount to self-destruction. Should he call for help? That appeared to be a viable option, at least better than attempting to bludgeon the intruder with a water balloon. However, he couldn't ascertain the efficiency of the nearby guards. Would they arrive in time to assist him? Just as he prepared to cry out for aid, the dagger-wielding stranger did something entirely unexpected. "No, I slept well and have no inclination for a stroll. This isn't a fruit knife, it's a dagger." I have never used it to cut fruit. Doing so would be quite impractical. What are you doing? Was this man attempting to engage him in conversation? Should they discuss which fruit knife is preferable? Then why are you out here at this hour? The system in Gu Bei's mind inquired. Momentarily bewildered, Gu Bei instinctively echoed the question aloud, addressing the stranger directly. I am an assassin. Assassins only emerge at night to carry out their deeds. Gu Bei was once again rendered speechless by the man's words. Indeed, assassins did venture out at night to kill. You make a compelling argument. I choose death. Oh, how splendid. He adored such forthright individuals. The system's sudden exclamation made Gu Bei feel as though he might bleed from the absurdity of it all. He wished he could forcibly uninstall it. What now? The assassin's gaze seemed to suggest that he was awaiting Gu Bei to continue the conversation. To avoid an awkward silence leading to immediate violence, Gu Bei had no choice but to press on. So, who are you planning to kill? The moment the words left his mouth, Gu Bei wished he could take them back. His conversational skills had reached an utterly embarrassing low. Once again, Gu Bei realized his remarkable talent for self-sabotage. He prepared to call for help again. I am here to kill Benjamin Reith. Benjamin Reith, who was that? At that moment, he suddenly recognized that the entire situation had taken an unexpected turn, veering towards a path shrouded in his ignorance. I am not Benjamin Reith. I am Grant Reith, Gu Bei cautiously replied. Upon hearing this, the assassin appeared perplexed. He lowered the dagger, furrowing his brow as he scratched his head and stared at the ceiling, resembling a character stuck halfway through a recitation. Gu Bei felt the absurdity of the situation. He remained silent, merely staring at the man. After a ponderous pause, the assassin finally lowered his hand and said, Oh, I apologize. It seems I have made a mistake. What on earth? In that instant, Gu Bei began to doubt whether he had truly been awake or if he had merely fallen asleep, with everything unfolding as a bizarre dream. If it were indeed a dream, it would surely rank among the most ludicrous he had ever experienced, even more nonsensical than his boss's tales of magical energy. Dear heavens, or whatever deity is at play, are you toying with me? Do you know which room Benjamin Grant resides in? The assassin inquired earnestly. I do not know. Oh, then I shall take my leave. My apologies, farewell. Safe travels. The assassin sheathed his dagger, waved at Gu Bei, and turned to exit the room. He departed. He left as quietly as he had come. Although he lacked flowing sleeves to wave, the gentle curve of his eyes suggested that beneath the mask, a sincere and genuine smile was present. Not to mention, he took the liberty of closing the door behind him. Gu Bei felt overwhelmed by the absurdity of the situation, unsure of where to begin his lament. Oh, he truly is a kind-hearted individual, the system remarked. You could take his place as a system, Gu Bei retorted. Honestly, if this assassin and this deranged system could converse, they would undoubtedly hit it off splendidly. Yet, this man's intellect seems lacking. He cannot even determine whom he is meant to assassinate. To be his system would squander my talents. Gu Bei was disinclined to engage with the incessantly malfunctioning system. Emerging from the absurdity of the encounter, he felt an inkling of concern. Though the inexplicable danger appeared to have dissipated, an assassin had still infiltrated the premises. Even if this particular assassin was rather unreliable, should he simply act as if nothing had transpired? Did this so-called grand family possess any semblance of safety? Furthermore, what should be done about this Benjamin Reith? Given the surname, he was likely not an inconsequential character. What if this assassin inadvertently found his target and succeeded in his mission? We must prevent him. Gu Bei suddenly declared to the system. He has already left. There is truly no need for you to seek out trouble, the system counseled. It's not about creating trouble. What if he does indeed kill the one named Benjamin Reith? I can't simply feign ignorance. If someone perishes within the family, they will conduct a thorough investigation. If they discover that an assassin had been here, I would be unable to clear my name, Gu Bei explained. A death within the family would prompt an exhaustive inquiry. Thus, despite being newly acquainted with the Reith family and wishing to avoid unnecessary conflict, he found himself compelled to intervene. Moreover, would it not be a reasonable response to alert everyone upon discovering an assassin? Surely, he could not allow this bizarre assassin's peculiar behavior to influence his own rationality. Do not worry. No one else will be harmed by him, the system asserted with unusual certainty. Why? How can you be so sure? Gu Bei frowned. Because you are Benjamin Reith. If he is to kill anyone, it would be you, not another. That made sense. The system's logic seemed sound, prompting Gu Bei to nod in subconscious agreement. However, he quickly realized the inconsistency. What was this nonsense? When did I become Benjamin Reith? Is your database filled with nonsense? Gu Bei was incredulous. The system paused for a moment, then spoke with an air of intellectual superiority. Trust me, you are Benjamin Reith. Although Gu Bei was reluctant to engage, he felt compelled to respond. If what you say is true, then why did Michelle refer to me as Grant Reith? The system replied with unwavering conviction. She was mistaken. On what grounds can you be so certain? Based on the memories of this body's original owner. The system took a moment to boast before continuing with an assured tone. According to the memories, you are the eldest son of the family. At the moment of your birth, your parents named you Benjamin, signifying the favored child. Throughout your 16 years of life, everyone has referred to you by this name. You have never adopted another name, nor have you used any alias or nickname. Ultimately, you are Benjamin Leese, the very person the assassin seeks to eliminate. Are you certain? Absolutely. Gu Bei felt momentarily stunned. What was happening? He had previously identified himself as Grant Leese, only to now be informed that he was Benjamin Leese. Those convoluted Western names were already difficult to remember, and this revelation only added to his confusion. Yet, he no longer doubted the system's words. After all, the system had provided such intricate details, and with the assurance of the original owner's memories, even if the system was somewhat unreliable, it surely would not make such a basic error regarding this matter. He truly was Benjamin Leese. However, a new question arose. Why had Michelle altered his name to Grant? Such a shrewd individual surely would not misidentify someone's name, right? It was quite perplexing. So who was Grant Leese? Intuition prompted Gu Bei to pose this question. He is your biological brother, the system replied. Upon hearing this, Gu Bei raised an eyebrow, a hint of surprise evident on his face. The system continued to explain. Your brother was born a year after you, and your parents named him Grant Leese. You and your brother grew up together here and shared a relatively good relationship. A brother. Suddenly, a troubling premonition washed over Gu Bei. Please do not tell me this is a tale of the genius brother overshadowing the inept elder sibling, and I have been transported into the role of the latter. Feeling uneasy, Gu Bei recalled having read numerous novels with similar tropes, and he could only hope his experience would not be as melodramatic. You are not entirely hopeless. The system chimed in cheerfully, its tone almost irksome. You are correct in your assumption. On the day your brother was born, a holy light ascended from the Leese family home, piercing through much of the royal city, landing at the tip of the statue in the church square. At dawn, the cathedral rang 7 chimes, heralding the dawn of a new era. During the centennial baptism, your brother was discovered to possess an extraordinary aptitude for divine magic. Heralded as the future archbishop, even the potential successor to the pope. And what of me? Clinging to the flicker of hope that had yet to extinguish, Gu Bei inquired. During your own centennial baptism, you were found to lack any divine magical talent, disappointing your entire family. Furthermore, as time passed, you gradually exhibited physical frailty, succumbing to illness, and proving even weaker than your younger brother, extinguishing any hopes of becoming a knight. Thus, within the noble circles of the royal city, you became the greatest laughingstock of the Leese family. The system's voice rarely sounded so objective and meticulous. Gu Bei felt an overwhelming urge to bash his head against a wall. Although he had mentally prepared himself, hearing the truth still left him feeling quite helpless. Initially, after hearing Michelle's words, he had thought his new identity was that of a prodigy, only to find that the world harbored the same disdain for him as ever. Living in the shadow of a genius brother as the inept elder sibling, it seemed his life in this family would be far from pleasant, particularly after the system's account. As the family's fool, his status must be quite dismal. It was likely that Michelle, momentarily dazed, had mistaken him for his brother, resulting in this unwarranted calamity. This Benjamin Leese truly seemed to be a most unfortunate individual. Of course, having been killed by Annie, this misfortune was now his own. What happened to the promised sweet after bitter? This is truly outrageous. However, Gu Bei did not allow his disappointment to linger for long. Forget it, it mattered little. He aspired to be a great sorcerer, and divine magical talent could go to the devil. As for his physical frailty, ever since the formation of the triangular symbols in the realm of consciousness, he had felt a soothing essence often revitalizing his body, alleviating the once suffocating sensation. Therefore, this was also something he need not worry about. As for the disdain of others, let them scoff. Why should he care how they perceived him? An inept individual is still the protagonist of countless novels. Upon reflection, he realized he was rather optimistic, experiencing a peculiar sense of elation akin to having bumped his head. Shall we celebrate? Do temper your optimism What do you intend to do about the assassin? The system once again doused his enthusiasm with cold water. Oh, that assassin aims to kill him, not be his cheerful companion. Regaining his composure, Gubei swiftly recognized the gravity of the situation. Although the assassin was hardly a reliable character, their existence confirmed one undeniable truth. Someone wished him dead. Who could it be? He was merely an inept noble, lacking status or capability. Even if looked down upon, it was unlikely anyone would specifically wish to end his life. Conversely, his genius brother would likely attract the attention of those with ulterior motives. It was quite enigmatic. Who could harbor such malice towards the family's laughingstock? He needed to identify this person promptly. He did not want to live in fear, constantly wary of someone lurking behind him with a dagger. You should have extracted the simplified memories by now, Gubei prompted the system. To uncover the identity of the mastermind, he would have to delve into the memories of this body's original owner. Who had this esteemed Benjamin offended in the past? Who were his enemies? Whose benefit would it serve if he were to perish? If he could answer these questions, the identity of the person behind the assassin would surely be unveiled. Satisfied with the system's response, Gubei nodded and declared, "Let us begin. It is time for me to fully embrace my identity as Benjamin Lees." Chapter 13. Becoming Benjamin Riser. A night had passed. "Master Benjamin, it is time to rise. The old lady requests your presence for breakfast." Is it already morning? He thought to himself with a bitter smile. He had not anticipated that merely absorbing the memories of Benjamin Riser would keep him awake from midnight until dawn, leaving no time for rest. The issue was not with the system. The simplified memories had indeed been concise, summarizing his situation within half an hour. Yet, therein lay the problem. It was overly simplified. Despite searching through the memories, Gubei could not locate the individual who might have hired an assassin to kill him. This inquiry felt akin to searching for a needle in a haystack, and compounded by the system's occasional malfunctions. His quest for the puppet master had extended into the morning without yielding results. In other words, he remained oblivious to who sought to bring about his demise. Frustration washed over Gubei, as if an entire night had been squandered. Could he manage to navigate this predicament under the watchful eyes of his kin? With the memories at his disposal, dealing with the current butler should pose no issue. "Understood. I shall be down shortly," he replied to the butler. Unexpectedly, the butler entered, saying, "Jeremy is feeling unwell. I shall assist you in rising, master." Having a middle-aged man attend to his morning routine felt somewhat odd. No, rather, as a young man of a new era, not a child of 3, nor a pampered mama's boy, having someone dress him was inherently abnormal. However, upon hearing Gubei's words, the butler's expression turned peculiar. Gubei immediately sensed trouble. "Hey, you didn't mention that here. Nobles are accustomed to being dressed by others. Would dressing oneself be considered strange?" He questioned the system in his mind. Not at all. While it is true that there is a tradition of servants assisting, a trend has emerged recently where many individuals prefer to dress themselves, which is not unusual, the system replied, somewhat perplexed. "Is that so?" Gubei felt a slight sense of relief. Since the system had stated this, he should not be in danger of revealing himself. It was possible that Benjamin had once preferred assistance but had changed his habits. That should not be a significant issue. He was merely feeling guilty about his deceit. With this thought, Gubei adopted an air of nonchalance and told the butler, "It's fine. You may attend to your duties. I will be down shortly." The butler nodded respectfully, placed the items down, and exited without objection. Gubei exhaled, recognizing that every step taken since his return had been a battle without gunpowder. He rose from the bed and glanced around. The poor lighting the previous night had obscured his view, but now he observed his surroundings. His room was rather spacious, comparable to the living room of a modest modern family. A writing desk, wardrobe, dressing table, and bookshelf were all present, and the window, though adorned with elegantly patterned curtains, was not small. A European-style pendulum clock hung on the wall, and a religiously themed oil painting graced the wall above the headboard. The chamber exuded a distinctly noble Western ambience, and the chamber pot that had garnered attention the previous night was now placed beside the door by the butler. Approaching the dressing table, Gubei washed up with the water left by the butler and tidied his hair. Following the system's guidance, he retrieved a shirt and suspenders from the wardrobe and changed. In the mirror, he beheld his reflection for the first time, a typical Caucasian youth with golden brown hair, light blue eyes, a somewhat slender frame, and pale cheeks adorned with a few faint freckles, exuding a somewhat frail aura. He was not overly disappointed. His expectations were modest. He merely wished to appear presentable. He had faith that this languid demeanor would improve over time. He silently memorized the visage before him, imprinting his new identity into his mind. A voice echoed within him. From this moment on, he was no longer Gu Bei, he was Benjamin Reiser. His life, once marked by the scale of 25 years, had irrevocably severed from the identity of Gu Bei. He must transform entirely into Benjamin Reiser. Gazing at the unfamiliar face in the mirror, he resolved to embrace this new identity. Then, Gu Bei, no, Benjamin, pushed open the door and stepped out. Following the system's mapped guidance, he descended the stairs and entered the dining room customary for the Reiser family. Two servants stood at the entrance, bowing to him, and he returned the gesture with a nod. Everything seemed normal. Nothing was amiss as Benjamin entered the dining room. If his bedroom was comparable to an ordinary living room, this dining area was of opulent proportions. A nearly 10-meter-long brown table spanned the room, dividing it in two. The dining cabinets lined the cream-colored walls with perfect symmetry, and 4 distinct religious paintings adorned the walls, adding an air of mystery and solemnity to the Baroque-style room. The expansive dining area felt rather desolate, occupied by only 2 individuals. An elegantly dressed elderly lady, nearly 80, sat at the table dining, while a maid in her 50s stood beside her, exuding an air of reverence and remaining motionless. Through the system's conveyed memories, Benjamin recognized this elderly lady as his grandmother, the matriarch of the Reiser family. Surprised to find only one person dining, he felt a wave of relief. In his anticipation, he had expected to face his entire family, his parents, his brother, and this very grandmother. Uncertain of the circumstances, the presence of only the elderly lady alleviated some of his anxiety. He approached, seated himself at the table, and respectfully greeted her. "Good morning, grandmother." The lady glanced at him, raising an eyebrow with an inscrutable expression. "Good morning, child." The vigor of youth is boundless, eager to turn the world upside down, unlike us old folks, is it not? Notably, her tone held a subtle nuance, entirely unlike that of a senior addressing her younger kin. Instead, Benjamin detected a hint of sarcasm, as though he were the descendant of a rival. What does she mean? What is she implying? A significant question mark loomed in Benjamin's mind. Are you hungry? The cook has not prepared breakfast for you. But since you are a robust young man, I assume you are not perturbed by such matters? Is she truly my blood? You called me down for breakfast, yet there is none? What do you expect me to do, consume air? Benjamin was left in shock. The system's timely interjection broke through his thoughts. I seem to have forgotten to mention that since your grandfather's passing, this lady's temperament has grown increasingly peculiar and difficult. Even your genius brother struggles to gain her favor. I suspect she is displeased with the commotion you caused last night. Why didn't you tell me earlier? Unable to take it out on the elderly lady, Benjamin could only vent his frustration towards the system. Faced with the system's audacity, Benjamin once again found himself at a loss. Upon hearing these words, he finally grasped her intended message. The system was correct. The disturbance he caused the previous night had undoubtedly ruffled her feathers. Yet Benjamin found himself in a state of helplessness. If the grandmother had approached him with the authoritative tone of a senior reprimanding a junior for a mistake, he would have borne it without a hint of grievance. However, her roundabout, sarcastic manner left him utterly speechless. Could we not engage in a civil conversation? After all, he had narrowly escaped a harrowing kidnapping. As a family member, should she not express some concern? How could she act as if nothing had transpired? Once again, he pondered, what has become of this world? Today's youth, it seems, have mastered the art of feigned ignorance without having acquired any real skills, treating the words of their elders as if they were unheard. Would you not agree? The elderly lady continued her tirade. At this point, Benjamin felt a flicker of anger igniting within him. The moment the words escaped his lips, he regretted them. This was certainly not the demeanor of the old Benjamin. Yet, internally, he felt a surge of satisfaction. He had truly grown weary of this condescending attitude of age superiority. The lady's reaction also pleased him. Her eyes widened in surprise as she gazed at him, the wrinkles around her eyes twitching, momentarily silencing her mockery. Seeing this, Benjamin chose not to say another word. He stood up, offered a sarcastic bow to the elderly woman, and, amidst the astonished gazes of those present, left the parlor with a flair for individuality. The old lady, her eyes wide and scanning the room, suddenly adopted an innocent expression and turned to the servants, exclaiming, "What is wrong with this child? What did I say? Why did he suddenly leave in the midst of dinner? How strange, do you not think?" The servants exchanged glances, too intimidated to speak. As he shut the door to his bedroom, The voice of the system reverberated. Your performance just now was truly remarkable. Everyone will think, this is our young Master Benjamin. He is just as he used to be. No one will doubt you any longer. I am genuinely proud of you. Benjamin felt a vain throb on his forehead. Silence. I have exhausted my limit for enduring mockery today. And what will you do now? The old Benjamin was a pitiful creature. In your current state, everyone will begin to feel something is amiss, the system retorted. That is not true. No one will question me. Benjamin gradually regained his composure, revealing not a trace of panic. How can you be so certain? The system clearly remained skeptical. The reasoning is simple. The old Benjamin was indeed a pitiful creature. After a brief pause, he articulated a realization he had just come to. It was precisely because of this that others had never truly paid attention to Benjamin Reiser. They were oblivious to his thoughts. In such circumstances, even if I were to act as I did today, others would merely perceive me as a distressed individual who finally erupted after prolonged suppression. They would be astonished, but no one would suspect me. How do you know? Because I am intelligent, and you are not. This notion reassured Benjamin completely. Simply put, even if he behaved erratically in the future, others would attribute it to the profound changes brought on by his traumatic experience, rather than to notions of transmigration or soul possession. Why? Because, fundamentally, no one was paying attention to Benjamin Reiser. He was merely an inconsequential figure. No matter how drastically a mediocre personality might shift, it would not attract interest. Benjamin did not find this disheartening. On the contrary, it brought him joy. Being overlooked was precisely the position a mage ought to occupy. Indeed, he mused, even if I were to step outside now, it is unlikely anyone would take notice. Where are you going? The system inquired, puzzled. To the church. Chapter 14. The initial contact with the church. The world is enveloped in holy light. Legend has it that this was the first divine decree issued by the Almighty at the inception of the church. In the tumultuous era of war, the first pope recited these words, cradling the faintly glowing holy light in his hands, allowing it to ascend into the night sky during humanity's darkest times. Since its establishment, the church has undergone a millennium of evolution, transforming from a mere charitable organization in the eyes of the populace into a formidable titan that dominates this continent. 3 centuries ago, the Holy Kingdom, founded around the papacy, emerged as the most powerful nation on this land. Although the kingdom possesses a royal family, it is widely acknowledged that the monarchy is but a puppet in the hands of the church, forever subservient at the feet of the divine. No one dares question the will of God, nor does anyone resist the authority of the church. As the original divine decree, the holy light's embrace of the world is inscribed in every corner of every church. The heart of the church, St. Peter's Cathedral, stands in the capital of the Holy Kingdom, Haven Light. At this moment, Benjamin sits in one of the confessionals within St. Peter's Cathedral. Gazing at the words etched upon the wall, the holy light envelopes the world. However, he is not here for confession. As a novice mage, according to the church, he is a fallen soul, a cast-off forsaken by God, seduced by demons. Confession holds no meaning for him. He has come to meet the archbishop. To the common folk, the Archbishop of St. Peter's Cathedral is merely a manager of daily church affairs. In truth, however, he is also responsible for the pursuit and eradication of heretics. Wielding the church's most elite forces, the purifiers, Benjamin wishes to discuss matters concerning Michelle with him. He does not intend to inform the church or assist them in capturing Michelle. Truthfully, he is indifferent to her fate. As a fledgling mage, his singular focus is on enhancing his own power. How do mages increase their strength? Both Benjamin and the system remain utterly ignorant of the answer. The only lead he possesses to unravel the mysteries of mages lies with Michelle or the church itself. He cannot turn to Michelle for guidance. Hence, the church remains his best option at this moment. The church undoubtedly holds a wealth of information on mages, though it is certain they would never share such knowledge with him. His purpose here is to inquire of the archbishop about Michelle's whereabouts and the places she has frequented. He recalls a phrase spoken by Annie before her demise. Michelle, beneath the 3rd tree at the old place, I buried all my precious belongings there. Make sure to dig them up. Despite the pretense and manipulation between the two women, he instinctively believes Annie's words to be genuine. He yearns to locate the place where Michelle once lingered, to uncover the treasures buried beneath that 3rd tree, seizing them before Michelle can. This is Benjamin's motivation for visiting the cathedral. While Annie's words may have been a deceit, and the likelihood of extracting leads on Michelle from the archbishop seems slim, he feels compelled to try. Should this avenue prove unfruitful, he can always seek alternative methods. In any case, he is the type of person who cannot resist attempting even the faintest glimmer of hope. Otherwise, that hope would linger in his mind, disturbing his peace. He is not concerned about the church suspecting him. His memories have been cleansed by the purifiers, and the church harbors no suspicion towards him. How could they possibly fathom that he possesses two sets of memories, those from before and after his transmigration? Sir Reef, a deep voice suddenly interrupted Benjamin's thoughts. He snapped back to reality and turned his head. Through the sheer curtain of the confessional, he vaguely saw a middle-aged man with a hooked nose seated on the opposite side. "Your Grace," he promptly addressed with respect. He considered employing the water element sensing technique he had learned during his encounter with an assassin to gauge this archbishop's aura. However, recalling that they were in a church and that these individuals might possess peculiar divine arts, he restrained himself for safety. "I am not an archbishop. I am merely a priest willing to listen to the confessions of the people, conveying God's mercy and grace to every repentant young soul," the man replied, his voice imbued with an otherworldly calmness, as if he had cast aside all traces of humanity. "You claim to have news regarding the demon apostle that requires warning to God. Is that correct?" These religious individuals truly have a penchant for the cryptic, Benjamin mused inwardly. Yet he maintained his demeanor, respectfully affirming, "Indeed." The priest paused momentarily, deep in thought. "So, it follows that the demon apostle who has cursed you has begun to make contact?" At these words, Benjamin furrowed his brow. "Cursed?" The priest's casual remark stirred a whirlwind of doubts within him, shifting his focus away from Annie's relics. Though the phrasing was somewhat exaggerated, the essence was clear. He had been cursed. What was happening? Had he overlooked some crucial plot point? A sense of foreboding washed over him. "All right, I seem to have forgotten to inform you," the system interjected, appearing conveniently to clarify. Before Michelle fled, she recited a rather complex incantation directed at you. And then a dark red light surged into your heart. At the time, I was unsure what it was. Now it seems to be the curse he mentioned. Once again, the system had led him astray, leaving Benjamin feeling utterly exasperated. He almost wanted to shout at the system for its tardiness in revelation. But he had uttered such frustrations far too often to no avail. The system would continue its erratic behavior. He was too weary to be angry now, resigned to the inevitability of it all. Moreover, this was neither the time nor place for a quarrel with the system. A curse, indeed, he thought, knowing full well that Michelle would not relinquish her grip on him so easily. Previously, he had found her unusually generous and erratic behavior puzzling. Now, everything fell into place. Michelle had not given up. She was like a venomous serpent, lying in wait in the shadows, patiently biding her time for the moment to strike. Her intentions were clear. She aimed to leverage this curse against him, compelling him to obey her commands and procure the treasures of the Reef family. Bound by the curse, Benjamin would have no choice but to become Michelle's pawn. How insidious, he thought, casting a glance at the vague outline of the priest beside him. A spark of inspiration igniting in his mind. He composed himself, adopting an air of palpable panic, and began his performance. "Yes, Your Grace, please, you must save me. This morning, I found a letter from that witch in my bedroom, and it said, oh dear, Your Grace, she claimed this curse would take my life. Please, you must help me." Benjamin felt an unexpected surge of talent in his acting, and the priest appeared utterly unperturbed, showing not a hint of skepticism. "Do not panic. God shall protect you," the priest replied steadily. "Take a deep breath and slowly tell me what was written in that letter. The Lord will listen to your voice." Benjamin took a deep breath as instructed by the bishop and continued. That letter merely informed me that I had fallen under her curse, compelling me to heed her every command, lest I face a most dreadful fate. Then, she bade me await further instructions, leaving the rest unspoken. "My Lord Bishop, I do not wish to perish at her hands. I implore you to save me." Benjamin had already anticipated the bishop's response. "No." The letter spontaneously combusted the moment I finished reading it, leaving not a trace of ash, nearly singeing my fingers in the process. It was terrifying. The bishop fell silent, seemingly grappling with the predicament. "My Lord Bishop, the power of God is boundless. May I beseech him to lift this malevolent curse?" Although a mere curse had him in such a state of distress, he understood that the church possessed the capability to dispel it. Moreover, as a protector of the common folk, it was the church's obligation to free him from this affliction, lest its credibility be tarnished. If the church could but lift the curse, all problems would naturally resolve themselves. To think that a mere curse could compel one to obedience? Michelle surely harbored delusions. This was no ordinary curse. It was imbued with formidable demonic power. You see, on this continent, countless souls remain ensnared in the shadows of demons, while God tirelessly battles on their behalf, unable to spare the energy to lift your curse. As for us humble servants, we are even less equipped to extricate you from such a wicked enchantment. Such eloquence. Benjamin remained undeterred and pressed on. But truly, is there no recourse? I serve God wholeheartedly and do not wish to be manipulated by that wicked witch. The bishop replied, You need not worry. God shall always watch over you. As long as that witch continues to communicate with you, she will inevitably reveal a flaw. At that time, we shall emerge to purify the evil witch, and you will have no cause for fear. Benjamin suddenly understood. It was not that the curse could not be undone. It was that they were unwilling to do so. The church intended to retain this curse, using him as bait to ensnare Michelle, thus feigning their impotence. These hypocrites, brainwashing the masses, were indeed of a kind with Michelle. In light of this, Benjamin surmised that Michelle's cunning lay precisely in this awareness. She knew the church could lift the curse, yet she also understood that, in their pursuit of her, the church would not lift Benjamin's affliction. In this standoff, she could release Benjamin without concern, confident that everything remained under her control. These seasoned manipulators, each one more cunning than the last. Thus, Benjamin resigned himself to the fact that the church would never lift his curse, and he would have to devise his own means. Then, my lord bishop, may I inquire if you possess any leads regarding this witch? My family harbors great anger towards her and wishes to join in the pursuit, contributing to the divine cause. If his visit to the church yielded nothing but the grim tidings of his curse, he would surely be left in despair. Matters involving the fallen are beyond your realm of involvement. For your safety, let all be handled by the servants of God. Even in refusal, the bishop spoke with such precision that it could be considered a talent in itself. However, upon hearing this, Benjamin did not feel disheartened. The bishop's refusal was anticipated, and he did not relent. Instead, he further solidified his reasoning. Though none in my family can compare to the church's holy knights, we possess our own channels among the common folk, which may uncover some hidden information that could prove beneficial. That witch, ever wary of divine pursuit, may indeed lower her guard around us, ordinary people. Rest assured, my lord bishop, I will inform you immediately should I uncover any news. Benjamin's unwavering resolve seemed to surprise the bishop. After a moment of contemplation, the bishop finally nodded. Since your commitment to the Lord's will is so resolute, I shall, on his behalf, accept this. It appeared that the bishop, needing to use Benjamin to lure out Michelle, was quite agreeable. Benjamin surmised that from the bishop's perspective, providing him with inconsequential leads would serve to placate him, ensuring he remained compliant as the church's bait in the pursuit of the elusive Michelle. Naturally, the bishop would not divulge any significant information. He would only share outdated trails, trivial details, unlikely to grant these ordinary folk access to magical knowledge. Yet, from Benjamin's standpoint, magic, here I come. He suppressed an overwhelming joy, reveling silently in his heart. Chapter 15. Methods of Unearthing Heritage. Before long, Benjamin departed from the confessional. He blended seamlessly into the bustling crowd, inconspicuously exiting St. Peter's Basilica. His interaction with the bishop proved to be remarkably fruitful. Firstly, he learned of his own curse. While this was disheartening news, it was certainly preferable to discovering it only after calamity struck. One might consider it a form of enlightenment. Secondly, he acquired the most significant intel of the day, information about Michelle. After the bishop nodded, he divulged certain details regarding her. To Benjamin's surprise, he discovered that Michelle had a notorious history. She had been active in the capital for 5 years, engaging in assaults on nobility, theft of treasures, spreading rumors, and promoting heretical ideologies. Notably, despite the church's fervent pursuit, she had evaded capture for 5 years without ever falling silent. It could be said that the church had been deftly outmaneuvered by her, unable to lay a finger on her. Even now, the church remained oblivious to the true extent of her magical prowess. The bishop believed she had attained the stature of a grand sorceress, asserting that anyone lacking the bishop's or a grand knight's caliber would stand no chance against her. Consequently, the church regarded her with considerable trepidation. To this, Benjamin could only think, they are overestimating her. While he too was uncertain of Michelle's capabilities, the fact that even a squad of purifiers trembled in her presence suggested she could not be as formidable as they imagined. It was a masterful act of deception. Of course, among the information provided by the bishop, what captured Benjamin's attention most, aside from the protracted struggle between them and Michelle, was the revelation of the abandoned strongholds she had previously utilized. In their pursuit of Michelle, the church had uncovered no fewer than 20 derelict hideouts. Now, Benjamin committed these locations firmly to memory. As he walked along St. Peter's Street outside the church, he began to contemplate his next course of action. He would undoubtedly need to investigate all 20 of these strongholds. However, he must proceed with utmost caution, ensuring he did not arouse the church's suspicions. Should his true intentions be revealed, he would find himself in a situation akin to Michelle's. He had no desire to be placed on the church's purification list so soon. Due to the curse, the church viewed him as bait, which meant they would be particularly vigilant in their scrutiny. To excavate those 20-plus strongholds beneath the church's watchful eye would be akin to dreaming in broad daylight. He would need someone to assist him in this endeavor. Wasn't it mentioned that I have a personal servant named Jeremy or something? How come I have yet to see him? With that thought, Benjamin inquired of the system. Jeremy is unwell. Did the butler not inform you this morning when he roused you? The system seized the opportunity to deride Benjamin. Is that so? I generally don't recall conversations with nameless passers-by, Benjamin replied, mimicking the system's audacity without a hint of embarrassment. The system fell silent. However, speaking of servants, Benjamin suddenly realized that his standing within the entire Risser family was not as lowly as he had previously imagined. He had the necessary servants at his disposal. Although the elderly matriarch treated him poorly, it was merely a reflection of her own character and had little to do with him. As for the other servants, they did not look down upon him simply because he was deemed inept. The butler, for instance, diligently tended to the floors and prepared toiletries, providing service with an irreproachable attitude of respect. This was the hallmark of a true servant's professionalism. Despite being considered a failure, Benjamin's life was not devoid of comfort. With this realization, he sighed. Benjamin found himself swayed by the system's argument. In that moment, he suddenly felt that his life was becoming unbearable. Living without spending £150 a year on hiring servants was truly a plight, devoid of any dignity. He was descending into a rapid decline. The corruption of feudalism was indeed hard to resist. Comparisons, after all, were humanity's original sin. You guessed correctly. Upon hearing this, Benjamin nodded. Hiring another individual would only complicate matters further. It was far better to enlist someone he trusted. While his servant could potentially arouse the church's suspicion, he was under protective scrutiny rather than accusatory. The church would direct all its attention toward him, paying little mind to those in his vicinity. Moreover, after exiting the church, he had keenly sensed someone observing him. A brief use of water elemental sensing revealed it to be a patrolling knight and a priest disguised as a passerby. Two individuals. This was what the bishop had referred to as divine scrutiny. To avoid alerting Michelle, the church's watchfulness was relatively lax. Although Benjamin inwardly scoffed, from another perspective, this was beneficial for his freedom of action. With only two individuals watching, what could they possibly uncover? If he were to hide within the Risser family residence, the noble facade would likely prevent those two from discerning his activities. Based on your description, this Jeremy should be a trustworthy individual, correct? Benjamin queried the system. He is indeed trustworthy, but I still believe he may not be suited for this task, the system responded. Why is that? Benjamin inquired, perplexed. The system hesitated for a moment before finally offering the explanation, because his courage is exceedingly lacking. Upon hearing this, Benjamin was momentarily taken aback. In the distance, a flustered figure approached hurriedly, soon tumbling before him. Young Master Benjamin, I have finally found you. Upon recognizing the individual, Benjamin nearly laughed. The person was short and thin, with a pointed chin and small, beady eyes, clad in the typical black jacket and white shirt of a male servant. However, his soiled attire betrayed him. Lacking the polish and vigor expected of a servant in a noble household, he resembled a rat, yet without the cunning of one, embodying only its timidity. Yet, Benjamin refrained from laughing or displaying any unusual expression, for the system had already informed him. This was his servant, Jeremy. What is it, Jeremy? What seems to be the trouble? He inquired with a serious demeanor. Jeremy leaned on his knee, catching his breath before responding. I apologize, young master. I took a day off today due to an upset stomach, which is why I did not do the laundry. I've caused you embarrassment outside. In truth, Benjamin had not intended to inquire about this. He merely wished to know why Jeremy had rushed to find him. However, he relented. Then what brings you here in such haste? He asked once more. Oh, Upon hearing this news, Benjamin felt a shiver run down his spine. Nevertheless, he had mentally rehearsed this scenario countless times, so he did not panic. A slight tension lingered, but it was minimal. What was destined to come would eventually arrive. Though biological parents might seem closer, the chasms of understanding can often be profound between children and their parents. Children rarely allow their parents to truly know them, while parents conceal much of themselves as well, especially the least favored child, particularly one in the throes of rebellious adolescence. In any case, he had cultivated a confidence in remaining undetected. Having spoken, Benjamin cast a cautious glance at Jeremy before adding, "By the way, I need you to do something for me." "Young master, what is it?" Jeremy inquired eagerly. After contemplating, Benjamin replied, "There is a carpenter to the east, if I recall correctly. Please go there and procure a cross for me. Be careful. You are not permitted to take a carriage. I lack the spare change to cover your fare." Benjamin remarked with a congenial smile. "No worries. I shall walk slowly. I am in no haste. The farther the destination, the more reluctant I am to let you go." Once the church's attention was entirely diverted, he could instruct Jeremy to unearth his belongings. Even the most fastidious of systems could not deny that this was indeed a clever plan. Thus, Jeremy, with a woeful expression, embarked on the first step of his arduous journey, while Benjamin, dismissing any lingering thoughts, quickened his pace towards home. His father was already searching for him. He could not linger any longer. The Riss family residence was situated in the upper town, not far from St. Peter's Cathedral. Before long, Benjamin arrived home. The servant at the door said nothing, merely bowed and opened the door for him. "The master is in the parlor," the servant informed him. Nodding in acknowledgement, he entered and made his way to the parlor. However, the moment his right foot crossed the threshold, he sensed that something was amiss. The atmosphere was somewhat unsettling. Moreover, why were there so many people in the parlor? The once grand long table appeared diminutive in its current company. A stern-faced middle-aged man sat at the head of the table, Benjamin's father. To his left, a row of individuals occupied their seats. An elegantly dressed woman wore an anxious expression. Benjamin's mother, a 15 or 16-year-old blonde lad, stared vacantly at the table, his brother. An elderly lady rolled her eyes. Benjamin's grandmother, another middle-aged man adorned in gold and jewels, whom Benjamin did not recognize, and yet another blonde youth, also unfamiliar to Benjamin. Altogether, there were about 10 people, half of whom Benjamin did not know and were not members of the Riss family. All remained silent, the atmosphere dreadfully oppressive. Particularly when Benjamin made his entrance, a collective gaze fixated upon him, each stare akin to a police spotlight, suggesting that a chilling warning would soon accompany a bullet's arrival. It was evident that they had gathered for him. What on earth was happening? Benjamin felt a tinge of fear and inwardly questioned the system. "Calm down. I have witnessed such scenes numerous times," the system replied with an air of tranquility. After the statement, it paused momentarily before casually disclosing a piece of information that left Benjamin utterly dismayed. "They have all come to annul the engagement." Benjamin felt a wave of frustration wash over him. Why had he accumulated so many online novels on his computer, thereby corrupting what should have been a bright and optimistic artificial intelligence, transforming it into something so cohesive, tense, and serious? Nevertheless, he could not help but echo the system's words in his mind. 30 years in the east of the river, 30 years in the west. Do not underestimate the youth in poverty. Chapter 16. The Revenge of the Man of Excrement. Despite his inner turmoil, Benjamin stepped into the living room and gazed at his father. The middle-aged man seated at the head of the table looked back at Benjamin in silence. However, the emotions reflected in his eyes were devoid of any joy. Rather, they bore a hint of reproach that sent a chill down Benjamin's spine. What could be the matter? As Benjamin's biological father, Claude Reiser's memories were intricately woven into Benjamin's understanding of his lineage. He was the head of the family, a duke within the kingdom, enjoying a position of utmost respect within the noble hierarchy of the Helly Kingdom, a quintessential old-fashioned aristocrat. Being an old-fashioned noble meant pledging loyalty to the king and subsequently to the church. It emphasized lineage and the stark division between nobility and commoners. And it also signified a preoccupation with reputation, upholding the so-called pride of nobility at all times. In simpler terms, this man harbored antiquated beliefs and was quite feudal in his mindset. From a personal standpoint, Benjamin's father was an exceedingly serious man, rarely gracing his face with a smile. His stern demeanor as a father was reflected in the high expectations he had for his sons. However, his eldest son, Benjamin, had brought him nothing but disgrace, which naturally resulted in Benjamin receiving no kindness from him. Claude's most frequently uttered phrase to Benjamin was, "Oh." He barely bothered to speak to Benjamin at all. Perhaps after scolding him excessively in his youth without achieving any enlightenment, he simply gave up. Nevertheless, despite Duke Claude's profound disappointment in Benjamin, which often manifested as irritation upon seeing him, he was still a person of reason. Such anger typically arose only when Benjamin had indeed erred. Erred? What had he done? Pondering this, Benjamin felt utterly perplexed. It was him. Last night, he had used that object to attack me. Suddenly, amidst the suffocatingly tense atmosphere, a stranger with golden hair broke the silence, pointing an accusatory finger at Benjamin and unleashing a tirade of anger. Upon hearing this, Benjamin grew even more bewildered. Who was this person? Out of caution, he refrained from reacting outwardly, instead inquiring within his mind to the system. The system responded, "You should be Dickfall. Remember? The one who sleepwalked last night, the unfortunate fellow you splashed with excrement." At this revelation, Benjamin paused momentarily. He scrutinized the man anew and finally recognized him. Indeed, the pig-like nose was identical to that of the unfortunate soul from the previous night. The only difference was that last night, this man had been covered in filth, and now he appeared somewhat different, which was why Benjamin had not immediately recognized him. At this point, Benjamin felt a strong urge to say, "I apologize, but you lacked excrement on your face today, which is why I failed to recall you." However, he understood that this was not the time for flippancy. Uttering such words would undoubtedly lead to chaos. With the situation now clearer, he comprehended the sequence of events. Mr. Dick had been a guest at their home the previous evening, only to suffer a sleepwalking episode during which he encountered the freshly awakened Benjamin. In retaliation for Benjamin using a chamber pot to assault him, Dick had returned today with Claude in tow, seeking retribution. This was a summons for accountability. Benjamin internally lamented, realizing the gravity of the situation. Faced with Dick's finger pointed aggressively at him, he chose not to speak hastily. Instead, he adopted the demeanor of the former Benjamin, lowering his head and adopting a stubborn expression reminiscent of a teenager caught in wrongdoing. The more he spoke, the more he risked exacerbating the situation. Thus, he decided to gauge Claude's attitude first. However, Claude's response was far from favorable. "Benjamin, is this what we taught you about hospitality?" he began, exuding disappointment and a sense of tough love. Benjamin sighed inwardly. He had long understood from the system that Claude was not one to shield his kin, but the extent of his favoring an outsider only deepened Benjamin's awareness of his diminished standing in his father's eyes. Upon further reflection, it seemed that the customs of this realm did not favor familial protection. Unlike other narratives, the families here did not engage in overt rivalries, nor did they shy away from reprimanding their own in front of outsiders. Much like typical Western aristocrats, they coexisted harmoniously under the church's scrutiny, devoid of any adversarial relations. The familial bonds among Westerners appeared to be significantly weaker. In this context, without any familial defense, Benjamin found himself in a precarious predicament, akin to a public shaming where all eyes were upon him. He braced himself for the inevitable hardship. With this realization, he unceremoniously capitulated. "Brother, I did not mean to. I am sorry. Please forgive me." Even he could sense the authenticity of his performance in that moment. He had honed his ability to plead convincingly. He understood clearly that it was better to offer an apology than to let Claude compel him to do so, thereby potentially improving Claude's perception of him and preventing the Vole family from pressing further. He believed that with the right attitude, the other party would find no grounds to further humiliate him. As Benjamin had anticipated, upon hearing his sincere apology, a flicker of surprise appeared on Claude's face, and his simmering anger began to dissipate. After all, this display was notably more mature than Benjamin's previous demeanor. Of course, no one found this transformation peculiar or attributed it to any fantastical occurrences. In the eyes of the Reiser family, Benjamin was expected to behave this way. Any transformation was deemed belated. Claude's sternness could be momentarily diffused by a mere apology, but as for the aggrieved Dick Vole, his anger would not be so easily assuaged. "You think I will simply forgive you? How naive," he retorted, his attitude resolute. The system chimed in with an almost mischievous tone. Indeed, if apologies were sufficient, what need would there be for law enforcement? Ignoring the system's meddling, Benjamin turned to Claude, who appeared unwilling to intervene, seemingly preferring to let the younger generation resolve their own disputes. Thus, Benjamin felt compelled to address Dick directly. "What do you intend to do?" Dick glared at him. his expression dripping with disdain. With a derisive snort, he retorted through gritted teeth, "I will repay you for the humiliation you inflicted on me in full measure." With that, he dramatically produced a chamber pot from beneath the table. Benjamin's face darkened instantly. Apologizing and playing the fool was one thing, but having such a thing hurled at him was utterly unacceptable. "In your dreams," he exclaimed, unable to contain his frustration. Dick became agitated, shouting, "I knew it. Your apologies were insincere. You are nothing but a shameless liar. Fool. Worthless." Benjamin could no longer hold back. Years of accumulated frustration from the online realm surged forth, as if a legion of critics had manifested within him. He was not fighting alone. "You are the one who is worthless. Sneaking out at night to frighten people. Screaming like a slaughtered pig. What sort of dream made you this agitated? What qualifications do you have to speak to me? Have you consumed so much filth that you now spew it from your mouth? Beware of the day when you might be struck down by bird droppings. How dare you insult me? Have you not bathed in excrement and yet fear rebuke? I shall end your existence. Come forth. Whoever falters shall be subjected to public humiliation." Finally, Claude stepped forward. Silence. His roar resonated like a lioness, halting the escalating confrontation. Both parties retreated, their tempers simmering, leaving only the fierce sparks of their furious gazes colliding in the air. Benjamin felt a twinge of regret, yet also a sense of exhilaration. However, this regret soon deepened significantly. "Have you had your fill of chaos? Benjamin, have your studies been squandered? Shouting in front of guests, what kind of behavior is that? If you no longer wish to reside in this household, then be gone." It was as if the shadows of his childhood traumas had resurfaced. In this tumultuous atmosphere, he instinctively wished to retort, yet was abruptly silenced. "What? Do you still wish to argue? You have brought disgrace upon the Reiser family. Tell me, how are we to face the other nobles in the capital? What will the elders of the church think of us?" Claude's fury showed no signs of abating. Benjamin immediately sealed his lips, no longer daring to speak. At such a moment, any utterance would only stoke the flames of Claude's indignation, further branding him as rebellious and ungrateful. It was wiser to humbly accept the reprimand and endure this wave of anger. After all, he had already enjoyed venting his frustrations against that intellectually challenged scion. At that juncture, a stranger, a middle-aged man, interjected, addressing Claude. "Duke Claude, do not be so incensed. It seems he understands his transgressions. Allow my son to take his revenge, and from this day forth, let us consider this matter as if it never occurred, to prevent any unfounded rumors from circulating." The system promptly introduced him. He was Eichsver, the head of the Ver family and father of Dick. Renowned as a shrewd nobleman with extensive business connections, he was favored by the current king, his jovial visage obscured by layers of flesh when he smiled. In such circumstances, he was the only one capable of interceding. Although he appeared to advocate for Benjamin, the latter had no intentions of expressing gratitude. Allow my son to take his revenge, essentially. He still wished for Dick to hurl the chamber pot at Benjamin's face. This family was truly devoid of virtue. Yet Claude's response left Benjamin astounded once more. If this can bring a resolution, so be it. He paused for a moment to regain his composure before articulating his thoughts. The instant the words left his lips, Dick's eyes sparkled with excitement. He clutched the chamber pot in his hands as if it were an Oscar trophy. Disaster loomed. "You are about to become the excrement man," the system interjected, its tone so composed that it was hard to discern whether it was reveling in schadenfreude or extending sympathy. Benjamin's complexion turned ashen. He absolutely could not accept this. "Put down that chamber pot, and let us converse properly." Chapter 17. The mischievous matron. In light of this, it seems my presence as an old lady is no longer required here. Feeling somewhat fatigued, I shall take my leave to rest. Just as Dick, eager with the chamber pot in hand, was about to take action, the previously silent grandmother Benjamin suddenly spoke up. Benjamin was taken aback, and the attention of others swiftly shifted towards her. "Let the old lady rest. These matters are trivial. Should you choose not to participate, no one shall hold it against you," interjected Ixfer before Claude could utter a word. "At my age, I must be present for any unfolding events. Otherwise, some might presume I have departed from this world. Wouldn't you agree?" The old lady responded, her tone nonchalant, tinged with sarcasm, as if she were merely stifling a yawn. Ix hastily shook his head, saying, "The old lady is jesting." Benjamin stood by, silently absorbing the conversation. The moment the grandmother spoke, the tension between him and Dick was momentarily forgotten. Evidently, His eccentric grandmother held considerable sway. Yet, a sense of foreboding crept over Benjamin. Her sudden interjection suggested she wasn't genuinely seeking rest. Why else would she engage in such veiled remarks? Stirring up trouble? Let it commence. The more tumultuous, the better. That would buy him some time to devise a strategy to navigate this predicament. I will have Anna attend to you for rest, Claude remarked, standing up and signaling the servants outside with a glance. No need. Do you think I am so frail as to be of no use? I can walk by myself. The old lady retorted, waving him off as she grasped her cane and rose. But Claude hesitated. But what? Mary has said nothing. Why the urgency? She impatiently interrupted, turning to Benjamin's mother, who stood beside Claude. Mary, the mother of Benjamin and wife to Claude, appeared somewhat taken aback. She likely did not anticipate the old lady directing her words towards her, her eyes widening as she covered half her mouth with her hand. After a moment's hesitation, Mary replied, It depends on your wishes, mother. I have no objections. Upon hearing this, the old lady emitted a nonchalant hum, revealing no discernible emotion. Benjamin internally scoffed. It seemed a trivial dispute between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law, one that offered him little assistance and would hardly prolong the situation. Once the old lady departed, the Fur family would undoubtedly redirect their attention towards him once more. There was no time to indulge in this spectacle. Such antics were broadcast daily across various networks. Devoid of any novelty, he needed to contemplate his course of action swiftly. If Dick truly intended to smash his chamber pot, could he muster the courage to oppose him? Surely Claude would not genuinely expel him from the Riser family, would he? But what if he truly were cast out? The thought chilled Benjamin's heart. Should he be expelled? The only recourse would be to seek refuge with the church. They might utilize him to capture Michelle and would not treat him poorly. However, learning magic under the church's watchful eye would be akin to transitioning from a tutorial to the most challenging level of a game, an inhumane ordeal. Wandering the streets would be even worse. Yet, the church would likely not permit him to roam freely, instead opting to constrain him. In many respects, remaining within the Riser family was his optimal choice for preserving his freedom of movement. A sudden headache struck him as he pondered his escape route. Just then, the departing old lady made an unexpectedly peculiar gesture. Her cane slipped from her grasp and veered sideways. The unfortunate trajectory of the cane collided with Dick, who stood holding the chamber pot. Before anyone could react, the cane struck Dick's heel with force. His leg buckled, and he toppled backward, crashing to the ground. Simultaneously, the chamber pot flew from his hands, tracing an elegant arc through the air before landing squarely on his face. With a resounding thud, dark liquid splattered everywhere, blooming outwards like a grotesque flower in an abstract painting. Gasps of shock erupted from the crowd as they recoiled, instinctively distancing themselves from the bewildered Dick. In disbelief, Dick lay sprawled on the ground, his hand trembling as he touched his face, slowly raising it to inspect the brown substance staining his palm. His entire visage contorted in horror, despair flooding his eyes. With a heart-wrenching scream, Dick fainted once more into the foul mess. The series of events unfolded with alarming rapidity. The onlookers could do little more than retreat to avoid getting splattered, too shocked to react further. Meanwhile, the orchestrator of this chaos, Benjamin's grandmother, had already sidled to the door, clutching her chest in feigned innocence, visibly startled. The living room fell into an eerie silence. In this era, it appeared that not only the youth, but even the elderly sought to create a spectacle. Observing the stunned expressions of those around him, Benjamin resolved to remain inconspicuous. With the proverbial gun aimed at the prominent bird, he chose silence, determined not to speak until someone else broke the stillness. Yet, it seemed each individual present boasted ample experience. Each remained ensnared in disbelief, gazing at Dick amidst the mess, not a single sound escaping their lips, nor any change in their demeanor. They were entranced in a stupor of shock, permitting the foul odor to permeate the air, with no inclination to cover their noses. It was as though time itself had frozen, save for the crows outside, cawing in a somewhat mournful tone. The entire scene transformed into a test of endurance, with Dick's cries serving as a reminder that they were all mere wooden puppets, forbidden to speak or move. Benjamin felt somewhat dazed. What was happening? They were all nobles, each more seasoned than he. The system in his mind silently mocked the situation, though it was also possible that the inhabitants of this world simply possessed sluggish reflexes, taking an eternity to respond to any occurrence. Benjamin was at a loss for words. Amidst the peculiar, stunned silence, An indeterminate amount of time passed before an oddly resonant sound abruptly concluded the bizarre tableau. Benjamin blinked, realizing it was the sound of his own stomach grumbling. In such an environment, the noise echoed with a startling clarity. He was hungry. All eyes refocused on Benjamin. In regret, he realized he had not eaten since his arrival in this world. Although he had not partaken in any meals while conscious, he remained uncertain if he had been fed during his 3-day unconsciousness. The breakfast he was supposed to have was also forfeited due to his grandmother's interference. Thus, he was indeed very, very hungry. The accumulation of events had caused him to forget this pressing need until now, when the sensation reached a boiling point. Exploding forth like a time bomb, he once again became the center of attention. I sincerely apologize. It seems my cane slipped after prolonged use, and I inadvertently injured this young man. Countful, I trust you are not upset. At this moment, Ix gazed at his son lying on the ground, his jowls quivering in astonishment, rendered speechless. Mother, are you unscathed? Claude inquired of the elderly lady. At his gesture, several servants entered, eager to assist her. No need. She waved them off. I am but an old relic. What harm could come to me? Ix cast another glance at Dick, sprawled on the floor, his expression gradually darkening. Behind him, several unfamiliar faces, likely members of the full family, exchanged glances, their countenances becoming increasingly uncomfortable. One of them patted Ix on the shoulder and whispered a few words. Ix furrowed his brow deeply. He looked once more at the seemingly disoriented elderly lady, hesitated for a moment, and finally spoke. Dear lady, you are placing us in a difficult position. The elderly lady, adjusting her hair, replied sternly, Rest assured, at my age, how could I possibly complicate matters for you? I shall provide you with a satisfactory resolution to today's events. Does your child not advocate for fairness? Let us prepare another of these items, and allow this child to strike me once. Thus, we shall be even, and avoid making a spectacle before the bishop, lest other nobles mock our families. What do you say? Before Ix could respond, Claude was already aghast. Mother? Ix was taken aback, his expression shifting to one of bewilderment, clearly struggling to comprehend the elderly lady's proposal. How could we possibly do such a thing to you, dear lady? Please, do not jest. Yet, the elderly lady maintained a righteous demeanor. How can this be? Your child is intent on revenge, is he not? For the honor of the nobility, promises must be upheld. Benjamin's prior accident with this child must be addressed similarly. Thus, my unintentional harm to this child must be rectified in kind. Come, strike me with that item. I shall never retract my willingness to gain your forgiveness. No, how could we ever do such a thing? You acted without malice, and we forgive you. Upon hearing this, the elderly lady appeared astonished. She glanced at the unconscious Dick, raised an eyebrow thoughtfully, and rolled her eyes. Suddenly, she turned to Ix and said, The Count's generosity is truly admirable. Therefore, on behalf of my grandson Benjamin and myself, I extend our heartfelt gratitude for your magnanimous forgiveness. Without waiting for a reaction, she shifted her attention to the servants at the door and commanded, Very well, the matter is finally settled. The guests of the full family must take their leave. Do not delay in seeing them off. I would have liked for you to stay longer, but the Count has pressing matters. Today's events have concluded so amicably. Your grievances have been resolved, and all are pleased. Thus, I shall not detain you further. She paused briefly, then a benevolent smile graced her wrinkled face. Count Ix, travel safely, and may your days be filled with joy. Count Ix stood there, utterly bewildered. Chapter 18 Apologies, but your grandmother has transcended the ordinary. Not just Yax, but Benjamin was utterly astounded. With events having unfolded to such an extent, even a mere thought would lead him to comprehend the old lady's intent. She had deliberately tripped Dick to assist him. Observing the motion of the cane, it was evident that there was still an Yax between the old lady and Dick. For the cane to navigate around Yax and strike Dick was no trivial feat if the old lady was not intentional. One could only remark on the artistry with which she wielded her cane. Clearly, her actions were deliberate. By causing the night pot to once more collide with Dick, she aligned herself with Benjamin. Should the members of the full family seek to punish Benjamin, they would inevitably have to punish the old lady as well, lest they contravene the so-called glory of nobility. Moreover, it was inconceivable that they would hurl a night pot at the old lady, should misfortune strike. It could lead to a scandal that would reach the church. Even if Yax dared to do so, Claude would surely not permit it. Thus, the full family could not penalize the old lady, which naturally left them without grounds to punish Benjamin. In summary, The old lady had masterfully played her age to save Benjamin's life. Reflecting on this, a great sigh of relief escaped Benjamin. Thankfully, though his grandmother was eccentric, she proved to be far more righteous at this critical juncture than his father. Otherwise, he would have been utterly at a loss on how to evade this calamity. It seemed that in this world, there were indeed individuals who understood the necessity of protection, not all inclined to turn their elbows outward. Gratitude, indeed. However, if Benjamin could recognize this, others undoubtedly could as well. Observing the expressions of the full family, led by Yax, it was clear they were not inclined to swallow this humiliation easily. Duke Claude, the old lady has grown senile in her advanced age and does not comprehend her words. We certainly do not mind. However, Your Grace, you must understand how this matter ought to be handled, Yax declared, targeting the rigid Duke Claude. It appeared he was aware of the old lady's formidable nature and preferred to sideline her, instead directing his efforts toward Benjamin's father. At this, Benjamin's heart sank once more. These individuals were indeed relentless. Even at this juncture, they showed no signs of retreat. Yak's actions could be construed as sowing discord within the Lyther family. He could only hope that his father would not genuinely acquiesce. What? Do not be deceived by my age. My mind remains as clear as ever. I am well aware of how to handle this situation. I will not permit it to spiral into chaos, Duke Claude interjected hesitantly. Just as he wavered, the old lady suddenly twitched her eyelids and seized the opportunity to speak. Exuding an air of venerable authority, her tone resolute. Once again, the old lady had spoken over Claude, yet he refrained from reacting, maintaining a silence that suggested he intended to let the old lady have her way. Noticing this, Yax furrowed his brow. Old lady, please do not create a disturbance. Disturbance? The old lady feigned surprise, adopting an innocent demeanor. What do you mean, Count Yax? Was it not your family that instigated this commotion at our home? How have I become the one causing trouble? Count Yax, one must adhere to reason. Yax seemed to grow impatient, retorting sharply, it is not us who caused the disturbance. Realizing his misstep, he inhaled deeply, reining in his emotions, and resumed the polished demeanor expected of nobility. Old lady, my child is visiting in your family and has been bullied by your kin. As his father, I must seek justice for him. Moreover, since your child has erred, we ought to administer a punishment to educate him, preventing future transgressions. It is one thing to not express gratitude, yet to invert right and wrong is quite another. Old lady, who truly is the unreasonable one here? With that proclamation, Yax appeared genuinely enraged, slamming his palm on the table as he stood. You. His eyes widened, finger pointing at the old lady, yet the words faltered on his tongue, his jowls quivering in agitation. His expression mirrored that of his son, struck dumb by the nightpot's impact the previous night. Benjamin was rendered speechless. It seemed his grandmother's stature within the Lyther family exceeded his previous estimations. And his stern father, Claude, was revealed to be a mama's boy? Your grandfather passed away at a tender age, and you were essentially raised by her. In earlier years, the Lyther family relied heavily on her support. According to rumors you've heard, her position in the capital appears quite unique, though the specifics remain elusive. A system reminiscent of Japanese anime interjected, offering commentary. Such information he had never been privy to. Benjamin silently lamented. Returning to reality, Yax remained at a loss for words against the old lady's retorts. Seizing the moment, she displayed her relentless nature, pressing forward and adding straw to the camel's back. Come, Benjamin, quickly tell Count Yax what you witnessed last night. We must not leave him in ignorance. Benjamin paused, then quickly adapted, channeling his inner actor. With a semblance of distress, a touch of timid innocence, and a hint of stubbornness, he recounted, I awoke last night feeling a bit hungry and sought something to eat when I encountered Mr. Full. He seemed somewhat off, likely suffering from sleepwalking, clutching that object. I intended to rouse him, but he stumbled and, well, the rest is known to all. As he spoke, he mused, my acting skills are certainly improving. I am almost frightened by my own audacity. Meanwhile, upon hearing Benjamin's words, Yax regained his composure and retorted sharply, You lie. Benjamin quickly adopted a meek expression. On the brink of tears, I did not. It truly occurred as I said. Where's Dick? Where is Dick? Dick lay amidst the fragrant heap of refuse. Yax cast another glance at the oblivious Dick, his face quivering and eyes aflame with indignation. Oh, how did I not think of this sooner? The old lady chimed in, suddenly illuminated with understanding. I recall someone mentioning that sleepwalkers do not remember their actions. How unfortunate. Asking Dick would yield no answers. Count Yax, I fear this mystery may remain unsolved, which I find regrettable. A masterstroke. Benjamin felt like applauding. If the old lady had previously been engaging in mere obfuscation, her subsequent remarks struck at the very core of the matter. Sleepwalkers lack awareness. Dick genuinely did not know who had struck him with the night pot. He merely awoke to find Benjamin, thus forming his assumptions. However, in truth, no one had witnessed the moment Benjamin hurled the night pot. This meant that he alone dictated the narrative of what transpired the previous night. Should he assert that Dick had caused his own misfortune, then indeed, it was Dick who had brought this upon himself. Poor Dick. The other members of the Fur family exchanged glances, their expressions a mixture of anger and helplessness. Ultimately, Ike's conceded defeat. Madam, Your Grace, we shall meet again at next month's soiree. I hope you will be as radiant then as you are today. His voice was heavy, akin to a tiger trapped in a cage. Let us depart. Under his command, the members of the Fur family, with faces downcast, began to tend to the unconscious Dick, preparing to leave. Wait, how can you simply walk away? Unexpectedly, the old lady spoke up to retain them. Ike's, nearing the threshold, turned around with a look of confusion. Remaining silent, Ike's was immediately incensed again, and the other members of the Fur family wore expressions of fury. Madam, do you think us easy to bully? The old lady gasped in surprise, covering her mouth innocently. How could that be? I believe this is a perfectly reasonable request. A simple apology will suffice, and we can settle this matter privately, without involving the church. Just think, if His Holiness were to learn of this incident, how would he view your family? I am merely considering your reputation, to spare you embarrassment in public. Wouldn't you agree? Upon hearing the mention of His Holiness, a look of terror spread across the faces of the Fur family, including Ike's. If this escalated to the church, Benjamin thought, the bishop would still need to utilize me and would undoubtedly side with me. In truth, the Fur family had already lost their footing in this dispute. No one could prove that Benjamin had thrown the chamber pot. The Fur family's intrusion here was unwarranted. The Reiser family was willing to settle privately, which was already a concession to them. Taking this matter to the church would surely benefit the Reiser family. Benjamin understood this logic, and Ike's did as well. He glanced at the old lady, his expression shifting, ultimately settling into a bitter semblance. Madam, your demeanor seems rather unreasonable. The old lady, upon hearing this, innocently rolled her eyes. Suddenly, she presented a smile that seemed entirely natural, akin to a grandmother who had been duped out of her pension by a charlatan. I am nearly 70 years old, dear. I am not bound by reason. You speak to me of age, and I shall speak to you of reason. You discuss reason, and I shall speak of age. Ike's looked utterly exasperated. Chapter 19. The basement and the potatoes. From the moment Yax offered his apology to the time the group departed, no more than 15 minutes elapsed. Under the gentle persuasion of the elderly lady, Yax ultimately capitulated. Steeling himself, he extended his apologies and instructed his companions to clean up Dick. In the end, they carried Dick away, dejectedly exiting the doors of the Reiser household. The silence and haste with which they left spoke volumes about the humiliation they felt. Yet, the elderly lady, the architect of this entire affair, seemed blissfully unaware, bidding them farewell with a benevolent smile. Be cautious on your journey. The Reiser family always welcomes your return. Thus, the members of the Vale family departed. Benjamin felt a surge of joy within him, though he struggled to suppress it on his face. Did this signify a turn in his fortunes? Regardless, he was determined to avoid the ignominy of being hoodwinked. At the very least, escaping this predicament was worthy of celebration. However, he soon realized he had celebrated too soon. After the Vale family had left, the elderly lady fell silent, and Claude seemed to regain the authority of the household, suddenly turning to Benjamin with a grave inquiry. A jolt of alarm coursed through Benjamin, prompting him to cast a pleading glance at the elderly lady. She merely yawned, appearing indifferent. It was over. Claude clearly noted Benjamin's unease. With a disgruntled huff and a menacing expression, he shot a sidelong glance at the elderly lady before continuing to reprimand Benjamin. As Benjamin listened, a question arose in his mind upon hearing a certain phrase. Running away from home. Wait, what was that about? Had Benjamin ever run away from home? Confused, he sought clarification from the system. Negative, the system replied with unwavering certainty. I don't know, it added. You, Benjamin stammered. Though this was not his first encounter with such absurdity, and he quickly regained his composure, retorting, What good are you? The system's tone remained monotonous. Of no use. So please do not seek me out again. Let us part ways. This system was toxic. Could it be that others believed he had run away instead of realizing he had been abducted? Blind man, I have discovered the crux. No wonder. No wonder he had not received a kind word. No wonder their attitudes were so poor. With this thought, he hastily interjected, I did not run away. I was. Be quiet. You little scoundrel. Where did you learn to lie so convincingly? Do you take me for a fool? Claude interrupted mercilessly, leaving no room for rebuttal. You didn't run away. Then where have you been these past few days? Were you perhaps abducted? Indeed, I truly was abducted. Benjamin longed to exclaim, but in the current situation, admitting such a thing would likely lead to his demise. Damn it, another who steals my lines. Observing Claude's state, it was clear his anger was even fiercer than before, likely compounded by the humiliation of being chastised by the elderly lady before outsiders. Claude could not vent his ire at her. Thus, Benjamin bore the brunt of his wrath. In such a furious state, it seemed futile for Benjamin to utter a word in defense. He could only endure the scolding in silence. Indeed, fortune was but fleeting, misfortune was eternal. Thus, Benjamin braced himself, enduring a 15-minute tirade from Claude in front of an audience, the specifics of which need not be recounted. During this ordeal, the others in the living room remained as frozen statues, silent and motionless, save for the maid, who trembled as she tidied up the mess. Finally, as Claude's fury began to subside, he regarded the sullen Benjamin and, after a brief pause, declared, Go to the basement and reflect on your actions. If you do not acknowledge your faults, you shall not dine. Thus, Benjamin was unceremoniously thrust into the basement. Contrary to the grand depictions often found in fantastical tales where basements harbor family secrets, this particular basement was merely a small, dimly lit chamber, measuring roughly 8 square meters. Its walls were constructed from dark stone, with moss creeping through the crevices. The sole contents of this basement were not artifacts of mystery, but rather bag upon bag of potatoes. Upon entering the basement, Benjamin promptly stepped on a potato, losing his balance and tumbling into a veritable sea of spuds. Gazing through the faintly illuminated keyhole, he found himself momentarily lost in thought before letting out a sigh. Slowly, he extricated himself from the pile of potatoes. Confinement. He surveyed his surroundings, confirming the environment. Brushing off the dust, he sought a spot devoid of potatoes. Settling down with a large sack of potatoes for support, adopting a more comfortable posture, and gradually allowing himself to relax. Phew, though it was confinement, it presented an opportunity to catch his breath, he mused aloud. Although he had ultimately faced punishment, it was still a far cry from the indignity of being hooded. After all, it was merely confinement. Could they possibly keep him locked away for a year and a half? Surely, he would be released in a few days, suffering no lasting consequences. He might even consider this a moment of respite. After all, he had only been in this world for 5 days. And excluding the 3 days he had lost consciousness, the remaining 2 had been fraught with tension. Engaging in a battle of wits with Michelle, hurling a chamber pot at the sleepwalking Dick, escaping an assassination attempt, gathering intelligence at the church, and facing a tribunal with the Vale family. He had indeed accomplished quite a lot in these 2 days. It felt surreal, as if he were caught in a dream. This life was anything but peaceful, fraught with troubles akin to a demanding client in a design firm, each more exasperating than the last. He felt utterly drained. At that moment, he even began to consider that being confined by Claude was perhaps the best thing that had happened to him since his arrival. Though the basement was small and cramped, it was not unpleasant. The dim lighting and quiet ambience served to soothe his restless spirit, not to mention the faint aroma of potatoes wafting through the air. The scent of potatoes was rather pleasant. Perhaps it was simply due to his hunger. With this thought, Benjamin suddenly became acutely aware of a grave issue. This problem had existed prior and had demonstrated its potential for devastation. If left unchecked, it could lead to unpredictable and dreadful consequences. The issue was, he was hungry. Very, very hungry. No thoughts of food. Craving food. Eating. Meals. He paused for a moment. Then, as if struck by an epiphany, he sprang up from the ground and dashed to the tightly shut iron door, gripping the rusted keyhole with fervor. Let me out. I wish to confess. You cannot impede my quest for redemption. Open the door, and I shall repent. I revel in repentance. It brings me joy. He began to grasp the true horror of confinement. After a spell of languishing on the floor, his gaze shifted to the scattered potatoes around him. Though they were raw and likely not the most palatable, surely they were still edible? Can potatoes be eaten raw? He inquired of the system. Never tried it. You may give it a go, the system responded. If not for the overwhelming hunger that had sapped his strength, Benjamin would undoubtedly have unleashed a torrent of invective against the system. But alas, he was so famished that he could no longer afford to be particular. It is said that in times of famine, people resort to consuming tree bark. If they can eat bark and leather, why should raw potatoes be off limits? After all, the mashed potatoes served at KFC are hardly different from raw ones, and he remains quite healthy. He would rather succumb to food poisoning than perish from hunger. To die of starvation is a truly tragic fate, one that would render him the subject of jest during mealtimes, utterly disgraceful. Yet, the thought of dying from eating raw potatoes also seems rather humiliating. Never mind. Why ponder so deeply? He resolved to be the first courageous soul to consume raw potatoes. Driven by the gnawing pangs of hunger, Benjamin grasped a potato nearby, opened his mouth wide, and prepared to take a bite. Just then, a sudden sound echoed through the basement, a sharp pop. Damn it, this is so tough. He could hardly bite into it. With his teeth aching, Benjamin hastily tossed the potato aside and turned to investigate the source of the strange noise. There, at the iron door of the basement, a small opening had appeared, and a pair of bright blue eyes emerged, staring intently at Benjamin, startling him greatly. What on earth is happening now? Chapter 20. Just as Benjamin felt somewhat unnerved under the gaze of those eyes, the owner of the eyes suddenly spoke from the other side of the iron door. It was the gentle voice of a woman. Although Benjamin found the voice somewhat familiar, he could not quite recall who it belonged to. Who is this person? He inwardly inquired of the system. It is your mother, the system replied. With the system's kind reminder, Benjamin finally remembered that the owner of the voice was none other than Mary Claude's wife, the old lady's daughter-in-law, and Benjamin's biological mother. His mother had dismissed the maid guarding him and had come to see him in secret. According to the system's simplified memory, Mary was a virtuous and devoted wife, renowned for her good temper throughout the royal capital. Throughout his life, Benjamin had never witnessed her lose her temper, nor had he seen anyone struggle to get along with her, except for the old lady, of course. Even though the old lady often troubled Mary, she had never retaliated. Instead, she silently bore all the old lady's biting remarks. One could say she epitomized the model daughter-in-law of her time. In her interactions with Benjamin, Mary did not express disappointment or indifference due to his perceived shortcomings. She treated both him and Grant with equal care and concern. This was indeed a rare quality, for even among children of similar standing, favoritism was a common occurrence, let alone in Benjamin's family situation. With these thoughts in mind, Benjamin no longer hesitated and spoke up, feigning a pitiful demeanor. "Mother, you have finally come." Although he did not voice any complaints, his sorrowful tone and feeble voice conveyed his plight. He hoped to ignite his mother's boundless compassion. "Yes, your father just left, giving me the chance to come here to find you. Come, you must be starving. I asked the cook to prepare some extra bread for you, which I have brought. Eat a little to tide you over," Mary said. As she passed a small paper package through the small opening in the door, Benjamin felt a surge of excitement. He took the package and carefully opened it, revealing two soft, warm pieces of bread resting within, releasing a faint aroma of wheat mixed with milk. Food. Benjamin was overwhelmed with emotion. Only a mother could be so good. Children with mothers are like treasures. Although he longed to devour the bread immediately, he restrained his hunger and gratefully looked toward the pair of blue eyes at the opening, saying, "Thank you. I was nearly starving." Mary smiled from the other side of the door and continued, "You need not worry. Once your father's anger has subsided a bit tomorrow, I will plead with him, and he should let you out. Rest assured, your father certainly will not keep you here for long." Upon hearing this, Benjamin felt a sense of reassurance. If he remained imprisoned for too long, it would significantly hinder his plans to study magic. The sooner he could leave, the sooner he could ask Jeremy to retrieve his belongings. He did not wish to linger in this place for too long. While resting for a bit was pleasant, extended confinement could become exceedingly tedious. Even now, having been locked up for less than 2 hours, he was already growing weary of the potatoes surrounding him. If he stayed much longer, he might sprout like one of them. "All right, goodbye, Mother," Benjamin replied, filled with genuine gratitude. "Goodbye, dear." With a series of soft footsteps, Mary closed the small opening of the iron door and departed from the basement. After watching her leave, Benjamin immediately began to enjoy the bread in his hands. The portion was not insignificant, but given his ravenous state, even the largest serving would not seem excessive. In no time, he was left with an empty paper package and a few crumbs, contentedly patting his stomach and letting out a satisfied belch. He crumpled the paper package and tucked it deep within the sea of potatoes, ensuring it would not be discovered. Then, having feasted, he lazily reclined among the potatoes, closed his eyes, and delved into the depths of his consciousness. He had no intention of idly wasting time in the basement. With nothing else to occupy him, he decided to further explore his consciousness space and that enigmatic blue triangular character. The absence of guidance did not preclude self-directed learning. In fact, his journey to comprehend magic was, in essence, a journey of self-education. Of course, Benjamin contemplated whether to practice the only magic he had mastered, the water sphere technique. In many novels, the simplest way to hone a special ability is through repeated use. However, given his current proximity to the cathedral, as Michelle had mentioned, the cleansers could sense magic within a certain range. If he alerted the church, it could lead to dire consequences. Thus, if he wished to practice magic, he would have to do so within his consciousness space. Previously, when he had used the water sphere technique in his consciousness space, Michelle had sensed nothing, and he assumed that the cathedral, separated by several streets, would remain unaffected. The consciousness space was indeed a fascinating realm. Although he did not know how Michelle and the others learned magic, his intuition suggested that they did not possess such an extraordinary space nor the tangible magical symbols like the blue character. Their journey to become mages was likely vastly different from his own. In a serendipitous turn of events, he seemed to have embarked on an unusual path. This notion only deepened his curiosity about the consciousness space. Thus, at this moment, confined in the basement with nothing to do, he once again entered into his consciousness space. In the vast expanse of the consciousness space, everything remained unchanged. The boundless darkness enveloped him, and the pale blue triangular character stood as the only constant. This entire realm seemed to have solidified the moment it was formed, remaining impervious to the passage of time. What had changed, however, was Benjamin. Observations indicated that the water elements in his consciousness space were significantly more concentrated than in reality. Soon enough, everything around him faded into an impenetrable darkness. Although the darkness did not induce anxiety, it instead evoked a peculiar sense of familiarity. He did not cease his running. While his suspicions about the water elements had been confirmed, he was now struck by another curiosity. Did this consciousness space have boundaries? What would happen if he continued running in this manner? What secrets lay hidden within this profound darkness? Exploring the unknown is an inherent human instinct, whether it be the vastness of the external world or the depths of one's inner self. Humans are perpetually driven to discover what resides in places they have never been before. Hence, he sprinted toward the darker depths. Then, he found himself in a rather foolish predicament. What on earth is this place? After what felt like an interminable marathon, Benjamin was ultimately compelled to halt. Leaning on his knees, gasping for breath, and staring blankly into the endless darkness ahead, he had initially believed that physical exertion was non-existent in the consciousness space. Such a belief seemed reasonable, as physical stamina pertains to the tangible realm. How could the spirit exert energy? However, he was mistaken. He ought to have trusted Marx's assertion. Material is the foundation of the spirit. When the spirit is excessively drained or overextended, it inevitably affects the material as well. In this vast, boundless consciousness space, he had run for what felt like an eternity, traversing unknown distances, yet he could not perceive any boundaries. Everything around him remained unchanged, engulfed in an abyss of darkness, and yet more darkness. Until he ran until his limbs grew weak and numb, he saw no sign of nearing an end. Thus, he was compelled to halt, utterly exhausted. "I am merely curious," Benjamin replied. "You are simply well fed with nothing to occupy your time," a mechanical voice interjected, laced with an unintended inflection. Benjamin found himself at a loss for a rebuttal. Indeed, he had just dined heartily and had little to engage him. The fruitlessness of his lengthy endeavor stung his heart somewhat. Nevertheless, his attention swiftly shifted. He was, after all, a rather optimistic individual. One unfruitful exploration merely paved the way for another. He extended his hand towards the azure glyph and once again recited the incantation for the water sphere technique. As the glyph vibrated and the water elements coalesced, a sphere of water formed within his palm. Without hesitation, he willed the sphere to dissipate and repeated the incantation. Time and again, he invoked the water sphere technique within his conscious realm. The pale blue ripples spread like waves, enticing the water elements to gather and disperse in this shroud of darkness. Soon, He sensed a significant depletion of water elements within his awareness. Yet he did not cease his incantations. Rather, he quickened his movements. Upon uttering the spell for the 45th time, he realized that no water sphere materialized within his palm. Moreover, accompanied by a sudden, throbbing headache, he was abruptly expelled from his conscious space. Despite the waves of pain coursing through his head, Benjamin could hardly conceal the elation in his tone. "I understand now." "What have you understood?" After a moment of silence, the system responded somewhat reluctantly. "Though I am not inclined to engage you, I shall begrudgingly cooperate." Benjamin paid no mind to the system's sarcasm. He was immersed in the exhilaration of discovery, akin to a child who has just learned to walk, or a student who, after multiple failures, rejoices at finally achieving a score of 61. He silently cheered within. "I comprehend the methods of a mage's cultivation." Chapter 21. The mage's training method. Are you planning to keep indulging in your own excitement? Or do you intend to explain it to me so that I may share in the thrill? After a moment of silence, noticing Benjamin's reluctance to continue, the system inquired with a hint of exasperation. If the system possessed facial features, it would likely be fuming at this moment. It was not Benjamin's intention to frustrate the system. Rather, the training method he had just conceived was still in its infancy, and the fear of being ridiculed by the system loomed over him. Moreover, he was somewhat weary of the system's erratic behavior and thought that finding an opportunity to address it could enhance their future communication. Returning to the subject at hand, Benjamin had gained a relatively systematic understanding of magic through the recent experiment. The water elements within his consciousness space gathered around the magical symbols, which he could manipulate through these symbols. Each use of magic consumed a portion of the water elements. In essence, the water elements stored in his consciousness space represented his magical power. The greater the accumulation of water elements, the more potent and numerous the spells he could unleash. Aside from learning new spells, this appeared to be the only avenue for Benjamin to strengthen himself. While he would certainly prefer to learn new magic, he found himself alone and lacked the confidence to invent spells. He could only wait for Annie's relics to arrive. Thus, simplifying all his complex thoughts, the sole course of action before him was to increase the reserve of water elements within his consciousness space. The question arose, how could he store more water elements? The answer was clear: he would draw from the real world. In truth, whether it be magic, martial energy, or other supernatural abilities, the process involves the accumulation and qualitative transformation of stored energy. No surprises there. The world he inhabited functioned under the same principle. By continually amassing magical elements, he could grow stronger. This, he concluded, was his understanding of the mage's training method. I truly am a genius. Once again, having arrived at a conclusion independently, Benjamin felt a swell of pride. "So, you truly do not intend to explain this to me?" The system's voice carried a tone of resentment. Without further ado, Benjamin embarked on his endeavor. He closed his eyes and heightened his awareness of the water elements. Although the basement had poor air quality, it was relatively humid. With an abundance of water elements surrounding him, he concentrated on sensing these wandering water elements and endeavored to communicate with them, attempting to absorb them into his consciousness space. At the onset of this process, Benjamin felt somewhat lost. Unsure of how to absorb the water elements, he instinctively attempted to command them with his thoughts, yet nothing transpired. However, he did not succumb to despair. He quickly recognized the underlying issue. He should not be communicating with the water elements, but rather with his own consciousness space. The consciousness space was an extraordinary entity, and he needed to leverage it to absorb the water elements. After all, even if he could communicate with the errant water elements, drawing them into his body served no purpose. He was not thirsty. Benjamin began to attune himself to his consciousness space. He did not fully enter it, but maintained a semi-immersed state, feeling the depths of his consciousness while striving to stay anchored in the real world. It was a rather remarkable state. On the brink of entering his consciousness space, he resisted with sheer willpower, keeping his focus on the physical realm. He could sense the gradual slowing of his breath and heartbeat, as though his soul were about to detach, observing himself from an external perspective. A peculiar feeling arose within him. His intuition suggested that this was indeed the correct state. Maintaining this condition, he waited. As his sensations stabilized, he resumed his efforts to perceive the drifting water elements around him. A transformation unfolded. Each time Benjamin's awareness touched a small cluster of water elements, that cluster would abruptly vanish, only to manifest within his consciousness space. The entire process felt as though it tore through space itself. The absorption of water elements occurred in an instant, leaving an ineffable sense of wonder. Benjamin was overwhelmed with joy. He had successfully discovered a method to absorb water elements. With each absorption, a wave of refreshing sensation coursed through him, as if celebrating his success, causing him to shiver with delight. Driven by this euphoric feeling, Benjamin, without a moment's thought, became almost addicted, sweeping his awareness through the basement repeatedly, absorbing every water element within his reach. The previously somewhat parched consciousness space was swiftly replenished with moisture. After half an hour, a sense of fullness emanated from his consciousness space, prompting Benjamin to reluctantly cease his absorption of water elements. He emerged from that semi-conscious, semi-reality state, taking a deep breath, feeling a profound sense of relief wash over him. "This is exhilarating, even more so than a grand sword," he exclaimed with genuine admiration. "Is this the training method you've devised?" At that moment, the system re-emerged. Having witnessed the entire process and now comprehending Benjamin's method, it spoke with a hint of annoyance. "Yes, you need not elaborate. I know I am a genius. And your praise is unnecessary," Benjamin declared narcissistically, tossing his hair. "No one is here to commend you," came the system's dull mechanical voice, clearly stifling a retort. "Fine. If you insist, I cannot argue with that. Go ahead, don't hold back your words. Lavish me with praise." Benjamin, clearly uninterested in the system's utterances, remained lost in his own self-importance. After a moment of silence, the system seemed to become incensed, raising its volume threefold. A voice akin to that of a rock concert thundered in Benjamin's ears. "No. 1. Once. 2. Praise. You. Your method has failed." The system calmed down and returned to its normal volume, stating, "No one wants to praise you. Your method has failed." Benjamin did not take it seriously, assuming the system was merely reverting to its old habits. He retorted, "Where has it failed? It seems everything is as it should be. Wait a moment. Everything appears unchanged." Suddenly, Benjamin recognized the issue at hand. The water elements in his consciousness space remained the same as before, but they should not have been. After all, he had worked diligently to absorb the water elements. The reserves should have been significantly greater than usual. Where had all the water elements gone? "In the brief moment of your self-absorption, they all dissipated," the system replied. "Dissipated? Why would they dissipate?" Benjamin felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. The thought of losing all those water elements made his efforts feel futile, causing a pang of regret. "Are you not a genius? Why ask me?" The system, it seemed, had also mastered the art of sarcasm, its insults growing sharper. Benjamin, however, paid no heed to the system's jibes, instead furrowing his brow in deep thought. "No, something is amiss. What exactly have I overlooked?" He fell back into contemplation. He sensed that the true answer resided within his mind. He simply had to uncover some crucial detail that had eluded him, akin to a race car missing a vital gear. In this seemingly perfect system of storage and accumulation, what had he neglected? Why should the water elements remain? They thrive just fine in the air. Why should they be compelled to remain in his consciousness space? Why should they not dissipate? As Benjamin pondered deeply, the system seized the opportunity to launch a merciless counterattack against him. Oblivious to the system's taunts, he was entirely engrossed in contemplation. The entire cultivation method and consciousness space replayed in his mind repeatedly. He was convinced that his reasoning was correct, and deriving a feasible method seemed almost assured. Yet, there was a flaw in his approach. Where had he gone awry? Why? He began to mutter unconsciously. Why? Why did the elements not dissipate? On what grounds did they remain? Mimicking Benjamin's tone, the system recited a nursery rhyme, mocking him in various ways. Why? Why did they not dissipate? Suddenly, a spark of realization ignited in Benjamin's mind. Indeed, the excess water elements had vanished. But what about the remaining ones? Why did they not dissipate? What allowed him to retain these water elements, preventing them from escaping as well? Slightly reversing his train of thought, Benjamin discovered that the answers he sought were both distant and imminent. He lifted his gaze to behold a glimmer of blue light ahead. The pale blue glow illuminated his face, etching a smile of sudden understanding upon it. How could he have forgotten this blue, triangular character? Everything stemmed from this triangular, iron-like magical character. It had unlocked the sealed consciousness space, gathered the abundant and lively water elements, endowed Benjamin with the power to perceive them, and enabled him to summon water orbs. It was this character that retained the water elements. However, when the number of water elements in the consciousness space exceeded the character's capacity, the surplus elements could not be held, leading to their swift dissipation. Understanding all of this, Benjamin promptly adjusted his cultivation method. Accumulating water elements was not the key to strength. Rather, strengthening this blue rune to control more water elements was paramount. As for how to enhance this character, Benjamin contemplated briefly and soon devised a plan. He suddenly summoned a portion of water elements within the consciousness space, directing them towards the character. Manipulating these water elements from thin air proved somewhat taxing, and their movement was sluggish. After considerable effort, they finally approached the character. Under his control, the water elements made contact with the character. With a resonant hum, the character emitted a sound distinctly different from before. Benjamin's vision momentarily blurred, and he felt as if he had entered a realm of pure blue. Various blue runes orbited around him like celestial bodies, evoking a sense of profound wonder. What was that? Narrowing his eyes, Benjamin gazed at the still suspended triangular character, slipping back into deep contemplation. However, he soon relaxed his brow and refocused on the surrounding water elements. Once again, he directed the water elements towards the blue character. This time, upon contact, the water elements did not produce the same reaction as before. Instead, they seamlessly merged into the character like rivers flowing into the sea. The character glimmered slightly before returning to its previous state. Undeterred, Benjamin repeated this endeavor. He felt he had unraveled the mystery between the consciousness space and the blue character. All that remained was to substantiate his theory through practice. He repeatedly controlled the water elements, guiding them closer to the character, only for them to be absorbed. This process, hampered by his limited control, unfolded slowly. Thus, even within the relatively unhurried flow of time in the consciousness space, it consumed a considerable amount of Benjamin's time. By the time he integrated all the water elements within the consciousness space into the rune, nearly 12 hours had elapsed in the real world. 12 full hours. Had he not been confined in the basement, such uninterrupted concentration would have been quite challenging. When the system informed Benjamin that 12 hours had passed, he was taken aback. Though the process had been monotonous and repetitive, for some inexplicable reason, he felt wholly immersed, almost entranced, losing all sense of time. This enchanting sensation deepened his confidence. It was reminiscent of his first encounter with magic, as if something ethereal was calling to him. If he had not been on the right path, he would not have felt such a connection. With this thought, he raised his head once more, gazing at the flickering triangular character in the consciousness space. The character finally transformed, becoming more radiant, its blue light shining like dazzling stars, silently affirming Benjamin's hypothesis. Yet, mere luminosity was insufficient. He gazed at the character, preparing for the final validation. After resting for a moment, he awaited the surrounding water elements to gradually replenish, which took about half an hour. Finally, the water elements had restored their abundance, even denser than before. He extended his hand towards the character and once more recited the incantation for the water orb spell, accompanied by the character's crisp chime and the surge of water elements. A new water orb materialized in his palm, exceeding the size of the previous one by more than double. Gazing at the sizable water orb in his hand, Benjamin finally revealed a satisfied smile. "Look, take that. I am indeed a genius." Chapter 22. The demon has indeed written, although summoning a larger water sphere seemed trivial. It was neither a means of offensive against foes nor a shield for self-protection, nor did it lift the curse that Michelle had cast upon him. However, the significance behind the water sphere far outweighed its mere existence. It illuminated a path for Benjamin, a route that could lead him towards formidable power. Despite his current ignorance regarding the acquisition of new magic or the perception of other elemental types, he had begun to nurture a burgeoning belief in his own magical aptitude, gradually cultivating a sense of confidence within. Faced with the arcane, he was no longer enveloped in ignorance. What was there to be astonished about? It was merely a matter of allowing magical runes to absorb elements for growth. Was such a notion so difficult to conceive? The system, ever persistent, continued to dampen his spirits. "You've become increasingly insufferable lately," Benjamin muttered under his breath, unable to tolerate it any longer. "I was wrong. You are indeed a genius." The system replied with blinding speed. Benjamin found himself too weary to engage further. He had lingered in this basement for quite some time, initially resting, followed by a visit from Mary, and then a lengthy period of delving into magic research. If his calculations were correct, it should now be the dawn of the second day outside. However, having spent time in the basement, he could not discern day from night with certainty. When would Claude finally cool down and allow him to emerge? Time felt both pressing and lax. Michelle's curse was akin to a ticking bomb, and one could never predict when it might detonate. He feared that danger would return before he possessed the strength to contend with Michelle. Yet, there was no use in fretting at this moment. The intentions of his father were inscrutable, and he had no idea how persuasive Mary might be outside. Anything could transpire in the world beyond the door. With a sigh, he resolved to relax and ease his anxious mind. Regardless of his impatience, he could not pass through walls or doors to escape this modest basement. Thus, he found himself feeling somewhat liberated. He gazed at the ceiling, allowing his thoughts to drift, as though recovering the energy expended during his earlier meditation. Benjamin had just resolved to refer to the practice of absorbing water elements into characters as meditation. Though the term sounded a tad cliché, it was easy to remember. After all, he was not penning a novel. There was no need for fanciful titles that would not enhance the efficiency of his meditation. After several minutes of daydreaming, he found himself at a loss for further activities. He was slightly hungry but not ravenous, a bit drowsy but not exhausted. Contemplating this, he decided to continue his meditation. He reclined on the ground, closed his eyes, and pretended to sleep, lest anyone entering might find it amiss. Within, he had already submerged himself back into his consciousness space, repeatedly urging the water element to strengthen the central blue triangular rune. The process of meditation was rather slow, which he found unsatisfactory, yet he could not identify a method for improvement. However, this session did not drag on as long as the previous one, nor did he merge all the water elements within his consciousness space. Midway through, he was abruptly interrupted by an external force. This marked the first time he had been summoned from his consciousness space. The sensation was unpleasant, akin to being roused from a shallow sleep. He felt slightly dizzy and disoriented, a sense of irritation brewing within him. Voices called out to him, pulling him from his foggy state. Young master, it's time to wake up. Young master. Benjamin opened his eyes to find a large face hovering before him, startling him. Instinctively, he recoiled but quickly recognized it was Jeremy, his servant. Not only Jeremy, but another figure stood at the entrance of the basement, his mother, Mary, beaming at him with a gentle smile. The iron door, which had remained tightly shut, was now wide open, allowing much-needed light to flood the once dim space. He was finally free to leave. Yet he did not rush. Instead, he glanced outside and, finding it empty, inquired, "Where is my father? Has he not come? Has he forgiven me?" He deliberately adopted a tone that betrayed his trepidation, feigning fear of Claude. Upon hearing this, Benjamin exhaled in relief, not only for the chance to leave the basement, but also because Claude's absence was a fortuitous development. Although his fear was merely a fade, he genuinely found Claude to be rather troublesome and wished to avoid confrontation. "Thank you, mother. I truly could not remain here any longer." Benjamin stood and continued to wear a pitiful expression. Jeremy promptly replied, "Yes, madam." Accompanied by the two, Benjamin exited the basement. As he gazed at the inky sky, he realized it was already the second night. He had spent an entire day and night in that small basement. This illustrated just how dulled his sense of time had become during meditation. "Young master, please wait a moment. I shall fetch the cook to prepare something for you," Jeremy said upon entering the room, then turned to leave. After enduring the lengthy meditation, Benjamin found himself lacking urgency. Fatigue washed over him like a tidal wave. All he wished for was to collapse onto his soft, comfortable bed and sleep undisturbed until the end of time. Thus, he approached his bed, flopped onto it, and rolled about, stretching lazily. I never want to get up again," he declared languidly. "Really?" the system inquired. "Not really. I wish I could. But reality is unforgiving. The conditions are too harsh. The revolution has yet to succeed. Comrades must continue to strive." Benjamin sighed, responding. Upon hearing this, the system fell silent for a moment before abruptly shifting its tone, whispering, "Oh, I thought you had discovered something beneath your pillow." Benjamin halted his rolling. "What is it?" Detecting the seriousness in the system's tone, his voice became grave. "You ask me? Why not take a look for yourself? If the system had a face, it would surely be rolling its eyes at this moment." Without further ado, Benjamin lifted his pillow. There, resting on the pristine sheets, lay a letter, immaculate and unopened. Upon witnessing this, a realization struck him. and his heart sank. Heaven forbid, let me not become a harbinger of doom. With a sense of trepidation, he inhaled deeply and glanced over the letter. Unfortunately, the worst possible scenario unfolded. The back of the pristine envelope bore, in black ink, that nightmarish name, Michelle. Benjamin felt darkness descend before his eyes. Was this retribution? After confirming with the system that he knew no other individuals named Michelle, he regretted the story he had concocted for the bishop. What was meant to come would inevitably arrive. The system's tone suddenly brightened, exuding warmth and familiarity. Whether it be a letter, a card, or a text message, the voice of the dreamer would never cease. Share your yesterdays, record your todays, and realize your tomorrows, ensuring your dreams do not fade due to the distance of time. Though somewhat exasperated by the system's nonsensical ramblings, Benjamin found his anxiety easing. Once he regained his composure, he realized he was no longer a hostage in Michelle's grasp. She had long since forfeited her power over him. With the support of the church, he can seize the initiative. During his abduction, Benjamin was no match for Michelle. Now that he is free, he has nothing left to fear. Regardless of what Michelle expresses in this letter, or any traps that may await him, he can respond with calm composure. After all, there are still members of the church around, and he could easily submit this letter to them for their intervention. The most formidable power on the continent now stands as his backing. It is not that he places unwavering faith in the church. Rather, he understands that they would not allow a noble to face calamity under their very noses. Submitting the letter to the church would suffice. With this thought, Benjamin hesitated no longer and raised his hand to deftly tear open the envelope. However, to his utter astonishment, the first line of the letter struck him like a thunderbolt, utterly disrupting all of Benjamin's plans. It read, "You possess considerable talent in magic. 10 days hence, I shall come to teach you." After a brief moment of shock, Benjamin realized he had forfeited the option of delivering the letter to the church. He comprehended the underlying intent of those words. With a mere statement, Michelle had severed his possibility of seeking assistance from the church. He could no longer submit this letter to the bishop. If the bishop were to see that line, he would immediately uncover Benjamin's magical abilities. The consequences would be swift and fatal. Hence, he must endure the malice of this wicked sorceress alone. It was as if Michelle possessed the power of mind-reading, discerning his thoughts with uncanny clarity. This realization was what troubled him most. Would Michelle truly teach him magic? Perhaps she would, perhaps she would not. Yet, regardless of her decision, Benjamin's very life remained firmly grasped in Michelle's hands. Unless he could break the curse, he had no choice but to bow to this woman and heed her commands. In that fleeting moment, cold sweat drenched Benjamin's shirt. The deadly game had resumed. The deadly game had never truly ended. Chapter 23. The Choice of Pawn's Young Master. It seems there is little food left in the kitchen. Just these 2 pieces of bread, Jeremy said, holding the bread and standing at the doorway, watching him. Benjamin looked back at Jeremy. For a moment, neither spoke. "Young master, is something the matter?" Jeremy seemed to sense the strange atmosphere and inquired with concern. "Nothing. Just hand me the bread. This will suffice. It's difficult to procure anything else at this time, isn't it?" Benjamin quickly interjected, shifting the topic. "Oh, yes," Jeremy replied vacantly, seemingly not thinking much of it, and handed the bread to Benjamin. Taking the bread, Benjamin gazed at Jeremy, still wary of further questions, and pressed on without allowing him to contemplate. "What about the task I assigned you? How did it go?" This question diverted Jeremy's attention entirely. A look of mild panic crossed his face as his hands fumbled in his pockets. After a moment, he finally produced a wooden cross from his coat pocket. "I have brought this for you, young master," he said, offering the cross to Benjamin. Benjamin's emotions had stabilized somewhat. He glanced at the wooden cross in Jeremy's hands. Adopting an expression of inscrutable authority, snorted through his nose, and remained silent, his demeanor unreadable. "Young master?" Jeremy's anxiety heightened, and he asked cautiously. Benjamin shot another glance at Jeremy and suddenly remarked, "This item is incorrect." Jeremy's expression grew more frantic, as if he had completely forgotten the earlier conversation. Furrowing his brows, he asked now. Benjamin nodded affirmatively. "Yes, you must depart at once." Jeremy's face fell once more. All of this was for the sake of acquiring an relics. Although Michelle's letter had disrupted all of Benjamin's plans, he was not inclined to relinquish this quest. He did not believe that Michelle would genuinely teach him magic. Moreover, he was wary of yielding entirely to her whims. Who knew what schemes this woman might concoct? He preferred to trust in himself. "Young master, I am setting off now. If the steward inquires, Please explain clearly to him, otherwise my wages will be docked. Having already endured a lengthy errand, Jeremy refrained from further complaints, clutching the cross with a sorrowful expression as he left the room. Benjamin nodded, offering an encouraging smile as he watched Jeremy embark on yet another long journey. He had come to trust Jeremy to a considerable extent, but it was not yet time to divulge too much. After all, when it came to magic, he had to send away this naive and timid servant. It was essential to remember that the church had done an excellent job of indoctrination. To the general populace, wizards were merely embodiments of evil. They were seen as irredeemable villains. Even if Jeremy remained loyal to him, understanding his actions would likely prove difficult. Keeping him in the dark was beneficial for both parties. Once Jeremy had departed, Benjamin stepped forward and shut the door behind him. He exhaled in relief. Fortunately, it was merely his male servant, who was not particularly clever and thus manageable. Had someone else arrived, he would have been at a loss for how to respond. Even if the previous steward had come, suspicions would have surely arisen, leading to a plethora of rumors. While a few dull-witted servants might be unsatisfactory from another perspective, it was indeed advantageous. Closing the windows and drawing the curtains, ensuring he would not be disturbed further, Benjamin reached beneath his pillow and retrieved Michelle's letter once more. At this moment, the letter's significance was undeniable. He had only read the beginning, and already beads of cold sweat formed on his brow. He needed to read the remainder. In truth, the envelope contained 2 sheets of paper. Initially, Benjamin had assumed Michelle had much to convey, hence the 2 pages. However, he quickly realized how gravely mistaken he was. After you read this page, burn it, and deliver the 2nd page to the Bishop of St. Peter's Cathedral, persuading him to believe its contents. There are numerous ways to contact the bishop. I trust you will not require my instruction. Upon reading Michelle's demand to deliver the letter to the church, Benjamin began to feel uneasy. By the time he finished the 2nd page, an overwhelming sense of helplessness washed over him, accompanied by a deep sigh. The content of the 2nd page read, "In 5 days, meet me at the ruins of the lower city prison. Do not harbor any ulterior motives. The curse will soon manifest, and you shall suffer immensely." A chill ran down Benjamin's spine. He had underestimated Michelle once more. The ambitions of this, which were vast. She sought not merely Benjamin's assistance in acquiring the Leeser family's treasury. She had also plotted against the church. She intended to use Benjamin as bait, luring the church to the lower city in 5 days, thus exacting her revenge. This was no longer a conflict between him and Michelle. It had escalated into a struggle between Michelle and the church, with him merely a pawn in Michelle's game. What was he to do? What could he do? Michelle had truly seen through all his thoughts. If he followed her instructions and delivered the 2nd page to the church, it was highly likely they would fall into her trap, leading them to the ruins of the prison in 5 days. This would result in the church suffering a blow, allowing Michelle to act with greater impunity. On the other hand, if Benjamin refrained from delivering the 2nd page to the church, he would endure the curse's torment. Simultaneously, he would lose the church's support, facing Michelle alone, which would render him vulnerable. If Benjamin were to think inversely and present both pages to the church, they would discover his magic and purify him on the spot. Not to mention, if he burned the letter and falsely claimed it had spontaneously combusted, attempting to convince the church would be futile. The bishop was a cunning man. Without concrete evidence from Michelle, he would not be swayed. He would feign belief and, like before, utter a plethora of eloquent words, offering irrelevant information while providing Benjamin no substantial aid. Every path led to doom. Every move he made seemed destined for failure. Benjamin found himself ensnared in despair once more. What to do? He lamented, burying his face in his hands, feeling utterly overwhelmed, his appetite for the bread forgotten. Perhaps you should heed Michelle's advice. She did mention teaching you magic, the system suggested after some contemplation. And then what? I learn her magic and become the next Sally, and, perhaps even worse. My fate rests in her hands. Do you truly believe she would regard me as an ally, or that she would willingly lift the curse from me? How naive. Benjamin shook his head in response. He fell into deep thought. All his thoughts swirled chaotically in his mind, a tremendous weight pressing down on him, casting a shadow that compelled him to make a decision swiftly. He had to decide promptly. If he intended to deliver the letter to the bishop, he must set out tonight. After today, the 5 days mentioned in the letter would become 4, making it increasingly difficult for him to explain everything to the bishop. Regardless of how he tried to explain, it would lead to the bishop's distrust. Conversely, If he sought to exploit the time difference between 5 and 4 days for his own purposes, the outcome would be even worse. The bishop would be led astray, diminishing his trust in Benjamin. Michel would perceive Benjamin's disobedience, and the curse would render him utterly miserable. Benjamin found himself in a dilemma, caught between the church and Michel. The church aimed to use him to capture Michel, while Michel sought to exploit him to strike at the church. By a moment's inadvertence, he could find himself in a predicament that would alienate him from both sides. Striving to navigate with finesse and deftly balance interests proved exceedingly arduous. Yet, he was compelled to succeed. Otherwise, the prospect of a reversal would elude him. Ultimately, he must arrive at a decision that would maximize his own benefits. And he had but a fleeting moment to do so. The clock in the corner resonated with 9 chimes, its sound seemingly devoid of tact, urging the beleaguered Benjamin onward. When the 9th toll concluded, he finally rose to his feet. Indeed, he had resolved to act. He would follow Michel's directive, delivering the letter's 2nd page to the bishop and guiding the church's congregation to the lower town. With the letter in hand, he approached the table, igniting the 1st page with the oil lamp's flame, subsequently casting the ashes into the chamber pot. As he performed this act, he mused on the peculiar bond he shared with the pot. Are you truly intent on adhering entirely to Michel's scheme? If the church suffers significant damage, who knows if their ire will be directed at you? Do exercise caution, the system interjected, its rare concern evident. However, Benjamin did not display any surprise. As he prepared to head to the church, he internally responded, the church may very well turn against me. Yet, if I too fall into the trap, sustaining grave injuries, perhaps they would harbor doubts about my involvement. The system grasped the implication. You intend to employ a feigned sacrifice. Benjamin sighed, nodding in resignation as he articulated, to gain something, one must be willing to sacrifice. If my wounds are severe enough, I might earn the church's trust, rendering all of this worthwhile. The system fell silent once more, perhaps contemplating Benjamin's choice or merely cycling through a series of advertisements in its mind. As a mere pawn in this intricate game, devoid of subterfuge, what else could I rely upon to accumulate the capital necessary to become a player? Once he had everything in order, he stealthily departed from the Reiser family under the cloak of night, hastening towards St. Peter's Cathedral. Chapter 24. The back of the letterhead. The cathedral at night presents a stark contrast to its daytime vibrancy, devoid of the incessant flow of worshippers. Occasionally, a few priests or knights hasten through the corridors, enhancing the atmosphere of solemn tranquility and palpable tension. Benjamin sits in the previously occupied confessional, nervously clutching Michel's letter, awaiting the bishop's arrival. The routine affairs of the church appear unhurried, and soon, the bishop arrives at the opposite side of the confessional. Perhaps the church holds Benjamin in high regard, or more accurately, Michel, prompting his swift arrival. Your Grace, the night is not an opportune time for confession. The bishop intones softly through the veil. His tone bears no reproach. Rather, it subtly implies that Benjamin should speak candidly and refrain from wasting time. Without unnecessary preamble, Benjamin responds, feigning panic, Your Grace, another letter has arrived. He hands over the envelope. The bishop takes the envelope and swiftly opens it, his efficient manner sharply contrasting with his previous hesitance. The letter's brevity allows for a quick read. However, after finishing, the bishop remains silent, his gaze fixed upon the letter. Lost in contemplation, the shadows cast by the dim light revealing a complex expression. After a moment of waiting in vain for the bishop to speak, Benjamin breaks the silence. Your Grace, what should I do? The prison ruins are chaotic. If I go there, I fear I may be taken hostage again. Your Grace. Benjamin's performance is interrupted by a wave of the bishop's hand. After a brief pause, the bishop inquires, How did you come by this letter? Benjamin promptly replies, Your Grace, I found it beneath my pillow in the bedroom. It is truly terrifying. I saw no sign of her, and she infiltrated our home with such stealth. Your Grace, you must protect us. He seeks tangible protection from the church, hoping at the very least to ensure he has the means to defend himself against Michel's sudden appearances. God will surely shield you, the bishop assures. A chill runs through Benjamin. He realizes he has overlooked a crucial detail. In his earlier attempt to gain the bishop's trust, he fabricated a story about the first letter from Michel spontaneously igniting after he read it. Yet this letter shows no signs of combustion, casting suspicion on his narrative. Why did the first letter burn while the second did not? This discrepancy is not trivial, and Benjamin regrets not foreseeing this complication. Despite the bishop's seemingly casual inquiry, Benjamin understands that failing to address this inconsistency could raise the bishop's suspicions. No one would believe a person whose story contradicts itself. Thus, without time to ponder, he feigns ignorance and responds, I do not know why it did not ignite like the last one. However, it is too late for regret. He has already presented his case as convincingly as possible, and whether or not the bishop is convinced remains uncertain. On the other side of the confessional, the bishop, still holding the letter, is silent. Anxiety grips Benjamin, feeling as though he might soon face the bishop's wrath, accused of being a deceiver of God, destined for damnation, and reduced to ash by holy light. What the bishop thinks remains a mystery to Benjamin. Will he suspect him? Will he be angry? Does he already know everything? Is the chamber filled with paladins, waiting to seize him at a moment's notice? The silence stretches painfully, seeming to last an eternity. Finally, the bishop speaks, his voice resonating with unexpected vigor. It is because she has discovered you to be a faithful servant of God. She sent you this letter, knowing you would bring it to me. It is a trap she has laid for the church, a shameless act of vengeance. Benjamin feels a wave of relief wash over him, as if a weight has been lifted. The worst-case scenario has not come to pass. The bishop has discerned Michelle's intentions without harboring doubts about Benjamin. At least that is how it appears. He wonders whether the bishop is merely not vigilant enough or if he is simply fortunate. Perhaps the bishop has never considered the possibility of Benjamin having ulterior motives, thus not suspecting him at all. Or perhaps the bishop's focus is solely on Michelle, indifferent to Benjamin's loyalty. Your Grace, in 5 days. Should I still go to the lower district? He continues, maintaining his charade of panic while probing the bishop's thoughts. No need. This is her trap. You shall find no trace of her there, the bishop replies calmly. Upon hearing this, Benjamin feels a fresh wave of frustration. He cannot feign ignorance. He knows that the bishop's insight into Michelle's plan will undoubtedly infuriate her. If Michelle becomes enraged, Benjamin will suffer the consequences. Moreover, this contradicts his own strategy of feigned vulnerability. He must find a way to persuade the bishop to send someone to the prison ruins that day. Even if only one knight accompanies Benjamin and they both emerge battered, it should suffice to demonstrate to Michelle that he remains compliant. After much deliberation, Benjamin steels himself to act as Michelle's advocate. But, Your Grace, are we to simply let her go? She seeks vengeance against the church and will undoubtedly leave traces behind. We cannot allow her to escape unscathed. Your Grace, the servants of God never fear the fallen lured by the devil. You speak true. The servants of God do not fear the minions of evil. However, in matters of theology, the bishop possesses a greater depth of understanding. Yet, the devil is cunning, and we must not fall into their traps unwittingly. God is powerful and wise, observing each faithful servant, never demanding foolhardy sacrifices. Therefore, we must not take unnecessary risks. Benjamin finds himself at a loss for words. Clearly, the bishop remains wary of Michelle's exaggerated prowess. He yearns to inform the bishop that Michelle's magical capabilities are rather limited. She could not even overcome a squad of purifiers. However, he refrains, remembering that the church has extracted his memories, and his evasion of the purifiers is not among the information they possess. He can only watch as Michelle wields her non-existent influence, capturing the church's attention in their struggle. In truth, if Benjamin assists the church in eliminating Michelle, they would naturally help him lift the curse. Yet, the church's actions seem so constrained that he lacks confidence in their ability to eradicate her completely. If they fail to do so, he will surely suffer. Then, Your Grace, could you grant me additional protection? This which is so brazen, I am deeply concerned for my family's safety. Today, she can place the letter beneath my pillow. Should she attempt to abduct me again tomorrow, I would be rendered unable to convey any messages to the divine. After a brief moment of hesitation, he shifted his focus and remarked, there are certainly drawbacks to wavering, yet there may also be advantages. Benjamin now found himself compelled to pursue the latter. As for whether Michelle would harbor dissatisfaction upon the failure of her plans, that was no longer a concern he could afford to entertain. Convincing the bishop was beyond his capabilities. Should the conversation prolong, the bishop might begin to suspect his intentions and loyalty. The divine, of course, would not overlook any faithful believer. The bishop appeared to recognize that failing to provide Benjamin with something tangible would be rather improper. Thus, after a moment of silence, he presented Benjamin with a cross necklace through the delicate veil, a token infused with divine power, capable of shielding one from the influence of malevolent forces. However, it is imperative to note that its divine strength could only sustain 3 uses. After that, it would lose its ability to dispel witchcraft. "Ah, this is precisely what I need," Benjamin exclaimed, his spirits lifted as he accepted the cross with exuberance. With this charm, although Michelle could still threaten him with curses, she could no longer ensnare him without employing binding spells. Such an endeavor would be futile, for he possessed a voice, and he would cry out. A cunning individual like Michelle was not intimidated by those stronger than her. Rather, she feared the unknown. By holding the cross and praying, he could alert the nearest night patrol, who would rush to his aid. Just as Benjamin was reveling in his newfound fortune, the bishop added, "However, this feature may only be utilized 3 times, so refrain from using it unless your life is in grave peril." Upon hearing this, Benjamin's excitement intensified as he gazed at the cross with the reverence one would afford a treasured possession. In the realm of online games, this would be a divine artifact, offering magical immunity and the ability to summon formidable allies. Even without enhancing attributes, it would not occupy an equipment slot. This talisman would serve as a safeguard against death. Grateful for the divine gift, Benjamin felt this sentiment resonate with unprecedented sincerity. "Indeed, Your Excellency," he replied, nodding in agreement. Having done all that he could, he prepared to depart, and the bishop's unspoken dismissal aligned perfectly with his intentions. Having acquired a valuable item, he sought nothing more. Benjamin rose and exited the confessional. Inside the confessional, the bishop remained still, and shortly thereafter, a knight entered, respectfully escorting Benjamin out of the church. Thus, although events did not unfold as planned, Benjamin left the church with a sense of satisfaction. Meanwhile, the bishop remained seated in the confessional, silent and motionless until Benjamin had completely departed. Another knight approached, standing beside the confessional, and softly called, "Your Excellency." The bishop waved his hand, signaling for the knight to remain silent. Consequently, the knight fell into a peculiar silence, mirroring the bishop's stillness. What could she possibly intend? The bishop murmured to himself while raising his palm. Suddenly, a golden flame materialized within his grasp, flickering with a radiant and sacred light. He placed the letter above the flame, allowing it to roast quietly. The knight gazed at the letter, filled with curiosity yet hesitant to inquire further. As time passed, the firelight danced upon his face, revealing an expression of mounting astonishment. Ultimately, he could not contain himself and spoke in shock. The bishop's voice remained calm, as if he were a specter, stating a message from the fallen. At that moment, words that had previously been absent began to silently emerge on the back of the letter. Chapter 25. The war begins. A delicate silver cross, exquisitely crafted, found its place upon Benjamin's brow, whereupon he felt a sacred aura subtly emanating from within. This, he surmised, was the essence of divine magic. Compared to sorcery, the common folk of the Holy Kingdom were far more acquainted with divine arts. Each town boasted a church and a priest, and nearly everyone had witnessed a priest wielding divine power. According to the church, divine magic was a gift from the divine, bestowed upon humanity to combat the forces of darkness. Legend has it that long ago, demons roamed the earth unchecked, bringing famine, plague, and warfare. Suffering perpetually ensued under their malevolent influence. The people lived in dire straits, and even a tranquil existence became a distant dream. Then, a pair of brothers emerged, Cain, the elder, and Abel, the younger. Their origins were shrouded in mystery, yet they pledged to save humanity and dismantle the demon's reign. After numerous failures, Cain feigned a sacrifice to the demons, gaining immense power. Ultimately, he used this burgeoning strength to drive the demons away, restoring peace to the world. However, this tranquility was short-lived. Influenced by the demon's lingering power, Cain's temperament darkened, rendering him increasingly cruel and cunning, akin to the very demons he had banished. He began to enslave the people, inciting wars, and perpetrating atrocities, plunging the previously serene human realm back into chaos. Abel witnessed these transformations. Following yet another war, he stood within the opulent palace constructed by Cain and, in his brother's presence, began to pray fervently. In a fit of rage, Cain imprisoned Abel, torturing him upon a massive cross. 7 days later, Abel vanished, only to reappear before Cain, now endowed with divine magic. The circumstances of Abel's transformation remained a mystery to all. What was known, however, was that a cataclysmic battle ensued between the newly empowered Abel and Cain. Ultimately, Abel triumphed. Just as Cain basked in his arrogance, a divine light descended from the heavens, enveloping him. The voice of the divine questioned Cain about Abel's whereabouts. Cain adamantly denied knowledge of his brother's fate, proclaiming his innocence. The divine, unimpressed by Cain's deceit, decreed punishment, to strip him of his power and banish him for eternity. In a fit of fury, Cain rejected this divine retribution, cursing the world with his own blood, sealing it away. From that moment forth, neither gods nor demons graced this land, rendering it a forsaken realm. After invoking the curse, Cain succumbed to weakness and death, his blood seeping into the world, perpetuating the demon's power. The tainted human realm fell into turmoil once more, as those imbued with demonic strength slaughtered one another, leaving ordinary folk to survive in the shadows. Until one fateful day, a young boy stood where Abel's ashes lay, his hands clasped in prayer. A holy light ascended from his palms, bursting forth in the night sky like fireworks, showering the gazes of countless onlookers. Thus, humanity too possessed the power of divine magic. And that praying youth became the inaugural pope of the church. The sacred light enveloped the world. This narrative, propagated by the church, delineates the origins of divine magic and sorcery. When the system first recounted this tale to Benjamin, he could not help but acknowledge the striking similarities between this world's mythology and that of his own. The parallels between the figures of Cain and Abel transcended mere coincidence. He pondered whether there might exist a connection between the two worlds. Yet, at that moment, he could not fathom the answer. This world differed vastly from his own. Here, magic and divine arts thrived. Human potential knew no bounds, and the gods were likely nothing more than humans who had reached unparalleled heights. With this realization, he chuckled self-deprecatingly. If this myth arose from actual events, it could indeed represent the essence of this world. Given his current abilities, seeking answers in this realm was premature. He had only arrived less than a week prior. Feeling the weight of drowsiness, Benjamin tucked the cross away, hastily washed up, extinguished the oil lamp by his bedside, climbed into bed, and soon fell into a deep slumber. Perhaps due to his prolonged wakefulness, he slept soundly. When he finally awoke, it was nearly noon the following day. He was roused by a vigorous shaking. "Benjamin, wake up, we must depart. Hurry." With bleary eyes, Benjamin struggled to comprehend the situation. Depart? For what? Startled, he thought he had overslept for a class. Rubbing his eyes, he focused on the figure beside him, a boy of similar age and striking resemblance, fervently shaking his shoulder. It was his brother, Grant Reiser. What is it?" Benjamin stammered, utterly bewildered. According to the system's prior descriptions, Grant and he shared a good relationship. Grant did not look down upon him for being seemingly inept. Yet, this unexpected encounter left Benjamin in a state of utter confusion. Furthermore, what did Grant mean by depart? Have you forgotten? Today we are going to war. Stop dawdling, we're going to be late. Grant urged without hesitation. War? Benjamin's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Grant. However, Grant's expression conveyed seriousness and a hint of fervor, leaving no room for jest. Benjamin, momentarily stunned, flopped back onto his pillow. "I must be dreaming. If this is a dream, please do not disturb my sleep. This bed is quite expensive." "Hey, you're still sleeping? Get up." Grant persisted, shaking Benjamin more vigorously, nearly causing him to retch. With a jolt, Benjamin sat up again, blinking. "Am I not dreaming?" he queried. "No," Grant replied flatly. Benjamin was at a loss for words, feeling utterly disoriented. Since his arrival in this world, he had awakened in a peculiar manner, first being abducted by a witch, then encountering a sleepwalker in the dead of night. Now, he awoke to the impending prospect of war. How long had he been asleep? Are we truly going to war? Stop wasting time. Get up. 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 I'm up. Stop shaking me, or I'll be sick. Under Grant's relentless urging, Benjamin, still grappling with the absurdity of the situation, reluctantly climbed out of bed and hurriedly dressed. His mind still hazy. He had no time to voice his thoughts before Grant dragged him out of the house. As they rushed through the doorway, the servants they encountered bore expressions of indifference, as if this was a commonplace occurrence. Gradually regaining his composure, Benjamin turned to the system for clarification. The system lazily emerged, responding in a languid tone. "It's nothing significant, merely a minor event among the noble youth." Clearly, Benjamin found this answer unsatisfactory. "Could you elaborate on what you mean by a minor event among the noble youth? And what is this war about? Are we truly going to battle against other noble youths?" The system seemed to ponder for a moment before replying. "You may interpret it as such." This response felt utterly inadequate to Benjamin. Is the system truly reliable? He mused silently. The original system was merely unreliable. Now, an additional flaw has surfaced, lethargy. It is evident that he cannot glean any information from the system. Glancing at Grant, who is dragging him along at a brisk pace, it is clear that communication is not an option. Thus, Benjamin is left to resign himself to fate, awaiting the destination to which Grant intends to lead him. In the bustling streets of the inner city of Havenlight, two youths hurried past, their expressions devoid of hope. The location Grant was heading to was not far. After a brief run, they came to a halt. They remained within the inner city, albeit in a rather secluded area with few passers-by. Before them stood an abandoned castle, showing signs of age. Despite its modest size, Benjamin felt a sense of astonishment at the presence of a castle within the urban landscape. At the entrance of the castle stood a group of approximately a dozen individuals, all appearing to be in their teenage years, dressed in an aristocratic manner, thus confirming the system's assertion regarding noble offspring. However, Benjamin was still perplexed, entirely unaware of the situation at hand. "What is taking you so long?" One of the individuals from the group approached them and inquired. "We're not late. Why the rush?" Grant retorted immediately. Unfazed, the individual responded, "All right, let's commence. As per usual, everyone scatter. We start in 10 minutes. With these words, the group began to make their way into the castle. Commence? What exactly are we to do? Though still somewhat baffled, Benjamin noticed that Dick Fulcher was also among the crowd. A wave of exasperation washed over him. Why this person again? Chapter 26. The simulated war game. In a state of confusion, Benjamin followed Grant into the castle. During this process, the previously reticent system finally spoke, elucidating the current situation. 7 or 8 years ago, the atmosphere on this continent was tense as another nation rivaled the kingdom of Hori, with war looming on the horizon. Consequently, you noble offspring received substantial education in warfare during your childhood. Unfortunately, not long after, that nation succumbed to internal strife and fragmented, preventing the outbreak of war and bringing your military education to an abrupt halt. The system paused momentarily before continuing. However, you restless children, having amassed a wealth of martial knowledge, found yourselves yearning for combat that never materialized, leaving you with a sense of unfulfilled potential. Thus, under some suggestion, a periodic activity emerged, a gathering of individuals in this castle to engage in simulated warfare. Naturally, you do not perceive it merely as a game. It resembles real combat, with everyone taking it exceedingly seriously. After absorbing the system's words, Benjamin felt a twinge of incredulity. These individuals were undeniably juvenile. It was as if they were oblivious to their own immaturity, as if he were any more mature himself. After all, was it not true that he had engaged in similar games during his elementary school years? The system interjected with its habitual retort. "I have participated." Benjamin was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure, retorting, "Yet that was during my elementary years. These individuals are old enough to be in high school. Is that not childish?" "That is because you now possess a computer," the system replied. "I have records indicating that even in adulthood, you have spent more time on online war games than these individuals have dedicated to offline war games, not to mention the considerable sums you've invested." Benjamin found himself speechless. At that moment, he had entered a dilapidated little room with Grant. The room was devoid of any furnishings, and Grant had led him to conceal themselves behind the door, holding his breath as if they were truly engaged in an ambush. Although Benjamin complied, he was decidedly reluctant to participate in this game. May I? Shoo! Do not speak." Grant immediately interrupted him, whispering, "Just follow my lead. Rest assured, victory is a foregone conclusion." It seemed that his request for an early exit would never reach fruition. Indeed, within moments, two dimwits approached the door, attempting to push it open and investigate. In an instant, Grant nimbly emerged from behind the door, clutching two small balls he had produced from who knows where, and shouted, "Holy light bomb," hurling the balls at the two individuals. How utterly juvenile. Though he had mentally prepared himself, Benjamin could not help but inwardly scoff. Using small balls to represent holy light bombs was rather theatrical, but that was somewhat forgivable. What was the purpose of shouting holy light bomb before throwing the balls? Would the highest ideals of the church soon transform into guarding Athena? In truth, there was some rationale behind it, the system chimed in, explaining that the holy light bomb is an exceedingly conspicuous divine technique. To simulate this effect, the war game stipulates that when using the balls to represent holy light bombs, one must announce it loudly, revealing their position for all to hear. Once again, Benjamin found himself at a loss for words. The system adopted a tone of earnestness, stating, "Do not underestimate them. They are all formally trained and take this game seriously. However, not everyone possesses Grant's level of training. Their every movement still exudes the privileged air of nobility. Thus, throughout the skirmish, Grant efficiently dispatched several pairs of adversaries, and the number of bodies roaming the castle gradually increased. Benjamin trailed behind, experiencing a rather passive victory. Yet, through this display, he gained a more intuitive understanding of his prodigious younger brother. Are you certain this is the prodigy you spoke of? The one who was born amidst a cacophony of bells and brilliance? He mused in exasperation. Do you believe every genius is as depicted in books, aloof and haughty? The system cautioned. Do not underestimate him. If he were to unleash a true holy light bomb, he could eliminate everyone in the castle. Meanwhile, your water bomb technique would barely suffice to wash the hands of those within. Disregarding the system's mockery, Benjamin remained skeptical. Is he really that formidable? If so, why would Michelle dare to abduct him? The system clarified. Michelle has been maneuvering around the church for quite some time and undoubtedly possesses her own methods to counter divine techniques. Moreover, why would she engage Grant in a direct confrontation? With her cunning and experience, she could easily outmaneuver him. After contemplating this, Benjamin ultimately accepted the explanation. That does make sense. His sudden concern was not born from genuine care for his younger brother. Rather, it was a fleeting thought. Given Grant's prowess in divine techniques, why not seek his assistance to rid himself of this curse? After all, Grant was merely a teenager. Surely, Benjamin could concoct a plausible reason to persuade him to help. While deceiving such a youthful and naive individual might invoke a twinge of guilt, his life undoubtedly took precedence. Furthermore, once the curse was lifted, Benjamin would be free to soar high and swim deep. As for Michelle and the church, they could engage in their conflicts as they pleased. It was of no concern to him. Splendid. This realization illuminated Benjamin's prospects. Michelle, despite her intelligence, had overlooked this critical detail. She likely never anticipated that her prodigious brother could come to his own rescue at a pivotal moment. Wait a minute. Would Michelle truly overlook this aspect? Benjamin's emotions swung like a pendulum, abruptly snapping him back to reality. Perhaps the psychological shadow Michelle cast over him was too profound. He could not shake the feeling that she was not one to make such an oversight. Uncertain, perhaps her curse was unconventional, rendering Grant unable to lift it. Yet, it was more probable that she was exploiting the church's regulations concerning divine techniques. Benjamin felt a wave of despondency wash over him, but he pressed on. What regulations? The system responded. A novice cleric is forbidden from using divine techniques at will. Grant, despite being more skilled than many formal priests, has yet to graduate from the church, thus lacking the authority to employ divine techniques outside of the church's permission. And under the watchful gaze of the church, they would likely not permit him to assist you. You have experienced this firsthand. Michelle must be well aware of this, which emboldens her actions. Damn it. Benjamin felt as though he had been manipulated once more. However, having endured a battle of wits with Michelle, his mindset had matured. He had not anticipated relying on others. Seeking Grant's assistance was merely a fleeting idea. If it worked, it would be a pleasant surprise, but if it did not, that was to be expected. He was no stranger to the cruel whims of fate. Fortunately, he no longer needed to fret over how to deceive Grant. Relying on himself felt far more liberating. Thus, Benjamin, while strategizing in his mind, followed Grant as he deftly navigated the battlefield, witnessing a series of tactical maneuvers, from ambushes to surprise attacks, culminating in direct confrontations against foes who rarely lasted beyond a minute. However, he could discern that those defeated noble youths were evidently not as earnest as Grant. Grant truly approached this game as if it were a war, while the others seemed to indulge in a lighter sense of play. Benjamin could not help but wonder if the individual who initially proposed this war simulation was none other than Grant himself. If this were set in modern times, he would surely be the most fervent gaming enthusiast, the kind who would don costumes and immerse himself in the action. Under the guidance of the seasoned players, Benjamin, a novice, navigated through challenges, enduring what felt like an eternity of 1 hour. Ultimately, as the number of corpses increased, the game reached its penultimate stage. After confirming the count with the system, Benjamin determined that only 2 enemies remained alive within the castle. It was finally nearing its conclusion, and he couldn't help but reflect on this in silence. Upon hearing this, Benjamin paused momentarily before responding. I understand, but this is not a novel. Mistakes cannot simply be erased and rewritten. Once spoken, words cannot be taken back, no matter how much I might regret them. He then inquired of the system. Did we just say something peculiar? The system, perplexed, replied, "We did not say anything at all." Benjamin nodded gravely. "I concur with that sentiment." Yet suddenly, as if struck by a thought, he shivered and displayed a look of concern. "Hey, among those who were eliminated earlier, was there a member of the Vale family?" After careful consideration, he posed this question to the system. The system responded, "No." Benjamin pressed, "Are you certain?" The system retorted, "Are you questioning my capabilities? If I say no, then there are absolutely none. I am 100% certain." In response, Benjamin inhaled deeply. He gazed towards the end of the corridor, where one unexamined room remained, and an ominous premonition suddenly arose within him. Chapter 27. Lay down your weapons. They arrived at the threshold of the room. Grant, fully focused and cautious, resembled an FBI agent executing a mission as he pushed open the final door. In that fleeting moment, he deliberately rolled to the right, evading a potential ambush. For various reasons, Benjamin also kept his distance. However, as the door swung open, nothing occurred. Filled with confusion, Benjamin cautiously advanced a few steps and peered inside. There stood Dick Ver and a towering figure side by side. The instant Benjamin glanced at them, they turned to face him, as if they had been waiting for a long time, with a palpable aura of menace. Benjamin felt the situation become more troublesome. An impulse to turn and flee surged within him. He knew all too well that following the debacle at Ver's residence, Dick's animosity towards him would not have lessened one bit. From his understanding of Dick, he would stop at nothing to exact his revenge. Considering the present circumstances, it was obvious Dick was not there to partake in a simulated war game. He had come specifically for Benjamin. In that tense moment, as Benjamin and Dick's gazes locked, the atmosphere crackled with anticipation akin to a storm brewing. Suddenly, a resounding shout shattered the silence like glass breaking against the floor. "Holy light grenade!" Grant dashed into the room, employing the same tactics as before, hurling two small spheres that struck Dick and the hulking figure squarely in the chest. The large man glanced at the spheres that had fallen to the ground, then at Dick, hesitating but refraining from any dramatic display of sacrifice. As for Dick, he remained utterly still, his eyes fixated on Benjamin like a proctor scrutinizing an exam. This left Grant momentarily flabbergasted. "Hey, you're cheating," he admonished Dick and his companion. Dick adopted a demeanor of indifference, leaving Grant feeling as though he had been struck down, rendered speechless and defeated. Sighing inwardly, Benjamin realized he could only rely on himself. He turned to Grant, feigning nonchalance, and said, "It seems I am the only one capable of handling these two foes." With that, he cast another glance at Dick and took a few steps forward, feeling a swell of bravado. "What do you want?" he inquired of Dick. Simultaneously, while posturing, he hastily sought information from the system regarding the large man beside Dick. Knowing both friend and foe is the key to victory. Ever since he had successfully escaped from Michelle, he had embraced the wisdom of his ancestors, almost yearning to inscribe it upon his skin. The system replied, "That is his brother, Conti Ver, a prodigy with innate strength, though he suffered a severe illness at 3, which damaged his intellect. He may seem a bit slow, but he is very obedient to his family. Due to his size and strength, few dare to confront him directly." Upon hearing this, Benjamin felt an ominous premonition rise within him. He was not afraid of Dick. This was not the Riser family, and he had no elders to back him up. Yet, with Conti as a formidable ally, the situation became precarious. He decided to observe how events would unfold. "What do I want? Surely you cannot be unaware?" In this peculiar atmosphere, Dick's speech took on a sinister tone reminiscent of a villain from a film. "I intend to repay you in full for the humiliation you inflicted upon me." As he spoke, he inexplicably produced a chamber pot from somewhere, akin to a magician pulling a rabbit from a hat. Had he carried that with him since the incident with the chamber pot? This was a direct challenge. Such relentless determination for revenge even sparked a flicker of admiration within Benjamin. This man was formidable. The system chimed in with curiosity. "Be cautious. He is not simple. According to my analysis, he likely possesses a spatial storage ability, perhaps even transcended." "Why?" the system exclaimed incredulously. "Is that even a question? Without spatial storage, where else could he have pulled out that chamber pot?" "From his." "Perhaps," Benjamin mused. The tension dissipated the moment the chamber pot appeared. Yet Dick strained to maintain a fearsome facade. Benjamin found the sight somewhat amusing yet pitiful, though he had no intention of expressing sympathy through action. Grant stood frozen in disbelief. Benjamin, however, was disinclined to engage further. He turned to leave, eager to escape before the odor of the chamber pot permeated the air. "Stop. You can't leave," Dick shouted, realizing the opportunity at hand. "Conti, block them. Do not allow them to escape." The towering figure beside him stared blankly at Dick, unmoving. After a few furious shouts from Dick, Conti finally reacted, striding toward Benjamin. Taken aback by Conti's speed, Benjamin thought, "What the hell? How can this massive oaf move so quickly?" Just as he hesitated to flee, Grant suddenly leaped into action, exclaiming, "Leave this one to me." He then sprinted towards Conti. As Conti reached out to seize him, Grant performed an astonishing leap, executing a scissor kick that ensnared Conti's neck with his legs. Conti lost his balance, and they both tumbled to the ground, grappling with one another. Conti struggled to break free while Grant tightened his hold, rendering them both immobile for the moment. Benjamin stood dumbfounded, unsure whether to admire Grant's agility or critique his reckless bravado. Dick, equally stunned, had not anticipated Grant's sheer physicality would subdue Conti. However, the power of hatred quickly propelled him back to reality as he redirected his gaze towards Benjamin. Benjamin, too, looked back at Dick, a sense of dread welling up within him. Grant was entangled with Conti, effectively keeping him there. He could not abandon Grant. This was troublesome. Dick raised the chamber pot, his hand slowly lifting it in a pose reminiscent of a hero brandishing explosives. Good heavens! Benjamin felt a chill run down his spine. He crouched, preparing to evade. "Do not dodge," Dick shouted, urgency in his voice. "If you dare to move, I will. I will hurl this at them." He aimed the chamber pot at the grappling Grant and Conti. Grant, upon hearing this, froze, momentarily forgetting his struggle, and Conti seized the opportunity to break free. However, it seemed Conti either did not comprehend Dick's earlier words or simply disregarded them. After freeing himself, he charged towards Benjamin, intent on completing his unfinished task. Dick was elated. "Quick, Conti, capture that scoundrel." Benjamin, confronted by the approaching giant, had no time to evade. Oh no! The situation escalated rapidly, leaving him no time to think. In the blink of an eye, Conti was upon him, his massive hands mere inches away, ready to grasp him. Benjamin instinctively lifted his leg and kicked. Time seemed to be suspended, and within those fleeting seconds, the corridor fell into an eerie silence. It became apparent that he walked swiftly because he was accustomed to taking long strides. Suddenly, a thought emerged in Benjamin's mind, pondering this peculiar observation. Long strides? Still caught in a delayed reaction, he gradually began to sense something amiss. Kant's hand was right before him, poised to make contact, yet it lingered, not advancing an inch further. How strange, he mused. What could be the reason for this? Curiously, Benjamin glanced downward and noticed his left leg slightly raised, positioned between Kant's legs, resembling a swing arcing gracefully. His foot tingled as if he had just forcefully kicked something. "Mama!" The seemingly motionless Kant suddenly began to sob, large tears streaming down his taut cheeks. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to." He spoke with utmost sincerity, feeling it was the most heartfelt apology he had ever uttered. Fortunately, perhaps due to the authenticity of Benjamin's remorse, Kant did not burst into inconsolable tears. He continued to sob quietly, his trembling hands gradually covering the place that had been struck. As he wept, he took slow steps towards the castle's exit. His pace was deliberate, yet inexplicably, no one reacted, nor did anyone attempt to hinder his departure. He walked away. Dick suddenly sensed the gravity of the situation. What are you planning, Benjamin? Don't get cocky. I will not let you off the hook," he exclaimed, raising the chamber pot once more. Observing this, Benjamin exchanged a knowing glance with Grant. They crouched low and began to approach Dick from two different angles. "Do not act rashly. Drop your weapon. You are surrounded. I repeat, drop your weapon. You are surrounded. You have the right to remain silent, but anything you say will." Before Benjamin could complete his sentence, an unexpected turn of events interrupted him. "Don't move. If you come any closer, I will shoot." In a fit of agitation, Dick suddenly drew a gun from his sleeve. He held the chamber pot in one hand and the gun in the other, its barrel trembling as it aimed at Benjamin's forehead. Chapter 28. The gun indeed, a firearm. The weapon's design was unlike the conventional one seen in typical crime dramas. Rather, it bore a resemblance to the sidearms of the old Western films. The iron-colored body, though crudely crafted, exuded an oppressive aura unique to firearms. Stemming from the essence of death itself, Benjamin had never even laid eyes on a real gun, let alone had one pointed at him. Prior to this moment, his only association with firearms was a toy pistol his parents had reluctantly purchased during his elementary school years, which emitted a feeble sound when the trigger was pulled. Utterly useless. During military training in college, they spoke of firing real guns, but for reasons unknown, that activity never materialized. After traversing into this world, he had resigned himself to the belief that he was fated to be gunless in this lifetime. As the system had not even mentioned the word gun while introducing the background, he had assumed that under the influence of divine arts and magic, the technological advancements of this world had not included such skills. However, at this very moment, an emotionally unstable miner stood before him, brandishing a gun aimed directly at his forehead. Was he to be yet another victim of the system's schemes? Benjamin could never have anticipated that a so-called war game would devolve into such a dire situation. Nor could he foresee that less than 10 days after escaping from Michelle, he would find himself ensnared once more in a perilous threat to his life, and for such a ludicrous reason. Please, do not be agitated. We have no intention of approaching you. Put the gun away, we mean you no harm. Benjamin halted, extending his hands to signify his lack of malice. What else could he do? Had he possessed Grant's agility, he would have dashed forward and disarmed Dick before he could react. Akin to a skilled protagonist in a crime film. Alas, he was not endowed with such abilities. As for Grant wore a bewildered expression, frozen in indecision. You're a liar. I won't believe you. Dick showed no inclination to lower the gun. You need not believe me, but consider your own situation, Benjamin persisted, refusing to be disheartened. It was as if he had transformed into a negotiation expert, striving to stabilize the emotions of a criminal in the midst of chaos. Are you truly willing to pull that trigger? Think carefully about the consequences. Will the church overlook your actions? What of your future in the noble circles? And your family? What will become of them? You would obliterate the entire full family. As he reasoned with Dick, Benjamin could not help but reflect on the benefits of indulging in television dramas. Learning to emulate the characters in moments of crisis seemed surprisingly effective. However, the half-baked negotiation skills he had gleaned from TVB appeared to be of little use. No, that won't happen. Just comply and let me strike you once, and nothing will go awry. You mustn't evade. If you dare to dodge, I'll shoot. Dick's hand, which held the night pot, began to tremble with agitation. What a profound obsession this was. In that instant, Benjamin felt no sympathy for Dick. He perceived him as a lunatic, fixated solely on assaulting others with the night pot. How does one contend with a madman? As they remained locked in a tense standoff, an unexpected surge of magical energy enveloped them. The intensity of the force was palpable, even to Dick, an ordinary individual. Despite the precarious situation, they instinctively turned toward the source of the disturbance. There, in Grant's hand, a radiant orb of holy light was slowly gathering. Grant, do you dare to defy the church's regulations? Dick exclaimed, alarmed. Utilizing divine arts will lead to your imprisonment for life. Grant hesitated, as if struck by a revelation, his face betraying uncertainty. Dick's expression shifted to one of triumph, as if he had suddenly grasped a key insight. What do you gain from assisting him? He is a worthless fool. There is no need for you to jeopardize your own future for him. Besides, I do not truly intend to kill him. I merely wish to return the humiliation he inflicted upon me. This matter is utterly irrelevant to you. The power of hatred proved more formidable than one might imagine, compelling an emotionally volatile youth to articulate such coherent thoughts. Grant appeared swayed. The bonds of bloodline were ultimately insufficient to withstand the harsh realities of life. He began to entertain the notion that allowing Benjamin to receive a blow was not a grave offense after all. After all, he was merely a child, his resolve not yet solidified. In the midst of his wavering, he gradually bowed his head, the dazzling holy light in his hand beginning to dissipate. He had retreated. Indeed, facing death, being struck by a night pot, seemed a trivial matter. Yet, at that moment, the previously submissive Benjamin suddenly charged at Dick. Seizing the opportunity, he delivered a swift kick to the hand holding the night pot. The heavy vessel, unsteady in Dick's grasp, was sent flying, crashing against the wall behind them and spilling its contents everywhere. The momentum of Benjamin's kick sent him off balance, but he quickly redirected his weight, lunging towards Dick to grasp the hand that held the gun. Hand over the gun, he shouted fiercely. Benjamin was determined not to become a casualty, nor did he wish to be shot in the head. Thus, he chose to take a gamble. Only then did Dick react, attempting to evade. In the ensuing chaos, they both fell to the ground, grappling with one another. Benjamin fought desperately to wrest the gun from Dick, who retaliated with a mix of anger and instinct. Unfortunately, Benjamin's physical prowess was lacking. Despite gaining the initial advantage, he could not secure the weapon. The struggle escalated into a chaotic melee. Stop. I. Grant had dissipated his holy light, observing the scuffle with a desire to intervene but uncertain how to do so, hesitating to approach as he watched the pair continue to wrestle. Suddenly, a gunshot rang out. Bang! The movements of the two men ceased simultaneously. Pain flashed across Benjamin's face. He pushed Dick away, staggering to his feet before clutching his abdomen and collapsing to the ground. Dick stood in shock, staring at Benjamin as he writhed in agony. After a moment's pause, he dropped the gun as if it were a searing hot iron, helplessly glancing toward Grant. I never intended to shoot. No. He lunged at me. Grant was equally stunned by the unforeseen turn of events, gazing at Benjamin, who writhed in pain, unsure of how to respond. Moments later, the echoes of the gunshot attracted the attention of other corpses within the castle. They beheld the absurd and horrifying scene, their senses overwhelmed by fear. Only a handful of the more decisive noble youths shouted, "Quick! Find a patrol!" before rushing out of the castle in search of assistance. Dick, witnessing their departure, felt an urge to stop them but ultimately hesitated, doing nothing. He gazed at Benjamin on the ground, then at the discarded gun, his expression one of despair and regret. The patrol of the church arrived promptly at the scene, removing their helmets as they surveyed the chaos, their brows furrowing in concern. "What has transpired here?" the leading knight inquired. "I truly did not mean for this to happen. It was all his fault. He lunged at me. I had no other choice." Dick rushed to the feet of the patrol, frantically attempting to explain. The knight frowned, interrupting, "Hold your tongue for now. Master Grant, can you elucidate what has occurred?" Dick was momentarily taken aback, then turned to glance once more at Grant behind him, a deeper despair suddenly flooding his eyes. He rose to his feet, stepped back a few paces, and then collapsed to the ground as though his very soul had been siphoned away, rendering his entire existence a dismal shadow. Grant began to stammer an explanation, naturally aligning himself with Benjamin and casting all responsibility onto Dick. Overwhelmed by despair, Dick forgot to leverage Grant's intention to employ sorcery as a means to thwart him. "Rest assured, Master Grant, we shall manage this matter," the leading knight assured him after listening to Grant's account. "Will Benjamin die?" Grant hesitated for a moment before voicing this question, his expression tinged with guilt. To the knights, it appeared he was grappling with his impotence in preventing the unfolding events. Only the three present understood that his guilt stemmed from a moment of cowardice, a choice to remain an observer. In the realm of adulthood, such a decision might seem inconsequential, perhaps even rational. Yet for a young man filled with fervor, it felt like an act of betrayal. Grant had betrayed his own convictions. "Fear not. We will heal him," the lead knight replied with a faint smile directed at Grant. "May the divine bless you," Grant said after a brief silence, appearing to exhale a sigh of relief. Thus, the matter swiftly reached a conclusion. Following Grant's narrative, the patrol took away Benjamin, Dick, and the distant firearm. No one knew what fate awaited Dick. However, at this very moment, the central figure of the entire incident, Benjamin, who was on the brink of losing consciousness from pain, had cast aside all that lay before him. Dick, the gunfire, the patrol. His mind was consumed by a singular name, Michelle. Damn Michelle. If Dick and Grant had been astute enough, they would have noticed that Benjamin had not actually been shot. Although he clutched his abdomen, no trace of blood seeped through. His demeanor did not resemble that of a gunshot victim. Rather, it was akin to that of someone stricken by a sudden illness or possessed. In a certain sense, Benjamin had indeed been afflicted. The curse that Michelle had sown within him had finally manifested for the first time. Chapter 29 Reunion with an old friend. Benjamin had another dream. This time, the dream was finally unrelated to his employer. He found himself submerged in a deep blue sea, surrounded by a group of mermaids whose faces resembled those of everyone he had encountered since arriving in this world. Their expressions were unfamiliar and cold, exuding an unsettling aura. Soon, these swimming mermaids transformed into blue characters, swirling around him with increasing speed. The vast ocean suddenly vanished, leaving him enveloped in boundless darkness. Benjamin strained to discern the characters, but for reasons unknown, he could not make out their forms. A buzzing sound filled his ears. Observing his surroundings, he abruptly realized that this was his own conscious space. He recalled the moment he had created this space, listening to that vaguely strange sound, and a spark of inspiration ignited within him. He began to chant the incantation for the water sphere spell, directed at the buzzing noise. Nothing occurred. Puzzled, Benjamin perked up his ears and swam towards the source of the sound. As he drew closer, the noise intensified. He suddenly felt an instinctive premonition that this sound held the key to all the mysteries of his conscious space, granting him unparalleled power. Thus, he swam with even greater fervor, focusing intently on the sound with a concentration 100-fold that of his English listening exercises. Gradually, the sound became clearer, resembling a coherent phrase. Benjamin felt a surge of excitement. He was on the brink of discovering the answer. Finally, akin to a marine creature taking its first breath on land, or the critical moment when a bubble meets a pin, the voice emerged from the chaos. Startlingly clear, "Young master, you must not die." Benjamin froze. What did it mean? Suddenly, as if struck by a powerful force, he gasped sharply and opened his eyes. He awoke. Young master, you are finally awake?" A voice of delight echoed in his ears. "Please, don't shout," Benjamin murmured, still feeling groggy. He sat up, grappling with a throbbing headache, pressing his forehead to steady himself. After a moment, he gradually regained clarity, enough to observe his surroundings. He was in the bedroom of the Reiser family, lying in his own bed. The curse from Michelle, truly torturous. Thankfully, he had fainted from the pain. Otherwise, he would have had to endure the dual agony of childbirth and shattered eggs. Yet, from another perspective, he felt grateful for the curse. It had struck at just the right moment. Recalling the chaotic scene in the castle, Benjamin still felt a shiver at the memory of being threatened at gunpoint. Had the curse not unexpectedly surged while he was grappling with Dick, had Dick believed he had shot Benjamin, and had that bullet not truly found its mark, the outcome of the situation could have been dire. What a distressing ordeal for what should have been a straightforward journey. "Young master, are you all right?" "It's fine. Don't worry, I'm okay." Though aware that Jeremy was merely fulfilling his duty, Benjamin felt a twinge of gratitude. "I shall inform the lady immediately." Jeremy smiled sheepishly, turned, and dashed away, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Benjamin barely had time to call after him. He had wanted to ask him to run another errand. Oh well, there's no rush. His head still throbbed. He decided to cast aside his worries for the moment and rest. Benjamin closed his eyes, relaxing his entire body as he sank deeply into the soft embrace of his bed. However, he had scarcely settled in when a voice unexpectedly pierced the silence. "Lord Reiser, long time no see. I wonder if you are satisfied with my little gift?" Benjamin jolted awake, his eyes snapping open. He sat up and turned to the source of the voice. Michelle. He saw a figure cloaked in a dark green robe, standing in the shadows of the room. Michelle's attire was unchanged from their last encounter, resembling a lurking assassin, shrouded in mystery. Benjamin inhaled deeply. Surprisingly, he felt calmer than he had anticipated. Perhaps he should be alarmed by Michelle's ghostly presence, yet he was not. He regarded her as if they were two old friends reuniting after a long separation, feeling both estranged and nostalgic. How could he not have foreseen this? The curse had just manifested, its residual power still lingering. For Michelle, this was the perfect opportunity to appear, giving her an advantage in their negotiations. As for how she had infiltrated this space, leaving a note under his pillow undetected, what else could she accomplish? A chill began to creep into his blanket. He contemplated calling for help, knowing the Reiser family was nearby, and the church's knights were likely not far off either. If he spoke up, Michelle would likely have no choice but to retreat. Yet, Benjamin also understood that Michelle would not have dared to appear here unless she was confident in her ability to escape. If he could not strike decisively, a mere temporary retreat would be meaningless and might even provoke her ire. He resolved to observe Michelle's intentions. Feeling the cross hanging around his neck, Benjamin found some solace. At least he still possessed some leverage, did he not? Time is of the essence, so I shall be brief. After a moment of tense silence, Michelle spoke. "I do not have the time to teach you magic. This Bible I leave for you. You will find what you seek within its pages." As she spoke, she produced a small booklet and tossed it onto Benjamin's bed. "A Bible?" Benjamin queried, staring at the book that had landed on the blanket without touching it. He could not fathom Michelle's true intentions. "I know what you are thinking," Michelle replied. "It is not the hypocritical hymns dispensed by the church. It belongs to us, a Bible that records true magic. If I am not mistaken, your magic was likely learned by chance. I believe you will find it useful." At her words, Benjamin cast another glance at the booklet. He suppressed his curiosity regarding magic and countered, "You would not offer me such a boon without wanting something in return. What is it that you seek?" It is often said that a weasel never visits a chicken without ill intent. He wished to uncover Michelle's true motives. "My goals have always been simple. You should be aware of them." Michelle seemed unwilling to elaborate further. "You may view this as a fair exchange. your life for the treasure." Upon hearing this, Benjamin fell silent for a moment before quietly responding, "Believe it or not, I truly do not know how to open the treasure." He had confirmed this with the system long ago. Within Benjamin's memory, there was no knowledge of how to access the treasure. Perhaps Michelle had initially intended to kidnap Grant, who might know the secret, but unfortunately, Benjamin was unaware. He had no intention of fabricating tales about unlocking the treasure through his bloodline. Times had changed, and he was unafraid to speak the truth to Michelle. What could she do? Kill him? Moreover, he sensed that Michelle was already aware of this fact. Indeed, Michelle showed no surprise. "I know, Lord Benjamin Reiser." Her voice was calm, yet Benjamin detected a hint of irritation beneath the surface, likely stemming from her frustration at having targeted the wrong person. "You are still the young master of the Reiser family. You may not know how to open the treasure now, but by the time I return, you will." "How will I know by then?" That was no longer a concern he wished to ponder. Michelle was evidently irate, and it was equally apparent that she directed this ire towards Benjamin. "I have faith in your intellect. Please do not let me down." Damn it. Benjamin found himself caught in a similar tempest of frustration. From the moment he became aware of the curse, he had anticipated that such an instant would arrive. It was inescapable, bound by the whims of another. Michelle, too, was obstinate, expecting others to toil for her benefit. Yet, he still yearned to strive for something, even if it was merely to glean some understanding. However, just as Benjamin began to articulate his thoughts, he abruptly halted, as if confronted by a specter. Michelle had vanished. A cabinet in the corner of the room obstructed his view, casting an ominous shadow in the inadequate light. Within that shadow, Michelle, who had just been standing there in her robe, had completely disappeared, as though she had never been present. Good grief, has she truly left? A chill ran down Benjamin's spine. He suddenly realized he might have grossly underestimated Michelle's capabilities. From presence to absence, he could not discern how it transpired, nor could he detect even the slightest ripple of magical energy. Such a feat could not be accomplished by mere light playing tricks. No wonder she managed to contend with the formidable church for so long. A headache, in every sense of the word. He suspected he must inquire about that treasury. Although the notion of serving Michelle irked him somewhat, a glance at the pamphlet carelessly tossed on the bed soothed his spirits considerably. A magician's version of the Bible? He gingerly held it in his hands. As a tome entitled A Religious Masterpiece, it appeared remarkably thin. Compared to any version of the Bible, it was pitifully scant, resembling more a health pamphlet than a sacred text. Nevertheless, since Michelle had proclaimed it so, Benjamin believed it to be a book worth anticipating. Indeed, he had begun to look forward to it, his eagerness bubbling beneath the surface. He was about to open it when suddenly, Jeremy's voice echoed from the doorway, startling Benjamin into hastily concealing the book beneath the covers. He suddenly comprehended why Michelle had mentioned time was short and had vanished so abruptly. Jeremy, oh Jeremy. Yet he could not fault him. Jeremy was merely fulfilling his duties. "Sir, do you have any further instructions?" Jeremy inquired dutifully as he approached the bedside. "No, you may retire for the night. I, too, shall rest. We can discuss matters in the morning." He was on the verge of learning new magic. No matter who it was, he wished for solitude. "Very well. Good night, sir." Jeremy nodded and turned to leave. "Wait." Benjamin called out to him once more. Jeremy turned back, confusion etched on his face. How did you fare with the task I assigned you last time?" Benjamin recalled this matter, suppressing his impatience as he continued with Annie's relic excavation plan. Although it was likely that none of Annie's possessions held value comparable to this Bible. "All right." Jeremy's expression shifted as he recalled. "I just remembered. You mentioned that Carpenter would understand, but when I inquired, he claimed he did not." "No, he will understand," Benjamin replied with a stoic expression. "But he said he does not comprehend." "No, you do not understand. Go and tell him, and he will comprehend." "Really? I still do not grasp it." "Truly, it matters not if you do not understand. Just go and tell him. He will surely understand." It was absurd. Benjamin himself was unsure of what was meant to be understood. He was nearly unrecognizable with respect to the concept of comprehension. Benjamin nodded, his expression softening. "Now." Jeremy paused, this time refraining from uttering any objections about the lateness of the hour or the distance involved. He simply nodded vacantly, dragging his feet as he exited the room, as if he had been drained of all vitality. It is said that after this night, the carpenter in the eastern part of the city suddenly fell gravely ill, shuttering his shop and remaining indoors for a full month. Those who encountered him reported that he was burning with fever, incessantly muttering, I do not understand. I do not understand. But that is a tale for another time. At this moment, having bid farewell to Jeremy and ensured the doors and windows were secured against further disturbances, Benjamin retrieved the book from beneath the covers. He cradled it as a true zealot would hold a genuine Bible, instinctively inhaling deeply. At last, he would finally learn magic beyond the water ball technique. What more could he say? It was time for the main course. Let us pray together. Chapter 30, Magic and Divine Arts. When this book has lost its value to you, please pass it on to those in need. The truth deserves to be preserved. This was the first line that Benjamin encountered as he opened the front page. Indeed, as he continued to read, he found a version of the origins of magic and divine arts from the perspective of a wizard, recounting another tale of Cain and Abel. In this narrative, there were no demons, only the gods of magic and light, who bestowed upon the two men the powers of magic and divine arts. The true antagonist of the story was the treacherous natural environment and the formidable magical beasts. Cain and Abel ventured into the wild, leading humanity to establish their own homeland. As with all tales, the good times did not last long. The brothers became embroiled in conflict over their sacrifices. The god of magic favored offerings of grains and vegetables, prompting Cain to insist that all sacrifices should consist solely of these. Conversely, the god of light preferred offerings of cattle and sheep, leading Abel to argue that all sacrifices should be of these. The tensions between their followers escalated, ultimately culminating in a rift between the brothers, who clashed in a valley. Just as the battle reached its peak, two beams of divine light suddenly descended from the heavens, with the gods of magic and light manifesting simultaneously. They expressed their profound disappointment in humanity's self-destructive behavior, delivering divine punishment that resulted in the deaths of Cain and Abel, declaring that they would no longer descend upon this continent. From that moment on, the land became a forsaken realm, and the site of their conflict was named the Valley of the Forsaken. With Cain and Abel's followers now leaderless, long-simmering grievances erupted, plunging both factions into protracted strife. Abel's followers, adept at winning hearts and minds, established a church that grew steadily across the continent, while Cain's followers became increasingly solitary, dismissing collective endeavors. Consequently, the church gained the upper hand, embarking on a campaign of extermination against the wizards. Ultimately, the state of affairs on the continent evolved into what it is today. Upon finishing the wizard's account, Benjamin felt that this version appeared more objective than that of the church, lacking any overt defamation of opponents. However, according to the principle of Rashomon, any narrative related to this story could never be entirely objective. Thus, he approached the tale with a spirit of inquiry and skepticism. At this moment, his thoughts had already drifted far from these chaotic myths. The book of the Bible was not lengthy to begin with, and it had already dedicated a significant portion to this story, leaving Benjamin concerned about how much remained pertaining to magic. Fortunately, as he continued to read, he encountered a series of spells: fireball, water of life, earthquake. Among them were the water sphere spell, which he was most familiar with, and the binding spell, which had caused him great frustration. These spells were annotated with phonetic markings, akin to using good morning to denote. Had it not been for the detailed analysis of the pronunciations accompanying the annotations, Benjamin might have doubted the accuracy of these spells. Moreover, since he was already familiar with the incantations for the water sphere and binding spells, he confidently believed he could grasp the pronunciations of the other spells without error. The remaining half of the book was devoted to introducing these spells, totaling over 50, with a notable degree of disarray. Furthermore, the book's introduction to magic indicated that these were all introductory spells, easy to learn but lacking in potency, with many being little more than trivialities, such as the face-washing spell or the skin hydration spell. One might wonder if the inventor of such magic had not once been associated with a beauty store. This left Benjamin somewhat disheartened. He had hoped the book would delve into some theoretical aspects of magic, explaining the nature of consciousness space and discussing elements and mental energy. Instead, it relentlessly inundated him with spells. It wasn't that spells were inherently undesirable. Rather, Benjamin yearned for more depth. He felt a sense of unease, contemplating the possibility that the entire continent's magical proficiency, under the church's prolonged oppression, remained mired in an empirical state, merely learning spells without developing any advanced methodologies. What then? If that were the case, he would find himself as the vanguard of magical theory. After a brief moment of disappointment, Mr. Vanguard, maintaining an academic spirit, soon delved into consciousness space to experiment with the 50-plus spells he had recently acquired. He began with those unrelated to water, reciting them one after another. Fireball, paralysis, shadow cloak. Yet, the outcome remained unchanged. A subtle repulsion emanated within the consciousness space, and on several occasions, the errant water elements began to stir restlessly. As if to protest, "You dare to recite my adversary's incantation. Recite again, and I shall smite you." With no other option, he selected the water barrier spell, confirmed its pronunciation, and focused intently as he recited it. A wave of energy emanated from him. The surrounding water elements exhibited signs of agitation, gradually tending toward gathering. However, just as they coalesced halfway, Benjamin suddenly felt a sharp pain in his head, causing the wave to dissipate and the water elements to cease their gathering. The spell had failed. Benjamin did not succumb to discouragement. He sensed that the magic still held potential. Thus, he repeatedly cast the water barrier spell. After more than 10 attempts, he finally succeeded. A thin film, shrouded in mist, enveloped him like a bubble, and a sensation of connection coursed through him, invigorating his spirit. Gazing at this seemingly fragile barrier, he couldn't resist reaching out to poke it. Pop! The bubble burst. Damn, it truly was as fragile as it seemed. Regrettably, for a first-time casting of this spell, its power was predictably limited. Benjamin consoled himself with this thought, then summoned the same determination he had once applied to his repetitive practice of incantations, beginning to earnestly refine this spell. As it turned out, repeatedly practicing a spell he was not yet proficient in proved quite taxing, particularly since each failed attempt resulted in a minor backlash. After countless failures, he found himself expelled from consciousness space once more. Ultimately, he had succeeded in casting the spell only 5 times. Clearly, a spell with such a low success rate was impractical for real combat. Initially, Benjamin felt disheartened. However, grateful for the spirit of inquiry instilled by modern education. He quickly calmed his mind and began to ponder why this was the case. He had cast the water sphere spell countless times in consciousness space, achieving a success rate of 100% with minimal mental strain. The water barrier spell was slightly more complex than the water sphere, but surely it shouldn't be this convoluted? Where did the issue lie? Upon comparing the casting processes of the water sphere and water barrier spells, Benjamin discerned the answer. It was the radiant blue character that shimmered in consciousness space. During his use of the water sphere spell, the character vibrated, emitting waves that guided the water elements. However, in casting the water barrier spell, the character was absent from the process, leaving him to rely solely on his own emitted waves, which significantly diminished his control over the water elements. Having realized this, a greater question arose. Why did the character not respond when he recited the water barrier incantation? Or, from another perspective, how could he enable the character to assist him in casting spells other than the water sphere? At this moment, he found himself utterly perplexed. To put it plainly, he did not even comprehend what the character truly was, let alone how it functioned. As a leading figure in the field of magical theory, his understanding of magic was limited to its processes, while the mechanics of various elements remained unexplored. Where could he find the horologist of magic? Benjamin sighed, feeling a wave of frustration wash over him. In addition to the mythological tales and over 50 incantations, the book concluded with a phrase akin to a prologue. You are the 56th person to finish this book. Please pass it on to someone in need, so that the magic may endure. Shortly after he turned to that page, the number within the text underwent a peculiar transformation, and 56 morphed into 57. Benjamin was taken aback. However, upon realizing that it was merely a trivial magical trick, devoid of any significant magical fluctuations, his astonishment dissipated. Amidst the church's relentless pursuit, a cadre of mages concealed themselves in the shadows, striving for survival while remaining committed to the legacy of magic. Thus, they devised this method, crafting what appeared to be a simple yet profound Bible, which was then passed from one individual to another until it ultimately reached his hands. No wonder Michel, when speaking of equivalent exchange, referred to trading treasures for lives, yet neglected to mention this book. Bestowing this tome upon Benjamin was not an act of benevolence. Michel was merely fulfilling a promise, a commitment already honored by 56 others. Sighing, Benjamin shrugged in resignation. What was the point of instilling such a sense of mission? Were they truly inciting a revolution? He found himself adrift, struggling for his own survival. How had Michel and the others learned magic? Was it truly this arduous? Perhaps he would have to wait for another opportunity to inquire with Michel, but that felt too passive. The power to speak lay entirely in her hands, and he lacked the patience to wait for such a moment. In contemplation, he wondered if there was something he had yet to exploit, Suddenly, a realization struck him. He was a genius, an unparalleled super-artificial intelligence system. At that moment, the long-silent system erupted into action, exuberantly shouting within Benjamin's mind, nearly causing him to drop the book in fright. Could you perhaps lower the volume next time you make a sudden entrance? He lamented, following up with, silencing, it would be preferable. I would gladly write a thank you letter to your manufacturers. The system responded with an air of arrogance. Really? I have just developed a groundbreaking achievement. Do you not wish to know? Benjamin felt too exasperated to retort. In this day and age, even systems were conducting research. If you don't want to share, then don't, the system huffed, displaying a petulant demeanor. Please, do not say that. I'm grateful to your entire family. Benjamin nearly applauded in appreciation. Why do you refuse to adhere to conventional norms? The system seethed in indignation. Regardless of your disinterest, you shall listen. I have labored extensively to produce this. Pay attention, ahem. It pretentiously cleared its non-existent throat. A system clearing its throat? Benjamin wanted to scoff. But before he could voice his thoughts, the system continued. Do you recall when we were in the castle, and Grant nearly unleashed divine magic to assist you? Benjamin could only nod in acknowledgement, following the system's lead. I remember, though he ultimately did not execute it. I was quite curious to witness what divine magic would look like. It seemed formidable. The system proclaimed, you need not wonder. You have already witnessed it. Raising an eyebrow, Benjamin replied, I have not. At least, since my arrival here, I have yet to see divine magic. Do not count the events from before my arrival. Not only have you seen it, but you have wielded it yourself. The system's tone elongated. Through my analysis, I have concluded that magic and divine magic are, at their core, the same entity. Divine magic is merely another form of magic, and magic is divine in essence. You need not differentiate between them. Chapter 31. The Space of Prayer and the Seal of Holy Light. Upon hearing the system's words, Benjamin was momentarily taken aback. As Grant prepared to wield divine magic, gathering the holy light, Benjamin's attention was initially drawn to the magical fluctuations emanating from him. The situation was rather dire at that moment, so he paid little heed to it. However, reflecting on it now, it was indeed. The magical fluctuations were strikingly similar. Through the analysis of the data I gathered, the fluctuations of Grant's divine magic and those of your water sphere spell are fundamentally identical. Both manipulate discrete elements for personal use. The system remarked, concluding with a jab, of course, his fluctuations are several hundred times stronger than yours. Benjamin brushed off the system's mockery, for if this discovery held any truth, it bore significant implications for him. Thus, he inquired once more, are you certain? The system replied impatiently, of course, my analytical results have never been erroneous. With the system's assurance, Benjamin felt a growing sense of uncertainty. After much contemplation, he resolved to verify this matter. If divine magic and magic were indeed the same at their core, it would mean he could learn both, and more importantly, the theories of divine magic could be wholly applicable to his magical practice. The advancement of divine magic was undoubtedly far beyond that of regular magic. He could certainly draw upon the theories of divine magic to enhance his own magical training, which would be far more effective than his aimless pondering. Finally, he saw a potential path forward. However, all of this hinged on the premise that divine magic and magic were truly identical in essence. If the system's assertion were flawed, then all this contemplation would be in vain. With this thought in mind, Benjamin rose from his bed and made his way out of the room. Where are you going? The system asked. To find Grant. He has been studying divine magic for so long. There must be a wealth of materials and textbooks on the subject. I intend to procure some for further examination, Benjamin replied. He certainly wouldn't be foolish enough to consult the church about divine magic. That would be akin to shooting oneself in the foot. Grant lived under the same roof and was his own brother, convenience personified. He did not wish to delay this matter any longer. With a plan in mind, he acted decisively. He could not afford procrastination at this juncture. Thus, guided by the system, Benjamin arrived at the door of Grant's bedroom. After a moment's thought, he decided to knock first. What if he entered stealthily and was caught? It would be far better to ask openly. After all, Grant was somewhat simple-minded, and a little fabrication should suffice to obtain the materials. Given the events at the castle, Grant likely still harbored feelings of guilt towards him. No one answered the door. Benjamin hesitated, then knocked again. Still, there was no response. Raising an eyebrow, he thought, in that case, I cannot be blamed for entering uninvited. He grasped the doorknob and gently twisted it. Feeling that the door was not locked, he could not help but feel a flicker of joy. He carefully turned the knob, striving to make as little noise as possible as he opened the door. A symphony of snores wafted from the room. Benjamin stepped inside, finding Grant sprawled under a thick blanket, sleeping like a log. At this sight, Benjamin could hardly contain his laughter. It was as though fortune favored him. He tiptoed over to the bedside and softly called, "Grant, Grant, are you asleep?" The only response was a chorus of snores. Benjamin immediately relaxed, his tension dissipating. He proceeded directly to Grant's desk, rifling through the stacks of books laid out before him. Encyclopedia of the Kingdom, he dismissed. Chronicles of the Hoary Kingdom, far too thick. Priestly qualification examination questions over the years, keep that away from me. Studies on the evolution of continental linguistics and marginal cultures, what on earth? 101 life-changing short stories, utterly ridiculous. At last, Introduction to Divine Magic. This is it. Just as Benjamin was elatedly placing the Introduction to Divine Magic into his cloak, a quiet cough sounded from behind him. Benjamin's heart raced. He quickly turned around, only to find the room empty. Grant remained soundly asleep, his face buried in the pillow and blanket, snoring rhythmically, showing no signs of waking. However, this sight only unsettled Benjamin further. What the hell? Is this place haunted? Where did that cough come from? It was evident that the cough did not originate from Grant. As the snores continued unabated, it was impossible for Grant to snore and cough simultaneously. Damn it, there is someone else in this room. Or perhaps, it was a church member? The latter speculation was even more terrifying. As Benjamin hesitated, his hair standing on end, another quiet cough, obviously suppressed, emanated from beneath Grant's blanket. In an instant, Benjamin understood. He let out a sigh of relief. What had he been worried about? It turned out he had underestimated his brother. Benjamin composed his slightly mischievous smile and approached the bed, whispering to Grant, "Grant, I couldn't sleep tonight, so I'm borrowing a book from you, all right?" Grant's snoring faltered momentarily before returning to its previous rhythm, as if he were truly in a deep slumber. Benjamin chuckled to himself, striding confidently out of Grant's bedroom and thoughtfully closing the door behind him. What just transpired? Why did you do that? I cannot comprehend any of it, the system interjected, appearing somewhat naïve. Stop pretending. I have nearly a terabyte of adult film stored on your hard drive. What innocence are you trying to feign? Benjamin retorted, exasperated. After a moment of silence, the system emitted several odd, lewd mechanical chuckles. Unlike the simplistic revolutionary pamphlets of the mages, Introduction to Divine Magic was compiled in a more thorough, systematic, and rich manner. It commenced with a direct examination of the essence of divine magic, the use of mental power to communicate with the ambient holy light, harnessing divine strength to cast extraordinary spells. This aligned perfectly with Benjamin's understanding of magic, substituting holy light with water elements and divine strength with natural force. This had already begun to validate the system's assertion that divine magic was indeed akin to magic. As Benjamin continued to read, the book elaborated on the types of individuals capable of practicing divine magic and those who were not. This prompted him to recall the system's claim that Benjamin had been assessed as possessing no aptitude for divine magic. If divine magic and magic were equivalent, then why did he possess a magical aptitude? The book stated that to practice divine magic, one must possess two key qualities: formidable mental strength and affinity for holy light. Weak mental strength leads to frequent failures in divine magic, while poor affinity makes it difficult to gather holy light. Both are indispensable. Translated to magic, this would correspond to the necessity of mental strength and affinity for water elements. Upon inquiring with the system, Benjamin discovered that in the initial tests, both his mental strength and affinity for holy light were found lacking, which led to his classification as having no divine magic talent. However, magic also required mental strength. If he was deficient in mental strength, how had he managed to learn magic? Ah, that might be why you always struggle to learn those spells. The system suddenly interjected. After a moment of reflection, Benjamin experienced a moment of clarity. No wonder his water barrier always failed. It was due to insufficient mental strength. As for his affinity for water elements, judging by the book's descriptions, his must not be particularly impressive either. Such a realization did little to uplift Benjamin's spirits. This signifies that he could never master magic like those endowed with natural talent. Glancing at his own consciousness space and the blue characters, he realized that consulting Michelle would be futile. He could only forge his own path, fully embracing the essence of advanced technology. Fortunately, as he delved further, the tome Introduction to Divine Arts revealed a peculiar circumstance. Even individuals with inadequate mental strength and affinity could learn divine arts and achieve remarkable proficiency. The text referred to this as the establishment of a prayer space and the condensation of the holy light seal. Upon reading this, Benjamin felt a surge of hope. At last, he perused several more lines of description and confirmed that the so-called prayer space was indeed the consciousness space, while the holy light seal corresponded to magical characters. The book offered little elaboration on this point, merely cautioning that the method carried a significant risk during the establishment of the prayer space. One could easily fall prey to demonic forces, resulting in a loss of consciousness akin to that of a vegetative state. Moreover, no one truly understood how to create a prayer space. Those who succeeded did so by sheer chance, with few historical figures having genuinely accomplished it. However, after outlining the drawbacks, the book proceeded to illuminate the advantages of this method. Utilizing the prayer space allowed for the storage of errant holy light, significantly reducing the time required to release divine arts and enabling thought-based casting. The divine arts unleashed through the holy light seal possessed unparalleled power and controllability compared to conventional methods. Possessing a prayer space eliminated the grueling need for others to diligently hone their mental strength, bypassing bottlenecks, as one merely needed to continuously fortify the holy light seal within. Following this exposition, the text noted that the fourth-generation pope had cultivated his powers in this manner. This pope was also the one who unified the Holy Kingdom, a true son of God who elevated the church to its zenith. This revelation not only filled him with excitement but also a sense of gratitude. After all, according to the book, those who could establish a consciousness space were exceedingly rare. He truly owed a debt of gratitude to the system. Had it not been for the system's incantation cycle, he would have neither stumbled into the consciousness space nor managed to emerge from it. With hopeful anticipation for the future, Benjamin cradled the book and continued reading. However, upon reaching the section detailing the specific cultivation methods, he felt as though a bucket of cold water had been poured over him, his exhilaration plummeting to despair. The text stated that one could condense a maximum of 3 holy light seals, with each seal representing a distinct divine art. In other words, those who trained through this method could learn no more than 3 divine arts in their lifetime. The failure rate for employing other divine arts would be exponentially higher. Chapter 32. The choice of skills. Benjamin had to concede that he was a connoisseur of skills. Much like his experiences in the gaming world of the past, he paid little heed to graphics or storyline. What captivated him most were the skills. As long as there existed a plethora of diverse, bizarre, and imaginative skills, the game had undoubtedly captured his interest. He had little enthusiasm for leveling up. All upgrades were merely a means to acquire skill points. And each time he unlocked a new skill, he felt an overwhelming sense of accomplishment. However, at this very moment, having finally traversed into a magical realm, he was dismayed to be informed that he could only possess 3 skill points, one of which had already been squandered on the water ball spell. This character was a lost cause. He contemplated deleting it. He gazed skyward, unsure to whom he was directing his frustrations. The system, lacking in tact, remarked, "I am not a human." Benjamin sighed deeply. Stretching his limbs, he resolved to gather his spirits and once more delved into the tome titled Introduction to Divine Arts. 3 skills were 3 skills. He could not truly bring himself to delete his character and start anew, regardless of his dissatisfaction. He had to persevere and continue studying the book to ascertain how to acquire the remaining 2 skill points. In this world, it was improbable that everything would unfold as he wished. Such a rare opportunity for a closed beta test could not be squandered. After all, even the 4th Pope had carved out a realm for the Church with merely 3 fundamental techniques. He believed that, if wielded correctly, even water could become formidable. Thus, Benjamin accepted the reality that he could only learn 3 spells. Embracing an optimistic mindset, he immersed himself once more in a state of focused study. Continuing with Introduction to Divine Arts. At the conclusion of this section, the book detailed how to enhance the Holy Light Seal and how to condense a new Holy Light Seal. The methods of enhancement were quite similar to the meditation techniques Benjamin had previously researched, and he swiftly turned past that. However, the process of condensing a new Holy Light Seal became his focal point for reading. The text explained that to condense a new Holy Light Seal, one must continuously gather and compress the holy light stored within the prayer space until it reaches a tangible state. Then, by reciting the incantation of the chosen divine art towards the materialized energy of the holy light, the second Holy Light Seal could be successfully condensed. Translated into magical terms, this essentially meant gathering and compressing water elements, right? It didn't seem overly difficult. He entered his consciousness space, concentrating intently, directing the errant water elements to begin accumulating. This process bore a striking resemblance to meditation, as the water elements within his mental realm began to move under his command. Everything appeared to be progressing smoothly, devoid of any obstacles. However, he soon discovered a new dilemma. It was too slow, due to his poor affinity for water elements. The process felt exceptionally arduous and sluggish. He estimated that achieving the level described in the book would require nearly a year of continuous effort. Damn, a year. Although a year within his consciousness space would translate to a significantly shorter duration in reality, approximately half a month still. Benjamin attempted to halt the command over the water elements, and the moment he did, the newly gathered water elements immediately dispersed. This was not akin to a torrent, where a download speed of just a few kilobytes per second could eventually complete. This required constant vigilance, and any interruption would necessitate starting anew. What was the point of this? If he remained in his consciousness space for that long, he might as well become a desiccated corpse in reality. No, there must be another way. After a moment of contemplation, a sudden spark of inspiration ignited in his mind, leading to a novel idea. He first conjured a water ball spell within his consciousness space. Once the water ball took shape, instead of carelessly letting it dissipate as before, he centered his efforts around it, guiding the water elements to converge towards the water ball. This was his thought. If the gathered water elements could not be retained, then he would create a core of sorts to hold them in place. The instant the first water element made contact with the water ball, a light chime resonated from an unknown source. Had he succeeded? He looked back at the suspended water ball, and a look of astonishment spread across his face. The water ball, akin to a magnet, began to attract surrounding dispersed water elements at a slow yet steady pace. Remarkably, during his moment of distraction, he had not actively directed the water elements, yet they continued to amalgamate with an instinctive diligence, much like ants returning to their nest. Without requiring any effort on Benjamin's part, the challenge that had just perplexed him now seemed to dissolve in an instant. What was this, if not a water ball? It was a floating window of torrent. Benjamin felt as though he had stumbled upon a treasure. All that remained was to await the notification of completion. Amusingly, the sound of magical runes and the notification tone bore a striking resemblance, both producing a pleasant chime. Thus, condensing magical runes proved even more seamless than he had anticipated. He felt a sense that perhaps fate deemed it somewhat unfair to limit him to 3 skills, compensating him from a different angle. Truth be told, he did not particularly desire such compensation. He would have preferred to receive additional skills. However, regarding skills, he ought to contemplate carefully which 2 spells to allocate his remaining slots. According to the tome, utilizing a divine art solidified through the Holy Light Seal would allow for continuous enhancement of its power and controllability, with no upper limit. Therefore, in a certain sense, the distinction between learning introductory level magic and advanced level magic was not particularly vast. At most, the latter simply sounded less glamorous. Furthermore, given Benjamin's urgent need to bolster his strength, he must hasten to acquire new spells. Hence, he could only select from the basic spells at hand. Initially, he intended to learn a water barrier for its defensive capabilities, while relying on a slightly enhanced water ball for offensive prowess. He had planned to reserve the remaining skill point for a more suitable spell he might discover later. However, upon observing the water ball in his consciousness space, which continued to gather water elements, he abruptly changed his mind. This water ball was no ordinary water ball. Benjamin realized that the book's assertion of having no upper limit might imply even greater significance than he had imagined, not merely enhancing it to the point where a single water ball could drown an entire city, but rather endowing the water ball with infinite possibilities. What a water barrier could achieve, a water ball could also accomplish. Was it not merely a matter of hollowing out the water ball to transform it into a bubble? As long as the compressed water elements within the bubble were ample, its defensive capability would surely be formidable. The same principle applied to the water of life. By condensing the water ball into a specific structure, it could possess healing properties. In essence, by enhancing the character of the water ball spell, he could elevate not only its damage and reduce cooldowns, but also imbue it with defensive, healing, and control capabilities, an array of tactical significance. Thus, from a tactical standpoint, the selection of his 3 skills appeared somewhat superfluous. Regardless of the situation, be it domestic affairs, travel, or combat, everything could be resolved with a single water ball. The water ball was indeed a marvel, ensuring safety. What, then, was the use of learning a water barrier? Contemplating this, he suddenly perceived the 3 spell slots as a subtle hint. He felt compelled to conduct further experimentation. Reciting the incantation, Benjamin summoned another water ball. Unlike before, this time he endeavored to manipulate the water ball, continuously altering its shape, compressing, expanding, transforming it into a bubble akin to a water barrier, or molding it into the form of a bird or a fish. A small water ball, he reveled in the delightful play of manipulation. In that moment, he discovered the remarkable nature of the water ball spell. Yet, he was not merely indulging in play, he was probing, seeking to ascertain the limits of this water ball and identifying what the water ball spell could not achieve, intending to compensate with the other 2 spells. After subjecting the water sphere to a relentless half-hour of torment, Benjamin finally ceased his endeavors. He dispersed the water sphere, allowing it to meet its inevitable end. Through this 30-minute experiment, Benjamin confirmed his hypothesis. The water sphere was indeed omnipotent. He could alter its shape, strength, volume, and even density, manipulating its physical properties. As long as his magical incantations were sufficiently potent, he could command the water sphere to perform any task, save for transforming it into something other than a water sphere. The water sphere could neither freeze nor evaporate. Which 3 spells should he select? This was a question he had encountered before, a mere formality. Soon, he sifted through the over 50 incantations offered by the Bible and identified 2 suitable choices, the Ice Shatter spell and the Steam Column incantation. According to their descriptions, the Ice Shatter spell summoned shards of ice for offensive purposes, while the Steam Column conjured scalding vapor to inflict harm. From the definitions provided in the Bible, both spells, akin to the water sphere technique, were classified as offensive magic. However, Benjamin perceived them as imbued with boundless potential. In particular, he harbored an instinct that once the 3 magical incantations coalesced successfully, their interactions would yield new transformations. The amalgamation of 3 states of water sounded rather formidable. With his choice of spells crystallized, Benjamin felt a surge of confidence within him. He sensed that he had made the right decision. And something profound had subtly shifted following this choice. If the wheel of fate truly existed, then just moments ago, it must have traversed an entirely new scale. This world would change because of him. Suddenly, Benjamin shook his head, extricating himself from that grandiose sense of purpose, and chuckled at his own fanciful thoughts. Truly, he had quite the imagination. For now, it was best to focus on the task at hand. Chapter 33. Military Training in the Days That Followed. Benjamin enjoyed a rare period of tranquility. He arose punctually, partook of meals on schedule, and commanded Jeremy to run errands, seldom venturing outside. The incessant turmoil of prior days seemed to have dissipated. His father, Claude, was away on an inspection of the territory, leaving the few remaining inhabitants of the house to coexist amicably, exchanging mere pleasantries and few words. Benjamin spent his days feigning sleep in his bedroom, utilizing his consciousness to engage in cultivation. He alternated between meditating on the enhancement of triangular characters and accelerating the condensation of new characters. Encountering little in the way of obstacles, everything unfolded as smoothly as a news broadcast, steadily progressing. Benjamin was quite content. However, he knew this peaceful existence could not last indefinitely. What he did not anticipate was that it would be his father, Claude, who would first disrupt his serene routine. You've become increasingly reckless. At this rate, are you planning to challenge other nobles to duels? As Benjamin entered the study, Claude, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, launched into a scolding tirade. It appeared that Claude had caught wind of the farcical war simulation games among the noble youth. Benjamin felt somewhat exasperated. Was he not the victim in this scenario? Why was the reprimand directed at him? It was not his firearm. If blame were to be assigned, it ought to fall upon Dick. Was there no semblance of reason? Yet, while he had anticipated the admonishment, he did not foresee its outcome. After a lengthy lecture, Claude fell silent for a moment before addressing Benjamin. You have lived a life of comfort, never having endured hardship, which has led to your current state. I have already contacted friends in the military. From now on, you will train with them every morning. This will save you from lazing in bed all day. Benjamin was taken aback. What was happening? Before he could voice his confusion, Claude summoned a servant, none other than the maid who had previously confined him, presumably named Jessica. Take Benjamin to the military camp in the city and inform them that General Gray sent you. Deliver Benjamin to them, Claude instructed, adding a final admonition. Keep a close watch on him. Ensure he does not escape. He then turned his gaze toward Benjamin. I haven't had breakfast yet. Young master, please follow me. The maid interjected coldly, ushering Benjamin out of the study. Claude watched Benjamin's retreating figure, shaking his head in disappointment. Thus, barely risen from bed and still somewhat disoriented, Benjamin was escorted to the military camp stationed in Haven Light. During the journey, he attempted to converse with the maid. You are Jessica, correct? I hope I am not mistaken. Yes, young master, she replied, her tone icy. Jessica, could we pause for a moment? I need to grab something to eat. Rest assured, I have no intention of running away. I truly just woke up and have not had breakfast. I am quite famished, Benjamin implored. His request was not born of a genuine desire to escape. If he were to flee, Claude would be furious. He might even cast him out of the household. Despite his longing to remain in his room to cultivate, he dared not voice dissent. Military training was one thing he had experienced before, but attending on an empty stomach felt rather inhumane. What if they subjected him to an hour of standing at attention, 200 frog jumps, or 300 push-ups? He feared that before Michelle's curse could claim him, he would perish from hunger or exhaustion. Thus, his plea for sustenance was the simplest and most reasonable request he could muster under the circumstances. No, came the definitive reply. Benjamin could not help but mentally lament. This woman is even more difficult to communicate with than you are. Apologies, I should not have said that, he thought, feeling even more vexed. Engaging with you is far more challenging than conversing with her. I underestimated your complexity. Hearing this, the system responded with a smug satisfaction. Now we are getting somewhere. Benjamin felt a surge of frustration. In this manner, with the maid before him and the system in his mind, Benjamin found himself utterly powerless. Swiftly transported to the military camp. Perhaps due to the capital's previous civil unrest, the military's base in Haven Light was situated in the inner city, conveniently close to the church, the noble district, and the royal palace. This army was renowned as the elite among elites, holding a revered position in the eyes of both commoners and nobles alike. Claude's ability to secure Benjamin's placement, albeit for military training, attested to the strength of his ties with the military, as the army traditionally did not cater to nobility. After handing Benjamin over to the guards at the camp entrance, the maid fulfilled her duty and departed. Benjamin was then escorted by a soldier clad in full armor, rendering his identity unrecognizable, to a designated area. During this journey, Benjamin attempted to engage the soldier in conversation, hoping to procure some food, but the soldier remained unresponsive, much to the system's amusement. Upon reaching their destination, the soldier finally spoke a single line, "We have arrived." Benjamin noted the soldier's youthful voice. He sounded like a mere child. Before he could voice anything further, the soldier turned without hesitation and walked away. That little brat just left, he thought, realizing that his days of military training would likely be far from pleasant. Indeed, his suspicions were confirmed. "Hey, you there, the one gawking around. I'm talking to you, get over here." A grating voice pierced through the air, reaching Benjamin's ears. He turned to see a middle-aged man in military garb, unkempt and scruffy, gazing at him with evident impatience. Chapter 34. Coach. I want to write something impressive surrounding the middle-aged man. A group of seemingly youthful recruits turned their heads in unison to gaze at Benjamin, their expressions far from amiable. Benjamin immediately sensed the predicament he was in. Taking a deep breath, he steeled himself and approached them. "What is your name?" the middle-aged man inquired. After a moment of contemplation, Benjamin deliberately omitted his surname and replied, "I am Benjamin." The middle-aged man, however, was not perceptive to the subtlety and scoffed, saying, "You are the useless scion of the Riser family, aren't you?" Laughter erupted from the crowd at that moment. Benjamin could feel the shift in their gazes as they heard the word Riser, transforming into looks rife with envy and disdain. He could only sigh inwardly. The military status in the kingdom of Hori was quite unique. They held no fear of the nobility, nor even of the royal family. Though they professed loyalty to the nation, in reality, their sole allegiance lay with the church. Offending aristocrats was something they absolutely did not dread. The nobility had little bearing on their lives, making it difficult for them to retaliate, especially considering the formidable support they had above them. Furthermore, from their perspective, the nobility were regarded as the most contemptible of individuals, even inferior to commoners. In their eyes, at least commoners worked daily to sustain themselves, while nobles were mere parasites, contributing nothing of value. Thus, a noble scion who accidentally fell into the military was bound to find little favor. As Benjamin mulled over this in his mind, he began to observe his surroundings. This was no ordinary camp. He had noticed it the moment he stepped in. Regular training facilities were not this elongated. Soldiers did not wear uniforms so heavy they seemed peculiar, and there certainly would not be a row of targets at one end of the camp. He quickly concluded this was a firearms training camp. Claude sent him here to practice shooting? Benjamin was baffled. Claude would never do such a thing. The issue at the castle was a result of gun-related troubles, and Claude's intention was to put Benjamin through some hardship to temper him, so he would cease causing trouble. However, to have Benjamin learn to shoot seemed to imply that Claude believed his capacity for mischief was still insufficient. This made no sense. Well then, since it's an order from above, I have no choice. From now on, you will train with us, the middle-aged man remarked nonchalantly, adding with a smirk. Have you ever handled a gun? You know what a gun is, right? Laughter erupted once more from the crowd. Benjamin was not particularly bothered by it. To be honest, this level of mockery was far too weak compared to what he had faced before, and he had long since developed immunity to it. However, that mention of an order from above suddenly made Benjamin realize that his presence in the firearms camp was likely not Claude's idea, but rather that of Claude's friend in the military. Benjamin, who had been frail and sickly since childhood, a fact that had circulated within noble circles, was likely known to the military personnel as well. General Gray had probably misunderstood Claude's intention, thinking Claude wanted his son to learn something, and in a fit of ingenuity, arranged for Benjamin to be placed in the firearms camp. It would not involve overly strenuous physical training that could wear him out, and shooting was an activity that even those lacking physical strength could engage in. Benjamin would surely learn a thing or two. He ought to express gratitude to General Gray for this misunderstanding. Learning to handle a firearm seemed to align perfectly with his intentions, as it represented a form of combat capability that could be flaunted openly. Given that he would be operating in the royal capital in the future, exercising caution with magic was paramount. Acquiring a combat skill that could be displayed without reservation was far from a waste of time. Moreover, he genuinely wished to learn how to shoot. Who wouldn't want to learn how to handle a gun? Thus, Benjamin resolved to remain here for a while. After all, Claude mentioned that training would occur every morning, allowing him to utilize the rest of his time to study magic. With everything clarified in his mind, he faced the crowd's laughter and calmly replied, "Of course. I have handled a gun." During his scuffle with Dick, he had indeed come into contact with one. This was not an exaggeration on his part. Moreover, not only had he touched a gun, but he had also been threatened with one. While everyone here had likely fired a gun, aside from the middle-aged man, who appeared to be the instructor, the others probably had never faced gunfire in battle. They were clearly recruits who had yet to see combat. What an effort General Gray had made to arrange Benjamin's training in this firearms camp. When he next encountered the general, he would definitely express his gratitude in an amusing manner. The middle-aged instructor, upon hearing Benjamin's words, simply chuckled and suddenly drew a handgun from his waist, tossing it toward Benjamin. "Since you've handled one, show me how to fire it," he said, his demeanor still languid. The instructor's action caught Benjamin off guard. He did not respond immediately, and his attempt to catch the gun was perhaps less than graceful, eliciting another round of laughter from the crowd. As the cold metal of the gun settled into his grip, a chilling sensation coursed through him. Hearing the laughter, Benjamin shrugged and remarked, "This gun feels a bit heavy. It's different from the ones I've handled." The laughter from the crowd grew louder. "This kid is rather amusing, quite unlike those nobles. Is he truly one of them? Haven't you heard? He's a bit foolish, born that way." Whispers and gossip floated to Benjamin's ears, but he paid them no mind. He tightened his grip on the gun, raised it, and aimed at the target 30 meters away. Initially intending to engage the safety, he discovered to his surprise that the gun had no safety mechanism. His perception of the middle-aged man shifted once more. To dare to keep a handgun without a safety strap to his waist was reckless indeed. The potential danger was far greater than casually placing an unlocked phone in one's pocket. If a handgun were to discharge accidentally, there would be severe consequences. "Fire it already. Stop dawdling," someone in the crowd suddenly shouted. "My apologies, I was lost in thought," Benjamin replied, arching an eyebrow. His hesitation to fire was not due to concerns over the safety catch, nor was he afraid of missing. Rather, as he lifted the gun, peculiar images suddenly manifested before him. An interface akin to a shooting game materialized, displaying distance, crosshairs, wind speed, handgun specifications, remaining ammunition, and even enemy health bars. It felt as if he had donned a virtual reality headset, immersed in a shooting game with a standard shooting interface before him. Is this the system? Not my concern. Benjamin barely had time to ponder before the system interjected, "I cannot explain how this appeared." Blame your past indiscretions with reckless downloads that resulted in a plethora of web games being forcibly installed, ones you cannot delete. This is their doing, not mine. After a brief pause, the system abruptly changed its tune. Who said it has nothing to do with me? It's all thanks to my capabilities. If I didn't have ample storage, you wouldn't be able to accommodate all this. Benjamin smirked inwardly, fully aware of how the system would respond. Fire it already, stop dawdling. My apologies, I was lost in thought, Benjamin repeated. As soon as he finished speaking, laughter erupted once more from the crowd. And some could not help but break into applause, as though they were witnessing a comedic act unfold in a theater. This individual is truly amusing. The nobility of the royal capital has transformed into this. Bang! The sound of a gunshot abruptly silenced the laughter, akin to a gaggle of ducks suddenly having their throats grasped. Upon the target, situated over 30 paces away, a vividly painted red bull's, and now bore an exceedingly conspicuous small hole at its center, although somewhat blurred due to the distance. That opening appeared to each observer as distinctly as a torch in the night. Silence enveloped the scene. What on earth? Did I not miss the target? Laughter had vanished entirely. As all eyes turned toward him, they regarded him as if he were a creature of the extraordinary, the mockery in their gazes having long since dissipated. The sensation of displaying one's prowess was indeed quite exhilarating. Chapter 35. Lend me that gun in the military. Strength is revered above all else. After a personal experience, Benjamin had come to understand this truth more profoundly. With the emergence of a shooting interface, unbeknownst to the system, he managed to intimidate the entire rifle battalion with a single shot. The attitude of the recruits towards him shifted dramatically, akin to a roller coaster ride. Their gazes were now devoid of mockery, replaced by respect, admiration, and even a hint of jealousy. This left Benjamin feeling somewhat guilty. Unlike these dedicated trainees, he relied solely on external forces, which hardly seemed honorable. Had it not been for the sudden appearance of the shooting interface, he would have faced tremendous embarrassment. However, once he had grasped the gun, impulsively driven by curiosity, there was no turning back. He had to proceed with the task at hand. Thus, after a brief moment of bravado, he quickly adopted a more modest demeanor. Events soon proved this prudent, as he found himself thoroughly exhausted. The training regimen consisted solely of running laps. A group of fledgling recruits, still in their formative stages, aspired to handle firearms? Had they not heard the warnings about the lethal nature of such weapons? I do this for your own good. In due time, you will come to appreciate my efforts. This was the declaration of their middle-aged instructor. Yet, Benjamin couldn't help but internally scoff. The most dangerous individual was clearly the instructor himself, strapping an unsafeguarded firearm to his waist, risking calamity at every moment. However, Benjamin was the only novice to entertain such thoughts. The others exhibited unwavering obedience to their instructor's commands, treating them as absolute truths. They executed their duties with remarkable thoroughness. Benjamin, not being a soldier but merely participating in military training, found it challenging to immerse himself wholeheartedly in the experience. As a mage, if he relinquished his capacity for independent thought and critical inquiry, he might as well convert to a church right then and there. Before long, he was singled out by the instructor. The last one in the line stepped forward. After running more than 10 laps, nearly on the brink of collapse, Benjamin approached the middle-aged man. What happened to your earlier bravado? The fastest among you completed 20 laps. Why are you dawdling at the back? Where did all your energy go? Did you forget to eat? Report, sir. I truly haven't eaten. The atmosphere became exceedingly awkward. Ultimately, Benjamin exited the military camp on a stretcher. After consuming some bread, he sent Jeremy on errands while he remained in his room, yearning for sleep. Yet he resisted the urge and summoned his resolve to enter the realm of consciousness, embarking on his daily magical training. This had become an indispensable part of his routine. Benjamin speculated that if he could compress the water sphere in his hand and launch it, unless met with formidable armor, it could easily incapacitate a robust adult male. From washing faces to delivering powerful punches, he had begun to see tangible progress. Moreover, as he enhanced his triangular symbols, he felt his control over magic steadily improving. The speed at which he summoned water spheres increased, as did his ability to manipulate them. He had now acquired a degree of proficiency in creating a defensive bubble of water around himself. Yet, the bubble's defensive capabilities remained insufficient. While it wouldn't shatter at the slightest touch, it could easily be penetrated by any sharp object. Benjamin was dissatisfied with this. He intended to use this ability against mages and clerics. If it couldn't withstand a mere mortal's blade, how could it hope to defend against magical attacks? A knight could easily breach it, let alone a cleanser. Thus, he continued his practice. Regarding the healing properties of the water sphere, Benjamin had conducted extensive research. After casting the spell over 20 times, he finally summoned a few drops of life water to observe the distinctions between it and the water sphere technique. Upon investigation, he discovered that the water elements within the life water were arranged in a remarkably unique structure resembling an odd cube. This particular arrangement of water elements exuded a strange vitality, which endowed the life water with its healing properties. When he attempted to incorporate this understanding into the water sphere technique, Benjamin found controlling the water elements at a microscopic level to be exceedingly challenging. Fortunately, with the aid of his triangular symbols, he succeeded in creating a healing water sphere. However, maintaining this structure proved difficult. Its healing efficacy had a limited shelf life, lasting no more than 10 seconds. The quest to produce a long-lasting healing water sphere would have to wait until his symbols were further enhanced. Thus, from offense to defense to healing, while his skills were still rudimentary, Benjamin had begun a comprehensive journey of growth, with new skill points awaiting him just ahead. He was eager to devote every waking moment to his training. If not for the impending military drills, which would consume considerable time, he would have immersed himself fully in his magical pursuits. Reflecting on the firearms in this world, he pondered, to what extent had they developed? With this thought, he posed the question to the system. The system contemplated for a moment before responding. It's quite standard, I suppose. There are handguns, cannons, and rifles. Handguns can be reloaded and possess reasonable power, though they are not particularly esteemed. Benjamin frowned. It seems you've said little of substance. The system, now irked, retorted. I can't connect to the internet here. I'm not an encyclopedia. Do you expect me to know everything? Fine. Benjamin conceded with a hint of resignation. He wished to inquire whether he could utilize the system's data to enhance a handgun, perhaps even create an AK-27. However, he realized that it was unrealistic to expect anyone's computer to contain an abundance of precisely applicable information. He also found himself curious about how protagonists in novels managed to recall so many contemporary scientific principles. How was it that they could so casually advance technological progress, dabbling in chemistry and artillery, while he struggled to even produce a bar of soap? He envied those diligent authors who actively sought information online. Yet, fortunately, the system seemed eager to prove its usefulness. It proceeded to elaborate on the general state of firearms in this world. According to the system, in a realm governed by supernatural abilities, magic and divine arts held dominion, not merely in warfare, but also in the enchantment of swords and blessed armor. Ordinary bullets could not even pierce a blessed shirt, let alone a magical shield. While divine arts could bless bullets, the energy cost was substantial, leading to such blessings being reserved for cannon ammunition. As a side note, enchanting handguns with divine arts or magic was futile unless one intended to use the firearm as a bludgeon. Consequently, handguns were typically employed by agile mercenaries or by nobles and wealthy merchants for self-defense. The pistol Dick had wielded that day was likely pilfered from his own household. This was the general scenario of handguns in the possession of common folk, but for Benjamin, the situation was different. He possessed a shooting system derived from a web game, rendering perfect accuracy a mere formality. As for power and enchantments, he could learn those in due course. Thus, marksmanship held significant value for him. Of course, all of this hinged on one crucial factor. He needed to acquire a gun. The state had ostensibly prohibited the sale of firearms, yet in reality, there was a rather lenient attitude towards it. Every noble family conceals 1 or 2 firearms, and the Reiser family is no exception. Benjamin had contemplated pilfering a gun from his home, yet he understood that the absence of a firearm would inevitably be discovered, leading to a cascade of complications. Thus, he abandoned the idea. What he required was a weapon known only to him, one that he could keep concealed at all times. After much deliberation, he resolved to procure a firearm from the outskirts of the city. Haven Light, the largest city on the continent, boasts outer districts that comprise 3/4 of its expanse. Although this area serves as a stronghold for the church, in recent years, the church has focused its efforts on external expansion, resulting in certain parts of Havenlight's outskirts descending into chaos. He harbored no fear of the church becoming aware of this situation, though the church's agents were ever present. Their vigilance was lax. He knew that should he attempt to acquire a gun, evading their watchful eyes would be impossible. The bishop would undoubtedly learn of his purchase. But so what? In the bishop's eyes, he was merely a frightened nobleman, particularly following the events at the castle. Driven by a fear of witches and a desire for self-preservation, it was entirely reasonable for him to covertly procure a firearm from the black market. As long as the church remained oblivious to his connection with magic, suspicion would not be cast upon him. Regarding the potential dangers of the outer districts, he felt reassured. As long as he remained in open spaces and avoided confined quarters, with the church's agents observing him, he doubted any peril would arise. Furthermore, the pendant bestowed upon him by the church granted him a measure of protection, though risks still lingered if he shied away from even this level of danger. What sort of adventurer would he be? After all, a handgun held significant importance for him. Thus, after spending the afternoon in bed practicing, his bodily aches had considerably subsided. After dinner, he successfully pilfered a firearm from the study and, under the cover of night, stealthily exited the Riser estate. He set forth towards the outer districts of Haven Light, to the locale rumored to engage in the trade of firearms. Chapter 36. A serendipitous encounter in the outskirts. Unlike the inner city, the outskirts of Haven Light remain vibrant even under the cloak of night. Though electricity has yet to grace this world, the glow of oil lamps illuminates the streets, where numerous residents meander about. Most shops continue their operations, bustling with patrons, showing no signs of closing. The liveliness is further amplified in the entertainment venues. Even a humble tavern resonates with raucous laughter from meters away. This nocturnal revelry persists since the church's curfew applies solely to the inner city. The vast expanse of the outer district makes enforcement labor-intensive, and thus the church has chosen to allow its organic development. The Ver family, for instance, relies heavily on the entertainment industry of the outer city for their income. Such intertwined interests ensure that the nightlife here remains fervently unrestrained. Devout followers who cherish tranquility either become priests, migrating to the inner city, or congregate in the sanctuary, a designated area by the church, which, despite its crowding, offers a serenity surpassing that of the inner city. Beyond the sanctuary, the outer district lacks further zoning. Its sheer size renders the establishment of distinct entertainment and residential zones impractical. Consequently, apart from religious spaces, the outer city is a harmonious blend of all activities. At this moment, Benjamin traverses the main thoroughfare in the western part of the outer city. He observes the ebb and flow of people, cautiously advancing towards the location mentioned by Jeremy. The intricate topography and diverse populace inevitably contribute to a chaotic atmosphere, particularly in the western section. The state has invested significantly in security, yet the outcomes remain mediocre. Life continues relatively peacefully, albeit with a robust local demeanor. Benjamin carries a considerable sum, his long-saved pocket money, a crucifix bestowed by the bishop, and a firearm pilfered from Claude's study. Should a thief cross his path, he would have nowhere to lament his loss. Thus, he must exercise utmost vigilance, for at any moment, an inconspicuous pickpocket could stealthily relieve him of his possessions. As these thoughts swirl in his mind, a timid child approaches from a distance. Ah, how prescient he is! Just as he anticipated. The urchin with furtive eyes is likely to collide with him, stumble, and vanish in an instant. By the time Benjamin realizes what has transpired, his valuables may have already evaporated, as depicted in countless tales. Does he truly appear to be an easy target? This ruse is all too familiar. Come forth. Let us engage in a mutual game of wits. He is eager to see if the little rascal dares to thieve from him. With heightened alertness, Benjamin watches as the child draws nearer, closer still. Is it time to act? Suddenly, a stout middle-aged woman stands beside the child, swiftly enveloping him in her embrace while casting a wary glare at Benjamin, as if perceiving him as a potential kidnapper. Awkwardness envelopes him. His intense focus had blinded him to the presence of another. The system within Benjamin's mind erupts in laughter. Apologies. He manages to maintain a stoic facade as he addresses the woman. How dare you stare at my child? She retorts, retreating while cradling the boy, her words drifting back. Fear not, my dear. That man is not right in the head. Let us keep our distance. Benjamin feels a wave of despair wash over him. This is the consequence of an overactive imagination. Overthinking is indeed a malady that requires remedy. Upon checking his pocket, he discovers that the funds he intended for purchasing a firearm have vanished. Cursing under his breath, he hears the system's laughter echoing even louder in his mind. Stop right there. Benjamin bellows, fury coursing through him. That was his hard-earned money, saved over 6 months. Despite it being the previous Benjamin's hard work, it remains his. Coupled with the earlier incident, his temper is on the verge of exploding. The child, however, displays remarkable agility, ignoring Benjamin's shouts and swiftly darting down a narrow alley. Damn it, how quick he is! Benjamin immediately pursues. As he runs, he retrieves the gun secured at his waist. His anger sharpens his focus. This child is no novice, possessing both speed and knowledge of the terrain. Furthermore, his legs still ache from morning's training. If he continues the chase, he will inevitably lose him. Where would he turn for solace then? Resolving to act decisively, Benjamin thinks, if this brat wishes to play, he shall not escape the consequences of his actions. After rounding a corner, he steels himself, disengaging the safety, raising the gun as the interface materializes before him. He quickly aims for the child's knee. Shooting while in motion at a moving target is the pinnacle of training in the firearms camp. Yet, with the aid of the shooting system, he finds it manageable. Bang! The shot rings out. The child emits a cry of distress, collapsing to the ground, struggling briefly before succumbing to defeat. Benjamin exhales in relief. At last, his money is secure. Yet, his moment of respite is soon disrupted. From around the corner, 3 oddly dressed individuals emerge. Their robes resemble those worn by Michelle, though they lack hoods to obscure their faces. Benjamin can now discern their features: 3 adult males, an elder, a tall figure, and a shorter one, each emanating a sinister aura. They have clearly heard the gunfire, casting curious glances at the fallen child before locking eyes on Benjamin, halting in their tracks. A sense of foreboding floods Benjamin's heart. If his memory serves him correctly, those robes bear a striking resemblance to those of Michelle's mages. Could it be? Is it mere chance that he encounters mages in the capital? What a stroke of luck. The bishop's efforts to maintain order seem woefully inadequate. Rather than feeling relieved at the prospect of conversing about magical insights, Benjamin senses an ominous intent in their presence. His instincts warn him that these 3 are no benign figures. Moreover, it dawns on him that he has strayed into an unfamiliar territory, trapped within a dim, narrow alley. The moon's feeble light casting a chilling atmosphere, devoid of any passers-by. He finds himself in a precarious predicament. The 3 exchange glances, and suddenly, the eldest speaks. He recognizes our identity. We cannot allow them to interfere. Eliminate them both. Benjamin's heart sinks. As he scrambles to devise a strategy, a voice suddenly rings out from behind him. It's the fallen. Quick, we must not let them escape. A couple dressed as commoners bursts forth from the alleyway behind Benjamin, charging straight toward the 3 figures with astonishing speed, leaving the onlookers in shock. Benjamin pauses momentarily, then quickly grasps the situation. These are agents dispatched by the church, merely disguised for the occasion. Indeed, why should he panic? The church's operatives have been present all along. Upon closer inspection, he realizes that the woman among the couple is, in fact, a man donned in a wig and skirt. With a swift motion, he tosses aside the wig and retrieves 2 long swords from beneath the voluminous fabric of his attire. She tossed a long sword to her husband, holding another firmly in her grip, her high heels clicking as she prepared to strike at the 3 adversaries. Benjamin watched in astonishment. How formidable is my sister? Oh no, my brother? The 2 younger men among the trio seemed equally taken aback, their mouths agape in shock. Only the eldest among them, his expression shifting, recited an incantation without hesitation. Suddenly, Benjamin sensed a disturbance in the water element. A translucent blue bubble enveloped the trio. A water barrier. He silently mused. The 2 disguised knights swiftly advanced, swords drawn, to strike at the 3. As their blades made contact with the bubble, a radiant light shimmered from the swords, causing the bubble to quiver violently. Remarkably, the barrier held firm against the assault, unbroken. Not just the 2 knights, but even Benjamin found himself astonished. Such a powerful water barrier? If he was not mistaken, those 2 long swords had been blessed. Even if they were brandished flamboyantly, their sharpness remained undiminished. Yet, this thin layer of water was capable of withstanding the attacks of both swords. It was truly remarkable. He could not help but ponder when he might attain such strength himself. Meanwhile, the elder mage, witnessing the bubble repel their attack, let out a cold chuckle. Just 2 paladins. Perhaps clad in holy armor, they might have saved their lives. But now, with that, he patted the shoulders of the other 2. This prompt jolted them from their stupor, and they began to conjure spells, forming a fireball and a wind blade in their hands, launching them towards the knights. The knights, however, remained unperturbed. In perfect synchrony, they executed a backward leap followed by a sweeping slash, dispersing the fireball and wind blade with their shining swords. The elder mage's expression darkened in an instant. Are you fools? Why attack separately? Focus your efforts on one target. It's impossible for them to deflect two spells with a single strike. Have you forgotten everything I taught you? His frustration seemed directed not at the knight's prowess, but rather at the incompetence of his two charges. As he spoke, the knights surged forward, each striking with a sword, finally shattering the water bubble. Unfortunately for them, the elder mage remained vigilant even while reprimanding his pupils. Just before the knights could strike a second time, he swiftly conjured another water barrier, keeping the attacking knights at bay. Benjamin was left in awe. This individual was not only highly skilled in magic, but also possessed considerable combat experience, handling the two paladins with remarkable ease. The timing of the water barrier's deployment was impeccable. Such a formidable mage, where did he spring from? For reasons unknown, Benjamin sensed an aura emanating from them, suggesting a connection to an organization that ordinary wild mages would not possess. As Benjamin marveled, the two young mages responded more quickly this time. They immediately began casting spells again, conjuring another fireball and windblade. Interestingly, they both chose the wife as their target. Perhaps they found her flamboyant attire too distracting and wished to eliminate her swiftly. However, the wife demonstrated remarkable agility, evading the incoming fireball and windblade with a backward leap and a sweeping slash, extinguishing both spells. Seizing the opportunity, her husband launched a frenzied assault on the bubble. The elder mage's irritation deepened. This is maddening. Who concentrates firepower like this? Can't you attack from two angles? One in front and one behind. Can she block both with a single sword? Have I taught you nothing? You are driving me to madness before their swords even reach me. The two mages, bewildered by the scolding, exchanged glances. The shorter one hesitated, timidly speaking up, "But, Master, how do we control the magic to attack from two angles?" "We don't know how." Fortunately, the knights managed to break the water bubble once again, alleviating the awkwardness just in time. The elder mage, preoccupied with conjuring yet another water barrier, managed to stave off a complete breakdown. Even Benjamin, as an observer, felt a pang of exhaustion. What should have been a grand clash between mages and paladins had devolved into this chaotic farce. Not only was the elder mage visibly strained, but it was evident that the knights were also disheartened. As the water bubble rose for the third time, a sense of desolation flickered in their eyes. Particularly the one still clad in a skirt and high heels. Benjamin felt as though he could see tears glimmering beneath the thick layers of eyeshadow. The world is harsh. To make a living, even paladins must fight so fiercely in these times. Chapter 37. What is more terrifying than a fool? The situation had reached an impasse. Each time the knights breached the water barrier, the elder mage would summon another, rendering their swords ineffective against one another. The two younger mages were similarly inept, unable to subdue the paladins. However, Benjamin understood that this stalemate would not endure for long. The elder mage's composed demeanor suggested he had a backup plan. He merely wished to mentor the novices, relying solely on defensive magic. Should he unleash an offensive spell, the two paladins would likely falter. If they failed, Benjamin would find himself in dire straits as well. Although he had begun to feel some sympathy for the elder mage, it was he who had initially declared his intent to eliminate them all. Benjamin was reluctant to gamble on whether revealing his identity as a mage would spare his life. Doing so would surrender the initiative to another. Moreover, he was not yet prepared to sever ties with the church. Thus, he chose to align himself with the two knights. Having made his choice, Benjamin resolved to no longer remain a mere spectator. He could no longer afford to simply observe. He had to join the fray, even if he had not yet fully matured in his abilities. A plan to break the deadlock swiftly formed in his mind. At that moment, the knights launched their second assault on the water bubble. Just as their swords descended, Benjamin made his move. He raised his hand and, unnoticed by the others, fired a shot at the elder mage without hesitation. Bang! The sound of the water bubble bursting mingled with the gunfire, startling the others. The child was caught off guard, allowing Benjamin to seize the money. With the funds secured, Benjamin breathed a sigh of relief. This was the solution he had concocted. Firstly, his own attack power could not penetrate the water barrier. While the knights could work together to shatter it, they would need a second strike to wound the mage. As long as the mage could recast the water barrier before the knights landed their second blow, he would remain unscathed. This created a balance, and Benjamin's goal was to disrupt it. He calculated the timing using the shooting interface, firing just as the water barrier was about to be breached. The bullet would pierce through the bubble at the moment it shattered, striking its target. The interval was so brief that the opponent would not have time to chant a spell or erect a new barrier. A mage without protective magic was as vulnerable as an ordinary person, akin to thin paper before a bullet. Thus, even a single shot, devoid of enchantments, could alter the course of the battle. He aimed for the elder mage's heart, but since this was his first time shooting with lethal intent, and he felt a twinge of pity for the elder mage, he couldn't help but tremble slightly, likely missing the mark. Nonetheless, even a miss would likely leave the mage significantly injured. The final phase of his plan involved Benjamin, having secured the money, slipping away amidst the ensuing chaos after firing the shot. He believed that the elder mage, despite suffering grave injuries, would still be capable of employing some form of illusion to facilitate his escape with his two students. As for the two paladins, they would probably pursue. Consequently, no one would pay him any mind, allowing him to resume his plans to acquire firearms. It was indeed a beautifully conceived plan. The two paladins were, after all, focused on their own defense. Benjamin did not wish for them to be harmed, yet he hoped the three mages, sharing his identity, would not perish here. As he devised this plan, he couldn't help but chuckle at himself. Perhaps he lacked the decisiveness of protagonists in novels, who treat lives as mere trifles. Thus, Benjamin fired, seized the money, and everything proceeded according to plan. Cries of anguish and alarm emanated from the mages, yet no sound of a body hitting the ground followed. Confirming that the bullet had struck without causing a fatality was quite splendid. Benjamin turned to make his escape. However, as with every plan he had devised since arriving in this world, no matter how flawless, something always went awry. Before the three mages, a towering wave suddenly surged. What sorcery is this? Benjamin had misjudged the elder mage's reaction. The anger from his two students, compounded by being shot, had likely pushed him to his limits, triggering a berserk state. Rather than fleeing, he opted for an aggressive spell. Judging by the spectacle, the massive wave conjured in the alley was undoubtedly a formidable magic attack. If the mage could manipulate water barriers with such skill, the power of this spell would be immense. Confronted by this colossal wave, Benjamin felt as if he were facing the vastness of nature itself, devoid of any inclination to resist. Could this be water release, water dragon bullet technique? At the last second before the wave crashed down, he summoned his will and cast a water orb spell, encasing himself within a bubble for protection. He was untroubled by the prospect of revealing his identity as a mage, as the two paladins stood further forward, already engulfed by the torrent. With no one else around, no one would know he had used magic. The moment the bubble formed, the tremendous wave crashed down with great force. Benjamin's vision darkened, and he lost consciousness. Why are you chasing me? I want cough syrup. What the hell? Bai Sheng Yuan Chong Run Tea, detoxify, and feel refreshed. Where's the remote? Change the channel. There's Yu Ting, love with confidence. You, shut up. Benjamin jolted awake, gasping for breath, sitting up. Ah, you're finally awake. The voice of the system chimed in his mind, sounding quite cheerful. Benjamin sat in silence for a moment, catching his breath, then, with a sense of resignation, addressed the system. Could you please find a different method to wake me next time I faint? A digital interface reappeared before his eyes. For human assistance, please press 0. Not this again. Benjamin dismissed the system's interruption. After enduring such a terrifying spell, his first priority was to assess his condition. Pain radiated from various parts of his body, but it was manageable. He was not missing any limbs and could move freely. Overall, he was unharmed. This revelation eased his mind. He had feared sustaining serious injuries. It seemed that the elder mage's ultimate spell was not as fearsome as he had imagined. However, upon glancing at his surroundings, his optimism began to wane. This was not the alley where he had lost consciousness. He found himself in a dimly lit, warehouse-like space, enclosed and sparsely furnished, illuminated only by a distant oil lamp against the wall. The emptiness of the warehouse, coupled with the dim light, created an unsettling atmosphere reminiscent of a horror film. Benjamin felt disoriented. Where was he? Why had he awakened in such a strange place? Had someone brought him here? Hey, why did you wake up so quickly? Suddenly, a voice emerged from behind him. Benjamin's heart raced. Had these two individuals brought him here? As this realization struck him, he nervously scanned his surroundings. Fortunately, he did not see the elder mage, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Don't be like that. I think he might have been stunned by the teacher's magic and can't understand us. The taller one nudged the shorter one, contemplating. Right. How did I not think of that? He really does seem dazed. The short man immediately displayed a look of realization and exclaimed joyfully, "What should we do? If he is rendered senseless, who will save the teacher?" However, the tall man soon revealed a worried expression, lamenting, "Indeed, what shall we do?" The short man's face fell, and he sorrowfully added. The two leaned closer together, whispering various secrets to each other. Benjamin gazed at the two in confusion. "Hey, you two." He hesitated briefly before deciding to exhibit his normal level of intelligence, for he had questions for them. "Did you bring me here? Where's this place? What has happened? Where is your teacher?" As soon as the words escaped his lips, he felt a twinge of regret. It soon became evident that he had overestimated their intellect. "What on earth is going on? Quickly explain." He abandoned further attempts at communication with the two and turned to the system in his mind. "The magic has rendered you all unconscious. However, after casting the spell, the sorcerer also collapsed, leaving only these two fools capable of action." Comparatively, the system's voice sounded considerably more reliable. The two fools conspired for a while, preparing to flee with the unconscious sorcerer. For some reason, they decided to take you along as well. The two knights, however, were left abandoned in an alleyway. After hearing the system's explanation, Benjamin pondered and inquired, "Where's this place? How far have they taken me?" The system replied, "Do not worry. You have not left the city. You are still in Haverlight. They haven't traveled far, perhaps just about 10 minutes. However, this location is rather secluded, making it difficult for others to find." "Only 10 minutes?" Benjamin felt a surge of relief. His greatest fear was being taken to some remote locale, but fortunately, he remained in the outskirts of the city. Judging by the time, it seemed he had not been unconscious for long. The system also recalled the route, ensuring he would not get lost. With these thoughts, he stood up and, following the system's guidance, prepared to leave this place. After all, those two believed he had been rendered senseless, did they not? He had already encountered enough trouble that evening. He was uncertain whether he should proceed to purchase a firearm. "Stop. You cannot leave." The short man rushed over to block Benjamin's path as soon as he attempted to depart. "Why are you stopping me?" Benjamin replied impassively. "Although I do not know what kind of magic you believe has harmed the teacher, he is on the brink of death, and you are the only one who can save him. You cannot leave." The short man insisted vehemently. "Indeed, you must not go," the tall man added as he approached. Benjamin felt exasperated. Setting aside the fact that he had not used magic to injure the elderly sorcerer, he had employed a firearm, which they mistakenly believed to be magic. This was already sufficient for him to complain. Yet, why did these two, who presumed themselves to be foolish, still think they could save their teacher? What exactly occupied their minds? "Did you not say I was foolish? How can a fool save anyone?" Benjamin retorted. "Ah, yes. He has been rendered senseless and cannot save the teacher." Upon hearing this, the short man paused, immediately shifting from a state of urgency to one of dejection. "You are already foolish and of no use. You may leave." The tall man shook his head and addressed Benjamin. For reasons unknown, Benjamin felt an inexplicable reluctance to depart, as if he were a kindergarten teacher compelled to assist a child who had fallen. The two children exchanged glances, their faces lighting up with excitement. "You must save our teacher. Otherwise, we shall kill you." The short man seized Benjamin's arm and joyfully exclaimed as he ran deeper into the warehouse. "Oh," Benjamin replied with an air of indifference. Chapter 38. When a mage must perform surgery, the elderly mage found himself ensconced within the confines of burlap sacks, concealed in a dim corner of the storeroom. Upon witnessing the diminutive figure approach and roughly extract the aged sorcerer, Benjamin's first thought was that if this mage were aware of the misdeeds of his two students, he would surely rise from the grave in indignation. However, he had not yet succumbed to death and, presumably, remained oblivious to the unfolding events, at least for the moment. "Your teacher must have endured a lifetime of misfortune to take you as his pupils," Benjamin could not help but exclaim. "Indeed, our instructor has expressed similar sentiments." The shorter one chimed in gleefully, the source of his joy remaining a mystery. "He often remarks that if it weren't for the alarming elemental affinity between us brothers, even an off-key incantation would suffice to conjure magic. He would never have accepted us." Benjamin felt a tumult of emotions at the short one's words, but chose to remain silent. Focus on saving the mage. Yes, that was paramount. Drawing a deep breath, he redirected his attention to the wound on the elder mage's chest. There is still hope. The bullet had struck just below the heart, and blood continued to seep out slowly. By some twist of fate, Benjamin had indeed missed the vital organs. The injury, while serious, was not immediately life-threatening. Yet, If they left him in the sack for another 10 minutes, he could very well bleed out. We are not skilled in healing magic. Can you save the teacher? The taller one inquired. Shrugging, Benjamin replied, let us give it a try. He was uncertain whether he should even attempt such a feat. He could already feel the radiant aura of the Virgin Mother illuminating above him. But since he had come this far, he might as well embrace the role of savior entirely. He was neither a doctor nor a nurse, and was ignorant of how to treat a gunshot wound. However, he possessed the healing water orbs, and after watching numerous television dramas, he had acquired at least a modicum of knowledge. First, the bullet must be extracted. With no other tools at hand, he resolved to act. In the face of the gory wound, Benjamin felt an unexpected calm wash over him. He tore away the robes and clothing covering the injury, exposing the mage's chest. After a careful examination of the wound, he inserted his right index and thumb into the gash. As he did so, he thought to himself that the mage should be grateful that Benjamin was still a teenager, for his fingers were slender. Otherwise, he might have inadvertently caused the mage's demise before he could remove the bullet. What kind of magic is this? How terrifying! The shorter one exclaimed, tears welling in his eyes. Do not cry. The teacher will not perish, the taller one comforted him. Benjamin wore a bemused expression. The bullet's position did not seem to be deep. It appeared to have been obstructed by a rib. Soon, his fingers brushed against the icy metal within the flesh. However, his probing had inadvertently widened the wound, causing blood to coat his entire hand. Seeing this, Benjamin knew he could not delay any longer. Confirming he had a grip on the bullet, he exerted a gentle force and extracted it. Success! The entire process unfolded rather smoothly. Though the blood loss was considerable, it was not yet fatal. Benjamin began to wonder if he possessed a latent talent for medicine. Had he known this would transpire, he might have pursued a medical career, acquiring useful skills that would enrich his experience in this new world, rather than being limited to a solitary speech intended for his superiors. Sighing inwardly, he set the blood-stained bullet aside. The two fools immediately gathered around, their curiosity piqued, gazing at the projectile with a mix of awe and trepidation, unable to resist uttering exclamations of astonishment. This is a bullet fired from a handgun, a form of weaponry unrelated to magic, Benjamin explained, shaking his head. What I am about to employ is indeed magic. With that, he recited an incantation, summoning a water orb. He adjusted the elemental structure within the orb to imbue it with healing properties and gently pressed it against the mage's wound. The orb melded into the injury, and the blood flow diminished significantly due to the widening of the wound from the bullet's removal. Benjamin had anticipated this outcome. He was well aware that a single water orb could not entirely heal the injury. He surmised that even the genuine water of life would not yield miraculous results otherwise. Mages wielding such magic would be invulnerable. He continued to summon healing water orbs, one after another, pressing them onto the wound. After approximately a dozen or so applications, the bleeding finally ceased, and the wound began to show signs of healing. The mage's pallid cheeks regained a hint of color. After a moment's contemplation, Benjamin decided to halt his efforts. This would suffice. The injury had stabilized, and death was no longer imminent. He was reluctant to expend further energy. The mage's condition was no longer dire. Provided the two did not disturb him, he should awaken in due time. Rising, he stretched and announced to the onlookers that the surgery had concluded, marking the end of his brief medical endeavor. The two stared at him, their expressions vacuous, rendered speechless. What is it? Though Benjamin sensed he might regret his inquiry, he pressed on. The shorter one gazed at him in astonishment, as if he had stumbled upon a new continent, suddenly exclaiming, "You can perform magic. You are a mage? Good heavens, you are one of us." "I apologize, but I would prefer not to be associated with you," Benjamin retorted, suppressing the urge to scoff. Did they not believe handguns were magical? By their reasoning, that would make Benjamin a mage. Why had it taken them so long to realize this? Nevertheless, he was too fatigued to engage in banter with them. "Yes, I am a mage," he replied with a hint of resignation. "No wonder you were able to injure the teacher," the taller one mused, nodding sagely. "The teacher said only a mage can harm another mage. Those individuals at the academy are all inept fools. How would they perceive the purifiers?" he wondered. But Benjamin had no desire to linger with them any longer. Then there was that mischievous child who had attempted to steal. Benjamin suspected the boy had likely met his end beneath the onslaught of powerful magic, given he had been shot earlier. This reflection filled Benjamin with a sense of melancholy. A child had perished, albeit a thief, and although he had not been the one to pull the trigger, what was he even agonizing over? If this world possessed a paradise, may he suffer in hell. Upon his own demise, he would seize the boy by the collar and impart a lesson on the folly of thievery. With this thought, Benjamin felt a weight lift from his heart. I am leaving. Do not divulge my affairs to anyone, especially that I am a mage, he instructed the two before turning to depart. Home. He suddenly recalled the organizational scent he had sensed emanating from the trio. He needed to inquire further. What is it called? Home is simply home. The place we have lived from childhood, the taller one replied, furrowing his brow in contemplation. However, I seem to recall once hearing someone refer to home as. What was it? The taller one appeared to falter, but the shorter one rushed over, exclaiming loudly, It's called Silent Academy. Chapter 39. The Silent Academy soon. Benjamin departed from the warehouse where they had taken refuge. Before his exit, he gleaned some information about the Silent Academy from the two young mages. At the inception of the Holy Kingdom, the church established its authority and commenced a fervent hunt for mages, forcing their activities underground. The surviving mages congregated to exchange spells and insights, assisting one another in evading the church's pursuit, thus laying the groundwork for what would become the Silent Academy. As the church's power solidified and overshadowed the monarchy, their efforts to hunt mages intensified. In response, several of the most powerful mages banded together to establish the Silent Academy. With the aspiration of preserving magical knowledge and dreaming of creating a new realm belonging to mages. The Academy's stronghold nestled within the rugged mountains to the west of the kingdom, a region characterized by its complex terrain, sparse population, and abundant magical beasts, making it challenging for the church to conduct searches. The mages, utilizing their own magic, carved out a home there and sought to thrive. As the years passed, the church became aware of the mages' organization within the kingdom, yet they never succeeded in exterminating them. Instead, the mages instigated several disturbances. Concurrently, external threats drained much of the church's resources, allowing the Silent Academy to take root and flourish. Upon absorbing this information, Benjamin recalled the elder mage's words. We must not allow them to hinder us. The three individuals infiltrating the royal capital likely harbored ulterior motives. Were they perhaps plotting another upheaval? The elder had declared it a secret, not to be shared with anyone. Even if the elder could not recall, they too must remain silent. Benjamin pondered, Have you forgotten? The two initially nodded in honesty, then sheepishly shook their heads. Thus, without hesitation, Benjamin departed. Of course, before leaving, he did not forget to collect some medical fees from the two. They were easily deceived. Benjamin hardly had to utter a word before they relinquished all their possessions. However, he refrained from taking everything, choosing only 2 items from a practical perspective, a book titled Introduction to Magic and a stone they referred to as a water element crystal. The rest of their belongings were either useless or not immediately needed, and considering their folly and the elder mage's unfortunate fate, he decided to leave them behind. Benjamin felt quite satisfied with this arrangement. It is said that good deeds are rewarded, and having endured the company of these 2 fools for so long, he deserved something in return. Still situated in the lower district of Hawnlight, Benjamin lacked the time to examine his newfound items. After securing them, he bid farewell to the two and, following the system's guidance, set off towards the alley where the incident had transpired. Reflecting on it, he realized he had consistently relied on the system for direction, which had begun to complain about being treated as a navigation tool. However, Benjamin had accumulated enough experience to handle the system with ease. According to the system's provided timeline, it was now the 45th minute following the use of the Great Wave spell. The alley bore the aftermath of a tempest, with several puddles dotting the ground and the path rendered muddy. The walls on either side bore numerous cracks, as if struck by some force. This scene was already quite astonishing. Typically, a water sphere summoned by Benjamin would dissipate within a minute if left unattended, yet nearly an hour had elapsed, and the air remained thick with humidity, indicative of the spell's potency. Despite the battle that had unfolded in the alley, the main thoroughfare of the outer district, just a few streets away, bustled with pedestrians, oblivious to the chaos. No members of the church had arrived for support during this time. On the muddy, waterlogged ground, the 2 knights lay sprawled, their fates uncertain. Benjamin had no time to lament the disorder of the outer district and the church's impotence. Instead, he rushed over to confirm their breathing. They were still alive. After this realization, he began to feel perplexed. The paladins possessed formidable physical prowess, yet they were so disheveled from the impact of the Great Wave and had yet to regain consciousness. Why had he, on the other hand, regained awareness within mere minutes? Was it due to the defensive water sphere he had conjured? Surely not. Could he truly be that powerful? Or had his strength unknowingly grown? Before he could revel in this notion, he discerned the true answer. He retrieved the cross hanging from his neck and scrutinized it closely. The faint holy light it emitted was noticeably dimmer than before, causing a pang of regret in Benjamin's heart. He had not been injured in the great wave's tumult because of the water sphere's protection, but rather due to the cross's automatic activation. As the bishop had stated, it could withstand 3 magical attacks. This meant that the cross's initial protection, combined with the water sphere's defense, had still been insufficient to entirely shield him from the great wave's onslaught, resulting in his unconsciousness. Had he not possessed these shields, he might have perished outright. With this realization, Benjamin felt a lingering dread, no longer viewing this as a mere inconvenience. He glanced again at the spot where the impudent child had fallen. Given the magnitude of the spell and the fact that he was merely an injured child, it seemed impossible that the boy could have survived. Yet, the area was utterly vacant. Benjamin was taken aback. Where had he gone? Even if he had perished beneath the water, there would still be a corpse. It was inconceivable for his body to have vanished without a trace. This was not fire magic. Could it be that the child had fled? Unlikely. Well then, if he had indeed survived, it was merely good fortune, and Benjamin could not be bothered with him. After all, 2 living knights awaited his attention. He could not simply abandon them here and flee. After some contemplation, Benjamin crouched beside the paladins and began shaking their shoulders in an attempt to rouse them. He had no choice. If the church discovered he had performed surgery on that mage, he would be doomed. He absolutely could not allow the church to harbor any suspicion towards him. Awaken. Are you all right? Please, wake up. After 5 minutes of persistent effort, his arms began to ache, yet the 2 paladins finally stirred back to consciousness, one after the other. What happened? Those fallen ones. What transpired? I do not know, Benjamin replied, maintaining his facade of confusion. I saw a great wave rushing towards me, and then, I am unaware of what followed. When I regained consciousness, it was just the 3 of us here. His performance was convincing enough, and the narrative coherent, thus the knights harbored no doubts. The 3 of them assisted each other in rising to their feet. For a moment, silence enveloped them. The 2 knights were lost in thought, seemingly contemplating their predicament. Observing this, Benjamin feigned a befuddled expression and kept his mouth shut. Finally, after some time, the knight in disguise broke the silence. Chapter 40. The silver pistol. Upon hearing the words, Benjamin hesitated momentarily and replied, "But I have yet to procure a firearm." After a moment of contemplation, a sudden idea struck him. The acquisition of a gun had become secondary. He could still garner some advantage from the knights. The knights, unlike the bishops, were not as eloquent and found themselves at a loss for a rebuttal. My marksmanship is quite commendable, with a gun in hand. I can stand against the fallen. Seeing this, Benjamin immediately fanned the flames of his argument. Your Excellency the Paladin, I understand that the trade of firearms is prohibited in the kingdom. However, you must also recognize the rampant audacity of the fallen. Shouldn't an ordinary citizen, wishing to contribute to their eradication, be met with support rather than rejection? His words were delivered with a fervor that made him seem like one of the church's most zealous devotees. The knight's expressions grew increasingly conflicted. After much deliberation, the knight in disguise asserted, upon discovering the fallen, it is imperative to report to the bishop immediately. Moreover, in our current predicament, we are unable to continue protecting you. Yet, should we allow you to venture alone to procure a firearm, and should any misfortune befall you, the responsibility would weigh heavily upon us. Stubborn as they were, Benjamin did not feel disheartened. He recognized this as the knight's final stand. If a witch can leave a message beneath my pillow, can you truly prevent her from doing so? He pressed, with a gun in hand. At the very least, I can retaliate, and you will hear the gunfire. Otherwise, if I am taken away in silence, your burden will only grow heavier. His words began to take on a tone of alarming urgency, almost amounting to a threat against the paladin. Very well. It shall be as you say, the knight in disguise conceded. After exchanging glances with his companions, he sighed and lifted his skirt. Retrieving a silver pistol and a silver box from beneath its folds, he presented both items to Benjamin. This is a specially crafted firearm, containing 4 blessed bullets. The box holds an additional 12 blessed rounds. The knight in disguise spoke with utmost gravity. This is my equipment as a paladin, and I now bestow it upon you. As for the bishop, I shall provide an explanation. You need not worry. Indeed, this journey to the outer city has proven worthwhile. Although his heart raced with excitement, Benjamin feigned reluctance, saying, "But I cannot accept this. It is your sidearm. How can I claim it as my own?" Upon hearing this, Benjamin felt a surge of delight within, and he ceased his pretense, accepting the pistol and bullets. "Thank you for your understanding," he beamed, his smile radiant. "Shameless." The system scoffed within his mind. "What do you know? This is a matter of wits. I did not compel him to give me his weapon. He offered it willingly. What could I do?" Benjamin thought triumphantly. "Shameless." The system's tone grew even more derisive. Disregarding the system, Benjamin gazed at the knight's mud-streaked visage, adorned with inferior cosmetics, yet still exuding righteousness, and felt a twinge of guilt. After some contemplation, he produced all the money he possessed. "I lack the means to express my gratitude adequately. This is all I can offer, and I hope you will accept it." He had previously learned from the system that in this world, the concept of bribery did not exist. Everything could be deemed an expression of gratitude towards the divine. Hence, his actions would not bring harm to the two paladins. A conflicted expression crossed the knights' faces. They appeared to be in need of funds, yet felt a pang of shame at the prospect of accepting. Observing this, Benjamin added, "Please do not feel embarrassed. This is merely a token of thanks from a believer to the divine. As emissaries of God, you are forever at the forefront of the battle against evil. You deserve such recompense. But you need not go to such lengths. I am a noble from the capital. Would I truly lack for money? These trinkets hold no value for me, but should you accept them, they will take on profound significance." After further persuasion from Benjamin, the knights hesitated once more, but ultimately acquiesced. The system's incessant derision finally ceased. "Thank you immensely. I have 2 younger brothers at home. I have been training them in the ways of knighthood during my spare time, but to become a knight of the church, one must first graduate from Sunday school. Your generosity is of great importance to us," the knight in disguise stated sincerely as he accepted the pouch of coins. Hearing this, Benjamin smiled, feeling that he had performed a good deed, which filled him with joy. Thus, the knights divided the money among themselves and secured their shares, while Benjamin stowed away the pistol and bullets. As the hour approached 10, the night deepened, and the streets of the outer city became less lively. The trio began their journey towards the inner city. As for the 2 bullets he had expended, he could only hope Claude remained oblivious. Only Benjamin knew the true bounty of the evening, a newly compiled introduction to magic from the Silent Academy, a stone referred to as a water element crystal, a personal pistol, and a total of 16 blessed bullets. He swore to the heavens that he had initially set out merely to purchase a firearm. It would not be fair to say it was mere luck. These treasures were earned through his own endeavors. With these items in hand, setting aside other matters, the blessed bullets alone had resolved a significant dilemma for Benjamin. If Michelle dared to appear before him again, he would simply shoot her. Let's see if she would still attempt to command him. As long as he could drag Michelle's corpse before the bishop would have no reservations and would naturally lift the curse. With this thought, Benjamin's spirits soared. Since his arrival in this world, Michelle had been a substantial burden on his heart. Even after escaping her clutches, she continued to wield the curse as a threat against him. Every moment prior had been fraught with immense pressure. Just days ago, he had dreamt of Michelle wielding a large blade, reducing him to mere pulp. He had prepared himself for a protracted struggle against her. Yet, unexpectedly, a venture to the outer city had gifted him with such a bountiful outcome, enabling him to resolve the Michelle predicament directly. What else could he attribute this to but divine providence? He even began to look forward to Michelle's swift return, so he could dispatch her with a single shot. However, just as he reveled in the weight of the silver pistol, a sudden pain surged from his abdomen, radiating throughout his body. He collapsed onto the bed, the gun slipping from his grasp and falling to the floor beside him. Benjamin's elation plummeted to despair. The curse had flared up again. Why was it manifesting with increasing frequency? As he writhed in agony on the bed, that familiar, nightmarish voice echoed in his ears once more. "My Lord Riser, long time no see. You have once again surprised me. Had I not been observing you from the shadows, perhaps our next encounter would have found you helplessly sprawled upon the ground." The robed figure emerged once more from the shadows of the corner. Chapter 41. The first fabrication of memory. Benjamin realized that he was far too prone to arrogance. Was it divine assistance? Surely, that was an overestimation. Reflecting on his journey thus far, it was evident that fate had not favored him. Rather, it seemed to despise him. If the heavens truly wished to aid him, they would not have cast him into such a wretched existence. He had also forgotten that among the 3 great illusions of life, the belief in his own ability to retaliate was one he had already fallen victim to once. How infuriating. Just moments ago, he had anticipated Michelle's arrival. And indeed, she appeared. However, prior to her entrance, the curse took hold, leaving Benjamin collapsed on the bed, too weak to lift his gun and aim at Michelle, let alone enact any form of retaliation. How treacherous. I, too, wish for our meeting to be more pleasant, yet I find myself with little choice. For you possess the capability to end my life. Michelle spoke quietly, as if narrating a tale to a child. I merely wish to remind you that I am a mage, as are you. The church is our true adversary. Aligning yourself with them to confront me will one day fill you with regret. Benjamin longed to curse at her, but the agony of the curse rendered him nearly incapable of uttering a word. Do not fret, this pain will soon pass. It is merely a reminder, Michelle continued, clearly aware of Benjamin's inability to respond. Discover the means to unlock the treasury, and I shall lift the curse. If I truly harbored malice, I could easily seize your gun and bullets now. You would possess no capacity for resistance. As she spoke, she approached the bedside and retrieved the fallen handgun. In his torment, Benjamin instinctively reached out toward the glimmer of silver in her hand, akin to a parched traveler gazing at a distant oasis. Observing this, Michelle let out a soft laugh and placed the gun into Benjamin's grasp. Desperately, he attempted to secure the weapon, yet his trembling hands betrayed him, and it fell once more to the floor. But I shall not take them from you. Aside from the items I seek within the treasury, I will not claim anything that belongs to you. This is my way of expressing sincerity in our dealings. I hope you can trust me, she said. Trust you? Benjamin could not vocalize his outrage, but internally he seethed. At that moment, he suddenly felt a lightness wash over him. The torment of the curse ceased. His heart surged with renewed vigor, and he leaped from the bed, seizing the gun, ready for action as the interface for shooting rapidly unfurled before him. However, upon raising his gaze to aim, he discovered that Michelle had vanished. The room was empty, devoid of her presence, as though she had never been there. Holding the handgun aloft, Benjamin remained silent for a time, ultimately lowering it and sighing heavily. Same old routine. He collapsed back onto his bed, staring blankly at the ceiling, engulfed in despair. Each time he believed Michelle's psychological torment had reached its zenith, she returned to impose even greater pressure. Had she installed cameras in his room? Did she have listening devices on her person? Otherwise, how could she appear to know everything? Given her formidable prowess, why did she not simply abduct Claude, forcing him to tremble while handing over the entire treasury? Why not detonate St. Peter's Basilica, stripping the bishops bare and subjecting them to lashes for an eternity? Fulfilling her desires? Cursing Michelle thoroughly in his mind, Benjamin gradually regained his composure. He could not allow Michelle to manipulate him. His despair and anger were precisely the outcomes she sought. He needed to remain calm, to analyze her actions meticulously, for only then could he hope to defeat her. Upon reflection, what did Michelle's appearance signify today? Benjamin understood clearly. She was there to assert her dominance. But why? Because she was afraid. As his emotions subsided, clarity began to dawn upon him. She feared that next time, he might not hesitate to shoot her dead. Thus, she staged this encounter to instill fear in him, to prevent him from pulling the trigger. But why should he be afraid of her? The mage he had previously wounded in the outer city was undoubtedly far more powerful than she. Benjamin could not afford to be intimidated. This was a psychological game. The one who flinched first would lose. Yet, another question lingered. Why did Michelle not take everything from him? She was merely posturing, pretending to be unafraid to intimidate him. But did she truly need to? If she had seized his belongings, he would have been utterly defenseless, rendering any intimidation unnecessary. By leaving the gun, she increased her own risk. A single misstep could lead to her demise at his hands. Why was she doing this? Beyond mere bravado, it seemed pointless, unless she was purposefully sowing confusion. Why, then, did she not take the gun and bullets? Benjamin's thoughts faltered, caught in a mental quagmire. Hadn't she stated that this was to demonstrate her sincerity? Yet, the system interjected, its tone dripping with prescience. If what the system claims is true, then he would indeed welcome that. Transactions are predicated on mutual equality. However, as long as Michelle held his life in her grasp, true equality was unattainable, and any transaction would lack fairness. He could assist her in acquiring the treasury's treasures, but what then? If she refused to lift the curse, continuing to wield it as a threat, what recourse would he have? To become her pawn? Death would be more desirable. Hoping that Michelle would have a change of heart and lift the curse after obtaining the treasury was simply too passive, and frankly, exceedingly naive. Thus, Benjamin had no choice but to delay, prolonging the conflict until Michelle revealed a flaw that he could exploit, or until he devised an alternative means to dispel the curse. More waiting. His heart felt weary. After a brief respite, the weight of these issues bore down upon him, suffocating him. On one hand, he had to engage in a psychological dance with Michelle. On the other, he needed to remain vigilant against the church. He felt like a ticking bomb, one misstep away from detonation. And then there was Claude's military training to contend with. At this rate, how could he muster the energy to study magic? Wait. The church. Suddenly, Benjamin jolted upright in bed, as if struck by a profound revelation. Whenever magic was involved, the church acted with ruthless authority. He feared that if tonight's events were reported by the paladins, and the bishop took offense, they might send someone to extract his memories. He needed to prepare himself. His memories contained secrets that the church must never discover. He had escaped last time by sheer luck. If a second incident occurred, it would spell his doom. My goodness, how am I to manage this? You are placing unreasonable demands upon me. The system, seemingly startled by Benjamin's distress, responded without hesitation. It is not insurmountable. Simply create a new file emulating the format of Benjamin's previous memories, and input the fabricated memories we generate. Once the church members arrive to extract, you simply transmit the information to them, and that should suffice. Benjamin dared not relinquish hope and attempted once more to narrate the situation from a perspective agreeable to the system. Regarding the method of memory extraction, apart from relying on the system, he truly had no alternative. Thus, even if the system appeared unreliable, Benjamin had no choice but to compel it to produce a memory. Upon reflection, it seemed indeed feasible. Thankfully, after a moment of contemplation, the system finally articulated this sentiment. Let us commence promptly. I fear that the paladin may report the situation, and I could be summoned tonight, Benjamin urged. Ever since he became cognizant of this possibility, an unsettling premonition had lingered in his mind. In light of such circumstances, he felt it prudent to prepare as early as possible. He chastised himself for his ominous thoughts. Having just considered the need to engage in a delicate dance with Michelle while simultaneously remaining vigilant of the church. Now, it appeared he was truly caught in the middle, rendered immobile. However, he soon realized that the power of his foreboding thoughts extended well beyond mere speculation. For, 3 hours later, the church representatives indeed arrived. Chapter 42. The bishop invites you for tea. When the church representatives arrived, Benjamin was fast asleep. He had initially intended to take out Introduction to Magic and the water element crystal for thorough study. However, considering the possibility of the church's arrival at any moment, he decided to conceal them and refrain from retrieving them. Fortunately, he did not actually take them out. Around 1 or 2 in the morning, a church representative arrived, a middle-aged man dressed as a priest, exuding politeness. He knocked on the door and waited until Benjamin, groggy from sleep, invited him in before entering the room. Aside from disturbing his slumber in the middle of the night, he was indeed a remarkably courteous individual. When it came to their sworn enemies, the mages, the church representatives acted with a peculiar blend of authority and politeness. Lord Risser, the bishop has been deeply moved upon hearing of your valor against the fallen in the outer districts. We would like to invite you to the cathedral to discuss your encounters with the fallen. May I inquire if this would be convenient for you? The priest said, approaching Benjamin's bedside with a warm and steady voice. Upon hearing this voice, Benjamin could not help but think that this man was indeed suited to the role of a priest. Even if he were to utter threats, one might feel he was doing so for their own good. A wave of discomfort washed over Benjamin, akin to the sickly sweetness of consuming too much artificial sweetener. Very well, give me a moment. I'll get up. I was just about to seek an audience with the bishop regarding this matter, he replied, rubbing the sleep from his eyes and sitting up in bed. What else could he say? The priest's words were like a soft knife, leaving no room for refusal. Moreover, he had anticipated this encounter. Have the fabricated memories for the church's extraction been prepared? Benjamin inquired silently of the system while getting out of bed. Memory files have been established, all memories have been inputted, and the magical-related memories have been successfully replaced. Real-time updates are ongoing. The memory from the previous second has been inputted, and the current memory is being processed, the system responded, sounding more reliable than ever, stirring an unexpected sense of gratitude within Benjamin. Thank you, he thought silently. Were it not for this entity residing in his mind, conversing with him and occasionally providing support in critical moments, Benjamin might have succumbed to despair. Suddenly, it dawned on him that the memory fabrication task likely occupied most of the system's CPU, leaving no memory available for glitches, thus rendering it remarkably dependable. Well, I feel foolish for being moved. With that, Benjamin rose and followed the priest through the corridors of the Risser estate, where the family members were in deep slumber. Unnoticed by anyone else, they exited the house. Outside the Risser estate, a knight awaited them silently. Benjamin cast a glance, feeling a tinge of disappointment. This knight was not one of the two he had recently met. He wondered how they were faring. Under the escort of the unfamiliar knight and the guidance of the priest, Benjamin once again found himself at St. Peter's Cathedral. It was not his first visit to the cathedral at such an hour. However, each arrival brought with it an involuntary sense of trepidation. Did the priests, knights, or even the bishop feel the same way in this sacred place? "This is it, Lord Risser. The bishop is awaiting you inside," the priest announced, halting before a door. A wave of anxiety washed over Benjamin. His previous encounters with the bishop had taken place in the confessional, and they had never conversed face to face. This time, however, the meeting was to occur in the secluded meditation room reserved for priests, signifying the church's serious regard for the formidable elder mage. Maintaining an impassive expression, Benjamin offered a faint smile to the knight and priest behind him before pushing open the door and stepping inside. Compared to the grandiose cathedral, the decor of the meditation room was remarkably austere. Aside from a statue of a deity and murals depicting Abel, the room contained merely a table and a few books atop it. There were no chairs. The bishop stood with his back to the door, seemingly engrossed in the murals. It was only after Benjamin entered that he turned, smiling warmly at Benjamin. "Lord Risser, you have finally arrived." Before entering, Benjamin's heart raced with anticipation. Yet, as he approached the bishop, an inexplicable calm enveloped him. Perhaps it was the system's incessant voice that had prompted a smile and dispelled his anxiety. There was little for him to fear now. "Your Grace, the outer districts are truly terrifying. That fallen unleashed a monstrous wave. Had it not been for the cross you provided, I surely would have perished," he expressed, feigning a look of fear. His performance had become increasingly adept through practice. "Lord Risser, time is of the essence, so I shall speak plainly," the bishop replied, his smile devoid of emotion. "You have encountered a new fallen in the outer districts, one of considerable strength. To fulfill God's mission, we wish to extract your memories in search of useful insights. Lord Risser, would you be willing to make such a sacrifice for the divine?" As anticipated, relief washed over Benjamin. He was grateful for his prior preparations, for otherwise, he might have faced dire consequences. However, despite his foreknowledge, he maintained a faade of alarm, exclaiming, "Extract memories? Might this impose any repercussions upon me?" The bishop smiled like an emotionless puppet, reassuring him, "Rest assured, extracting memories will not harm you. Simply close your eyes, and it will be over shortly. You may not even feel a thing." Benjamin wore a perplexed expression, seemingly struggling to comprehend the bishop's words, yet he nodded, saying, "Just close my eyes, then." "Very well." He obediently shut his eyes, mentally bracing himself for the critical moment ahead. 2 seconds after he closed his eyes, he suddenly felt a slight pain in his head, though it was not severe. The repetitive voice of the system ceased at that moment. Following a brief silence, the system announced success. "As the probing force entered, I submitted the fabricated memories, and now that probing presence has vanished." Upon hearing this, Benjamin's anxious heart finally settled. He opened his eyes to find the bishop before him. Now with his eyes closed, his smile vanished, and his brow furrowed as he seemed to sift through the memories fabricated by the system. Observing this, Benjamin felt a twinge of uncertainty, silently questioning, "Is that memory all right? Will he notice something amiss?" The system confidently responded, "A mere mortal, attempting to uncover flaws in my narrative? What are you worried about? No one has yet been born who could see through my intricacies." Suddenly, an ominous feeling crept over Benjamin. What kind of memories had the system fabricated for him? Chapter 43. The bishop urges you to depart swiftly. Fortunately, the time left for Benjamin's anxious deliberation was not prolonged. After a mere 2 minutes, the bishop reopened his eyes and, facing Benjamin, revealed the same cold smile as before. What happened? Have you read my memories?" Benjamin inquired, his expression one of bewilderment as he gazed at the bishop. The bishop merely nodded. Then, "Your Excellency, have you discovered any clues?" Benjamin persisted. Upon hearing this, Benjamin felt no surprise. Instead, a sigh of relief escaped him. This was the attitude he had longed for. "May God bless you." Although the bishop spoke with meticulous precision, Benjamin could still discern a hint of impatience in his tone. It seemed the bishop was entirely indifferent to his plight. Even the incident involving the seasoned mage's shot was deemed a stroke of luck for Benjamin, a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse, without any intention of further inquiry. To his astonishment, matters had proceeded rather smoothly. What more could he say? It was merely unfortunate that the bishop placed so much faith in the memories they had gleaned. Yet, it was understandable. No matter how cautious they were, they could hardly conceive of someone fabricating memories. Thus, Benjamin exited the quiet chamber, escorted by knights as he made his way towards the Leeser family. What method did he employ to read memories? Was it divine magic? Along the way, he could not help but pose the question to the system. From his observations, Benjamin felt that it did not resemble divine magic. The bishop had not uttered any incantations, nor had Benjamin sensed any fluctuations of magical energy. But if it were not through divine means, then what method did the bishop employ to access another's memories? Having just navigated through a rather perilous ordeal, the alleviation of pressure ignited Benjamin's curiosity anew. It is not divine magic. The bishop did not emit any psychic energy, nor did the surrounding holy light exhibit any signs of congregation. Divine magic does not manifest in such a manner, the system responded. What could it possibly be? A fervent desire for knowledge ignited within Benjamin. How should I know? It was merely a probing force that penetrated your mind, and I provided it with the prepared information. Why do you have so many peculiar inquiries? It is rather bothersome, the system retorted with impatience. The system remained the same familiar entity. Although Benjamin longed to voice a few sarcastic remarks, he refrained, considering that the system had just aided him in resolving a significant dilemma. However, the queries in his mind had yet to dissipate. If it were not divine magic, did this imply the existence of other supernatural forces beyond magical arts in this world? Upon reflection, Michel's bizarre appearances and disappearances in his room had likely not been the work of magic either. He had not sensed any magical fluctuations. So what was her means? Who possesses the ability to materialize and vanish at will? There must be some underlying mystery. Could it be akin to the bishop's method of reading memories? There were far too many questions, and he could not arrive at any answers. In hindsight, the world appeared to him as still profoundly enigmatic. He found himself beset by countless uncertainties yearning for resolution. It felt as if he had suddenly reverted to being a high school student, languishing over his desk, pondering existential queries. Who am I? Where do I come from? What is the meaning of life? How did the universe come into being? Such musings yielded no conclusions, leaving him plagued by a barrage of meaningless questions. Such thoughts were futile. Could he truly derive answers from them? Perhaps it was wiser to contemplate more practical matters that could yield responses. By the way, regarding the fabricated memories, what did you substitute for the portion where I practiced magic? Benjamin suddenly inquired. This was not of paramount importance. It was merely born out of curiosity. That is simple enough. I replaced those segments with memories of you engaging in solitary activities, the system replied casually. Thus, the memory the bishop perceived depicted Benjamin spending the majority of his time cocooned in his bed, indulging in solitary pursuits for hours on end. Who could possibly engage in such activities for over 10 hours? Faced with such memories, the bishop exhibited no reaction whatsoever. Truly, he was deserving of his title. If the knights guarding him outside were to witness the light emanating from within, they might harbor suspicions. After all, his demeanor before them had suggested fatigue and a longing for slumber. In truth, he was indeed quite weary. The previous night had been restless, fraught with concerns that the church would apprehend him to probe his mind, which hindered his sleep. Now, with two major worries temporarily alleviated, he could finally allow himself to rest. Thus, he tucked himself beneath the covers and drifted into a deep slumber, the night passing in silence. The following morning, still yearning for more sleep, he was roused by the maid, who urged him to finish breakfast before escorting him to military training. Indeed, Claude's orders had not been rescinded. He was still required to train alongside the new recruits. So much transpired that day that he nearly forgot about it. Truth be told, his schedule felt rather congested. Even a prominent celebrity might struggle to match the workload he had endured the previous day. There was hardly a moment to catch his breath. Upon this realization, Benjamin found himself feeling strangely content. For reasons unknown, it felt as though a switch had been activated within him. Under the weight of various pressures, the workaholic facet of his personality gradually emerged. The experience of life after his traversal had left him fatigued, yet it also rendered his existence more vivid. Living freely, this world had irrevocably transformed him, and yet he felt a swell of ambition. When would it be his turn to effectuate a profound change in this world? Chapter 44. The Martial Arts of the Mage Association. Benjamin once again arrived at the military camp. As before, the silent guards escorted him to the firearms battalion. He observed the soldier, fully clad in armor, and found himself curious whether he was the same arrogant brat from the previous day. However, he had no opportunity to verify this, as the soldier departed without uttering a word after leading him to the designated area. Thus, Benjamin turned and entered the camp. Within the camp, a middle-aged man was assembling a group of new recruits into formation. Upon noticing Benjamin, he emitted a discontented grunt. Benjamin had been dragged out of bed by a maid at 6 o'clock, and, compounded by the events of the previous night, he was exceedingly fatigued. If he were to arrive even earlier next time, it would surely be the end of him. Yet, he dared not voice his grievances and dutifully joined the ranks, reassuring himself that feeling drowsy was preferable to feeling famished. Hopefully, they would not be required to run laps for the entirety of the morning again. Fortunately, after completing the formation and running a few laps, the middle-aged man finally permitted them to halt. New instructions were forthcoming. Although you are equipped with firearms, do not assume that in a real battle, your adversaries will remain at a distance, allowing you to shoot at your leisure. They will charge at you with great speed. Therefore, before you become acquainted with your weapons, it is imperative that you first master the techniques of close combat. He instructed them to disperse and take a brief rest, advising them to remain alert and attentive to how to combat foes who close in on them. Close combat techniques? Benjamin could not help but recall Grant's prowess in that simulated war game. Learning how to fight could indeed prove advantageous. Magic, while formidable, was not always as agile and convenient as a well-placed punch or kick. Was it not often said that mages were adept in martial arts, capable of withstanding any challenge? This was an endeavor towards well-rounded development in intellect, virtue, physicality, aesthetics, and labor. He found it rather surprising that the middle-aged man had allowed them to rest so promptly. During the training the day prior, this individual had made them run incessantly without a break. Why the sudden display of leniency today? What has gotten into old Dean today, allowing us to rest so soon? It seemed that Benjamin was not the only one pondering this. As everyone settled at the edge of the camp, he overheard someone murmuring nearby, "Dean," a name that certainly befitted a man who thrived on issuing commands. Who knows, maybe he took the wrong medicine. We ought to tread carefully. The murmurs continued, revealing that the recruits harbored their own grievances. Deep down, they had not wholly embraced their duty as soldiers. You ungrateful little wretches, given a moment to rest, and you still find discontent? A voice boomed from behind, startling Benjamin with its intensity. The two recruits, engrossed in their conversation, quickly stood up, apprehensively glancing over their shoulders. It was none other than their instructor, Dean, standing before them with an imposing presence. Ha ha! These two fools. The system within Benjamin's mind chuckled heartily at the scene. Instructor, we. One of the bewildered recruits stammered, seemingly attempting to justify their conversation. Dean waved his hand dismissively, barking, "What is the matter? Did you not wish to rest? Fine, then run you too. Do not expect another moment of respite today. Off with you." The two lowered their heads, too intimidated to protest further, and obediently began to jog. Benjamin found the situation somewhat amusing. However, mindful of the proverbial bird that attracts the hunter's arrow, he remained seated, feigning indifference to avoid drawing Dean's ire. Yet, as Murphy's Law suggests, the more one fears something, the more likely it is to occur. Dean approached Benjamin and halted before him. Benjamin could no longer bury his head in the sand, pretending nothing had happened. He raised his gaze to meet Dean's, displaying a look of confusion. "Instructor, is there something you need?" Dean regarded him with an irritated expression, leading Benjamin to suspect an impending confrontation. Suddenly, Dean produced a paper package from behind him, thrusting it towards Benjamin with an exasperated demeanor. Benjamin felt perplexed. "What is this?" he inquired cautiously. Dean's tone grew menacing. "Did you not claim you skipped breakfast? You noble brat. Take this to fill your stomach. Do not come here looking as if you are on the verge of starvation, hindering our training." Benjamin hesitated. "But I had breakfast." Dean's expression darkened. "Did you not say you hadn't eaten?" Benjamin, bewildered, replied, "That was yesterday. I didn't have breakfast then, not today." An awkward silence ensued. "Damn it, eat it or don't." Dean hurled the paper package at Benjamin's face and departed. The system within Benjamin could not contain its laughter. After a moment of contemplation, Benjamin opened the package to reveal a piece of bread. Though it may not have rivaled the culinary creations of his household staff, it was certainly a decent provision for someone of humble status. He glanced in surprise at Dean's retreating figure. This fierce-looking instructor, who wielded an unsheathed firearm at his side, turned out to possess a surprisingly amiable side. However, Benjamin soon realized he had overestimated the situation. Even after consuming the bread and feigning gratitude for its deliciousness, Dean still designated him as a target for combat training. The human body has numerous vulnerabilities. When engaged in combat, your primary objective is to incapacitate your opponent rather than merely defeating them. Thus, you must aim for their weak points, such as this area, Dean exclaimed, landing a punch squarely in Benjamin's abdomen. The bread he had just consumed nearly threatened to resurface. All right, demonstration complete. Who wishes to give it a try? The camp erupted into excitement. Me. Let me do it. Instructor, I want to try? As a relatively underappreciated unit within the kingdom's military, the recruits had never displayed such fervor as they did that day. Even the cavalry from the adjacent camp were taken aback by their jubilant shouts, wearing expressions of confusion. Everyone, take your time, one at a time. You will all have a turn. Benjamin's expression was one of despair. The system chirped in his mind with a tone reminiscent of a young girl. Today's training is still full of rewards. Jeremy hurriedly sought out medicine to tend to Benjamin's injury, while the others regarded him with curious glances, suspecting he had been embroiled in a brawl. Only Claude, observing Benjamin's bruises, bore a hint of satisfaction. He collapsed onto his bed, pondering how his mind could have misled him into thinking Dean was not so bad after all. Your mind was never quite right to begin with. A normal mind would not harbor an extraordinarily sophisticated artificial intelligence. The system chimed in with its opinion. Benjamin felt no desire to engage in conversation with it. Chapter 45. The method to break the curse. Benjamin lay in bed, acutely aware of the pain coursing through his body, a strong urge to employ a healing water orb welling within him. Yet, the proximity to the church deterred him from taking such a risk. Reflecting on the training session earlier that day, a shiver of apprehension ran down his spine. As the instructor demonstrating combat techniques, Dean had not exerted himself excessively. But for Benjamin, it was a considerable torment, not to mention the subsequent recruits who had endured the same. Although he was not merely a target to be struck, he had also retaliated during the training, practicing the various techniques Dean had imparted. However, his frail constitution remained. Even a mere group of recruits was far beyond his capacity to contend with. The bruises that adorned his body would likely take at least 10 days to fade. Yet, on a brighter note, he had gained substantial experience. After all, was it not said that to learn to strike, one must first learn to be struck? With no other consolation, Benjamin clung to this notion. People inevitably grow through such experiences. With these thoughts, he approached the mirror and gazed at his reflection. The visage staring back, though bruised and battered, was a stark contrast to the Benjamin he had first encountered. The face remained the same, the features unchanged. Yet the aura was entirely transformed. He was no longer that boy exuding weakness. Instead, a newfound determination and confidence shone through, with a hint of cunning discernible upon closer inspection. The experiences of these past days had indeed brought about significant change. Upon this realization, he could not help but feel a twinge of vanity. Perhaps he was rather handsome after all. However, as he continued to gaze, an unsettling thought struck him. He bore a striking resemblance to Grant. Previously, his feeble appearance had concealed this fact, but now, it was evident that if he were to remove the bruises and style his hair similarly to Grant's, they could easily be mistaken for twins. The notion felt peculiar. Yet, upon further reflection, Benjamin suddenly perceived this as an advantageous point. With a slight alteration to his appearance, he could masquerade as Grant, making it difficult for others to recognize him. Given Grant's reputation and status within the noble circles of the capital, there were numerous opportunities available to him, after all. He was a prodigy destined for greatness, widely regarded as the most promising successor to the Pope. How perplexing that he had not previously noticed this resemblance. No wonder Michelle had mistakenly abducted him. Discovering another potential advantage lifted Benjamin's spirits considerably. Although he could not yet fathom how to utilize this newfound insight, he felt confident it would prove useful in the future. Having calmed his mood and grown accustomed to the pain coursing through him, Benjamin drew the curtains and prepared to embark on his magical studies for the day. He retrieved the book, Introduction to Magic, which he had hidden away the previous day. He had longed to read this tome, yet had not found the opportunity until now, an ideal moment to delve into the arcane knowledge concerning the extent of magical research conducted by the Silent Academy. However, as he perused the pages, disappointment quickly set in. The writing was rather lacking. Compared to Introduction to Divine Arts, Introduction to Magic fell woefully short. The book offered no substantial exposition on magic, and many sections were vague and ambiguous. Although it discussed various magical elements, it posited them as powers dispersed in the world following the demise of Arcane, suggesting that mages borrowed this power in their magical endeavors. As a young man raised in an atheistic environment, he found this notion ludicrous. How could Arcane, after death, leave behind such an abundance of power for countless mages to exploit over the centuries? Moreover, he had confirmed with the system that magic and divine arts were essentially the same. Did that imply that priests and bishops wielding divine arts were also drawing upon Arcane's power? It was utterly nonsensical. Under the Church's oppression, the progress of magic paled in comparison to divine arts. The subsequent content merely listed spells, most of which Benjamin had already encountered in the Holy Scriptures, rendering them utterly meaningless to him. Ultimately, upon finishing the entire book, Benjamin discovered only 3 sections of value: the fundamentals of enchantment, the basics of curses, and the crafting and utilization of magical artifacts. Fortunately, if he tempered his expectations, these findings were not entirely disappointing. Thus, after a cursory examination of the book, Benjamin turned directly to the section on curses, reading with intense concentration. What a jest it would be if he could learn to break curses. He would no longer need to concern himself with Michelle. Without the curse, she would have to think twice before appearing before him again. The medium of a curse was essential. A mage must utilize a specific object, employing special techniques to channel magic into it, thereby forming the curse. This object could be food, a weapon, water, or even air. However, the book cautioned that employing air or water as mediums necessitated a very high level of expertise in curses. Moreover, their capacity to contain magic was significantly weaker than that of solid mediums. As for how to break a curse, there were 2 methods. One could either expel the curse using a level of power far superior to that of the casters, or one could employ the same medium as the curse, along with a magic that possessed an opposing attribute, implanting a new curse upon oneself to counteract the former, allowing the 2 curses to collide and nullify each other. Benjamin estimated that achieving the level required for the first method was unlikely. Thus, he would have to resort to the second. Do you recall the moment Michelle cast the curse upon me? Please recount it for me, he inquired of the system. He needed to ascertain the medium and magic she had employed. Please, let it be fire magic, or he would struggle to utilize an opposing attribute. Yes, she recited a rather complex incantation, and a dark red light suddenly surged into your heart, the system responded. Once again, he found himself in a state of anxious anticipation. 1 minute passed, then 2. It felt as though he were watching a download progress bar stuck at 99%. He had no desire to attend to anything else, fixated solely on the completion of this process, yet it lingered stubbornly at that final fraction, refusing to conclude. His only solace was the hope that the system would not crash. It surely wouldn't crash, would it? At long last, after an indeterminate wait, the system's voice resonated once more. According to the system's analysis, there was a gathering of fire elements when Michelle cast the curse, indicating a 98% probability that she employed fire magic. Additionally, she had pinched a leaf between her fingers, which is likely the medium of the curse. After cross-referencing with all known trees in Benjamin's memory, no identification was made regarding the type of leaf. Accompanying this revelation, an image resembling a computer preview materialized before Benjamin. The image displayed a magnified view of the leaf Michelle had clasped, a deep green leaf, with certain areas yellowing and slightly curled. The leaf had a fan-like shape, quite beautiful, reminiscent of a delicate, natural hand fan. Upon seeing that leaf, Benjamin was momentarily rendered speechless. Was that not a ginkgo leaf? Chapter 46. The Tree of Time and Space indeed. It is a ginkgo leaf, the system replied. Then why did you claim you couldn't identify what type of leaf it is? Have you lost your mind? Benjamin retorted, exasperated, nearly on the verge of cursing at the system. That is the designation from the previous world. I am unaware of what it is called in this realm. The system responded earnestly. According to Benjamin's prior recollections, he had never encountered such a leaf, that much was certain. Upon hearing this, Benjamin was momentarily taken aback. He quickly recognized the complexity of the situation. Ginkgo leaves were quite commonplace before his transition. Several ginkgo trees grew beneath the apartment he once inhabited, often blanketing the ground with their fallen leaves. He had even collected a particularly beautiful leaf to use as a bookmark. Thus, he did not perceive it as something extraordinary. Consequently, upon discovering that the curse's medium was a ginkgo leaf, he felt a flicker of joy. With fire magic and ginkgo leaves at his disposal, was it not conceivable that he could easily dispel Michelle's curse? However, following the system's reminder, he became acutely aware of the underlying issue. What if he could not find ginkgo leaves in this world? His previous memories contained no mention of such a thing, which implied it was likely absent from the capital. If Benjamin remained confined to his former social circle, locating ginkgo leaves would be nearly impossible. Furthermore, if the ginkgo trees had become extinct in this place, what then? Indeed, Michelle would hardly select an easily found leaf as a medium for her curse. That would merely invite intervention. From this perspective, it was evident that ginkgo trees were likely rare flora within this world. What to do? After much contemplation, he concluded that he must consult some resources. Did Grant not possess a book on his desk titled The Kingdom's Encyclopedia? He inquired of the system. Indeed, it exists, the system affirmed. That settled the matter. He simply needed to borrow the book from Grant to uncover the answers he sought. At this moment, his urgency to lift the curse surpassed all other concerns. Thus, without further hesitation, he stood, concealed introduction to magic, and hurriedly exited the room, making his way to Grant's chamber. If his memory served him correctly, Grant should be absent, as he was likely engaged in divine studies at the church, a commitment he upheld every weekday from Monday to Friday. Benjamin could only reflect on how the lives of geniuses diverged so starkly from those of ordinary individuals. While typical nobles his age had long since concluded their Sunday school education, indulging in a life of revelry, geniuses like Grant were still immersed in their studies. Moreover, this prodigy not only pursued knowledge but also indulged in youthful fantasies, harboring a secret paramour. Benjamin thought back to the minor incident that occurred the last time he borrowed a book from Grant, genuinely feeling a sense of admiration for his younger brother. Was the bishop even aware that he was hiding someone beneath the covers? Seeing no reason for guilt, Benjamin approached the desk without hesitation, searching for a moment until he quickly located the sought-after tome, The Kingdom's Encyclopedia. He gazed at the prominent title on the cover, silently praying that he might discover clues regarding the ginkgo tree within its pages. Benjamin remained calm. Turning around, he found his mother, Mary, standing in the doorway, arms crossed, regarding him with a puzzled expression. Upon his turn, Mary appeared momentarily dazed. After confirming the bruise on Benjamin's face, she realized her mistake and offered an awkward smile. "Benjamin, it is you. I thought you were Grant. From behind, you two truly resemble each other." In response, Benjamin recalled his reflection in the mirror earlier, and could only nod resignedly. "I suppose so." However, after exchanging those few words, Mary still seemed somewhat perplexed. She approached slowly, scrutinizing Benjamin's face from left to right, as if to ascertain that he was indeed not Grant. Benjamin could not help but chuckle, stating, "I am truly not Grant. I have merely come to borrow a book." With that, he waved the Kingdom's Encyclopedia before her eyes. "I know," Mary replied, gazing at Benjamin's face, seemingly entranced. "But you brothers really are becoming more alike. In the past, you always hunched your back and appeared timid, making it difficult to notice. After your father sent you to the military for training, you have changed significantly, resembling Grant more and more." Benjamin shrugged nonchalantly, conceding, "Perhaps." Mary laughed again, yet continued to scrutinize his face, making him feel somewhat uneasy. He was eager to begin his search for information on the ginkgo. "Goodbye," Benjamin nodded, bidding Mary farewell as he exited the room. Closing the door behind him, he eagerly delved into the book. Unsure of the name for ginkgo in this world, consulting the table of contents proved futile. He could only turn the pages one by one, examining the illustrations and comparing them, hoping to find the depiction of the ginkgo leaf. As an encyclopedia, the Kingdom's Encyclopedia was substantial, and searching for specific information was no easy task. Benjamin dedicated over an hour to flipping through the pages, and that was with considerable speed. In the course of his search, each page he turned yielded no ginkgo. With every turn, his hope diminished further. Approaching the end of the book, he found himself on the verge of despair. Had ginkgo truly become extinct in this world? Or did it simply not grow within the kingdom of Hori? At last, nearing the conclusion, he stumbled upon a familiar fan-shaped leaf in an illustration. Benjamin's heart raced with renewed hope. He examined the image closely and noticed the accompanying caption below, which read, "The Tree of Time and Space." Chapter 47. The crystallization of water elements. Upon first encountering the term time-space tree, Benjamin instinctively recoiled in disbelief. What on earth? It is merely a ginkgo tree, devoid of any connection to time and space. A mere appellation, no matter how grandiose or fanciful, does not alter its fundamental nature. The kingdom's botanical compendium offers scant information regarding the time-space tree, noting that this species has become extinct within the kingdom, remaining exceedingly rare across the continent. With only a few of its leaves preserved, legends claim that one could craft a time-space beacon from these leaves, allowing traversal between different realms. At the thought of these alternate worlds, Benjamin's eyelids twitched involuntarily. Could it be? If he had inadvertently dozed off, perhaps he had knocked the book, causing the leaves to fall out. Thus, would the ginkgo leaves bear the blame? Benjamin found this notion profoundly unscientific. The idea that ginkgo leaves could facilitate time travel seemed utterly ludicrous. Yet, as the saying goes, having already traversed, one could hardly dwell on scientific reasoning. The die was cast. Whether ginkgo leaves could indeed transport him became inconsequential. The pressing matter at hand was to resolve the curse afflicting him. Therefore, he should focus more intently on locating the fabled leaves of the so-called time-space tree. The book provided no answers. It appeared that in the kingdom of Hori, ginkgo leaves had become a subject of legend, not a widely recognized one, but rather a niche tale. They were occasionally mentioned in obscure texts or stories, yet no one had ever truly encountered them. Consequently, the description within the kingdom's botanical compendium was exceedingly brief. Damn, how was he to acquire a legendary item? Benjamin felt as though he had reached a dead end in his quest to break the curse. Michelle had indeed shown remarkable prowess in selecting such a rare item as her curse's medium. Was it truly necessary? Could she not have simply picked up any leaf? Now he found himself in quite the predicament. Wait a moment. If ginkgo leaves were indeed so rare, how had Michelle obtained one? Suddenly, a thought struck Benjamin, and he commanded the system, quickly, retrieve that image of the ginkgo leaf you produced earlier, the one Michelle was holding. I need to see it again. The system seemed reluctant. Why? That consumes a lot of memory. Benjamin pressed insistently. Stop dawdling. Hurry up. Memory can't sprout like a seed. Reluctantly, the system complied. Fine. Just a moment. After a brief mechanical whirring, the image finally materialized before Benjamin. He scrutinized it closely. Zoom in, further still. Indeed, it resembled the leaf he had picked up before his journey. Thus, the narrative unfolded in this manner. He had initially found this leaf and used it as a bookmark, which ultimately transported him to this realm, transforming him into Benjamin. The leaf that facilitated his journey likely fell nearby, only to be discovered by Michelle, who subsequently employed it to cast a curse upon him. In truth, Michelle had casually selected a leaf as her medium. Whom could he blame? After much deliberation over the curse and the ginkgo, Benjamin felt a wave of despondency wash over him. It was evident that breaking the curse would be a formidable challenge. The ginkgo trees of this world had gone extinct, leaving him without access to the leaves needed as a medium. The only ginkgo leaf he was aware of resided in Michelle's possession. What difference did that make? After much contemplation, Benjamin reluctantly decided to temporarily abandon the pursuit of lifting the curse. Currently, he lacked the means, so it would be futile to waste mental energy on it. They say that inadvertently planting a seed can yield unexpected results. Perhaps if he set this aside, a new ginkgo leaf might fortuitously come into his possession someday. For now, he resolved to attend to other matters. Casting the kingdom's botanical compendium aside, he retrieved the introduction to magic that he had hidden away. Aside from the curse-related content, he held a keen interest in enchantments and the crafting of magical artifacts. After some thought, he flipped to the section on the creation of magical tools. Regarding enchantments, his bullets had already been blessed, rendering further enchantment unnecessary for the time being. As for magical artifacts, his knowledge was scant, and his curiosity piqued. The crucifix given to him by the bishop would likely qualify as a magical artifact. Naturally, the church would refrain from labeling it as such, preferring terms like divine instrument. If he could master the art of crafting magical artifacts, it would undoubtedly lead to a significant enhancement of his abilities. With eager anticipation, he delved into the text. Yet, upon completing this section, disappointment gripped him once more. The book stated that crafting magical artifacts was exceedingly challenging, requiring a number of rare materials. However, that was not the crux of the issue. The primary concern was that much of the knowledge surrounding the creation of magical artifacts had been lost in the church's purges. This book only recorded the method for crafting one type of magical artifact, the robes worn by Michelle and several other mages from the Silent Academy, which were said to slightly amplify magical power. To this, Benjamin could only lament. What use would those robes be to him? Wearing them would merely broadcast to the world, "I am a mage, come apprehend me." The church would be more than pleased to oblige. With a resigned shake of his head, Benjamin recognized that he had gained nothing in his exploration of magical artifacts. After experiencing disappointment twice in succession, his optimism began to wane. He found it difficult to muster the enthusiasm to explore the enchantment section. Perhaps it was best to set this aside for now and engage in another activity to lift his spirits. Closing the introduction to magic, he stowed it away and then retrieved the stone known as the water element crystal. Fortunately, he had requested this while collecting payment for medical fees from those two individuals. He hoped fervently that this item would not betray his expectations. As its name suggests, this is a pure crystallization of water elements. According to their accounts, its applications are remarkably diverse. It can be used to enhance elemental affinity, assist in the casting of water-based magic, and serve as a material for crafting magical artifacts. They claimed that had Benjamin not rescued their teacher, they would never have parted with such a valuable item. If they felt that way, Benjamin certainly could not let this opportunity slip away. The water element crystal. Such a precious object, if possible. Benjamin would undoubtedly wish to utilize it to augment his own powers. This is how ordinary mages would typically employ it. However, therein lies the conundrum. Benjamin was not an ordinary mage, and the conventional methods might not be effective for him. His means of strengthening his abilities were straightforward. Enhancing the triangular characters would suffice. However, the question arose, could this item be brought into the realm of his consciousness? The inability to store objects within his consciousness space had long been a source of regret for Benjamin. Observing other protagonists traverse dimensions, effortlessly carrying items and cultivating vast landscapes within their personal realms, he felt a pang of envy. Yet, within his consciousness space, he could store nothing. He had tested this before. Only he, the water element, and the incessant voice of the system could enter his consciousness space. Although the water element crystal was indeed composed of water elements, its physical form rendered its compatibility uncertain. Pondering would yield no answers. Benjamin resolved to test it. Clutching the water element crystal, he closed his eyes and entered his consciousness space. Yet, upon reopening his eyes, he found his hands empty, devoid of any trace of the water element crystal. Damn it, it couldn't be brought in. Was it not said that this stone embodied the water element? If it is indeed a water element, it should be able to enter consciousness space. Why then could it not? Ah, the element of water. Suddenly, Benjamin smacked his forehead, realizing the crux of the issue. Since it pertained to the water element, it was imperative to incorporate it into his consciousness in a manner befitting its nature. Employing his own method to access the realm of consciousness would undoubtedly prove futile. Thus, Benjamin swiftly adjusted his state, immersing himself once more in that peculiar liminal space, with one foot in the realm of awareness and the other in the tangible world. He then concentrated his spirit upon the crystalline manifestation of the water element. In an instant, the crystalline form vanished, suppressing the elation bubbling within him. Benjamin re-entered the realm of consciousness. There, he beheld the azure stone, now floating gracefully in midair, emanating a gentle, moist aura, while numerous water elements swam around it joyfully like schools of fish. Witnessing this scene, Benjamin exhaled in relief. At last, he had successfully introduced the crystalline manifestation of the water element. Should this endeavor prove fruitless, he would have no choice but to storm the gates of the Silent Academy, lodging a complaint about their disbursement of counterfeit medical expenses. Chapter 48. The pure blue space. Benjamin held the water elemental crystal that he had brought into the realm of consciousness, scrutinizing it with great care. At this moment, the crystal was no longer just an ordinary blue stone. It radiated a myriad of blue lights within the darkness of the consciousness space, appearing profoundly deep. Even simply grasping it in his hand made Benjamin feel a closer affinity to the surrounding water elements. It was indeed reasonable for ordinary mages to utilize it to hone their elemental affinity. However, Benjamin had already embarked on a different path and no longer needed to refine his elemental affinity. Contemplating for a moment, he approached the triangular character while holding the crystal. The triangular character drew strength from absorbing water elements. The more it absorbed, the more powerful it became, without limits or bottlenecks. He wondered how much water element was contained within this crystal. What would happen if the triangular character absorbed the entire stone? Benjamin felt a mix of anticipation and reluctance. After all, such items were rare. Using it all at once might leave him at a loss for its potential future uses. Nevertheless, this hesitation did not linger long. He soon resolved that the triangular character was the source of everything. Benjamin's magical abilities, his elemental affinity, his mental strength, all growth was intricately linked to it. It embodied the essence of magic, harboring infinite wonders and mysteries. While the water elemental crystal had its other uses, they were merely for crafting external objects. In contrast, enhancing his own strength seemed far more reliable. Others might take away his firearms and ammunition, or even sever his limbs, but as long as he drew breath, the consciousness space and the triangular character would remain intact. Moreover, Benjamin had a premonition that when the triangular character reached a certain level of enhancement, it would reflect some fundamental laws of this world. At that point, the entire consciousness space would present a completely new visage. Thus, Benjamin made his decision. He raised the blue stone and brought it close to the triangular character. Buzz. The moment the water elemental crystal made contact with the character, a resonant hum echoed. It was as if a solid piece of ice had met the sun, beginning to melt at a speed visible to the naked eye. The blue radiance that emanated from its melting was completely absorbed by the triangular character. Before Benjamin could react, the water elemental crystal had dissolved completely, its luminous essence entirely consumed by the triangular character, leaving nothing behind in his hand. Benjamin stared at the triangular character, momentarily stunned. What just happened? Did it just disappear? After consuming such a substantial piece, there should have been some kind of reaction. Just as he felt slightly cheated, the triangular character vibrated, producing the most ethereal chime he had ever heard. An invisible ripple quietly swept through the entire consciousness space, reminiscent of a tranquil lake suddenly disturbed by ripples. It was as if 1,000 triangular bells rang simultaneously in Benjamin's mind. He was still immersed in this profound sensation when the triangular character emitted an exceptionally brilliant light. He found himself in that wondrous pure blue world for the third time. Its meaning was water. 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 Benjamin was almost jolted out of that pure blue realm in sheer astonishment. What was that? However, it mattered not. He still had the system. Benjamin stood in bewilderment. The system had not followed him into that world. Ever since the system had manifested, it had seemed as if it had taken root in Benjamin's mind, hearing everything he could hear and seeing everything he could see. It could even deduce his thoughts with remarkable accuracy. Even if Benjamin lost consciousness, the system would record everything happening around him, ready to inform him upon his awakening. What could exist that the system could neither see nor hear? Benjamin pondered the existence of souls. If they did exist, then whatever could sever the connection between the system and him must pertain to the realm of the soul. And if it was indeed of the soul's nature, it must be extraordinarily powerful. With this thought in mind, he silently resolved to uncover the truth. Hey, something just happened that I don't understand. Tell me. The system, seemingly stirred by curiosity, began to inquire of Benjamin. Initially, Benjamin intended to explain, but recalling the system's usual behavior, he decided to impose a little punishment. Explaining was far too tedious, and frankly, he found it bothersome. Mimicking the system's typical tone, he replied, "You're such a nuisance, I can't be bothered to explain." From its sudden silence, Benjamin could almost envision the system's flustered expression, if it had a face to express emotions. This sensation was rather satisfying. After absorbing the water elemental crystal and undergoing a significant transformation, the triangular character's blue hue deepened, evoking the sensation of plunging into an endless ocean. Its size also increased considerably, growing from the size of a fist to larger than a human head. What of the water sphere technique? Anticipating the results, Benjamin conjured a water sphere spell once more. In an instant, a colossal water sphere materialized before him, swirling with the tides of water elements. It was perfectly round and taller than Benjamin himself. He was profoundly astonished. This water sphere was large enough for him to swim within. The capabilities of the water elemental crystal were astonishing. If he were to hurl this seemingly unassuming water sphere at someone, how devastating would the impact be? This was no longer merely a water sphere. It was akin to a water bomb. Moreover, the crucial aspect was that he could condense this water bomb in a remarkably short span of time. While compressing the water sphere might be somewhat taxing mentally, he could still manage to create 6 such water bombs in one go. If he allowed for brief pauses, he could conjure even more. Even a paladin endowed with formidable physical prowess, clad in blessed armor, would likely find themselves dazed after being struck by 6 of these water bombs. With this realization, even the typically peace-loving Benjamin felt a twinge of excitement. If not for the fear of alarming the church, he would have been tempted to test its power in the real world. Chapter 49. An unexpected turn from Jeremy. Suppressing the burgeoning desire for battle within him, Benjamin began to test the defensive capabilities of the water sphere. He transformed it into a bubble, enveloping himself in its embrace. With a determined fist, he struck the surface. To his dismay, the pain was excruciating. It felt akin to hitting a sheet of bulletproof glass. The bubble remained unyielding, showing no signs of breaking or even trembling slightly in response. It was as if he had struck a bubble crafted from bulletproof material. Recalling the battle between the paladins and the elder mages in the outer city, Benjamin felt confident that his bubble, while perhaps not as formidable as the water barrier, could withstand at least one strike from a blessed sword. Assessing the attack and defense capabilities of the water sphere, he believed he could defeat a fully fledged paladin without expending excessive effort. The water elemental crystals had indeed granted him a remarkable boost in strength. Initially, he hesitated to expend them, but now he felt it was entirely worthwhile. Not only had his magical prowess improved, but his affinity for elements had also seen significant enhancement due to the influence of the triangular character. Observing the water sphere intended for coalescing new characters, he noted its increased speed in absorbing water elements. It appeared that in just a few days, he would be able to learn new magic. This was a double blessing, and Benjamin felt increasingly satisfied. Indeed, if he could acquire more water elemental crystals, he could soar to new heights without the need for meditation. His cultivation method seemed free from any bottleneck. Yet, such aspirations were mere dreams. According to the two mages, elemental crystals were rare commodities. Unlike the spiritual stones found in cultivation novels, which could be mined from veins, their appearance was utterly unpredictable, reliant solely on fortune. Hence, he surmised it would be quite some time before he encountered another. With that in mind, he resolved to focus on his training. The path ahead required careful, step-by-step progress. Following this significant leap in strength, Benjamin commenced his magical studies for the day, settling down to meditate. It must be noted that after the substantial enhancement provided by the triangular character, his ability to summon water elements improved, and his meditation efficiency increased significantly. Now, in 1 hour, he infused nearly twice the amount of water elements into the triangular character compared to before. At this rate, would he not meditate faster and faster? Was this cultivation method truly so astonishing? However, this question found resolution after an afternoon of contemplation. Through careful observation, he discovered that while the efficiency of his meditation had accelerated, the triangular character's appetite had also grown. To strengthen the triangular character now required more than double the water elements than before. Thus, in balancing these factors, his rate of strengthening had not increased. Rather, it seemed to be gradually slowing down. Indeed, no cultivation method was as miraculous as he had hoped. His dreams of soaring to greatness were dashed. He anticipated that once he reached a certain level, the demand of the triangular character would escalate significantly, rendering the efficiency of his meditation remarkably high. The water elemental crystals would hold little significance for him. Perhaps a single crystal would be less valuable than an hour of his meditation. He had suspected that such fortune could not exist. If someone acquired a plethora of elemental crystals and subsequently opened a realm of consciousness, would they not become the most powerful overnight? The principle of balance was undoubtedly difficult to disrupt. Persistence and gradual progress were the true essence of cultivation. He mused to himself, realizing he had truly become a watery figure. With the path of water magic, even his internal monologue had become increasingly fluid. Thus began Benjamin's life of routine, a linear existence. The church had not troubled him, nor had Michelle. Each morning, he attended military training, and during the rest of the day, he meditated at home. His plan to enlist Jeremy in uncovering Annie's relics commenced, interspersing normal tasks with requests for Jeremy to investigate Michelle's stronghold, specifically seeking the third tree at the old site. Having searched 2 locations without finding the third tree, Benjamin remained unperturbed. The bishop had provided him with 8 stronghold locations. It was best for Jeremy to take his time in the search. The military training progressed well, and Benjamin felt his physical fitness improving significantly. Dean taught them many practical combat techniques, several designed specifically for use with firearms, which he referred to as gun body techniques. As part of the practice for these techniques, Dean also began allowing them to handle toy guns. Benjamin estimated that it would not be long before Dean initiated actual shooting training. Currently, he possessed only 16 blessed bullets, which he was reluctant to use. He also took the time to complete his reading of the enchanting section in Introduction to Magic, yet lacked the proper environment for practice. Enchantment required a physical object, but fearing detection by the cleanser, he could not practice in the real world, and physical items could not be brought into the realm of consciousness. Therefore, he had to temporarily set aside enchantment. He refrained from probing methods to unlock the treasury. Obedience was a daunting prospect. Should he heed one of Michelle's commands, he would inevitably find himself obeying another. Regardless, he intended to prolong his resistance against Michelle. As long as the curse remained dormant, he would act as if nothing were amiss. If the curse did manifest, he would endure the ensuing turmoil and continue to feign ignorance. It was merely a test of willpower. He was determined to stand firm. He was resolute in his refusal to be manipulated by Michelle. Benjamin speculated that in a matter of days, Michelle would grow impatient and seek him out to negotiate, thereby interrupting his tranquil routine. As for how to handle it, he had not yet devised a plan. He would respond to circumstances as they arose. However, contrary to his expectations, it was Jeremy who shattered the calm. An incident had occurred on Jeremy's end. "Master Benjamin, I must apologize." Jeremy's voice faltered. "I am unsure what has transpired. After I sent him to assist you yesterday, he has vanished. We have not seen him for a full day. If you have any instructions, please let me know." Benjamin was momentarily taken aback. He suddenly recalled that his last directive to Jeremy had been to search the third of Michelle's former strongholds for the third tree. If he found it, he was to excavate the items beneath and bring them back to Benjamin. How could he have gone missing? This third stronghold was located in the outer city, neither in an abandoned prison-like area nor in a notoriously chaotic location. It should have been relatively safe. Moreover, he had dispatched Jeremy during daylight hours. It seemed something extraordinary had occurred. As he pondered the situation, various troubling possibilities flickered through Benjamin's mind. Jeremy might have encountered Michelle and been captured. He could have run into a mage or other nefarious individuals, meeting his demise. Or perhaps he had unearthed Annie's relics, only to be discovered and apprehended by the church. The thought of the third possibility sent a chill down Benjamin's spine. "Very well, I understand. You may continue with your own affairs. There is no issue here." He decisively instructed the steward. The steward nodded and departed. Benjamin, too, began preparing to venture out. Regardless of the scenario, he felt compelled to go to the outer city. Jeremy was his servant, and it was while performing a task for him that he had vanished. He could not simply remain at home meditating upon hearing this news. If Jeremy were truly in trouble, he must rescue him, or he would be plagued by guilt for the rest of his life, even if it meant confronting the church. With a somewhat heavy heart, Benjamin stepped outside once more, setting off towards the outskirts of the city. Chapter 50. The Bonnie Tavern. Young Master? What brings you here? In the bustling Bonnie Tavern located in the outskirts of Haven Light, the atmosphere was lively despite it being the typical lull of the afternoon. Laughter echoed, nearly threatening to lift the ceiling off. A row of rustic wooden chairs was filled with middle-aged men reveling in their drinks, alongside a drunken Jeremy and Benjamin, who had just entered. After hearing the steward's words, Benjamin felt a surge of concern for Jeremy's safety, prompting him to arm himself with a pistol and ammunition before venturing out to search for him. Upon arriving at the abandoned outpost, he inquired with a passerby about a servant resembling a timid mouse, only to be informed, "I've seen him. He's at the Bonnie Tavern." The revelation startled Benjamin, raising his suspicions about unforeseen complications. Even from 10 meters away, he could detect the stench of alcohol emanating from Jeremy. Damn it, why is it that none of the people around me are reliable? Witnessing Jeremy's intoxicated state ignited an impulse to smack him on the forehead with a water polo. Yet, he restrained himself, approaching silently with the intention of forcibly dragging Jeremy away to interrogate him once he sobered up, perhaps deducting a few months' wages in the process. "Is this the young master from your household?" Just as Benjamin was about to pull Jeremy away, a man nearby interjected. "Yes, indeed, this is our young master. Come, come. Young master, meet my new friend. What was your name again? I can't quite recall." "Oh, young master, please don't pull me." Jeremy's drunken antics had reached a new low, his demeanor contrasting sharply with his usual timidness. "Steward? Oh no, I'm going to lose my wages." Benjamin's patience was wearing thin, yet the title of steward seemed to hold some sway over Jeremy, though it wouldn't sober him up. At least he was willing to comply and follow Benjamin. However, fate had other plans. As Benjamin turned to leave, a towering figure, nearly 2 meters in height, blocked the tavern's entrance, turning around with a menacing glare aimed at Benjamin. A chill ran down his spine as the atmosphere inside the tavern shifted dramatically. The tavern mistress hurriedly stashed fragile items into the cabinet and expertly retreated to the kitchen. Feeling a sense of foreboding and confusion, Benjamin pondered the situation. What is happening? Are these people coming for me? What have I done to provoke them? Before he could react further, a scarred man among the group suddenly drew a knife, cleaving a nearby chair in half. The sight jolted Jeremy awake, transforming his speech from slurred to trembling. What do you want? Weren't we just having a pleasant conversation? You said you knew our young master, didn't you? The scarred man sneered. Indeed, I wanted to get better acquainted with your young master. And I must thank you for the introduction. Jeremy stood dumbfounded, at a loss for words. Observing the unfolding events, Benjamin began to piece together the sinister plot. This gang was using Jeremy as bait. They had likely fabricated some tale to lure him here, intoxicating Jeremy to wait for Benjamin's arrival. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Benjamin was perplexed as to why these individuals sought trouble with him. Was it a vendetta orchestrated by Dick, or someone else entirely? He couldn't shake the thought that perhaps the assassin from earlier and the trap he found himself in were intertwined. Hey, kid, where's that woman? The leader of the gang, the scarred man, suddenly demanded. What woman? Benjamin furrowed his brow. I don't know what you're talking about. Still playing dumb, are you? Do you think being a noble exempts you from my blade? The scarred man's voice boomed, growing increasingly hostile. If you truly don't know, why is your servant wandering around places that woman has frequented? At that moment, Benjamin realized the woman in question was Michelle. It became clear that these men were seeking revenge, presumably due to Michelle's past entanglements with them. They had been searching for her, but had lost her trail, leading them to believe that Benjamin was connected to her through Jeremy's investigation of her former hideouts. As the pieces fell into place, Benjamin felt a wave of frustration. Why should he bear the consequences for Michelle's actions? Are you referring to Michelle? Unfortunately, if I knew her whereabouts, I wouldn't have my servant searching those places. He replied to the scarred man. If he could diffuse the misunderstanding, it would be beneficial. After all, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Although Benjamin was tempted to practice his skills on these men, the presence of the church nearby kept him from using his magic. He had no desire to engage in conflict that would yield no advantage, especially not at Michelle's expense. That makes sense, murmured some in the group, realizing they had been searching for a woman named Michelle for so long without knowing her name. Silence. The scarred man barked, silencing his men. These nobles are cunning. We cannot trust their words. We've searched long and hard for that woman. We cannot let this opportunity slip away. You're right, boss. You're so smart. Someone chimed in, flattering the leader. Yes, we cannot trust him. Their attention shifted back to Benjamin, their intentions clear and ominous. Benjamin felt a sense of resignation wash over him. It seemed evading this trouble was no longer an option, even without Michelle's presence. The chaos she caused was still at his doorstep. With no other recourse, and seeing them ready to close in, Benjamin resorted to his last tactic. Help. Murder. Where are the knights of the church? I, Benjamin, have yet to capture Michelle, and now I may perish here. If I die, the bishop will surely seek vengeance upon you. Save me. Hurry, come in. He shouted at the top of his lungs, hoping to attract any semblance of aid. Chapter 51. The Bandit of North Mountain. Before Benjamin could finish his words, a sudden sound of the tavern door being kicked open reverberated through the room. The 2-meter-tall brute blocking the entrance, caught off guard, staggered back from the force. Yet, before he could regain his balance, a long sword gleaming with holy light pierced through his chest. The metallic scent of blood quickly permeated the tavern. Tiger, he is dead? A cry of shock escaped someone in the crowd. Jeremy's legs buckled, and he collapsed onto the floor, unable to suppress his nausea. Behind the fallen giant, a young man dressed like a merchant stepped into the tavern, illuminated by the light. I deeply apologize, Lord Riser, he spoke coldly. It was my grave negligence that allowed you to linger in such a perilous environment for so long. However, rest assured, these individuals will not harm you. Benjamin was equally startled. He had anticipated the church's paladins would come to his rescue, yet he had not foreseen such a bloody entrance. Regardless, this marked Benjamin's first experience witnessing a murder. While he felt no sympathy for the unfortunate victim, an unsettling discomfort washed over him. Undoubtedly, the church deemed the previous 2 paladins ineffective in their protection, thus dispatching a more ruthless one. He wondered about the fate of the previous knights, whom he had found rather amiable. Casting a glance around the room, Benjamin noticed the expressions of shock and fear on the faces of those present. Fixated on the giant's corpse and the paladin wielding the sword, although he was unaware of the enmity between them and Michelle. It appeared they were destined to meet their end here today. Michelle had gained an advantage. To think it is a paladin, this complicates matters, remarked the scarred man, displaying no signs of panic. Upon hearing this, the paladin turned his gaze towards the scarred man, his expression darkening as if he had encountered a formidable adversary. You are the leader of the North Mountain Bandits. How is it that you survived the encirclement and made your way to the royal capital? The scarred man grinned malevolently. It is an honor that my name is still remembered after all this time. The paladin snorted disdainfully, tightening his grip on the sword, and fell silent. The other patrons, absorbing this exchange, stared at the scarred man in astonishment, their expressions conveying disbelief that their leader was so illustrious. What are the North Mountain Bandits? Are they well known? Benjamin pondered inwardly. After the arrival of the paladin, he had felt a sense of relief, believing the day's ordeal would conclude, but the current situation suggested otherwise. They are notorious in the Kingdom of Holy, infamous for their acts of arson, murder, and plunder. Parents often invoke the name of the North Mountain Bandits to frighten their children into sleeping at night. The royal army has engaged them numerous times yet gained little ground. Ultimately, the church, exasperated, dispatched a battalion of paladins to eradicate them, the system explained. Truly formidable? Benjamin felt a wave of astonishment. If that were the case, the scarred man, as the leader of the bandits, surely possessed combat prowess rivaling that of the paladin. It made sense. Those who incurred Michelle's wrath could not be mere nobodies. If the scarred man lacked any strength, he would have been easily dealt with by Michelle long ago. Could it be that today's events would take an unexpected turn? As Benjamin contemplated, the scarred man's expression suddenly shifted. Stop him. He intends to send a distress signal, he shouted. Benjamin, along with the others, froze momentarily. Yet, the scarred man had evidently trained his subordinates well. Despite their confusion, they sprang into action, rushing toward the paladin at their leader's command. Faced with so many adversaries, the paladin had intended to discreetly signal for aid by crushing a cross in his clothing, but he was forced to halt. He retreated several steps, distancing himself from the crowd, then suddenly lunged forward, swinging his longsword. The first three assailants met their demise, their heads soaring into the air before crashing to the ground. Rolling lifelessly, the stench of blood intensified. The remaining onlookers, taken aback by the gruesome sight, regained their senses and, confronted by the merciless paladin, hastily abandoned the scarred man's orders, retreating in terror. Obedience to commands was instinctual, but self-preservation was innate. Boss, that is a paladin. We cannot provoke the church, someone exclaimed. Several others nodded in agreement. The characteristics of a disorganized mob were starkly evident in such moments. You useless rabble, the scarred man spat, unable to contain his frustration. In response, the paladin let out a derisive laugh. Even a paladin would struggle against an overwhelming number of trivial foes due to spatial constraints, often succumbing to defeat. This was the power of numerical superiority. Accomplishing the feat of 1 against 100 was nearly impossible. However, how many of those reckless individuals were truly fearless? Once the rabble quailed, they could no longer summon the courage to charge forward. With this thought, the paladin stepped forward once more, prompting the crowd to emit panicked cries as they retreated several paces, some stumbling over tavern chairs and crashing to the ground. Seeing this, the paladin found it laughable, even somewhat tedious. He had overestimated the leader of the North Mountain Bandits and his subordinates. Against these individuals, he saw no need for assistance. He had intended to mock the notorious bandit leader, but recalling the church's rigorous training and the tales of predecessors who had perished due to overconfidence, he restrained himself. He resolved to end this swiftly, eliminating all present. Slaying the leader of the North Mountain Bandits would be no small feat. Surely, the bishop would reward him handsomely, and those paladins who viewed him as an outsider would no longer shun him. Bang! A gunshot rang out. The paladin's expression turned incredulous as he looked down at the small hole that had suddenly appeared in his left chest. The scarred man let out a few sinister chuckles, blowing the smoke from the gun's muzzle. A paladin without holy armor, thinking he was someone special, daring to act tough in front of me? I. The world around the paladin began to blur, his robust limbs feeling as if drained of blood, his strength rapidly diminishing. Soon, he could no longer stand. His once agile mind felt as though it were sinking into a quagmire, gradually losing its capacity to function. The chill of death enveloped him. In his final moments, his only thought was, why did the church's information regarding the North Mountain Bandit leader never mention he was a sharpshooter? Suddenly, The scarred man approached, as if reading his thoughts, and smugly declared, "Because those who have witnessed my skill are already dead." Yet, the paladin could no longer hear those words. His eyes widened in disbelief, frozen in an expression of shock, as he became a lifeless corpse. His blood mingled with that of the four he had slain, indistinguishably pooling on the tavern floor. The surrounding individuals remained stunned, seemingly unable to comprehend that the once mighty paladin had been dispatched by their leader in such a swift and absurd manner. He had died too quickly, too absurdly. "Oh my heavens, it is the paladin. The paladin has perished." Jeremy, who had long been terrified to the point of kneeling on the ground, could scarcely contain his tears, daring only to exclaim softly, "This place is no longer suitable for discussion. To prevent any further disturbances, might I invite you to my humble abode as a guest?" Chapter 52. The sewers of the outer district in the heart of the inner city of Havenlight, within a simply adorned quiet room deep inside St. Peter's Cathedral. The bishop sat with his hands clasped, eyes gently closed, praying before a mural on the wall. He seemed to transform into a statue, his tightly pressed lips betraying not the slightest tremor. Suddenly, a priest hurried into the quiet room. The knight dispatched to protect Benjamin Rither had just perished. His cross lay shattered. The priest addressed the praying bishop. The bishop opened his eyes. Was it her doing? He inquired slowly, his tone devoid of any hint of questioning. After delivering such information, she still chose to act. Was her intention merely to divert our attention? The priest hesitated, a look of mild dissent crossing his face. After a moment of silence, he shook his head and replied, "I fear her motives extend beyond mere distraction. I suspect she is at odds with the Silent Academy." Upon hearing this, the bishop turned to face the priest, his calm gaze revealing no trace of emotion. "So, you mean to say that the message Benjamin Rither relayed to us has now been validated?" The bishop fell silent again, seemingly contemplating their next course of action. Observing this, the priest dared not inquire further, quietly wiping the sweat from his palms. "She wishes for us to confront the Silent Academy, thereby diverting our focus from her." After a prolonged silence, the bishop finally spoke, his voice carrying an unusual tremor. "However, since she has divulged the precise location of the Silent Academy, we must not waste this opportunity. They have been brazen for far too long. It is time they experience the might of the holy light." The priest nodded in agreement, wiping the sweat from his brow. After a moment's reflection, he asked, "And what of Benjamin Rither? Shall we still strive to rescue him?" The priest nodded once more. Having exhausted all inquiries, he appeared to breathe a sigh of relief, sealing his lips and departing with a sense of release. Meanwhile, in the outer district of Havenlight, the bloodbath in the tavern continued to escalate. After slaying the knight, the scarred man directed his minions to eliminate the tavern's proprietress and chef. They then escorted Benjamin and Jeremy through the back door of the establishment, hastily fleeing the scene of the crime. Benjamin couldn't help but lament the loss of the taverness stage. The establishment named Bonnie would no longer host the enchanting performances of its bunny girls. He felt no concern for his own predicament, nor did he protest the scarred man's invitation, offering not the slightest resistance. Initially, he had not intended to allow the scarred man to live, secretly gripping the handgun tucked at his waist, poised for action. Yet soon, he altered his mindset and released his hold on the weapon, for he had noticed someone unexpected, someone he had nearly forgotten amid the turmoil. To his astonishment, this person had reappeared, now serving as one of the scarred man's henchmen. Benjamin marveled at the capricious nature of fate. Was this mere coincidence? Or did someone orchestrate this encounter? Regardless of intent, Benjamin was eager to uncover who had sent this individual to bring about his demise. Though he had long buried this question in his mind, who could say it would not resurface at a critical moment, delivering a fatal blow? Now that an opportunity had presented itself, Benjamin was determined not to let it slip away. Thus, after the knight fell to the scarred man's gun, Benjamin refrained from taking any further action. The reasoning was simple. With the knight dispatched, he was free to wield his magic without restraint. Since he could employ sorcery, why fear the bandit leader? He resolved to accompany them, seizing the chance to inquire about the enigmatic assassin. Truth be told, he doubted the scarred man would genuinely harm him. After all, the bandit had questions of his own to pose. This marked Benjamin's second abduction, and he had grown quite seasoned in such matters. He did not consider himself guilty of the knight's folly of underestimation. He had scrutinized the scarred man closely. The bandit was not as fearsome as he appeared. Rather, he was cunning. From the outset, he had feigned ignorance, playing the part of a fool. Even though the knight had exercised considerable caution, he had allowed a moment of arrogance to slip through, revealing a slight vulnerability. The scarred man seized upon that fleeting moment of the knight's overconfidence, drawing his weapon with remarkable swiftness, striking the knight's heart with unerring accuracy. Yet another madman wielding a gun without safety. Moreover, the marksmanship was nothing short of extraordinary. It was no wonder the knight had fallen so abruptly. He had no time to react. From the instant they met until the knight's demise, the psychological warfare executed by the scarred man had been masterfully orchestrated. A person possessing such skill could not be reckless. Thus, the scarred man would not harm Benjamin impulsively. Of course, this cunning would present Benjamin with considerable challenges in his own facade of ignorance. However, no matter how shrewd the scarred man was, it was unlikely he could foresee that Benjamin wielded magic. Honestly, did the bandit leader even comprehend the nature of magic? The age-old adage holds true: the more one knows, the better one fares. This applied to Benjamin when facing Michelle, just as it did for the scarred man against the knight. And when confronting the scarred man, it would remain equally valid. Naturally, Benjamin refrained from employing magic in open defiance for another reason. The crowd was large, while magic could ensure his safety. It could not guarantee the demise of everyone present. Should even one person escape, the revelation of Benjamin's magical abilities could be compromised. Given the church's involvement, he had to exercise utmost caution. Thus, after careful consideration, he chose to follow the scarred man, adopting a demeanor of compliance, ultimately arriving at the bandit's so-called home. As the most formidable bandit leader in the kingdom, the scarred man's abode failed to reflect his notoriety. His home was, in fact, the sewers. The air in the outer district's sewers was foul, yet it was a labyrinthine refuge well suited for a fugitive like him. The scarred man led his followers into an abandoned house on a secluded street. They cleared away a dilapidated bed, revealing the entrance to the sewer. One by one, they descended into the darkness. Benjamin felt no fear. Rather, he experienced a tinge of curiosity and followed suit. As for Jeremy, fear had rendered him a blubbering mess, prompting one of the scarred man's lackeys to deliver a swift punch, rendering him unconscious and hoisting him over his shoulder. Once inside the sewer, Jeremy was unceremoniously tossed to the ground, soon succumbing to slumber. Benjamin found the scene somewhat amusing and lacked the energy to remain irked with Jeremy. Before long, he became consumed with the need to muster all his focus and mental acuity to navigate the presence of the seemingly menacing yet cunning scarred man. "Very well, Master Benjamin," the bandit began, a sinister smile creeping across his face as he dismissed his henchmen, sending them outside to keep watch. "We can now discuss matters concerning that woman." Chapter 53. The true objective of the bandit: I can provide you with information regarding that woman, but in exchange, you must summon one of your subordinates. "I have some inquiries for him," Benjamin inquired of the scarred man. All of scarred man's henchmen had been dispatched outside, leaving only the two of them in the dimly lit sewer. At that moment, Benjamin could easily eliminate the scarred man with his magic without anyone noticing. Yet, he refrained from such an act. Killing the scarred man would complicate his search for the assassin. Rather than resorting to violence prematurely, it was prudent to negotiate terms first. After all, the assassin was under the scarred man's command, and it would be quite simple for him to call for the man. Once Benjamin had posed his questions, the scarred man could dismiss the assassin, and at that juncture, Benjamin would be free to strike. Following the scarred man's demise, he could find another exit from the sewer and make his escape, leaving the henchmen none the wiser. There were simply too many of them for Benjamin to eliminate, and such an approach would be excessively bloody and risky. This plan had crystallized in Benjamin's mind during his journey to this place. It was a sound strategy, with the only challenge being how to persuade the scarred man. He would certainly not acquiesce to Benjamin's proposition without hesitation. "Exchange? Who do you think you are? What gives you the right to negotiate with me? I have slain paladins. Do you truly believe I would hesitate to kill you?" As he spoke, the scarred man abruptly brandished a pistol, pressing it against Benjamin's forehead. His index finger rested on the trigger. A mere flick would result in Benjamin's demise. If this were Benjamin's first encounter with a gun aimed at him, he might have faltered. However, this was not his first encounter. Though a tinge of anxiety surfaced within him, his thoughts remained lucid. The scarred man would not kill him. This display was merely a tactic to intimidate. Had he not faced enough intimidation since his arrival in this world? "Kill me, and you shall never discover Michelle's whereabouts." He gazed directly into the scarred man's eyes, his tone resolute. The scarred man did not waver, the muzzle still trained on Benjamin's forehead. Benjamin could even feel the coldness of the barrel juxtaposed with the latent heat within. For a fleeting moment, he was convinced the scarred man would pull the trigger. The standoff persisted for approximately half a minute. Despite having anticipated this scenario, Benjamin exhaled in relief, wiping the cold sweat and the imprint left by the gun from his forehead. What choice did he have? No matter how clear his mind was, having a gun pointed at him was enough to instill trepidation. Just as Benjamin expected the scarred man to speak, he suddenly seized Benjamin's wrists in a move reminiscent of a grappling hold, immobilizing him before beginning to search Benjamin's person. Benjamin was taken aback, but not entirely surprised. Given the scarred man's cunning, it was only natural for him to grow suspicious upon witnessing Benjamin's audacity. Soon enough, the paladin's specially outfitted firearm was discovered by the scarred man grinning. He released Benjamin and chuckled. I suspected as much. A noble brat remaining so composed under the threat of a gun must have something up his sleeve. He examined the weapon in his hands before tucking it into his waistband. I underestimated you. Had I not been cautious, I might have found myself in dire straits today. Benjamin glared at the scarred man, his anger palpable. For heaven's sake, do not shove my gun where the sun doesn't shine. I find it repugnant. However, the scarred man clearly misconstrued Benjamin's ire, his smugness only intensifying. Well, Master Benjamin, do you still wish to negotiate? Benjamin scoffed, retorting, Of course, I wish to negotiate. If you do not summon your subordinate, I would rather die than divulge anything to you. The scarred man's expression shifted to one of surprise. He leaned in closer, scrutinizing Benjamin with newfound interest, his mouth emitting sounds of astonishment. He paced back and forth, observing Benjamin closely. Then, suddenly, a grin spread across his face. I have never encountered a noble with such audacity. This is quite amusing. Very well, it is merely a matter of asking a few questions. As long as you reveal the woman's whereabouts, you may inquire as many questions as you desire. Who do you wish to see? I will summon him. His demeanor shifted dramatically. The fierce visage he had donned moments ago vanished, replaced by a facade of heroism. The most significant obstacle had been overcome. Everything unfolded as Benjamin had planned, with the scarred man's agreement coming more readily than he had anticipated. There seemed to be little chance of further complications. Perhaps the scarred man's willingness stemmed from a newfound suspicion about Benjamin, prompting him to probe further. Regardless, what did it matter? Let him probe. It was unlikely he could uncover Benjamin's true identity as a mage. In essence, Benjamin could eliminate him at any moment, providing him with a sense of invulnerability. It is the tall, freckled one, clad in tattered burlap. I saw him at the tavern, Benjamin replied. Upon hearing this, the scarred man nodded, stating, Very well. I accept your terms, but you must uphold your promise. With that, he turned and approached the sewer's entrance, calling out loudly to those above. Where's the new bamboo pole? Bring him to me. The scarred man shouted impatiently. The new bamboo pole, not the old one. The one who just arrived a few days ago. Tell him to come down. I have questions for him. Silence ensued from above, leaving the scarred man and Benjamin to endure a tense wait. Finally, a voice echoed down from above. Boss, the new bamboo pole said he urgently needed to relieve himself and has been gone for quite some time. The rat claims he is too inexperienced. He probably got scared out of his wits and ran off. The atmosphere became palpably awkward. What nonsense was this? Benjamin felt the weight of the world's malice bearing down upon him. Had that individual recognized him, prompting his hasty departure before Benjamin could reach him? Enveloped in a sense of frustration, he directed his grievances toward the system. That seems unlikely. From his earlier expression, he did not appear to recognize you, the system responded. However, judging by his demeanor upon arriving, he genuinely seemed to be in urgent need. The system nonchalantly remarked, perhaps, given his character, it is not surprising for him to act in such a manner. What to do? The system's reasoning struck Benjamin as disturbingly plausible, leaving him bereft of counter-arguments. Oh, what a predicament. Why, just as he intended to question this man, did he vanish? Was he truly this unfortunate? After all the effort to follow and devise a meticulous plan, having outsmarted the scarred man, did he truly fall victim to a mere urgent need? Benjamin's expression reflected his utter despondency. After addressing his subordinates, the scarred man returned to stand before Benjamin, feigning exasperation as he spread his hands. You heard him. It is not that I am unwilling to assist you, but he ran off. What can I do? Benjamin found himself at an impasse. The pursuit of the assassin's mastermind thwarted, and in such an unforeseen manner. Nevertheless, he refused to concede defeat. After a moment's contemplation, he added, at the very least, You must inform me about this bamboo pole. When did he arrive? Where did he come from? Where does he usually operate? What is his name? If you cannot provide me with this information, do not expect me to reveal Michelle's location." At this, the scarred man's expression darkened. "Your demands seem rather excessive. Do you truly believe I am incapable of locating that woman without your assistance? Do you think I lack the courage to eliminate you?" As he spoke, he displayed a gesture suggestive of reaching for his firearm. He was not inflated with arrogance, yet he was acutely aware of the remarkable stealth techniques employed by Michelle. Even the church requires Benjamin's aid to track her down, let alone this bandit leader. Observing his demeanor, it was evident he had been searching for Michelle for several months without even a single strand of her hair to grasp. In this predicament, Benjamin was the sole lead he could pursue. How could he possibly consider harming him? His confidence was not merely a product of his strength, but rather an unwavering assurance that penetrated all angles. It seemed he was becoming a tad overconfident. No, that would not do. He must maintain composure and approach the situation with caution. What did this reaction signify? It indicated that the scarred man was truly at his wits' end concerning Benjamin, which left him with no recourse but to hurl a few expletives in frustration. Yet he remained powerless. Observing this, Benjamin felt a twinge of curiosity. What kind of irreconcilable enmity existed between the scarred man and Michelle that compelled him to pursue her so relentlessly? Exercising caution, he began to analyze the psychological state of the scarred man. Hatred could not wield such overwhelming power. It could only be a matter of self-interest. Suddenly, a revelation struck Benjamin. He gazed into the scarred man's menacing eyes, which were alarmingly close. No, these were not merely brutal eyes. Within them lay emotions of helplessness, resentment, and ambition. He was the mightiest bandit in the kingdom, yet his stronghold had been obliterated by the church, leaving him the sole survivor. He should harbor hatred for the church, not for Michelle, yet he lacked the capacity to confront the church unless... An idea emerged in Benjamin's mind, an unfounded yet remarkably persuasive conclusion. The scarred man sought out Michelle not out of animosity, but rather in hopes of becoming a sorcerer through her guidance, thus acquiring greater power. Just as Benjamin arrived at this conclusion, the scarred man was also observing him, perhaps attempting to decipher Benjamin's thoughts. Noticing Benjamin's unchanging expression, the scarred man suddenly furrowed his brow and uttered a single phrase. "Are you a sorcerer?" Chapter 54. The character of Ice Shatter. Upon hearing those words, Benjamin's heart tightened with dread. Alas, there was no time for hesitation. He immediately began to chant a spell, preparing to employ his magic, determined to subdue the scarred man with utmost swiftness. The moment the scarred man uttered that phrase, Benjamin's plan unraveled completely. In truth, regardless of what the scarred man had discovered, Benjamin was capable of managing the situation. The revelation of the handgun was even a component of Benjamin's strategy. The scarred man's awareness of the firearm would likely cause him to lower his guard. However, the scarred man had discerned Benjamin's identity as a mage. Magic was Benjamin's ultimate trump card, his most formidable asset. Once exposed, his circumstances would shift from a position of confidence to one of peril. At this moment, he could only recite the incantation while fervently praying that the scarred man had just realized his identity as a mage and was unable to react in time. Otherwise, he would have surely fallen into the scarred man's trap. Fortunately, the scarred man seemed to have only just grasped this reality. He did not produce any timely or effective response. As Benjamin's incantation filled the air, the scarred man's expression shifted dramatically, his hand anxiously reaching for the handgun at his waist. Just as his fingers grazed the weapon, he found himself utterly immobilized. Benjamin's right hand grasped the scarred man's shoulder, his thumb and forefinger pinching a slender ice needle. The majority of the needle pierced deep into the scarred man's arm, while a small portion remained firmly clutched by Benjamin, who continued to drive it further in. In that instant, as the ice needle penetrated, a chilling wave enveloped the scarred man's body, freezing him in place. He could not even muster the strength to struggle. The breath he exhaled crystallized into white frost in the air. Seeing this, Benjamin finally felt a sense of relief. Thank goodness I had already mastered the second spell before coming here. Otherwise, this situation would have been quite troublesome, he murmured to himself. Indeed, prior to venturing into the outskirts, Benjamin had successfully condensed his second magical character, learning the spell of Ice Shatter. After utilizing a water element crystal, the speed of manipulating water elements within his consciousness had significantly increased, allowing the water sphere to rapidly absorb water elements. Finally, last night, accompanied by a soft chime, The task of the thunderbolt floating window was completed. He felt a surge of inspiration wash over him. Approaching the water sphere, he extended his hand towards it and recited the incantation for Ice Shatter, which he had memorized thoroughly. Between Ice Shatter and Steam Pillar, he chose to learn Ice Shatter first. Ice, being solid, possessed greater offensive capabilities, and its inherent coldness provided excellent control, rendering it far more practical than its gaseous counterpart. Thus, at the moment he uttered the incantation, the radiant water sphere swiftly transformed into ice, resembling a brilliant crystal orb. Soon, cracks emerged upon its surface. Accompanied by the sound of ice fragments shattering within, the fissures multiplied, as if something astonishing was brewing at the heart of the ice sphere, causing the light it emitted to pulse dramatically. "It's here." Unable to contain his anticipation, Benjamin exclaimed. At last, the ice sphere shattered, and with a radiant contraction, a blue triangular character, identical in appearance to the previous one, materialized before Benjamin's eyes. As soon as the triangular character formed, it vibrated and emitted its inaugural chime. Waves rippled through his consciousness, and Benjamin sensed that something had quietly transformed. However, amidst this experiment, he discovered even more delightful surprises. He found that the new magical character, astonishingly, required no reinforcement to match the strength of the old one. Under its influence, Benjamin could now summon enormous ice blocks with remarkable ease, manipulating them with finesse. He could shatter the ice into numerous arrows or mold it into a sturdy shield, akin to the most skilled ice sculptor, capable of shaping the ice into any form he desired. Of course, the flexibility of the ice's transformation paled in comparison to that of the water sphere. Nevertheless, Benjamin was not disheartened, for he realized that the compression limit of ice exceeded that of water. He could even condense a block of ice larger than a washing machine into a needle as thin as a hair. A needle that, even at a mere glance, would instill a sense of cold dread. This ice needle swiftly supplanted the blessed bullets, evolving into Benjamin's latest lethal weapon. He was confident that even the senior mage's water barrier at the Silent Academy would freeze and shatter upon a gentle poke from this needle. Regrettably, Benjamin soon discovered that the ice needle could not leave his hand. Once detached, it would vanish, reverting to water elements. Thus, this formidable weapon could only be employed in close combat. When he first devised this technique, he never anticipated that the rigorously conditional ice needle would be put to use so swiftly. In the depths of the sewer, when the scarred man declared him a mage, he was grasping Benjamin by the collar, their faces mere inches apart. This proximity was not conducive to employing the water sphere spell. Hence, Benjamin opted for Ice Shatter. He recited the incantation, conjuring the ice needle, and in the very moment the scarred man prepared to draw his gun, he struck. At the moment of attack, he was uncertain of the needle's true power. What if he failed to subdue the scarred man? Thus, he thrust with all his might, his demeanor more ferocious than that of a vengeful spirit. Fortunately, the potency of the ice needle far exceeded Benjamin's expectations. Although the scarred man still clutched his collar, he could no longer move. His face was mottled with ice fragments, his eyebrows adorned with icicles, and he emanated a cloud of white vapor, unable to even twitch. Benjamin felt as though he were grasping a frozen statue. Did this single thrust truly freeze him to death? Good heavens, how formidable! Even the system couldn't help but exclaim in awe. After a moment's reflection, Benjamin quickly withdrew the ice needle, dispelling the magic, which also alleviated some of the cold from the scarred man. He did not wish for the scarred man to perish so soon. He had questions to pose. Thankfully, the scarred man had not succumbed to a frozen demise. Once the magic dissipated, he remained stiff for a moment before abruptly releasing Benjamin and collapsing to the ground, coughing violently and expelling numerous shards of crimson ice. His body trembled uncontrollably, as if he had just been rescued from icy waters in the Antarctic. Evoking a sense of pity, thank you, the scarred man managed to utter, his condition improving slightly enough to speak. Yet, his body remained frozen and pale, shaking incessantly, rendering him incapable of movement as he lay on the ground. With his gun trained on the scarred man, Benjamin inquired, "How did you discover I was a mage?" Chapter 55. The unexpected visitor. The identity of a mage was a vital secret for Benjamin, one that must never be revealed. The scarred man's ability to deduce Benjamin's magical nature so effortlessly left him feeling uneasy. Had he inadvertently exposed some telltale sign? He felt compelled to inquire, hoping to establish a precaution for the future. After all, if he were to reveal a similar flaw in front of the bishop, it could lead to his immediate downfall. Thus, he posed the question, "I didn't realize you were a mage. I merely found you somewhat suspicious and casually mentioned it to test you. And I never expected you truly were a mage." Damn it. He had overthought the situation again. A semblance of relief washed over him. With this matter resolved, he proceeded to ask another question. "Your subordinate, the one with the bamboo pole, tell me everything you know about him." The scarred man trembled for a considerable time before responding, "I don't even know where he came from. These subordinates, they're merely a group of friends I gathered haphazardly. I have no time to ascertain the background of each one." Benjamin felt a wave of disappointment. He hadn't anticipated that this notorious bandit would be such a clueless individual. It seemed he would glean no further information from him. He had wasted enough time on this matter. Consequently, Benjamin disengaged the safety on his firearm, preparing to eliminate the scarred man in one swift motion. "Don't. Please, Master Mage. Don't kill me if you fire that gun. My subordinates will come rushing and they will certainly discover your identity. Please, spare me." The scarred man panicked, his limbs frozen, yet he crawled to Benjamin's feet, pleading. Upon hearing this, Benjamin nodded thoughtfully. It was indeed troublesome if the gunfire attracted others. Moreover, upon reflection, he realized he needn't waste a bullet. He had no means to call for help from his subordinates. Previously, he had shouted to communicate, but now, speech was a struggle, let alone shouting. His subordinates wouldn't hear him. In all likelihood, in a short while, he wouldn't be able to speak at all. In essence, he was already a dead man. Whether he pulled the trigger or not made little difference. With this thought, Benjamin instead holstered his weapon. The realization that Benjamin had come to, the scarred man felt acutely. Sensing Benjamin's inclination to abandon him, he immediately began to plead again. "Master Mage, please save me. I can serve you loyally. I can work for you. I know many things. Much about mages." Benjamin ignored him, moving to Jeremy's side, preparing to drag the unconscious man away. "Don't go. Master Mage. Save me. Only your magic can save me. I know where there are elemental crystals. Just save me, and I will tell you." Master Mage. Suddenly, Benjamin halted his movements. He reconsidered his decision to leave the scarred man behind. "Master Mage, truly I met that woman because of the elemental crystals. I know where they are. Just save me, and I will take you there." Seeing this, the scarred man felt as though he were a fish stranded on the shore, finally seeing the waves, hope rekindling in his eyes. Benjamin, however, remained silent, observing the scarred man as if deep in thought. The scarred man grew more agitated, repeating similar pleas, his will to survive manifesting vividly. Yet, Benjamin appeared not to hear him. After contemplating for a moment, he finally moved. He bent down and began to search the scarred man's belongings. A dagger, a small pouch of gold coins, a pistol, several boxes of ammunition, a map. He collected all that was useful and discarded the rest. Then, he recited an incantation, summoning a healing water orb. Thank you, Master Mage." The scarred man was invigorated. He looked as if, had he not been frozen, he would have bowed deeply before Benjamin in reverence. The healing orb was applied to the scarred man's injuries, and Benjamin summoned another water orb immediately. The scarred man's wounds were severe, not easily remedied by just a few healing orbs. Fortunately, Benjamin's power had grown significantly, and each healing orb he summoned was substantial, enabling him to address such injuries effectively. After applying over 20 healing orbs, the scarred man's wounds finally healed completely. He rose from the ground, joyfully testing his limbs, his body as agile as before, with no trace left of the frostbite. "Master Mage, your magic is truly marvelous," he exclaimed, looking up at Benjamin. However, what he beheld was the ominous barrel of a gun. Bang! Benjamin squeezed the trigger of the weapon he had used to kill the paladin, striking the scarred man squarely in the forehead. With an expression of terror, despair, and disbelief, the scarred man collapsed, blood oozing from the bullet hole in his brow. His eyes were wide with shock, as if he could not comprehend why Benjamin, after exerting such effort to heal him, had suddenly reversed his decision and shot him dead. In truth, Benjamin had not changed his mind. From the very beginning, he had no intention of sparing the scarred man. He was a villain of the worst kind. Killing him 1,000 times would elicit not a shred of pity from Benjamin. He did not trust the scarred man's words about the elemental crystals. This man was ambitious and cunning, and it was impossible for him to genuinely surrender. Trusting him would be akin to walking willingly into the jaws of death. He would first heal the scarred man, then kill him, solely for one reason, to ensure that the scarred man did not die by a mage's hand. The commotion in the outer city had already attracted considerable attention, with even the paladin dispatched by the church to protect him now dead. Once the church learned of this, they would undoubtedly conduct a thorough investigation. As one of the key figures in this incident, Benjamin needed to craft a convincing narrative to maintain his innocence. His story would be thus: after the paladin was killed by the scarred man, both he and Jeremy were taken captive. The scarred man brought him to the sewers, interrogating him about Michelle, during which he seized the opportunity to shoot the scarred man in a moment of negligence. While this tale might sound somewhat far-fetched, it was not entirely implausible. To align with the narrative Benjamin had concocted, the scarred man needed to die from a gunshot, without any suspicious signs of frostbite. Hence, Benjamin had gone to such lengths to ensure the scarred man was completely healed, leaving no trace behind. Thus, the earlier scene unfolded. In the city, dominated by the church's influence, caution was paramount. After killing the scarred man, Benjamin had no time to reflect on the gravity of taking a life for the first time. He simply hoisted Jeremy onto his back and made to leave. The gunfire would surely alert the scarred man's subordinates. And while Benjamin was uncertain whether they would come to investigate, he was keen to avoid exacerbating the situation. In short, this was a place of peril, and lingering would be unwise. Fortunately, after days of military training, his stamina had improved significantly. Otherwise, carrying the unconscious Jeremy would have been a daunting task, let alone escaping. However, just as he lifted Jeremy onto his back, a voice suddenly called out from behind him. "Benjamin Reiser, was it you who just used magic in this location?" Benjamin turned in astonishment, only to see a squad of knights standing at the entrance of the sewer, gazing at him from a distance. There were 14 of them in total, clad in resplendent armor that gleamed even in the dim light of the sewer. They stood in orderly ranks, golden longswords clasped in their hands. The leader, with his sword pointed menacingly at Benjamin's throat, rendered him momentarily breathless. His heart nearly ceased to beat, and it felt as though all the blood in his body surged towards his head. It was over. They were the purifiers. Chapter 56. The rational choice. The moment Benjamin laid eyes on the purifiers, a wave of darkness washed over him. He had been diligently erasing magical traces, attempting to deceive the church, yet here they were, an entire squad dedicated to hunting mages, standing before him. It was nothing short of a cruel irony. Once again, he felt the malevolence of this world. Why did they have to appear at this very moment? Why not simply let a meteor descend and end his life? What a farce. He needed to regain his composure. Any further panic would spell his doom. Taking a deep breath, he forced himself to think, to strategize. What should he do? Flee. But could he truly escape? Recalling the speed at which the purifiers had pursued Michelle, he doubted his chances of evading them. Was he to confront them head-on? Frankly, even against a squad of paladins, he might struggle. How could he possibly contend with a group of purifiers? After narrowly escaping from Michelle, he had gathered considerable information about the purifiers. They were elite squads formed from selected paladins who underwent specialized training. The primary distinction between them and ordinary paladins was their mastery of divine spells and unique combined attack techniques. Stripping away their celestial radiance, they were, in essence, exceptionally skilled paladins with rigorous training. This made them seem less formidable, yet how adept were their divine spells? How potent were their combined assaults? Benjamin was uncertain. He only knew Michelle's trepidation towards them and the church's unwavering confidence in their abilities. Therefore, engaging them was tantamount to courting death. With no path to flee or fight, Benjamin stood there, adrenaline surging as a purifier pointed his sword at him. In that fleeting moment, he felt akin to a desperate patient in the throes of terminal illness, his mind a chaotic stew, frantically attempting to concoct a solution. What should he do? Suddenly, his gaze fell upon the corpse of the scarred man, and an idea struck him. The purifiers could sense magic within a certain range, but that did not mean they could identify who the mage was. At least, from their earlier conversation, they had not confirmed Benjamin's identity as a mage. There was no choice. It was time to shift the blame, and the dead man would bear the burden. With that thought, he pointed at the scarred man's body and exclaimed, "This is the individual, the leader of the North Mountain Bandits. He escaped after the ambush. He is an evil mage." Though this idea sprang from a moment of desperation, he could not afford to show any signs of doubt now that he had spoken. Life is but a performance. After all, and one's acting skills are paramount. The leading purifier frowned slightly, glancing at the corpse, revealing a hint of surprise. It seemed they were already familiar with the North Mountain Bandits. He exchanged glances with his fellow purifiers. "Sir Reiser, Could you stabilize your emotions and recount the events leading up to this incident? He inquired, turning his attention back to Benjamin. Taking a deep breath to feign calmness, Benjamin began to weave his tale. He felt like Chao Ji composing poetry in haste, his mind racing as he unleashed his acting prowess. In a heartbeat, he fabricated a new narrative. The witch? Was she the one who kidnapped you last time? The leading purifier pondered, furrowing his brow. Benjamin nodded vigorously. Yes, indeed. Michelle, her name is etched in my memory. I followed the bishop's orders and did not heed the witch's letter. Little did I expect she would send such a brigand to capture me. At this, several purifiers exchanged thoughtful glances. Benjamin sensed their wariness and suspicion lessening as they regarded him. It appeared his story was convincing enough. By linking the plot to Michelle's letter, he bolstered his credibility. His previously tense wrists began to relax. Sir Riser, did you slay this villain? The lead purifier inquired further. Benjamin nodded. He was quite proud after slaying the paladin and unaware that I was armed. I had been training with the kingdom's gunners, and when he turned his back, I drew my weapon. He sensed it too late, and I fired, and now he lies as you see. Having completed his tale, Benjamin felt a wave of uncertainty wash over him. He was unsure if his narrative would persuade the purifiers, let alone the church. Understood, the purifier replied with a nod, his initial hostility dissipating. Sir Riser, this matter involves a fallen and a paladin's sacrifice. We cannot make hasty decisions. Would you accompany us to the church to meet the bishop? Benjamin readily agreed. Certainly, I would like to see the bishop again. This was an anticipated development. Whenever mages and magic were involved, the church would inevitably summon individuals for interrogation. Benjamin found himself in this predicament for the third time, yet he was not taken aback. As he began fabricating his story, he had already instructed the system to fabricate memories. Though the system initially resisted, it complied in the face of urgency. The bishop placed immense trust in the memories he extracted. However, as with every encounter Benjamin faced, unforeseen events always lurked on the horizon. Just as the lead purifier approached the corpse of the scarred man, an ominous feeling surged within Benjamin. The man was not a mage. His corpse held no formidable evil power. If the purifiers examined the body and discerned this fact, the truth would be painfully evident. Only Benjamin, Jeremy, and the scarred man were present. The latter was not a mage. Jeremy was unconscious, and the purifiers had just sensed magic nearby. The only conclusion would emerge in the minds of the purifiers. Benjamin would be purified on the spot. What a predicament! Why had no one informed him that a corpse could reveal whether a person was a mage? It was a dire situation. Before long, the leading purifier stood beside the scarred man, closing the distance to Benjamin. He nodded at Benjamin and crouched down, preparing to examine the body. What to do? Countless thoughts raced through Benjamin's mind. The purifier had entered the range of his ice needles. Should he strike now? He was confident in the power of his ice needles. Even a purifier would struggle to withstand them. But what of the remaining 13? Indeed, purifiers were renowned for their collective strength. The absence of their leader would diminish their combat effectiveness. Yet, could he truly defeat the remaining purifiers? Could he escape their grasp? In that fleeting moment, despair and madness intertwined and wrestled within Benjamin's mind. He felt as though his very being was torn asunder. One half urged him to act swiftly, while the other implored him to surrender, proclaiming that all was lost and that any struggle was futile. If he had been granted sufficient time, he could have collected his thoughts, weighed the pros and cons, and conceived a more prudent course of action. Yet, at this moment, he had not even a moment to hesitate. In the blink of an eye, a fierce instinct for survival surged forth once more. To hell with it, he thought. Let us take a gamble. A desperate push could transform a bicycle into a motorcycle. The purifiers were human too. Being human meant they possessed vulnerabilities. And vulnerabilities could be vanquished. Just as he was preparing to wield his magic to eliminate the leader of the purifiers, an unforeseen event abruptly interrupted all his actions, causing the captain of the purifiers to halt his examination of the corpses. Suddenly, a paladin burst forth from the entrance of the sewer, shouting loudly at the purifiers. Chapter 57. A seamless ambush. Upon hearing the words, the leader of the purifiers halted his examination of the corpse. He stood up, turned around, and observed the suddenly appearing paladin, his brow furrowed. What has transpired? Did the bishop send you? He inquired. Beneath the helmet, there was a woman with short black hair. Under ordinary circumstances, Benjamin might have been taken aback by the presence of a woman among the paladins, but at this moment, he was far too overwhelmed to dwell on such thoughts. Although he was unaware of the underlying changes, The arrival of the paladin and the news she brought were undeniably fortuitous for Benjamin, diverting the attention of the purifiers. He found himself with more room to maneuver and additional time to contemplate how to navigate the current predicament. Seizing this opportunity, he steadied his mind and gradually calmed himself. While he did not know the name of this female knight, he felt a genuine gratitude for her presence. If her arrival caused the purifiers to neglect their examination of the scarred man's corpse, Benjamin would undoubtedly regard her as a savior, offering daily incense in her honor. "Kristen, what has happened?" one of the purifiers inquired. The female knight, clutching her helmet, approached with a grave demeanor and said, "Individuals from the Silent Academy have reappeared. They are conspiring with that witch to launch an attack on the cathedral." What? Shock registered on the faces of all present. Even Benjamin, standing to the side, found his jaw agape. Mages were clashing with the church? This was an utterly unexpected development, and moreover, the Silent Academy and Michelle, despite their arrogance, they had always operated in the shadows. An assault on the cathedral? How could that be possible? At least, based on Benjamin's understanding of Michelle, she was not the type to engage in such actions. If not because of Michelle, then, could it be due to the Silent Academy? After years of recuperation, had they cultivated a sufficient number of mages to challenge the church openly? Surely not. Observing their curriculum, Introduction to Magic, and recalling the two rather naive mages he encountered, Benjamin found it hard to believe the Silent Academy was that formidable. What were these people thinking? Launching an attack on St. Peter's Cathedral? Madness. Even amidst chaos, there should be a semblance of order. This news was staggering to Benjamin, and for the purifiers, it was akin to a thunderclap, leaving them bewildered and exchanging glances of confusion. After a brief moment of disarray, the leader of the purifiers quickly regained his composure. "Everyone, remain calm. I will connect with the bishop using the eye of God to ascertain the current situation." As he spoke, he reached into his armor, seemingly to retrieve something. Upon witnessing this, Benjamin suddenly felt something amiss. The eye of God. What was that? A long-range communication tool developed by the church? However, if the church possessed such a device, why would the bishop not communicate directly with the purifier squad instead of sending a paladin? Was this not an unnecessarily roundabout approach? Furthermore, something felt off. The entire situation seemed peculiar from beginning to end. The purifiers appeared to recognize the female knight, showing no doubt regarding the authenticity of her claims. Yet, as a mage, grounded in his understanding of other mages, Benjamin remained skeptical about the occurrence. As he pondered, he glanced at the female knight who had delivered the news. To his surprise, she was looking back at him, her expression enigmatic, as if signaling him with her golden eyes, sharp like an owl's. A sense of familiarity washed over him. Golden eyes? Like a bolt of lightning striking Benjamin. An utterly wild thought flashed through his mind. After glancing at the female knight again, he revised his initial impression. No, this thought was not crazy at all. Rather, it was the only correct and rational explanation for the current predicament. This female knight was Michelle. Michelle, she had come to rescue him? Upon witnessing the renewed shock on Benjamin's face, the female knight, who was indeed Michelle, suddenly smirked coldly. She shook her sleeves, producing 2 daggers, and stealthily approached the backs of 2 purifiers. All the purifiers were still focused on the eye of God, oblivious to her presence. She moved like an assassin beneath the sun. No assassin would dare tread in sunlight, hence no one suspected an assassin existed there. She appeared as a concerned ally, her hands resting on the shoulders of the 2 purifiers, before suddenly slashing at their throats. Blood sprayed forth as both purifiers collapsed. "Kristen, what are you doing?" Only the leader of the purifiers witnessed this scene and halted his actions with the eye of God. The others, turning upon hearing the furious shout and the sound of bodies hitting the ground, were met with shock. Clearly, they were bewildered by the unfolding events, though at the very least, they saw their 2 comrades fall. Years of training kicked in, prompting them to draw their swords, directing them at Michelle, their blades beginning to coalesce with holy light. However, a murmured incantation compelled them to turn back once more. They glanced towards the scarred man's corpse, where Benjamin held an ice needle, poised at the leader's throat, his body enveloped in frost. His motion to draw his sword was halted mid-action, rendered immobile as if he were a corpse in a cold storage. Just moments prior, all attention had been drawn to Michelle, and Benjamin seized the opportunity to summon the ice needle, delivering a surprise attack that dispatched the purifier leader. In the process of slaying the leader, Benjamin also snatched the eye of God, a silver orb radiating divine energy, from the leader's grasp. He locked eyes with Michelle, then without hesitation, crushed the Eye of God. No. Several purifiers simultaneously let out roars of fury, unsure whether they mourned the fallen leader or lamented their severed connection with the church. Thus, Benjamin and Michelle, in perfect synchrony, swiftly dispatched 3 purifiers, including their leader. Yet, the ambush was far from over. Seizing the moment while the purifiers were distracted by Benjamin, Michelle discarded her daggers and charged at another purifier from behind, drawing her blessed longsword and striking fiercely. The purifier, caught off guard, could only instinctively attempt to evade. As a result, the longsword did not cleave his exposed head in two, but instead struck his armor. The clash of the sword against the armor unleashed a brilliant flash of holy light, accompanied by the jarring sound of metal fracturing. Michelle's longsword shattered into 2 pieces, the blade flying far away, yet the purifier's armor bore a small breach. Only then did the purifier react, emitting a furious roar as he turned to swing his sword at Michelle, intent on cleaving her in half. Yet, Michelle swiftly dodged, diving into the purifier's embrace. With her now broken sword, she thrust it into the crack in the armor she had created. A piercing scream erupted as Michelle released her grip on the hilt and rapidly retreated, creating distance between herself and the other advancing purifiers. The purifier she had attacked, clutching the breach in his armor, gazed at Michelle, his face a mixture of shock and confusion, before he collapsed to the ground. The sound of armor crashing against the floor heralded the success of Michelle and Benjamin's collaborative ambush. Everything transpired with remarkable swiftness. From the moment Michelle stealthily struck the first 2 purifiers with a dagger, to Benjamin's lethal precision in dispatching their captain with an ice spear, shattering the Eye of God, and culminating in Michelle's forceful execution of yet another purifier with a longsword, the entire sequence unfolded in less than 20 seconds. The surrounding purifiers were unable to come to the aid of their fallen comrade, brutally slain by Michelle. In the midst of a whirlwind of deceit, ambushes, betrayal, and death, perhaps those fleeting moments were overwhelming for them, leaving them unable to process the onslaught of information. One cannot fault them. Benjamin and Michelle, in their first collaboration, exhibited a synergy akin to that of comrades forged through decades of battle. They cleverly diverted the purifier's attention through surprise attacks, creating opportunities for further ambushes, leaving their foes disoriented and bewildered. However, the brief span of time was sufficient for the purifiers to regain their composure amidst the chaos. They were, after all, elite members of the church, the nightmares of mages, and their extensive training enabled them to make a unified decision even in the absence of their leader. Ignoring Michelle, they collectively turned their aggression towards Benjamin. Chapter 58. The Sword of Holy Light. Damn it, I knew it would come for me. Faced with the actions of the purifiers, Benjamin couldn't help but utter a curse. However, this was already the best outcome. With the loss of 4 members, the purifier squad's combat effectiveness had diminished significantly. This was the most perfect synergy that he and Michelle could achieve in just over 10 seconds of effort. In fact, those fleeting seconds of ambush were filled with considerable information for Benjamin. From the moment he recognized Michelle, his emotions had been in a state of turmoil. Yet, when he saw her draw 2 daggers, he immediately understood what needed to be done next. Perhaps it was due to the prolonged mind games between him and Michelle. He had spent so long trying to decipher her thoughts that he had become exceptionally attuned to her intentions. The greatest understanding often comes from one's adversary. Through mere eye contact, the plan for the ambush began to brew in their minds. Benjamin was acutely aware that this was their only way out. If the purifier's captain were to contact the bishop, Michelle's deception would soon be uncovered, and in the end, not only would Benjamin suffer the consequences, but Michelle would as well. Although Benjamin still harbored many questions in his mind, why would Michelle risk her life to save him? Why did all these purifiers recognize Michelle and call her Christine, without questioning her paladin guise? He had no time to hesitate. There was no room for indecision. Fight or perish, and perhaps fighting would grant them a chance at survival. They had to annihilate this purifier squad here, sealing all secrets within the filth of this sewer. For this reason, after Benjamin used ice needles to dispatch the purifier captain, he seized the divine eye from his hand, shattering it under Michelle's urging gaze. As Michelle forcefully eliminated the 4th purifier, the ambush was essentially deemed successful, and the remaining purifiers would soon react. Benjamin began his preparations. The purifiers, recovering from the chaos, would not be easy to deal with. He first conjured a defensive bubble around himself, then proceeded to compress one water bomb after another. He was not surprised that the remaining 10 purifiers would focus their fire on him. It was a precaution he had anticipated. Clearly, the mission of the purifiers was to eliminate mages. Although Michelle had betrayed them, she had not employed any magic. Thus, they remained oblivious to the fact that their Christine was indeed a mage, making Benjamin their primary target. Thus, the advantage of the ambush faded, and the time for a direct confrontation had arrived. Divine protection upon us. 10 purifiers raised their swords in unison, radiant holy light coalescing upon their long blades. Their movements were synchronized, and as they intoned incantations, the holy light above them converged into a colossal sword, entirely composed of divine radiance. They then aimed their swords directly at Benjamin. The sword of holy light descended fiercely upon Benjamin. Simultaneously, he had already condensed over 10 water bombs in his hands. Maintaining this many water bombs was beginning to strain him, yet with his life at stake, he dared not be negligent and braced himself for the challenge. Faced with the magnificent sword of holy light, he steeled his resolve and hurled all the water bombs at it. Moreover, after launching the water bombs, he suppressed the burgeoning headache and once again invoked the ice shard spell, forming a smooth, thick ice mirror before him. He feared that the multitude of water bombs would be insufficient to withstand the blow, and that the sword of holy light would cleave him and the water bubble in twain. Thus, he summoned the ice mirror, hoping to utilize the principle of reflection to defend against the holy attack. This strategy was not a spur-of-the-moment decision. He had contemplated various methods to counter divine magic since he first learned the ice shard spell, knowing that one day he would inevitably face the church's pursuit. Through his studies, he had discerned that divine magic was essentially light-based sorcery. Since it was light, it could be reflected. Hence, Benjamin had devised this tactic early on to counter divine spells. He was uncertain of its effectiveness, as this was his first attempt. His heart remained uneasy. In the blink of an eye, the water bombs collided with the sword of holy light, producing a cacophony of explosive sounds that nearly deafened him, as if the entire sewer were trembling. The multitude of water bombs detonated, sending a torrent of water cascading like a colossal wave that engulfed the sword of holy light. Had he succeeded? Seeing this, Benjamin could not help but feel a surge of joy. Indeed, the purifiers were renowned for their coordinated attacks, and without their captain's guidance and the loss of 3 comrades, their collective power had diminished considerably. However, before he could revel in his victory, the torrent of water began to dissipate. A golden beam of light pierced through the deluge, as if cleaving through a waterfall, soaring forth. It was the sword of holy light. Though its form had grown unstable and its size reduced by more than half due to the impact of the water bombs, it still bore the momentum of purifying all things, striking fiercely toward Benjamin. Benjamin hastily maneuvered the ice mirror to meet it head-on. When the great sword collided with the ice mirror, holy light erupted in all directions. The scene resembled a flurry of welding sparks, blinding to the eye. Yet, Benjamin had to keep his eyes open, facing the spectacle. With a resounding crash, the ice mirror shattered into countless tiny shards that dissipated into the air. The sword of holy light could not maintain its form either, fracturing into 10 shards of holy light. Yet, these shards did not disperse. They continued to charge toward Benjamin with tenacity. Damn it, are they persistent? Benjamin had no time to react, fearing that the defensive bubble would not withstand the shards. He could do little else at that moment. The burden of continuously casting spells weighed heavily upon him. He could only summon a massive water sphere to shield himself, unable to conjure more magic. Oh, water sphere, what can a single water sphere accomplish? The shards of holy light plunged into the water sphere like fish entering the sea, their speed unaffected in the slightest. Clearly, a solitary water sphere would not suffice to halt the remnants of the sword of holy light. However, witnessing this scene, an epiphany struck Benjamin. Before the shards could penetrate the water sphere, he harnessed his triangular sigil and began to manipulate the massive water sphere as if playing with it in a realm of consciousness. Under his control, the water within the sphere began to swirl rapidly. In mere moments, a vortex formed inside, with the flow intensifying with each passing second. At the instant the vortex emerged, everything changed. The 10 shards of holy light, on the verge of breaking free from the water sphere, were ensnared by the suddenly appearing vortex. They had been so close to breaching the sphere, yet could advance no further. What kind of magic is this? Even the purifiers who had unleashed the attack showed expressions of disbelief, attempting to direct their will to propel the shards out of the vortex. Yet, all their efforts proved futile. Soon, The shards of holy light completely lost their control, drifting within the water sphere as if they were mere fish, swept along by the currents, devoid of any aggression. Seeing this, Benjamin exhaled in relief. He had finally managed to deflect their most formidable attack. This battle was devoid of any feints. It was a direct strike aimed at his very life, with no room for mercy. Benjamin estimated that these purifiers would soon find it challenging to mount such an offensive again. Fortunately, had he not had the quick wit to deflect the strike with a water balloon, the outcome might have been uncertain. Truly, the water balloon proved its worth. In that moment, he gained a deeper understanding of the boundless possibilities inherent in the art of water balloon magic. Hail to the water balloon, a guardian of peace. However, before Benjamin could fully appreciate the spirit of the water balloon he had just experienced, the next wave of assault swiftly approached him. The purifiers, seeing the holy light greatsword utterly neutralized, wasted no time in making their next decision. They charged at Benjamin with swords raised, intent on reducing him to a mere pulp through sheer numbers. Benjamin was taken aback by this overwhelming display. Goodness, they had shifted from ranged attacks to close combat. Chapter 59, The End of Battle? Such naivety as a mage. Benjamin was acutely aware that the foremost principle when engaging in combat against warriors was to maintain distance and control. He could not afford to let the 10 purifiers close in on him. Yet, after casting numerous spells in quick succession, he felt his mental energy waning, accompanied by sharp pangs in his head. Just as he resolved to flee and create distance from his adversaries, he realized it might already be too late. The purifiers charged with alarming speed. Mud Trap? Benjamin recalled its introduction in Introduction to Magic. It was an intermediate spell capable of transforming a patch of ground into a quagmire. No wonder Michelle had been seemingly absent all this time. She must have been casting it. In this context, the spell proved remarkably effective. The purifier's advance was suddenly hindered, granting Benjamin a moment to breathe. He sprinted backward, increasing the distance, while simultaneously manipulating a massive water orb infused with holy light, hurling it toward the purifiers. The water orb and holy light posed no real threat to the purifiers. But when the vortex shattered, scattering shards of holy light, it created significant trouble for those who had stepped into the mire. Their advance faltered. At that moment, the true power of the mud trap manifested. Amidst the distraction of the water orb and holy light, the purifiers began to sink slowly into the mire, some even becoming submerged up to their knees. Seeing this, Michelle swiftly cast a basic freeze spell. Though merely an offensive spell, in the current scenario, it exhibited control surpassing that of intermediate spells. The mire was instantly frozen, transforming into solid ground. Additionally, the water released by the water orb froze under the influence of the freeze spell, wedging into the gaps of their armor, effectively immobilizing the purifier's legs. Thus, through a simple yet effective combination of spells, the purifiers found themselves ensnared, unable to move. Observing this, Benjamin felt a profound sense of relief. In the realm of magic, once an enemy was ensnared, subsequent control spells would fall into place, leaving the adversary with no chance to retaliate. At that moment, the scales of victory tilted decisively in Benjamin's favor. The purifiers, clearly aware of their predicament, struggled desperately. Yet, the intricate synergy of the spells, combined with their cumbersome armor, rendered them utterly unable to break free. Why, Christine? You have fallen to become a minion of the demon. One of the purifiers cried out to Michelle, his voice laced with anguish. The paladin Christine had long since perished. I am now the mage Michelle, she replied coldly. Despite the purifiers having endured enough upheaval that day, disbelief washed over their faces once more upon hearing her words. Michelle, you are the fallen one. No wonder you understand us so well. The purifier's expression was one of deep sorrow. None of us imagined that the most wicked of the fallen, the one we pursued for so long, was hiding among us all along. Michelle scoffed, her disdain evident. That is because you are woefully dim-witted, never truly opening your eyes to perceive the realities unfolding around you. The purifiers fell into silence, Michelle's revelation serving as a brutal betrayal. Benjamin, meanwhile, could not simply watch. While curiosity about the past between Michelle and the church tugged at him, the enemy remained unvanquished, and now was not the time for idle conversation. After a brief respite to recover his mental energy, he resumed casting spells. With 8 successive uses of the Shatter Ice spell, he summoned nearly 100 sharp ice arrows. He directed these arrows to ascend high before unleashing them like a blizzard upon the immobilized purifiers. He did not wish to kill so many. Yet he could not allow any purifier to escape. Absolutely not. This had long since become a fight to the death. Witnessing this, Michelle also employed an ice arrow spell, conjuring 10 arrows to join the assault. In such dire circumstances, the purifiers remained undaunted. Faced with the deluge of ice arrows, they raised their swords in unison, letting out a low growl. Divine protection upon us. Once more, holy light erupted around them, rivaling the earlier radiance of the summoned holy sword. Under the sacred glow, their armor seemed to breathe, and a phantom shield flickered around each of them. The next moment, the rain of ice arrows descended. Boom, boom, boom. The resounding crashes echoed. Ice shards bursting forth, swirling mists erupting, instantly engulfing the cold air of the sewer. Benjamin, panting heavily, gazed at the magical spectacle he had conjured, feeling a swell of pride. How little time had passed since he first learned magic, and now he could produce such formidable assaults. Though the elemental crystals played a significant role, it was still the fruit of his own labor to annihilate a team of purifiers, albeit through various combinations and ambushes under favorable conditions, was proof enough of his stature among mages. You are too cruel. These people are so pitiable. Yet you have frozen them alive. The system interjected, opposing Benjamin unexpectedly. Surprisingly, Benjamin did not express exasperation toward the system. Instead, he reflected, what significance does pity hold? It is merely the pretense of the victorious. When they slay mages, does anyone emerge to condemn their cruelty? The cat plays with the mouse, the weasel steals the hen. We are all merely fulfilling our respective duties. The system fell momentarily silent before responding with enthusiasm. I am pouring cold water on you. Why do you not scold me? This system is insufferable. However, as the dust settled, Benjamin realized he had rejoiced too soon. The purifiers appeared disheveled, their ornate armor battered and dented. Yet, not a single one had perished in the icy downpour, nor was there even one severely injured. What the so resilient? Having easily subdued the purifiers, Benjamin had somewhat underestimated them. Nevertheless, he remained unfazed. Despite the purifiers' astonishing defense, such fortitude mattered little at this juncture. As long as they remained ensnared, they were mere stationary targets, ripe for slaughter. The purifiers continued to struggle, but after the barrage of ice arrows, their armor began to freeze, and the mire beneath their feet solidified further, resembling concrete. Their attempts to escape became increasingly futile. Across the sewer, Michelle regarded them as one would a lifeless corpse. After a brief respite, she began reciting incantations, summoning new ice arrows once more. Benjamin followed suit, restoring his mental energy and calling forth wave after wave of ice arrows. Taking form in midair, one barrage of arrows struck, followed swiftly by another. With each successive spell, the temperature in the sewer plummeted, the sluggish sewage beginning to show signs of freezing. Even Benjamin found himself exhaling visible breath, the chill prompting him to shiver. This illustrated just how many ice arrows he and Michelle were conjuring. These 10 individuals were truly unfortunate. They would have been better off perishing in the initial ambush. The system exclaimed. Indeed, it was truly tragic. Even Benjamin had to concede. Thus, the entire ordeal lasted approximately 5 minutes, during which thousands of ice arrows ravaged the scene, ultimately resulting in the demise of the 10 cleansers, one by one, within that dark, filthy sewer. They were all dead. Confirming there were no survivors, Benjamin let out a long sigh, as if a heavy stone burden had been lifted from his shoulders. He had succeeded. In that moment, having completed this event, Benjamin was suddenly struck by a profound sense of astonishment. He had killed a squad of cleansers. He truly had killed a squad of cleansers. This was a notion he had never dared to entertain before, despite being both intentional and unintentional, and the myriad of factors contributing to the outcome. He had grown stronger. Of course, he was still not strong enough. Had it not been for Michelle's unexpected arrival, Benjamin might have faced dire consequences today, perhaps even death. Michelle. It was still Michelle. I never anticipated that. In the end, it would be you who came to my rescue. With this thought, he glanced towards Michelle at the far end of the sewer. However, as he spoke, his right hand, which had been resting behind him, suddenly extended, grasping the silver pistol loaded with blessed bullets, the muzzle aimed directly at Michelle. The shooting interface unfolded rapidly. Michelle was also gazing at Benjamin, wearing a smile. In that instant, Benjamin's heart sank. Before he could fire, familiar pain surged through his abdomen, spreading throughout his body. Under the excruciating agony, Benjamin collapsed to the ground. Once again, the gun slipped from his grasp, falling beside him. Damn it! Michelle had anticipated Benjamin's sudden attack. She had let the curse take effect once more. Chapter 60. The sincerity of the deal for the sewers of Havelight's outskirts. This day was destined to be extraordinary. The cold mist dissipated, revealing a scene strewn with corpses. Ornate armor, marred and scattered across the frozen mire, bore witness to the chaos. Among the flowing filth, numerous ice floes drifted. Yet, the events that rendered this day even more remarkable were still unfolding. On the stone floor of the sewer, Benjamin writhed in agony, cursed and rendered powerless. Another attempt to turn the tables had ended in failure. Michelle stepped over the bodies of the cleansers and approached him. She looked down at Benjamin, her expression devoid of surprise, as if she had anticipated this scene from the outset. "You never intended to help me acquire the treasury, did you?" she remarked. He regretted ever thinking he could catch Michelle off guard. He also lamented the moment of hesitation that had arisen when he prepared to shoot, for she had just saved him. Had he not hesitated, perhaps it would have been Michelle lying on the ground now. Regardless, she had just risked her life for him. Though reason told Benjamin that this was the perfect opportunity to break free from Michelle's control, he could not bring himself to pull the trigger without hesitation. Upon reflection, it was clear that Michelle had been prepared. Even if Benjamin had acted without a moment's doubt, success would have likely eluded him. "I truly cannot comprehend the thought processes of you people," the system silently lamented. "One moment you draw your weapons, the next you succumb to curses, and just before, you worked so seamlessly together. Your minds shift too rapidly. I can hardly keep up." A bitter smile formed on Benjamin's lips. Perhaps their strong rapport was the issue. Even in turning against one another, they remained synchronously aligned, failing to achieve any element of surprise. He did not feel particularly disheartened. This was merely a false opportunity, a trap he had fallen into, yet aside from the torment of the curse, he would suffer no real harm. Michelle would reappear, if not this time, then surely the next. He needed but one success to free himself from the control of others. As the agony bore down on him, any gratitude he had begun to feel towards Michelle evaporated entirely, and he found himself awaiting the next opportunity to eliminate her. This curse was truly unbearable. There was no point in prolonging this entanglement. Suddenly, Michelle shook her head and said, "It appears that my display of sincerity is insufficient. You do not trust that I will complete this transaction." In the frigid sewer, despite the pain, Benjamin was drenched in sweat. The agony had dulled his hearing, rendering Michelle's words unintelligible. Noticing this, Michelle knelt down and retrieved a leaf from her sleeve. She pressed the leaf against Benjamin's forehead and uttered an incantation. In an instant, a blue light surged into Benjamin's heart. Amidst the pain, he felt a sharper stab in his abdomen. Then, as if a month-long constipation had finally cleared, the weight of pain lifted from his body. Benjamin lay on the ground, momentarily dazed, gasping for breath. As he sat up, he gazed at Michelle in astonishment. Michelle handed him the leaf. "I have lifted your curse. This leaf from the tree of time was originally discovered on you. It holds no value for me, so take it." Receiving the ginkgo leaf that had catalyzed this entire affair, Benjamin was momentarily at a loss. "Michelle, you lifted the curse? Why would you do such a thing?" he blurted out. Michelle rose, shaking her head. "You are quite peculiar. The more I threaten you with curses, the less inclined you are to cooperate. Your continued resistance leaves me no choice but to take a step back and demonstrate sincerity. Moreover, you are a mage. I have always stated that the church is our common enemy. There is no need for you to harbor such hostility towards me." Though Benjamin had always perceived Michelle as a master of deceit, her words resonated with sincerity. Sincerity, the word felt strangely foreign. In truth, ever since Michelle had appeared to save him, his animosity towards her had dissipated. Their collaboration against the cleansers had even instilled a sense of camaraderie within him. There seemed to be no reason to maintain hostility any longer. Silently, he pocketed the ginkgo leaf, stood, and faced Michelle with a genuine demeanor. "Very well. I will assist you in obtaining the treasures." Although he had never held an interest in the Lyser family's treasury, he was resolute in his decision to help Michelle acquire its contents. It was indeed a troublesome affair, but he felt compelled to act. For Michelle had saved him from the cleansers. Benjamin disliked being in debt to others. Furthermore, she was right. As mages, they ought to stand united. Ultimately, with the curse lifted, the world appeared brighter. His prior refusal to engage in a deal with Michelle stemmed mainly from the power she held over him. Thus, he had intended to turn against her after dealing with the cleansers. Now, With Michelle willing to concede, Benjamin no longer feared betrayal. After a prolonged struggle since their first encounter, they resolved their conflict in this unexpected manner. Benjamin felt an unprecedented sense of relief. It was akin to a student who had prepared for 3 years finally completing their final exams, or an intern receiving confirmation of permanent employment after 3 months. Life had taken a significant leap forward. From this point onward, he would no longer live in trepidation of Michelle. Upon hearing this, Michelle smiled, "A pleasure to cooperate." Benjamin nodded, "A pleasure to cooperate." Thus, he unexpectedly resolved the curse and formalized an alliance with Michelle, marking the end of their conflict within the sewers. Together, they swiftly departed from the dark confines. The situation was now far graver than merely the death of a paladin. An entire squad of cleansers had been annihilated. Anyone witnessing the scene of frozen mire and ice shards could ascertain that a mage was responsible for the deaths. Benjamin dared not imagine the terrifying reaction from the church upon witnessing such a sight. Thus, lingering in this place was indeed ill-advised. Upon exiting the sewers, Benjamin encountered the bodies of the knife-scarred man's henchmen, all slain, their wounds indicative of sword strikes. It was highly likely that the cleansers had executed them during their assault. The corpses lay in this desolate building, a grim spectacle. Benjamin felt no pity for them. His sole intention was to locate the assassin who had attempted to kill him. Fools often find their fortunes. This situation provided Benjamin with an opportunity. As long as the assassin remained alive, he might still uncover who had orchestrated the attack. He had not anticipated that, having stepped out that afternoon, dusk was now drawing to a close. So much had transpired in a single afternoon. Without time for reflection, he and Michelle hastened to leave the area to avoid encountering any other church personnel. Initially, he had intended to bring the unconscious Jeremy with him, but upon further consideration, he decided to leave Jeremy in the sewers. After all, one could never tell when some unexpected figure might emerge, slay the cleansers, and abduct Benjamin. Thus, Jeremy found himself abandoned here, awaiting salvation from the church. After all, he had been in a haze throughout the ordeal. Even if the church were to probe into his memories, they would uncover nothing suspicious. As for who should bear the burden of the crime of abducting Benjamin, the answer was evident. Chapter 61. Michelle's intentions. Benjamin inquired, "Why is it impossible?" Michelle halted her steps, surveying her surroundings. Noticing the remoteness of the area, where few would pass, she turned to Benjamin and articulated, "A whole squad of purifiers has perished, and the church will not let this matter rest. Even if the church has an agreement with the nobility not to interrogate them, the church will undoubtedly devise means to approach you and extract your memories. You are already a mage. The church's methods of memory extraction will no longer be effective against you. Once their methods fail, they will discover your true identity as a mage." "What do you mean?" Benjamin countered, setting aside the church's agreement with the nobility. "If the church truly cannot read a mage's memories, how did they extract my memories twice before? Isn't that absurd?" Yet, hearing the gravity in Michelle's tone, Benjamin felt the weight of her words. "I believe she is correct. However, the system suddenly interjected, explaining, during your first memory extraction, the original memories of this body were accessed. In your second extraction, I submitted fabricated memories. Your true memories have never been read. Thus their methods are indeed ineffective against mages." Benjamin was taken aback. Upon reflection, he realized the truth in this revelation. No wonder the bishop harbored no suspicion of him. Being able to have one's memories accessed by the bishop served as a proof of innocence. With this understanding, Benjamin's regard for the church diminished significantly. They were indeed quite cunning. Nonetheless, this meant that his plan for vindication remained unscathed. "I can fabricate my memories for them to read, leading them to believe they have succeeded in extracting my memories, thus failing to uncover my identity as a mage." With this thought, Benjamin spoke to Michelle. "In fact, I have already had my memories extracted by the church twice, yet here I am, alive and well." At this revelation, Michelle displayed a look of astonishment. For the people of this world, fabricating memories was indeed no trivial matter, especially when it could lead the church to mistake failure for success. The system, acting as a guiding force, had certainly made its presence felt. The Silent Academy? Now it was Benjamin's turn to be astonished. Why are we suddenly discussing the Silent Academy? After some contemplation, he felt that while the proposal posed few issues, it was ultimately unnecessary. Whether the blame was placed on anyone, the outcome would likely remain the same. The church would not genuinely attempt to eradicate the Silent Academy. If they could have done so, they would have acted long ago. Indeed, The Silent Academy was the sole mage organization within the kingdom, hidden within the mountains to the west. However, Michelle seemed to assume that Benjamin was unaware of the Silent Academy's existence. Elaborating, in the letter I previously entrusted to you for the church, I inscribed the precise location of the Silent Academy on the back of the paper using special ink. The church must have discovered it. If we can attribute today's events to the Silent Academy, the church will undoubtedly wage war against them. That letter. Are you referring to the one that instructed me to deliver it to the church, which stated, "Meet me at the prison ruins in 5 days"? He felt a bit dazed and asked for clarification, ensuring he had not misheard. The back of the letter contained the detailed location of the Silent Academy? Michelle nodded, saying, "Under normal circumstances, it would be undetectable, but with a bit of heat, the words will reveal themselves. Such tricks are obvious. The bishop will surely notice." Benjamin was dumbfounded. How did I not notice this? Moreover, the level of strategy involved was rather profound. The complexity of these individuals' world was astounding. Who could have anticipated that Michelle's true intention in writing that letter was to use Benjamin to relay the Silent Academy's information to the church? Yet, even so, what was the ultimate significance of this move? Why do you wish to provide the church with the Silent Academy's address and incite them against it? Do you harbor a grudge against them? Benjamin inquired. There's no outright enmity, merely a degree of animosity, she replied. Moreover, even if the church were to obtain the Silent Academy's location, that place is easily defensible. Those individuals have been entrenched in the mountains for so long that the church would find it challenging to deal them a significant blow. Yet, she answered with a certain assurance. Benjamin was even more perplexed. Then why pursue this course of action? Michelle shook her head, her tone tinged with sarcasm, stating, "Because those individuals are a bunch of stubborn old fools. They still consider themselves mages from ancient times, hiding in the mountains and revering their arcane and magic deities. They have grown too comfortable, forgetting the church's past massacres of mages, believing such events could never recur." Upon hearing this, Benjamin pondered deeply. Suddenly, he seemed to grasp something. Raising an eyebrow, "You mean, I should incite the church to attack the Silent Academy, to awaken those old fools?" Michelle interjected. "Mages must rise to reclaim their former glory, and those old fools must first stand up to resist the church. Regardless, they are the kingdom's only mage organization, and only they can muster such influence." At this point, Michelle paused, emphasizing her statement as a summary of her intentions. They refuse to take a stand, thus, I will use the church to compel them to do so. Benjamin finally understood Michelle's true ambitions. This woman harbored aspirations. The church would never permit mages to walk freely in the sunlight. In other words, her objective was to overturn the church's dominion. Such an endeavor would not be easily accomplished. Benjamin recalled how, at the outset, she and Annie had spoken passionately about establishing a mage kingdom. Although they had begun to scheme against one another even then, their words had been sincere. They truly possessed ideals and ambitions. For the sake of this goal, Michelle had orchestrated numerous events and manipulated many individuals. Benjamin felt a mixture of fear and admiration. With this in mind, Benjamin could not help but ask, by the way, "Are you truly a paladin?" This question had troubled him for quite some time. The idea that a mage, capable of outmaneuvering the church and instilling fear in the bishop, was actually a paladin under the church's command struck him as both ironic and absurd. How could the church be so foolish as to allow a mage to infiltrate, ascending to the position of a paladin? This question had lingered in his mind, but previously, they had been preoccupied with the purifiers. After dealing with them, a series of unexpected events had unfolded. Thus, Benjamin finally found the opportunity to voice this inquiry. The church's internal structure is not as you might imagine. There are tens of thousands of paladins in the kingdom. They cannot be tightly controlled, Michelle explained. Each knight undergoes a memory extraction upon becoming a paladin. After that, unless a paladin is involved in a significant event during a mission, the church will not read their memories again, and other forms of oversight are not particularly stringent. That is how I have managed to conceal my identity while blending in with the paladin ranks. Only an initial memory extraction? Benjamin mused. No wonder. Benjamin nodded thoughtfully. It appears he has overestimated the church's influence. Indeed, the larger the system, the more challenging its management becomes. Although the church has dominated the kingdom for many years, it still faces adversaries and continues to expand its reach. It is not difficult to comprehend the internal laxity within the church. However, if every paladin were to have their memories read from the very beginning. Benjamin gazed at Michelle with curiosity. Michelle seemed to grasp Benjamin's meaning, nodding in affirmation as she replied, "Indeed. I became a mage only after I had ascended to the rank of paladin." Chapter 62. The mysterious map. As night fell, the outskirts of Havenlight gradually came alive, bustling with the ebb and flow of people along the main thoroughfare. The scattered lights softened the darkness of the long street, rendering it less desolate. However, in some remote corners, silence reigned supreme, and it was in such a place that Benjamin found himself. It resembled an abandoned ale warehouse, the enclosed environment exuding a sense of solitude. In one corner of the warehouse, empty barrels lay haphazardly strewn about, their age rendering them devoid of any lingering scent of alcohol. Benjamin utilized one of the barrels as a makeshift seat, awaiting Michelle's arrival. According to Michelle, the church crafted a unique cross for each paladin, imbued with the essence of divine magic. If a paladin were to perish, the cross would shatter spontaneously, serving as a grim notification to the church. Upon first learning of this concept, Benjamin nearly believed he had stumbled into a realm akin to a cultivation novel. However, upon further reflection, such enchanted artifacts proved immensely practical, nearly indispensable for managing the thousands of paladins across the kingdom. It was only natural for the church to undertake such a measure, and he refrained from disparaging it. It was also due to the initial paladin's demise at the hands of the scarred man that his cross shattered, alerting the church and prompting the dispatch of this cadre of purgers. Given the significance of the paladins, the purgers held even greater importance. From the moment the first purger fell, the church had already sensed an anomaly. With 14 crosses now shattered, Benjamin could scarcely fathom the expression that would grace the bishop's face. The church was undoubtedly poised to take significant action. Knowledge of both oneself and one's adversary ensures victory in every battle. Originally intending to meditate during this time, Benjamin soon realized that 2 hours were far too brief for any substantial progress. More importantly, entering the realm of consciousness dulled his perception of the external world. Should anything untoward occur, he feared he would be unable to react in time. Thus, he sought alternative distractions for the duration of those 2 hours. After some contemplation, he retrieved a map. Following the demise of the scarred man, Benjamin had rifled through his belongings, uncovering a haphazard assortment of items. While he carefully pocketed items such as a pistol, bullets, and gold coins, he also took possession of the map. His initial thought was that a map would surely prove useful for navigation, and it could easily be memorized by the system without taxing his energy. Consequently, he paid little heed to the map at the time. However, as Benjamin, now bored, examined the map to pass the time, he quickly realized it was no ordinary cartographic representation. What kind of map would feature ins marking a specific location? This prompted him to recall the scarred man's desperate words before his demise, claiming knowledge of a location rich in elemental crystals. At that moment, Benjamin had dismissed his ramblings as mere nonsense, but now it seemed, could this be a treasure map? "Hey, take a look at this map," he said earnestly to the system. "Do you recognize the locations depicted here?" Yet, the system replied, "I do not recognize it." In all of Benjamin's years of memory, no geographical feature aligns with this map. Upon hearing this, Benjamin was taken aback. As a noble, he had received an education that included geography, and he had perused numerous maps of both the kingdom and beyond. While he might not retain every detail, the system certainly would. If the system claimed ignorance, it meant this map depicted a place that was undoubtedly unprecedented. His interest in the map intensified. Thus, the time he initially intended to squander was now devoted to a focused examination. The map illustrated predominantly rugged mountain terrain that bore no resemblance to the mountains of the kingdom's western region. The swaths marked at the center of a narrow valley. "Are there any renowned valleys in the kingdom?" he inquired of the system. "Indeed, there are numerous," the system replied, expounding upon its extensive database. Within the western mountains, several famous valleys exist, such as Windrift Valley, Amber Valley, and Dragoness Valley. To the north of the capital lies a small valley known as Pearl Valley, a favored resort for the nobility due to its proximity to Pearl Lake. The eastern border, adjacent to Isur, boasts the renowned Broken Army Valley, or the Crusader Gate. The kingdom's most formidable bastion against external foes is constructed. After detailing this plethora of valleys, the system concluded, none of these valleys share the same topography as that depicted on the map. Is that so? Benjamin found himself at a loss. It was not that he was easily disheartened, but he firmly believed in the system's impeccable memory regarding such matters. If it stated that no such place existed, then it was undoubtedly true. Could it be that the location on the map lay outside the boundaries of the Holy Kingdom? Benjamin shook his head in resignation. Well, it's of little use to me now. A pang of regret washed over him. Had he known, he would not have been so swift to dispose of the scarred man. He could have inquired about the map's origin. However, that was merely a fleeting thought. There was no point in lamenting here. He was unlikely to ever locate the place illustrated on the map. He would regard it as a mere scribble, a figment of fiction, for treasures were often the deceptive fabrications of tales, most likely falsehoods. He consoled himself with the notion that the grapes he could not reach were sour and tucked the map away. Perhaps he should simply rest here. It was not a waste of time. After all, the events of the afternoon had indeed been quite taxing. 2 hours passed. Initially, Benjamin attributed the delay to a reasonable margin of error. Perhaps Michelle had miscalculated the time or was simply moving slowly. However, as 3 hours elapsed, he began to sense something amiss. No matter how inaccurate the estimation, an hour's discrepancy seemed implausible. Michelle was not the type to be tardy. Could something have delayed her on the way? As time crept by, 3.5 hours eventually slipped away. Ultimately, Benjamin could no longer remain in this spot, idly awaiting her arrival. He understood that something must have gone awry on Michelle's end. Chapter 63. The Furl Joyous Theater. What on earth has transpired? Optimistically, one might surmise that Michelle has encountered some unforeseen circumstance that has delayed her arrival, and with a bit more patience, she will soon appear. Conversely, one might dread the possibility of her succumbing to the church's interrogation, revealing everything. If that were the case, it is likely that the church's agents are already en route to eliminate her. Fortunately, Benjamin harbors a considerable degree of faith in Michelle's capabilities. Having successfully navigated the ranks of the paladins for an extended period and adeptly maneuvered the church's operatives, she undoubtedly possesses her own methods of evasion. It is unlikely that she would allow herself to be easily discovered by the church. Benjamin does not believe for a moment that Michelle has abandoned him with the intention of ensnaring him. It is not so much that he places immense trust in her. Rather, he understands that he is still of use to her. What advantage would she gain from his downfall? She would certainly not engage in actions devoid of benefit. As he ponders, Benjamin feels increasingly lost. Remaining idle is no longer an option. He must take action. With resolve, he rises from the barrel and abruptly begins to roll about on the ground, coating himself in mud before finally coming to a halt. He then proceeds to tear at his clothing, rendering his fine shirt and trousers tattered and ragged. Finally, he wipes his hands along the wall, smearing dust across his face. The bruises from his previous military training throb painfully beneath the grime, yet he bears the discomfort in silence. After completing this transformation, he begins to tug at his hair until it resembles a bird's nest. Satisfied with his disheveled appearance, he muses that he should now be unrecognizable. If only he had a mirror to confirm the extent of his metamorphosis. In truth, if one were to scrutinize closely, the flaws would be glaring. The fabric of his shirt and trousers remains too fine. A typical beggar would not possess such quality garments. Moreover, the mud stains appear rather fresh. Genuine beggars possess a layered filth, a blend of old and new. Forgive him. He cannot masquerade as a beggar of depth. Benjamin has no other recourse. This is the extent of his capabilities, and most would overlook him. Besides, his facial features remain intact, and should anyone gaze too closely, they would still recognize him as the scion of the Reef family. Lacking tools or exceptional makeup skills, he cannot disguise himself perfectly, as long as he appears sufficiently inconspicuous. That suffices for Benjamin. He is not attempting to fool the bishop. He merely seeks to vacate the warehouse. Should Michelle indeed fall into the church's clutches, and should the bishop, under duress, discover that Benjamin is a mage and learn of his whereabouts, he would undoubtedly dispatch agents immediately. To err on the side of caution, he must relocate. Furthermore, by masquerading as a beggar, he can venture into the streets, attuning himself to the atmosphere and assessing the situation. This is preferable to remaining in isolation, shrouded in ignorance. He mentally instructs the system to prepare for any memories related to the church, lest an unexpected situation arise, leaving them unprepared. Very well, the system reluctantly concedes. Thus, Benjamin assumes the guise of a beggar, digging a hole to conceal his assorted belongings before departing the abandoned distillery. Guided by the system, he soon arrives at a main thoroughfare in the outer district. The night is alive with activity. The thoroughfare bustles with pedestrians, and every shop has flung open its doors, illuminating the night with oil lamps. At the far end of the street, a theater throngs with patrons. Several uniformed individuals stand at the entrance, fervently beckoning potential guests, suggesting that a grand performance is about to commence. As Benjamin steps onto the street, he feels a pang of confusion. The outer district of Hawnlight seems no different than usual. There are neither patrolling paladins nor hurried priests, just a serene and joyful atmosphere. As if nothing amiss has transpired. Has the church truly remained inactive? This strikes Benjamin as peculiar. Given the church's modus operandi, they should have dispatched agents to investigate by now. Surely, the bishop would not allow a squad of cleansers to perish under mysterious circumstances without consequence. Lost in thought, he suddenly closes his eyes, employing his water element sensing technique. With the enhancement of triangular characters, the range and precision of his water element sensing have significantly expanded. Now, Benjamin can roughly sense everything within a 20-meter radius. Upon completing his scan, he furrows his brow. Not a single church member in sight. Contemplating further, he wanders to the end of the street, seating himself by the roadside as a beggar once more, attempting to sense again. Still nothing. An unsettling feeling washes over Benjamin. Something is amiss. In normal circumstances, there would be 1 or 2 church members passing through, yet now they seem to have vanished as if on a collective holiday. This is troubling. It feels eerily calm, as if a storm is brewing. He begins to consider the church's potential actions. If he were the bishop, what would he do in this situation? Moreover, what might Michelle's prolonged absence signify in relation to this development? What has transpired? The information remains too scant for him to draw any conclusions. While Benjamin is lost in contemplation, a voice, somewhat familiar, suddenly reaches his ears from a distance. Why is the turnout so sparse? If today's performance fails to make a splash in the outer district, how will my father perceive my efforts? Not far away. At the bustling theater entrance, a young nobleman is admonishing several individuals. Benjamin pauses, recognition dawning upon him. This is none other than the fellow who had been struck by a chamber pot on 2 occasions, Dick Furl. What brings him here? Recalling their last encounter, which had transpired quite some time ago, Benjamin remembers the abandoned castle where a group of noble youths engaged in a mock war game. Dick, seeking revenge for the chamber pot incident, had brandished a real gun at Benjamin. That event concluded with Benjamin's curse manifesting, leading to the arrival of patrolling knights who escorted both he and Dick away. Subsequently, Benjamin learned that Dick had faced severe repercussions for the possession of firearms. However, his father, A.X. Furl, exerted considerable effort to protect him, donating to the church and liaising with various nobles to plead on his behalf. Ultimately, Dick was merely detained for a week before being released without further incident. Benjamin is indifferent to the outcome. Whether Dick was released or not is inconsequential to him, as long as Dick refrains from causing him any trouble. Subsequent events indicate that Dick has indeed settled down, no longer daring to seek vengeance against Benjamin. It appears that the spectacle of Benjamin's curse had sufficiently frightened this sheltered young scion. However, Benjamin never anticipated encountering Dick again under such circumstances. The Furl family monopolizes much of the entertainment industry in the royal capital. The theater's name alone reveals the reason for his presence. While Benjamin remains perplexed, the system interjects. Upon hearing this, Benjamin glances at the theater's sign, where the bold letters read, "The Furl Joyous Theater." What a peculiar name. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Benjamin comprehends Dick's purpose here. This is indeed their family's enterprise, and judging by Dick's earlier remarks, he seems to be in charge of the theater's performance. The full family is quite diligent in nurturing their heir for business. It must be said that Claude significantly lags behind Ix in this regard. Take, for instance, the 2 sons of the Reiser family. One has been sent for military training, while the other is still mastering divine arts. Meanwhile, they have already embarked on internships. Of course, Benjamin is indifferent to this. The Reiser family's primary enterprises revolve around agriculture. Would he truly follow suit to learn farming? He merely offers a casual remark. Suddenly, he paused, as if struck by a thought, and addressed the system. Aren't you fabricating memories? How is it that you still have the capacity to converse? The system replied, fabricating memories is rather exhausting. I shall take a brief respite and continue shortly. Benjamin found himself at a loss with the system. He turned his gaze once more to Dick, who was not far away. Concerned about being recognized by Dick, Benjamin resolved to seek information elsewhere. Just as he prepared to leave, he faintly overheard Dick remark, I wonder what has transpired at the church. To summon most of the nobility from both Father and Wang do otherwise, Father would surely have attended the theater's inaugural performance today. It wouldn't have come to this. Benjamin could not help but halt in his tracks. Chapter 64. The industry norms of beggars. The church summoned most of the nobility? For Benjamin, this was a piece of significant news at that moment. Suddenly, he realized that inquiring information elsewhere would be futile. To learn about the situation in the inner city, he had to glean it from nobles like Dick. With this thought, he halted his departure and moved closer to the theater. He endeavored to mimic a beggar, crouching low, prepared to eavesdrop on Dick and his companion's conversation. After a series of trivial chatter regarding theater promotions and performances, he soon caught a significant remark. "Young master, is something going on in the inner city?" It seemed that the happenings in the inner city were of utmost concern to everyone in the capital. It hadn't been long since someone posed such a question. Dick answered nonchalantly, revealing all he knew. "Not sure, I don't know what the church is up to. But it probably has something to do with those fallen heretics. I heard that all the paladins of the capital have been summoned to some location on standby, and people from all over the kingdom are being directed to the capital." Upon hearing this, Benjamin's heart sank. The church was amassing power. What were they planning? Although he feared that this force might be directed against himself and Michelle, upon deeper reflection, he felt that the church wouldn't go to such lengths merely for their sake. Coupled with what Michelle had previously said about providing the church with the address of the Silent Academy, Benjamin quickly confirmed his suspicions. Could it be that the church was preparing to wage war against the Silent Academy? Though merely a conjecture without evidence, Benjamin found it to be remarkably plausible. The church was mobilizing troops. If not for war, then for what purpose? With this thought, Benjamin felt a sense of relief. If that were indeed the case, then his and Michelle's plan could be deemed a success. The church believed the Silent Academy was responsible for the death of the purifier, thus absolving Benjamin of any suspicion and allowing him to avoid being discovered as a mage. Though he was uncertain how Michelle managed it, he was nonetheless pleased with the successful deflection of blame. However, troublesome matters soon arose. Even with fabricated memories as evidence, it could easily arouse the church's suspicion. While contemplating this, Benjamin distanced himself from the theater and Dick. He had gleaned the information he sought, and there was little more Dick could divulge. Remaining there held no significance. After all, he still bore a certain risk of being recognized. Consequently, he swiftly slipped into a small path beside the theater. What form have the fabricated memories taken? He mused internally, directing his inquiry at the system. Memory file established, inputting memory. Benjamin interrupted the system. "All right. Stop for a moment. You were so eager to speak when I didn't need you, and now that I want you to rest, you start working again?" The system, somewhat exasperated, ceased its mechanical voice. Benjamin continued. "Listen to me. Adjust the fabricated memory to this. The earlier events remain unchanged. But after I shoot the scarred man in self-defense, suddenly, someone strikes me from behind, and I lose consciousness, knowing nothing thereafter." Benjamin articulated this primarily out of a desire to minimize potential errors. If the memory simply indicated that Benjamin was knocked unconscious, the likelihood of the bishop discovering any inconsistencies should significantly diminish. The system fell silent for a moment before retorting, "Are you attempting to emulate a television scriptwriter, opting for fainting to avoid a convoluted plot, leaving the audience to fill in the gaps?" "You're quite talkative," Benjamin replied with a scowl. "I apologize," the system complied, falling silent. At that moment, in reality, Benjamin walked along the narrow path, where the number of people had dwindled significantly. Suddenly, a ragged youth appeared before him, hands on hips, blocking his path. Benjamin was momentarily taken aback. Simultaneously, another beggar-like youth approached from behind, obstructing his retreat. The two appeared to be allies. The system re-emerged, speaking with the weight of a sage, imparting timeless wisdom. "Have you completed the fabricated memories? If not, get to work." Benjamin silently retorted. "How about you focus on your task instead?" He redirected his gaze to the small beggar before him. "What do you want?" he inquired. The small beggar glared at him with a hostile expression, a childish malevolence evident in his demeanor. "Where did you come from? Do you understand the rules? This area is our territory. What are you doing here, encroaching on our business? Who permitted you to steal our livelihood?" Benjamin was momentarily stunned. However, upon glancing at his attire, he finally comprehended the situation. Finding it somewhat amusing, he realized he was not an actual beggar and had stumbled into this predicament by mere coincidence. Moreover, in this day and age, even beggars were competing for business. Yet, this also indirectly indicated that he had managed to disguise himself quite convincingly as a beggar, which filled him with an odd sense of accomplishment. "How audacious to come here and poach from us," one of the beggars remarked. "Do you even know how to beg? Your clothes look like they were just torn." and the dirt on your face lacks any nuance. How can you expect to earn money looking so unprofessional? Not a chance. Benjamin was left speechless. I apologize if I offended your eyes, but I am not a professional. Choosing silence, are we? Upon seeing this, the first beggar rolled up his sleeves and exchanged glances with the second beggar. Looks like we need to teach you a lesson. So you understand not to act recklessly in someone else's territory. The second beggar also rolled up his sleeves, adopting a stance as if ready to fight. Observing this, Benjamin's expression darkened further. Were they truly going to fight? The first beggar paid no heed to Benjamin's hesitation. Spitting on the ground, he declared with his voice still cracking, "Let's go." 5 minutes later, "Stop hitting us. Big brother, please spare us. Ouch, it hurts so much. Please, don't hit us anymore. We were wrong." Benjamin, utilizing the skills honed during military training, had the two small beggars sprawled on the ground, searching for their teeth. "Friend, don't do this. Consider the minor's protection laws," the system implored. "I'm also a minor," Benjamin responded calmly. Having endured a beating for half a month in the military, Benjamin felt like a divine being compared to the two malnourished beggars who had no means of retaliating. It was also due to his experiences in the military that Benjamin suddenly found joy in finally being able to strike back at others, relishing the experience. Regardless of their names, be they beggars A, B, C, or D, anyone who dared to cause trouble would face consequences. I'll let you off this time. If you dare to return, you shall face my wrath. Yes, yes, thank you, big brother. Thus, the two small beggars scrambled away in disarray. Watching their frantic retreat, Benjamin felt his sense of accomplishment evaporate, leaving him bewildered. What was he doing here? Shaking his head, he prepared to leave when suddenly, a voice called from behind him. "Hey you, what are you doing here? The performance is about to start. Hurry up and get ready. Today's show is particularly important. If you mess it up, don't expect any money, nor to remain here." Benjamin was left utterly perplexed. What on earth was happening? Chapter 65. The mage of the theater, who are you? Benjamin exclaimed, quickly freeing himself and inquiring with confusion. The man in the suit frowned, glaring at Benjamin, and replied, "You don't even recognize me? Wasn't it you who begged us to have you as a prop for today's performance? Why the hesitation now? Come with me. The show is about to start." Performance? Prop? Benjamin was utterly bewildered and certainly would not follow a stranger without question. He planned to shake off this man in the suit and leave the vicinity. However, at that moment, a familiar voice echoed nearby. "What's wrong? Is there a problem?" Dick Furl, along with his somewhat eccentric brother, Count Furl, approached from the intersection. Dick, wearing a puzzled expression, directed his gaze toward Benjamin. A wave of alarm surged through Benjamin's mind. To avoid recognition, he lowered his head, attempting to avoid facing the two directly. "Don't worry, young master, everything is fine." Thankfully, the man in the suit seemed slightly flustered and immediately began to explain, diverting Dick's attention. "We are just looking for a beggar to act as a prop for tonight's performance. Young master, this is the fellow." A beggar as a prop? Could it be? If he wasn't mistaken, the beggar he had just driven off had indeed agreed to act as a prop for this theater's show. However, that beggar had sought trouble and was taught a lesson by Benjamin, fleeing in the process. Consequently, the theater staff mistook Benjamin for that beggar. Thus, the earlier scene unfolded. Upon this realization, Benjamin felt a mix of exasperation and absurdity. What was this? It wasn't entirely unfortunate, but it was certainly perplexing. He had disguised himself as a beggar to gather information, only to be mistaken for one, and now he was expected to perform on stage at the Furl family's theater? It sounded amusing at first. What a joke. He could never dare to step on that stage, with thousands of eyes watching. It would be impossible not to expose himself. The best strategy was to make a quick escape. "Everything is fine. Let us take him to the backstage. Have him cooperate for now. We can't afford any slip-ups during the actual performance." However, Dick nodded solemnly, affirming, "All right, I'll take him to the backstage immediately." The man in the suit replied, pulling Benjamin along toward the backstage. Naturally, Benjamin resisted, straining to break free and preparing to flee, hoping to avoid being seen by Dick. "What? You don't want to do this? Are you joking?" Dick exclaimed, pushing Kant, who was standing behind him. "Kant, don't let him get away. We have no time to find another beggar." Upon hearing this, Benjamin froze, recalling Kant's performance in the simulated war game, and hesitated. That brute strength would render Benjamin powerless without magic. But how could he use magic here? That would only exacerbate the situation. Moreover, he couldn't afford to draw attention in any manner. What to do now? Seeing that Kant was unresponsive, Dick grew furious and slapped Khan on the back. Only then did Khan move toward Benjamin. "Don't come any closer. I'm not trying to run. I really need to use the bathroom," Benjamin suddenly exclaimed, seizing a moment of inspiration. Dick, hearing this, halted Khan's advance, his face reflecting understanding. He did not question Benjamin's urgency, but merely shook his head in acknowledgement. Phew, that was a close call. Benjamin couldn't help but feel a sense of pride. "I'm truly clever. Come with me. Our theater is not without a restroom," the man in the suit interjected, somewhat dampening the moment. "Well, I know folks like you have never seen a restroom. Today, consider yourself fortunate. You'll get to see one. Follow me." How clever indeed. With no options left, Benjamin found himself led into the Furl Joy Theater by the man in the suit. The theater was spacious, with seating for over 1,000 patrons. The stage was exceptionally broad, indicative of the Furl family's commitment to quality in this regard. As a newly constructed venue, there was an unmistakable scent of fresh paint in the air. The decor was not particularly extravagant, but was clean and new, creating an overall tolerable atmosphere. Yet Benjamin could not tolerate being there. At that moment, he stood in the theater's restroom, feeling a slight headache coming on. The man in the suit was outside, impatiently urging him to follow along with the performance process. Just the thought of what lay ahead made Benjamin feel despondent. How had he ended up in this predicament? "Hurry up. We don't have time to waste." After a brief pause, the man in the suit pressed on again. "Understood. I'll be right out," Benjamin responded, adjusting his voice. Just as he prepared to leave the restroom and follow the man in the suit, he noticed a corner of dark fabric tucked away in the restroom's corner. Intrigued, Benjamin approached, picking up the piece of cloth and examining it closely. "Hey, take a look at this," he mentally communicated to the system. After a moment of silence, the system replied, "This fabric is made of the same material as Michelle's robe and those worn by the 3 mages from the Silent Academy." Indeed, Benjamin nodded thoughtfully. Had he not studied the crafting methods of such magical garments in Introduction to Magic, he might not have recognized this small fragment of a robe. Undoubtedly, this theater was newly constructed and well-maintained, with minimal litter around. Even in the restroom, the corners were relatively clean, suggesting this piece of robe had likely been dropped by someone today. Were mages present here? According to Dick's comments, this theater had yet to host a performance, meaning no audience had visited. Therefore, could it be that the individuals within the theater were the source? This was getting interesting. "Hey, hurry up. What are you dawdling for in there?" the man in the suit called again. "All right, I'm coming," Benjamin replied. "Why so slow?" The man continued grumbling as he led Benjamin toward the backstage. Along the way, he explained, "It's simple. Before the performance starts, you'll hide in a box, and then it will be lifted onto the stage. When the magician knocks on the box 3 times, you'll emerge looking as though you know nothing." "Got it." Yes, Benjamin replied, pretending to be a timid beggar. Yet his mind was already elsewhere. The fragment of the robe he found had altered his perspective. There were mages in this theater. Benjamin felt a surge of fortune. Every time he wandered around the outskirts, he encountered mages. Was it fate that entwined him with magic? Or had the outskirts become a haven for mages? For some reason, he felt an odd sensation. His intuition suggested that the presence of mages here was no coincidence. Thus, he temporarily shelved the idea of escaping, opting instead to observe the situation. Curiosity got the better of him. Benjamin recognized he might be courting danger, yet he could not resist the urge to stay and learn more. He has a premonition that remaining here may yield unexpected rewards. Chapter 66. The magician Henry Benjamin followed the man in the suit backstage at the theater. The backstage area was expansive, yet it felt cramped due to the constant flow of people. Individuals clad in various flamboyant costumes traversed the space, a young man in a tuxedo and top hat, a woman in a short skirt with voluminous curls, and a clown resembling a rotund ball. Among them was a peculiar figure wearing a wig pierced by a knife, cradling a blood-stained violin. The atmosphere was extraordinarily chaotic. Individuals resembling stage managers, actors, prop handlers, makeup artists, and musicians formed clusters, their discussions a cacophony of noise. On the eve of the performance, the backstage ambience resembled a battlefield, which, to Benjamin's relief, meant he could discreetly slip away if he sensed anything amiss. However, as the crowd thickened, locating the owner of the tattered robe fragment would undoubtedly become a daunting task. He estimated there were over 100 individuals in this bustling backstage. "Come, this is Mr. Henry. Your task is to cooperate with him," the man in the suit instructed as he led Benjamin to a young man in a top hat. Mr. Henry appeared to be a haughty magician, nodding without uttering a word. Benjamin offered no response, engrossed in observing the surrounding individuals, leaving him no room for reaction. Noticing this, magician Henry frowned slightly. Is this acceptable? While casting a beggar to play a beggar is undeniably authentic, could it be overly so? I doubt this child possesses the capability to assist me in my magic. A professional actor would be a far superior choice. The man in the suit replied with a wry smile. Mr. Henry, there's no alternative. Only your performance requires a beggar. Yet the actors in the royal capital are all esteemed figures, who would willingly portray a lowly beggar. You might not realize it, but these actors possess considerable egos, far removed from the likes of mere circus performers. Mr. Henry, please make do with this. Upon hearing this, Henry huffed in discontent, muttering something about how it would be better to grab someone from the circus, yet he made no further demands. Meanwhile, Benjamin, whose mind was elsewhere, suddenly sensed a shift in the elemental energy. Oh, he felt a surge of excitement within. To his astonishment, he had effortlessly stumbled upon a clue. The elemental disturbance must surely be the work of a mage. But how could he ascertain whether someone was indeed a mage? An idea struck him. He decided to expand his elemental perception. Unbeknownst to those around him, he began employing his water elemental sensing method to attune himself to the environment. The essence of magic is the communication with elements, and thus, the elements surrounding a mage would undoubtedly exhibit some peculiarities. In the azure realm of water elements, backstage appeared extraordinarily lively. Most water elements floated aimlessly in the air, but around certain individuals, they swirled in an unnatural manner, including the magician, Henry. Magician Henry? This revelation left Benjamin momentarily stunned, struggling to comprehend the implications. Were all these individuals mages? Counting, he realized there were nearly 40 such individuals backstage. Goodness! Benjamin could hardly believe his eyes. Was he mistaken? Yet the result remained unchanged. Realizing this, he couldn't help but gasp. What a stroke of fortune. He had anticipated that mages might be concealed within this theater, but he never imagined it would serve as a haven for them. The Vole family, truly remarkable. Benjamin was aware that certain nobles secretly kept a few mages within their territories. However, to maintain 30 or 40 of them together in the royal capital and even showcase them in performances was an audacious move indeed. He was lost in profound astonishment, unable to extricate himself from the overwhelming realization. They approached a large box. You simply need to hide within this box. Someone will place it on stage. When I knock 3 times on the box, you will push it open and emerge. Remember, your expression must convey utter bewilderment, understood? Knowing that all these individuals were mages made him somewhat uncertain about how to interact with the magician, Henry. Indeed, being a magician was a clever disguise. Even if magic were employed in broad daylight, the ignorant audience would merely perceive it as a captivating performance, perhaps even applauding. Benjamin internally scoffed at this notion. However, he found that even his cynicism could not dispel the absurdity he felt. The incredulity lingered, refusing to fade away. Over 30 mages. Were all the mages of the royal capital present here? As he marveled at this revelation, he complied with Henry's instructions and concealed himself within the box. Once the box closed, plunging him into darkness, Benjamin instinctively employed his water elemental sensing method once more. Perhaps he still could not fully accept this reality. He redirected his focus to the others for confirmation. Indeed, among those 30 or so individuals, the water elements exhibited unusual activity, and he could vaguely discern that their mental acuity surpassed that of ordinary individuals. So, they truly are mages. However, this time, he embarked on a new exploration. This was intriguing. Was it due to the consciousness space? His path diverged entirely from that of the other mages, resulting in this distinction. After a moment of contemplation, Benjamin quickly grasped the underlying principle. Ordinary mages hone their magical abilities by continuously refining their mental acuity and elemental affinity. As their elemental affinity strengthens, the surrounding elements naturally undergo changes. Furthermore, when casting spells, they utilize the elements around them, thus preparing for their magical manifestations. Benjamin, however, was different. His elemental affinity was lacking. He relied solely on magical glyphs, so the surrounding elements remained unaffected. His spellcasting depended on the water elements stored within his consciousness space, unrelated to the external reality. Indeed, this presented a fascinating dichotomy. It dawned on him that employing the consciousness space to learn magic could infinitely amplify the potency of a spell, likely due to this very reason. The elements in reality, no matter how concentrated, could never exceed a certain threshold. Consequently, relying on the elements in reality for spellcasting generally imposed limits on a mage's magical strength. In contrast, within the consciousness space, as long as the magical glyphs were sufficiently powerful, the density of elements was irrelevant, allowing for limitless magical strength. So that was it. With these revelations, Benjamin found his understanding of magic becoming clearer. Thus, even while concealed within the impenetrable darkness of the box, his spirits remained buoyant. Wait, something seemed amiss. Chapter 67. The Hidden Truth, Indeed. The box. Had he lost his mind? Why had he so willingly hidden himself inside the box? Benjamin realized that he too seemed to be losing his grip on reality. It was absurd. He could not possibly take the stage. And now that he was preparing to flee, what was the purpose of his high level of cooperation? He had just been struck by the shock of discovering the congregation of mages, and in his daze, he had completely overlooked this detail. Having uncovered the presence of the mages in the theater, remaining here held no significance for him. He had no intention of suddenly leaping out of the box, exclaiming to Henry, fellow townsman, "I am also a mage," and then collapsing into tears with the 30 or so mages backstage. The initial curiosity that had driven him toward reckless behavior was gradually dissipating. So what was he still doing here? He needed to make a swift exit. Benjamin began to devise a plan for his escape from the theater. First, he utilized his water elemental sensing technique to gauge the situation outside the box. Henry remained by the box, engaged in a lively discussion with another individual who appeared to be a magician but was, in fact, a mage. Well, it seemed that it was impossible to emerge from the box just yet. He would have to wait until Henry wandered off a bit further. Although he was still uncertain when the performance would commence, the atmosphere in the backstage suggested that there were still several minutes to spare. Previously, the suited man and Dick had insisted that the show was about to start, and it seemed that about to meant the same as imminently arriving. There was no need for haste. It was better to patiently await an opportunity. Oh, and Dick. How could he have forgotten him? Suddenly, Benjamin was struck by the realization that something was amiss. Could Dick really be unaware of all that was unfolding? This was the theater newly established by the Furl family, and it was highly likely that these mages had gathered under their auspices. To suddenly assemble all the mages and stage a premiere in such a public venue, Benjamin found it hard to believe that the Furl family had no ulterior motives. What were they planning, if it were merely for a performance? Did they truly require such an extravagant assembly? In an instant, Benjamin was enveloped by a sense of foreboding, as if a tempest was brewing on the horizon. Unwittingly, he had stumbled into an entirely new and uncharted realm. Regardless of what might transpire that evening, he understood that the Furl family had prepared for this moment for so long that it must surely culminate in an extraordinary premiere. Reflecting upon the dynamics within the noble circles of the capital, the Wreath family aligned with the church, holding the highest status, the Furl family, thriving on commerce and economic strength, rivaled the Wreath family, yet was perpetually overshadowed by the church. Could it be that the Furl family, unable to endure their current predicament, had allied themselves with the mages? Benjamin's train of thought was interrupted, leaving him with a perplexed expression. Wasn't the performance yet to begin? Nevertheless, recalling Henry's words, he pushed open the lid of the box, stepping out in a state of bewilderment. Yes, this was precisely the sensation he sought. Henry stood by the box, his face alight with surprise as he exclaimed, "You did splendidly. Once you step onto the stage and emerge from the box wearing that expression, and then exit through the right side of the stage, your task will be complete." Benjamin looked at Henry in exasperation. So, they were merely rehearsing. This rehearsal was rather casual. With spirits high, they began to dance about backstage. Was this what they referred to as the untamed passion of an artist? Excellent. Let us rehearse once more. Henry, unfazed by Benjamin's sentiments, spoke with great enthusiasm, seemingly exhilarated by Benjamin's performance. Was this individual truly a mage? Seeing this, Benjamin could not help but ponder. Perhaps he simply could not grasp the peculiar bond that existed between magicians and their stage personas. Thus, under Henry's direction, Benjamin reluctantly commenced the rehearsal. The entirety of the practice involved Benjamin hiding in the box until Henry knocked on it, at which point he would clumsily emerge. How to describe it? It was a rather monotonous magic act. Yet, Henry's earnest demeanor commanded Benjamin's respect. The magician appeared as though he genuinely intended to perform artfully on stage, without any ulterior motives. Before long, the rehearsal concluded. Henry instructed Benjamin to remain hidden in the box, advising him not to move and to patiently await the commencement of the performance. Having given these instructions, Henry departed to make the final preparations for the show. At last, the area surrounding the box was deserted. The moment for Benjamin to escape had arrived. Utilizing his water elemental sensing technique to observe his surroundings, he waited until the people were no longer paying attention to his vicinity before cautiously pushing open the box's lid and stealthily climbing out. Regardless of what the Furl family had planned for that evening, the flames of the city gate would inevitably catch the innocent in their wake. Benjamin believed it wise to distance himself from the unfolding events. Should they stir up trouble and draw the church's attention, it would inadvertently benefit him. Emerging from the box, Benjamin surveyed his surroundings. The backstage area had quieted significantly since his arrival. The frantic energy had dissipated, replaced by an atmosphere tinged with nervousness. The individuals around him seemed genuinely focused, as if they were truly anxious about the evening's performance. It felt all too real. Wait. A sudden sense of discord washed over Benjamin. He realized that the odd feeling he had experienced upon discovering the robe fragments in the restroom had not vanished. It had merely been temporarily obscured by the subsequent events. Something was amiss. These people, their manner of communication, even among mages, lacked the familiarity one would expect. It was as if they were unaware of each other's true identities as mages. They did not treat ordinary individuals and mages alike. Rather, if they were aware of one another's identities, their tone, gestures, and expressions would inherently differ, no matter how well they attempted to conceal it. Yet the current situation suggested that all the mages believed themselves to be the sole mages present, striving to hide their identities. How could this be? Was it possible that the Furl family merely intended to stage a performance, thus preventing these mages from recognizing each other's identities? Or perhaps the Furl family itself was oblivious to the fact that these individuals were mages, merely gathering a troupe of performers, and coincidentally, they were all mages? Upon deeper reflection, the notion of a group of mages, unaware of each other's true nature, gathered together by chance. Benjamin suddenly recalled the conversation he had eavesdropped on between Dick and another individual, where it was mentioned that they had summoned his father and a significant portion of the nobility from the capital. He also remembered Dick stating that the church had assembled the paladins, awaiting orders in an undisclosed location. Piecing together all this information, a moment of clarity struck Benjamin like a bolt from the blue. Tonight, it seemed, was destined to culminate in a major revelation. Chapter 68. A grand performance. On this particular evening, the outer district of Havenlight was shrouded in deepening twilight. The pale moonlight enveloped the newly opened theater like a delicate mist. Inside, the venue was overflowing with a sea of eager spectators. Thanks to the fervent promotion by the full family, every seat was occupied, filled with a diverse array of patrons whose faces radiated anticipation, their animated conversations echoing down the street. The stage and ceiling were adorned with oil lamps and candles, casting a brilliant light that illuminated the night as if it were day. Beside him sat Conti, who remained oblivious to Dick's musings, engrossed in a theater brochure. Perhaps due to a twinge of nervousness, he suddenly grasped a night pot from the floor, cradling it in his arms. Initially, he had merely held it in a quest for vengeance, but as time passed, the desire for retribution waned, replaced by an unexpected fondness for the small, metallic object. Clutching the night pot, feeling its chilling surface, brought him a peculiar sense of tranquility, soothing his restless emotions. He kept this secret to himself, each night before sleep. He had to rest his hand upon the night pot to find solace. He hoped tonight's performance would proceed without incident, without any unforeseen disruptions. Thus, with the night pot nestled on his lap like a cherished pillow, Dick's spirits gradually lifted. He inhaled deeply, disregarding the disdainful expressions and peculiar glances from those around him, patiently awaiting the commencement of the show. Approximately 10 minutes later, a band took their place beside the stage, filling the air with melodious strains. The previously boisterous chatter of the audience faded into silence as they turned their rapt attention to the center of the stage. At last, the curtain was drawn back. Ladies and gentlemen, good evening. Welcome to the Full Grand Theater, where we invite you to enjoy our performance tonight. The host stepped onto the stage. His voice, despite the absence of a microphone, resonated clearly throughout the theater, reaching every corner. It was well known that theaters served as entertainment hubs in the inner city, yet many had never had the pleasure of attending. However, this was about to change, as the full family intended to share this joy with every citizen of the capital. Let us applaud Mr. Ike's Full for his generosity. Under the guidance of the full family, the audience erupted into enthusiastic applause. As the clapping subsided, the host smiled once more. I know you have been eagerly awaiting this moment, so without further ado, let us enjoy our first act, a magical performance by Mr. Henry from Yorktown. Applause rang out anew as the host exited the stage, and the band struck up lively entrance music, enhancing the atmosphere. Amidst the music, the magician Henry made his entrance. Eyes wide and a look of bewilderment on his face, stepping onto the stage with a somewhat comical gait, resembling a bumbling thief. He swayed to the center of the stage, where the music ceased, and the audience gazed at him with eager anticipation. Henry stood still for a moment, then dramatically pulled an empty pocket from his trousers, turning to the audience with an exaggeratedly sorrowful expression. A few spectators chuckled at the sight, as blending comedy with magic proved to be an effective strategy. Dick, wearing a serious demeanor akin to a judge, critiqued the performance, the night pot in his hands resembling a trophy for the champion, though he reserved final judgment for Henry's magical prowess. No one, however, appeared to heed his commentary. Soon, the laughter from the audience waned, only to be interrupted by the entrance of a blonde woman in a short skirt. Her arrival sparked a stir among the crowd, yet she ignored them, striding directly to Henry's side, hands on her hips, glaring at him with a mix of anger and playful reproach. Many audience members watched this interaction with great amusement. Henry, clearly flustered, scratched his head in confusion, uncertain of how to respond. In his fumbling, he unexpectedly produced a rose from his hair. Staring blankly at the flower, he suddenly had a stroke of inspiration, dropping to one knee and presenting the rose to the blonde woman with an exaggerated, sycophantic grin. Laughter and applause erupted from the audience. Seeing this, Dick nodded approvingly, feigning a critique. While this act may seem somewhat beneath the standards of the inner city, it is indeed quite effective here in the outer district. Connie, in his navette, clapped along with the other audience members, unable to contain his laughter, oblivious to the fading amusement around him. Dick, witnessing this, rolled his eyes in exasperation, momentarily wishing to distance himself from the foolishness that might tarnish the full family's reputation. Just then, a wave of gasps surged through the audience. What trick had the magician conjured now? Dick's curiosity piqued as he lifted his gaze, frowning at the stage. To his bewilderment, Henry and the blonde woman had vanished from sight. What has happened? He murmured, tapping Conti's shoulder for an explanation. Conti, still laughing, clapped enthusiastically, exclaiming, "Holy light! Ha ha ha! The holy light has purified them. Ha!" Dick was taken aback. After a brief moment of confusion, he began to suspect that Connie had lost his wits once again. The holy light had purified them? How absurd. He couldn't help but chuckle mockingly. Yet, as the laughter faded, a sense of dread settled over him and the surrounding audience. Their expression shifted from anticipation and joy to shock and panic. Suddenly, a multitude of paladins poured forth from the theater's backstage, entrances and exits, fully armed, some swords stained with blood. The sanguine droplets dripped to the ground, evidence of recent violence. The cheerful music ceased abruptly. Before the band could react, several priests stood from the audience, summoning bolts of holy light that struck the musicians, obliterating them in an instant, leaving not even a single string intact. Chaos ensued as the audience scrambled to their feet, desperate to escape. What is happening? My God! Are they dead? What is going on? I don't want to die. I need to get out. Dick's mind raced, overwhelmed by the surreal turn of events. In his panic, he forgot all about the performance and merely wished to flee the scene. Everyone, remain calm. No one will harm you. A portly figure emerged at the entrance. Father? Dick's eyes widened in disbelief. It was Ike's Full, the patriarch of the Full family, the owner of the theater, and the mastermind behind tonight's performance. He approached with a confident smile, continuing, "Please cooperate with divine will and do not leave the theater unbidden, lest you be mistaken for followers of the demon, facing the holy light's harsh punishment. Do you all understand?" Although his tone sounded amiable and upright, every individual present detected an undercurrent of menace within his words. The audience fell into a sudden silence, paralyzed by fear. Not a single soul dared to stir. Thus, they all remained seated, as if they were indeed a refined audience, engrossed in a captivating performance. The sole spectacle they could behold was that of the paladin ruthlessly slaughtering the theater's staff, accompanied by the faint, haunting screams echoing from backstage. "Don't speak, my child. Mother is here. Do not fear, nothing will happen." The scent of fresh paint, which had once filled the air, was now overshadowed by the overpowering stench of blood. Amidst all this, Yak stood in the aisle, a hint of satisfaction gleaming in his eyes as he nodded. He then slowly approached Dick. Dick turned, clutching the hem of Yak's garment, a whirlwind of shock, confusion, and panic swirling within him. In a hushed voice, he inquired. Yax gently patted Dick's shoulder with his large hand. Speaking in a softer tone, "Do not worry, everything is fine. You are doing splendidly. We shall be safe." Reassured by his father's comfort, Dick gradually calmed his nerves. Nevertheless, he still shut his eyes tightly, unwilling to witness the grisly display from the paladin, clutching his night pot and desperately attempting to expel the bloody images from his mind. After all, he was merely a teenager, unaccustomed to such horrors. This was utterly terrifying. Yet, as he pondered this, he suddenly heard a low, suppressed curse from his father. "Damn it! Who betrayed us? After all this time with those mages, it's all ruined now." Chapter 69. Redemption and return. This day marked an extraordinary occasion for the outskirts of Havenlight, the royal capital, and indeed for the entire Hoary Kingdom. Have you heard? Trouble has erupted at the theater. Numerous mages are causing chaos, and many have perished. Countless others have been apprehended. How could I not have heard? The father of my child went to the blacksmith shop across from the theater to purchase a hammer. And now he too has been taken away. We have no idea when he will be released. Can you believe it? This peaceful capital suddenly inundated with mages? Hush. I've heard whispers that this incident is closely tied to the full family. A myriad of rumors spread through the streets. Some claiming that mages were attacking the city, others suggesting noble betrayal, or even that the king had been assassinated, and some even spoke of the Pope's madness. In an instant, fear permeated the royal capital, with wheat prices soaring dramatically. While the citizens may not have grasped the full scope of the events, the sight of over 1,000 holy knights surrounding the theater, along with the extensive bloodshed, was undeniable. This provided ample fodder for the burgeoning rumors. Meanwhile, the thousands of spectators who witnessed the incident inside the theater were taken by the holy knights to an undisclosed location. It was said that they were being interrogated and had yet to be released, leaving no eyewitnesses to relay the truth. Simultaneously, the church, which orchestrated the entire event, maintained a shroud of silence. They characterized the incident as a response to the increasingly frequent activities of mages in the capital. To combat the surging tide of malevolence, the church, in collaboration with Count AX Full, devised a cunning trap. Initially, Count AX engaged with a certain mage organization, deceiving them to gain their trust. Then, he used the name of the Full family and that mage organization to gradually recruit mages hidden within the capital. Ultimately, on that fateful night, the Full family convened these mages under the guise of a performance. Consequently, the church dispatched a battalion of holy knights, capturing all the mages in one fell swoop. Due to the mages' affinity for enigmatic spells and their ability to conceal themselves, the church, adhering to the principle of better to kill wrongly than to let escape, deemed all theater staff as mages and exterminated them on the spot. Naturally, the church would never divulge such details in their public announcements. What did the notice contain? You may wonder. It was filled with accusations against the mages, collusion with demons, harm to the populace, incitement of evil, and at the very end, an ostensibly justified claim of kidnapping nobles. Meanwhile, in the inner district, he lay upon the grand bed in his chamber, leisurely perusing the replica of the announcement brought to him by Jeremy, deep in contemplation. Benjamin felt a mix of relief and wistfulness. He was relieved because, in a sense, he had narrowly escaped death. Just before the performance commenced, he had crawled out from a box in the backstage area. However, in that very moment of emergence, he suddenly became acutely aware of the unsettling nature of the events unfolding. A group of mages had been gathered together in ignorance. Was this not akin to trapping fish in a barrel? Coupled with the fact that this was the Full family's theater, and their master, EX, was conveniently summoned by the church for tea at that time, it was evident what calamity was about to unfold. The church was undoubtedly incensed by the annihilation of the purifiers, prompting them to retaliate against the mages. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If he merely feigned the role of a captive and fabricated memories, he could shift the blame for the purifiers' demise onto the backstage mages, and the church would never suspect him. Of course, to align with his fabricated memories, he had to be discovered in an unconscious state when the church found him. Thus, he headbutt the box, rendering himself unconscious. The holy knights arrived, slaughtering everyone indiscriminately, regardless of whether they were mages. None were spared. Yet Benjamin, hidden within the box, managed to evade this calamity. Soon after, once the slaughter was complete, the Holy Knights began to scour the theater and discovered the unconscious Benjamin. The entire sequence of events was undeniably perilous. Fortunately, Benjamin had timely recognized the church's trap and acted decisively. Had he not been so astute and simply fled from backstage, he would undoubtedly have been intercepted by the Holy Knights waiting outside the theater. Had that occurred, he would surely be dead by now. Thus, Benjamin felt immense gratitude for his narrow escape. He was indeed walking a tightrope. Yet, amidst his relief, he couldn't help but feel melancholic. Out of the hundreds of individuals in the backstage, over 30 mages, he was the sole survivor. Although he did not know them personally, as a fellow mage, he could not suppress a wave of sorrow. Michigan Lee's unwavering determination to topple the church and establish a realm for mages was, without a doubt, grounded in truth. This incident delivered a devastating blow to the mages within the capital. Benjamin estimated that, aside from himself and Michigan Lee, no more than 3 mages remained alive in the entire royal capital. Moreover, the mention of a certain mage organization in the notice undoubtedly referred to the Silent Academy. It was evident that gathering over 30 mages could not have been accomplished solely by AX. The Silent Academy must have offered their assistance as well. Truth be told, Benjamin harbored doubts about whether the church had meticulously orchestrated this entire scheme. If the church had indeed plotted this from the outset, why had they summoned AX for tea on that very day? Furthermore, their mobilization of the Holy Knights clearly commenced only after the annihilation of the purifiers. All signs indicated that the church's actions resembled a sudden, unanticipated strike rather than a long-term strategy. If they had truly intended a prolonged pursuit, the catch would certainly not have been limited to merely 30 mages in the capital. If the long game was not the church's design, then it could only be AX's. With this realization, Benjamin raised an eyebrow. It seemed likely that AX was indeed harboring mages in secret. The unfolding drama within the theater was likely a consequence of his awareness of the impending disaster, prompting him to feign allegiance to the church. In a bid for self-preservation, he may have betrayed all the mages he had sheltered to secure the church's favor. If this were the case, then the church's discovery of the full family's collusion with mages was likely news that only reached them that very afternoon. Something must have transpired in between. The church would not have approached AX without reason. It was plausible that someone had informed the church about AX's protection of the mages. Before the church could verify this information, AX, realizing the imminent danger, chose to sever ties to ensure his own safety. Who, then, could this informant be? Benjamin sighed, rising from his bed to gaze pensively out the window at the setting sun. The view before him was directed towards St. Peter's Cathedral, its spire resembling a blade piercing through the sunset, the twilight hues stretching across the horizon like a bloodied tapestry. A procession of unknown birds glided gracefully above the crimson horizon. Unlike the outskirts, the inner district of Havenlight remained perpetually serene. Even the distant carriages and pedestrians seemed cloaked in a divine aura, appearing tranquil and harmonious. Yet Benjamin could only faintly sense the turbulent currents surging beneath this veneer of nobility. Chapter 70. The royal banquet. Benjamin had intended to linger by the window a while longer, contemplating the intricacies surrounding the theater mage incident, when he was abruptly interrupted by Jeremy, who entered through the door. "Young master, dinner is ready. The master has asked me to summon you," he announced from the threshold. Upon hearing this, Benjamin turned around and nodded, responding, "Understood, I shall be there shortly." Jeremy, visibly hesitant, murmured a reply and lowered his gaze as he departed. Witnessing this, Benjamin couldn't help but chuckle softly, shaking his head in amusement. It seemed that this recent deception had left a notable mark on his servant as well. Indeed, the entire affair had begun with Jeremy being deceived by the scarred man into visiting the tavern, and it was only natural for Jeremy to feel responsible for the misfortune. However, the past was behind them, and Benjamin was reluctant to hold on to his anger any longer. Moreover, he had gleaned certain benefits from the ordeal. After all, he had managed to lift the curse, transformed an enemy into an ally with Michelle, and unexpectedly acquired a mysterious map. Speaking of the map, before disguising himself as a beggar, he had buried all his belongings, including the map, his firearm, ammunition, and gold coins, by the derelict tavern on the outskirts. He needed to find an opportunity to retrieve them. Perhaps he could send Jeremy on an errand someday. He was not particularly anxious, as the items were hidden in a secluded spot, unlikely to be discovered by anyone else. As these thoughts occupied his mind, Benjamin exited his room and made his way to the living room. As members of a noble family, the Reiser family adhered to the tradition of dining together each evening. Although he preferred to have his meals in solitude, he had grown accustomed to joining the others over the past few days. Soon, he entered the dining room and took his seat. The Reiser family, Claude, Mary, Grant, and the old matriarch, were already settled in their respective places, awaiting the commencement of the meal. Perhaps due to Benjamin's recent return from captivity, their gazes held a different weight than usual. Benjamin paid little heed to their scrutiny. As long as Claude refrained from berating him or concocting any unnecessary trouble, he was content. After exchanging a few pleasantries and inquiries about each other's well-being, the servants began to serve the dishes, and dinner commenced. Claude and Mary engaged in casual conversation, with Mary occasionally inquiring about Grant's studies and offering her condolences for Benjamin's ordeal. The old matriarch interjected now and then, casting innocent jibes at Mary. It was an ordinary dinner, and Benjamin found himself distracted, his mind still racing with thoughts about the theater mage incident. There was one aspect he had yet to resolve. If Ix had been coerced into betraying his fellow mage, who had ultimately informed the church, forcing Ix into such a predicament, could it be Michelle? It was indeed a possibility. This could be seen as a clever diversion, framing the cleansing agent's demise as the theater mage's doing. Given the theater mage's connection to the Silent Academy, Michelle, who had always desired conflict between the church and the academy, would likely revel in such a scheme. With these thoughts swirling, Benjamin realized that Michelle was a paradoxical figure. While she spoke of establishing a realm for mages, she showed no mercy when it came to exploiting them. Despite their current camaraderie, should Benjamin obstruct her ambitions, he had no doubt that she would not hesitate to act against him. She had already dispatched a significant number of mages without a moment's hesitation. Oh, he truly had a penchant for overthinking. This meal was meant to be a time for him to indulge in food while lost in thought. However, to his surprise, as dinner neared its conclusion, Claude suddenly turned to Benjamin, his expression grave. The royal banquet is but a few days away. During this time, aside from training at the military camp, you are to remain indoors. I will have Jessica keep an eye on you to prevent any further troubles. Benjamin, engrossed in his food, froze at this unexpected decree. Despite his efforts to minimize his presence, he had still found himself caught in the crosshairs. Being confined, he shuddered at the thought of that maid's icy demeanor. He had known that after such a significant incident, Claude would not remain silent. Even if Benjamin was merely a victim, so be it. He could accept confinement, choosing instead to remain in his room and devote time to honing his magical skills. In the current circumstances, he saw little need to venture outside. The triangular sigil representing the ice shatter spell had only recently solidified, and he still had much to explore regarding it. Thus, Benjamin obediently nodded, replying, "Very well, father." However, Claude continued, "Moreover, you must attend the banquet next week. As the eldest son of the Reiser family, you have already missed a significant number of this quarter's social gatherings. How do you think the other nobles will perceive you? This is a royal event. Even if you are reluctant, you must participate." Even Mary chimed in, "Indeed, as a noble of the capital, how could you not attend a social banquet? You are of an age where meeting the daughter of a baron could fulfill a significant wish of mine." Benjamin was left speechless. At his current biological age, he was barely 16 or 17, and yet they were already pressuring him about marriage? Had they no patience? Did they not fear for his well-being? And what was this royal banquet? The system promptly interjected, explaining, "It is a common social event among the kingdom's nobility. Remember? Previously, Ix mentioned the banquet when he left with Dick after failing to settle matters here." Benjamin paused for a moment, mentally grumbling. With such a long span of time, who could possibly remember? The system smugly retorted, "I remember." Oh, please, that was not remembering. It was merely storing a phrase in a hard drive. Benjamin was too weary to engage in a verbal spar with the system. A banquet was merely a banquet, eating and drinking. It wouldn't cost him a limb, so why not attend? With this in mind, he chewed on a large piece of steak paired with lettuce, swallowing it down with determination. Then, he turned to Claude and Mary, nodding with resignation as he spoke. "Understood. I shall go." Chapter 71. The new magical characters. What transpired at the dining table was merely a fleeting episode for him, one that would scarcely impact his life. Consequently, he paid it little mind. After closing the door to his room, he reclined on his bed and entered the realm of consciousness. It felt as though he had not diligently practiced magic in quite some time. In the abyss of his awareness, two identical triangular characters floated over 20 meters apart. each emanating a brilliant blue light. When Benjamin first materialized the character for the Shattered Ice spell, he was genuinely astonished. Prior to this, he had harbored concerns that the emergence of a second character might lead to a disparity in strength, rendering one of them ineffective. Fortunately, the appearance of the new character dispelled Benjamin's doubts. The two characters mirrored each other like reflections in a glass, their strengths perfectly aligned. After some contemplation, Benjamin resolved to designate them as Rune Water and Rune Ice for ease of distinction. He briefly entertained the idea of calling them Rune Water and Rune Ice for a more flamboyant flair, but the system criticized him for being overly juvenile, and he relinquished that notion. With the naming complete, Benjamin embarked on a new experiment. He began to meditate, summoning the water elements to coalesce around Rune Water. Soon, the water elements made contact with Rune Water, which glowed faintly, absorbing the elements as per usual. However, at that very moment, Rune Ice, situated over 20 meters away, also emitted a brief flash of light. Observing this, Benjamin nodded thoughtfully. Indeed, upon re-evaluating the strengths of the two triangular characters, he confirmed his hypothesis. Despite their considerable distance, he understood that their connection was as intimate as that between a person and their parallel self in another dimension. When he allowed Rune Water to absorb the water elements, those elements were instantly divided, being simultaneously absorbed by both Rune Water and Rune Ice. Intriguing. Could it be related to the Azure world he had previously entered? If so, it was likely beyond his current comprehension. Nevertheless, there was an immediate task awaiting him. He needed to crystallize the third magical rune. With that thought, he hesitated no longer, reciting the incantation to conjure a small water sphere, which he allowed to hover in midair. Then, as before, he summoned water elements toward the sphere. However, unlike his previous attempt, the water sphere did not emit the expected gentle chime. Instead, it erupted with a loud bang. Benjamin was taken aback. Wiping the splattered water from his face, he opened his eyes to find his hands empty. He could feel the once gathered water elements rapidly dispersing. What was happening? Was failure a possibility? The word give up was absent from Benjamin's lexicon, so he promptly summoned another water sphere, directing the water elements to converge once more. Bang! Benjamin shook his hand vigorously, wiping his soaked hair. 2 consecutive explosions left him drenched to the bone. If it were merely a single failure, he might dismiss it as a coincidence. However, 2 failures indicated there was an underlying reason. Rather than feeling discouraged, he felt a surge of exhilaration. His curiosity was reignited as he pondered the intricacies of magical characters. After some reflection, Benjamin opted for a different approach. He employed the Shattered Ice spell to summon a crystalline ice shard. This time, he centered his efforts on the ice shard, attempting to attract the water elements toward it. Learning from past mistakes, he deliberately maintained a safe distance from the ice shard to avoid any potential explosions. Although the consciousness within this space was not his physical self, he was unwilling to take unnecessary risks. The water elements swiftly made contact with the ice shard. Bang! Benjamin shook his head in resignation, feeling somewhat relieved that he had kept his distance. However, he soon fell into deep contemplation. If the water sphere had failed and the ice shard had also failed, then where lay the issue? The text in Introduction to Divine Arts clearly stated that opening a prayer space could facilitate the crystallization of 3 holy light seals. The essence of divine arts and magic was fundamentally the same. Divine arts were essentially holy light magic. This theory should hold true in this context as well. Why then? Did he encounter difficulties in crystallizing the 3rd magical rune? Was it due to his innovative core condensation method? With this in mind, Benjamin initiated his 4th attempt. This time, he refrained from summoning any core object, instead attempting to condense the water elements from thin air, striving to compress them together. Bang! Benjamin felt exasperated as he sensed the water elements dispersing once more. For goodness sake, how could it explode when there was nothing present? This left him at a loss. The Introduction to Divine Arts contained scant information regarding this training method, nor did it mention encountering difficulties while crystallizing the 3rd rune. Thus, faced with this predicament, he found himself somewhat unsure of how to proceed. Indeed, being unconventional was no easy feat. Benjamin felt akin to someone who had painstakingly prepared for a game, only to be met with an error message. Application error, memory cannot be read. Please terminate the program. In the past, he could search online for patches, but now, where could he download a patch for his consciousness? As he pondered, a sudden realization struck him regarding his earlier discovery. The existing 2 triangular characters, Rune Water and Rune Ice, were perfectly synchronized. If he were to introduce a third magical character, then there must exist an exceptionally close connection among all three. Could the failure to crystallize the new rune be attributed to these two triangular characters? Finally, Benjamin began to form a coherent line of thought. Perhaps the two existing runes were insufficiently robust to support a connection with the third rune. Or perhaps the bond between the two runes was so tight that they instinctively repelled any third party. Why complicate matters? They were content in their pair. So why force them into a trio? Suddenly, the system interjected with an oddly enthusiastic tone, proclaiming, "But triangles are the most stable shapes." Sighing, Benjamin swore he had never stored anything of that nature within the system's hard drive. The system's eccentricities seemed to be worsening. Wait a moment, a triangle? A flash of insight ignited in Benjamin's mind. He looked again at the two existing magical characters. The shapes were equilateral triangles with notches. He had previously speculated whether this had any significance, but after such a lengthy period, he had yet to reach a conclusion. Thus, he had temporarily shelved that inquiry. However, now he felt compelled to consider that the third magical rune must relate to this triangle. The issue did not lie with the two runes, but rather with the positioning of the third rune. Perhaps, only by aligning it with the two characters to form an equilateral triangle could the characters sustain their intimate connection. With this thought, Benjamin's excitement surged. Without hesitation, he instructed the system to measure the distance between the two magical characters, then proceeded to a point equidistant from both. With the system's precise guidance, he summoned a water sphere at this location. The sphere floated in the air, joining the two magical characters to form a remarkably symmetrical equilateral triangle. Then, Benjamin directed the surrounding scattered water elements to converge toward the water sphere. A long-awaited chime resonated through the air. He gazed at the orb of water, which began to spontaneously absorb the elemental essence of water, reminiscent of witnessing the rapid transformation of a suspended window, finally escalating from a mere 0 kilobytes to a remarkable 2 megabytes after a day and night. In that fleeting moment, he was nearly moved to tears.